Vhumad God chapter 6287 to chapter 6366. Xianxia could not believe what he had just experienced. Finally, he roared, "Kid, do you know who I am? My master is the nine-headed lion." "So what?" Lin Xian said indifferently, "Your master is not here. He has the right to block my path, but you don't have the right to do so." With that, Lin Xian no longer paid any attention to the other party and continued walking forward. No one dared to stop him. The surrounding beasts were dumbfounded. The other party did not put Xianxia in his eyes at all. Xianxia was so angry that he was trembling. "Damn it, I must take revenge for this. Just you wait." The killing intent on his body swept through the 9 heavens. The terrifying aura caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The surrounding beasts were trembling. They quickly walked over and said, "Brother Xianxia, this kid is too despicable. He actually dares to be disrespectful to you." "That's right, Brother Xianxia. Let Lord Nine-Headed Lion take action. He can definitely kill him with one slap. Do you think I'm an idiot? Previously, you wanted to borrow my hand to kill this kid. Now, you want to see my master's hand. Do you really think that you are the only smart ones?" Xianxia was furious. With a roar, the surrounding beasts were struck by lightning. They retreated and vomited blood. "Brother Xianxia, please spare us. We won't dare to do it again." With a cold roar, Xianxia did not continue to attack. Now, he placed all his attention on Lin Xian. He wanted to think about how to kill him. The 8th heaven was very mysterious. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains, tall and short. Terrifying, mysterious, and bizarre, there were all sorts of things that one could imagine. These mountains formed a mountain range called the World Creation Mountain. A mountain was a world. No wonder it dared to call itself the World Creation Mountain. Lin Xian was also astonished. He had obtained some of this information from the Heavenly Cycle Master. After seeing it, he was shocked. The mountain was no longer tall. It was famous with immortals. At this moment, there was more than one Earth immortal on the World Creation Mountain. That powerful aura was enough to suppress everything. Other than the Earth immortals, there were also countless followers. At this moment, these people were also watching curiously from the World Creation Mountain. Legend had it that there was a huge secret here. They did not know if they would be lucky enough to obtain it. Lin Xian's appearance stunned the people in front. They had 10 points of doubt. It was a very unfamiliar face. He didn't recognize it. However, for the other party to be able to come here, he was definitely not simple. Perhaps he was a subordinate of some Earth immortal. They did not make a move. There were even people who came over to chat with him. Lin Xian merely looked at the other party in silence and did not respond. The woman was stunned. "Arrogant brat, let's see how this sister will deal with you when I have the chance." The woman clenched her teeth. Her charm had actually failed. "Damn it. It's you." Lin Gongzi. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. Lin Xian turned to look. Lei Xiao was standing in front of him. Mao Xia and the others. This was the Eagle God's subordinate. Previously, they had formed a team to attack the Fey God's tomb. So they knew each other. It was just that he didn't expect to see him again. "Lin Gongzi, it really is you." Under the cat and the others also walked over. They didn't expect to see each other here. They were indeed surprised. After all, they had all followed the land immortals here. Lin Xian was an intruder. Without a land immortal behind him, how did he get here? Lei Xiao said, "Lin Gongzi, I know you are here to look for the longevity fruit, but I can tell you that there is no longevity fruit in the 8th level of heaven. You should leave quickly. This place is very dangerous. I know that there is no longevity fruit here, and I am not here to look for the longevity fruit. There is danger everywhere. You don't have to worry about me." Lin Xian said with a smile. "Brat, you actually dare to come. I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, when our giant elephant comes, you will be dead." Another woman spoke. This woman was wearing a blue dress. She was a water demon. His figure was erratic, and countless water droplets dripped from his body. Giant elephant? With just him? Lin Xian snorted coldly. You didn't even dare to attack me in the 3rd level of heaven, let alone the 8th level of heaven. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but his tone was very arrogant. He did not put the land immortals in his eyes at all. This made the figures on the surrounding mountains. They were extremely shocked. Who is this kid? How dare he provoke the land immortals? Which force is he from? Are you courting death? The water demon was furious. Lin Xian glanced at him, and a biting cold sword intent burst out from his eyes. Suddenly, the water demon's body trembled. He actually had a fatal feeling. He wanted to roar, but he couldn't say anything. Damn it, why? The other party is just a great emperor. Why should I be afraid of him? The water demon was shocked. Who is the one who dares to provoke me? At this moment, a loud voice came from afar, as if a heavenly god was roaring. Suddenly, a large crack spread from afar. Everyone's scalps went numb with fear. This is the aura of a land immortal. A land immortal has arrived. The water demon trembled with excitement. Great, it's the giant elephant. Brat, you are dead. Greetings, giant elephant. A tall figure walked over from afar. He seemed to have endless power. It was the giant elephant. After arriving, he stared ahead. When he saw Lin Xian, he was stunned. Then, his face turned completely gloomy. It's you. He gritted his teeth and said. To be honest, he didn't care about ordinary great emperors at all. He wouldn't even remember them. However, the brat in front of him was an exception. The other party was a young great emperor, but he dared to threaten him. However, the other party was an intruder. He had left last time, and it would be difficult to see him again in this lifetime. However, he didn't expect to meet him again in the 8th layer of heaven. This was a good opportunity to kill him. Killing intent emerged in the giant elephant's heart, but he didn't immediately make a move. He knew that the other party had the immortal fire. Last time, he was so embarrassed because he was frightened by this fire. Now, did the other party still have the immortal fire? He had to find a way to investigate first. At the same time, he was even more shocked that the other party had come to the 8th layer of heaven in such a short time. This speed was too fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. The giant elephant in front fell silent, but the power on his body was getting more and more terrifying. As if black clouds were pressing down on the city, everyone's body trembled. At this moment, Lin Xian smiled. So it's you, it's really been a long time. Facing a land immortal, he didn't feel the slightest pressure. How dare you? Brat, you are too arrogant. You don't even kneel when you see a land immortal. The water demon next to him shouted angrily. With the giant elephant here, he wasn't worried or afraid. Who would dare to make a move? Puff, a ray of light flashed between heaven and earth, and a sword chi directly slashed at the water demon. With a puff, the water demon was split in half. His body fell from the sky. The water demon was stunned. Someone dares to make a move. How dare you make a move in front of the giant elephant? Who is it? Are you courting death? The water demon screamed in the air. Looking at this scene, everyone was terrified. This guy dared to attack in front of an earth immortal, it was unbelievable. What was even more frightening was that the giant elephant didn't attack or even blame him. Could it be that the giant elephant was afraid of him? What kind of trump card did this kid have? He could make an earth immortal afraid. Lin Xian smiled and retracted his hand. He said lightly, Giant elephant, your subordinate is too presumptuous. I'll teach him a lesson. No problem, right? The giant elephant snorted and didn't say anything. He suspected that the other party still had the immortal fire. Otherwise, why would he dare to be arrogant in front of him? When the others looked at Lin Xian, they were terrified. They didn't dare to challenge this person anymore. These young people were killing gods. They killed without a word. However, the other party succeeded. He didn't take the earth immortal seriously at all. What's the matter? A cold voice came from the tall mountain in the distance. Then, a few figures arrived. The surrounding people all knelt down and bowed. Only Lin Xian stood in the air with his hands behind his back. How dare he, a mere great emperor, not bow to the earth immortals when he saw them? The two figures that came were Eagle God and the nine-headed lion. Their terrifying auras filled the air. When they arrived nearby and saw that it was Lin Xian, they were also stunned. "It's you!" Eagle God exclaimed. The nine-headed lion's eyes flickered. No wonder the other party didn't bow. He knew this young man. He was very arrogant. "Why are you here? There are no longevity fruits here. Leave." The nine-headed lion didn't attack. However, a young man next to him said, "Master, you can't spare him. He's too arrogant." The one who spoke was Xianxia. He had been defeated by Lin Xian, so he desperately hoped that his master would attack. The nine-headed lion glanced at him. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were cold. Xianxia didn't dare to speak. He knew that his master was blaming him for his incompetence. Indeed, he was the disciple of an earth immortal. He had the strength of a great emperor and many trump cards. However, he couldn't do anything to a young man of a lower realm. If word got out, it would be too embarrassing. One of the heads of the nine-headed lion turned around and looked at Lin Xian again. "Young man, on account of your meritorious service in opening the ancient tomb, everything that happened before will be written off. I won't hold it against you. You may leave. There is nothing here that you intruders want." Lin Xian smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, senior. However, I'm not here for the longevity fruit." Instead, he came for the clues of the immortal order. As soon as he said that, the nine-headed lion was stunned. All nine heads opened their eyes. Eagle God and Colossus sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. "How bold!" The Colossus roared angrily, "A mere great emperor dares to have designs on the immortal token. You must be tired of living, right?" Eagle God also sighed. "Young man, take back what you just said. Otherwise, your little contribution will vanish." Lin Xian was not afraid. He said, "You won't dare to do anything to me. Brat, I know you have the immortal flame, but how much do you have? Now that the three of us have joined forces, what can you do?" Colossus was also confident this time. The three earth immortals could definitely crush the other party. As long as they blocked the immortal flame, the rest would be too simple. Without the immortal flame, Lin Xian would be a small ant in front of them. They could kill him 10,000 times in an instant. "Since you are so stubborn, we will suppress you first," the nine-headed lion said coldly. Xianxia, who was beside him, was so excited that he trembled. He laughed silently. "That's great. Brat, are you still arrogant, offending three earth immortals at the same time? No one can save you." The other people also sneered. They had been watching everything silently. They knew that Lin Xian was dead meat. The three earth immortals in front of him walked over together. The power of the earth immortals erupted from their bodies. The terrifying aura crushed everything. The void around Lin Xian shattered. "Before attacking, let's see what this is." Lin Xian snorted and took out a flag. On the flag, there was a number 7. The guardian flag. "You actually have this." The three earth immortals in front stopped in their tracks. They were extremely shocked. Especially Colossus, who was roaring. "This is impossible. How did you get it?" "This thing was only owned by the guardian of each layer of heaven." "How did he get it?" "I represent the 7th layer of heaven." Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. "Attacking me is challenging the 7th layer of heaven and violating the rules of Immortal City. Let's see who dares." The roar made everyone's heart beat wildly. Xianxia was dumbfounded because he realized that his master was angry. However, he didn't attack. "It's over." This brat really intimidated his master. Not only that, he also intimidated the three earth immortals. "Big brother, what should we do? Why don't we suppress him first?" Colossus said. The nine-headed lion shook his head. "No. Now that we are trying to break through to Immortal City, we are challenging the rules of Immortal City. This is an extremely risky thing to do. If we attack him now, we will be challenging the 7th layer of heaven. The power of Immortal City might erupt in advance. This way, our following actions will be greatly hindered." Let's let this brat live first. Colossus gritted his teeth. Then let's let him live for a while. However, after we succeed in breaking through to Immortal City, we definitely can't let this brat live. Don't worry. The nine-headed lion also said, no one can challenge us and escape unscathed. Colossus smiled. He knew that his big brother also had the intention to kill. This way, the other party would die sooner or later. Seeing that the three Earth Immortals didn't take action, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhou Tianchi was right. These people didn't dare to break the rules now. Of course, once they got the immortal token, it would be different. However, Lin Xian wouldn't let these people get the clue of the immortal token. Only he could get this clue. Let's go, we will break through to Immortal City together. Lin Xian walked forward. He came in front of the Earth Immortals casually. Then, he glanced at Song Yao. Song Yao was so scared that he lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Then, he flew towards the huge mountain in the distance. The three Earth Immortals disappeared for a year. In their eyes, Lin Xian was already a dead man. It was only a matter of time. Let's go too. The three of them left together. The most important thing now was to break through to Immortal City. Everything else was not important. On the huge mountain, there were a few figures. Among them, there was a person in purple clothes that fluttered like an immortal spirit. He was the sixth layer of heaven, purple immortal. Beside him, there were a few figures. There were old people and young people. They weren't Earth Immortals, but they were qualified to stand here. Because they represented the ninth layer of heaven. Someone was coming, purple immortal, and the few people from the ninth heaven looked over in their direction. When they saw Lin Xian, they were all stunned. An unfamiliar young man, just a great emperor. Why was he here? Logically speaking, even the followers of an Earth Immortal were not qualified to come here. Who are you? On the ninth heaven side, a man in a green robe shouted coldly. His expression was cold, like a war god. Of course, he was not a real Earth Immortal, but just a super great emperor. However, among the super great emperors, he was extremely terrifying. He was very proud, enough to sweep through everything. This is not a place where you can come. The man in green robe shouted coldly. Lin Xian didn't stop walking. He continued to look ahead. Then he laughed, you are just a super great emperor. If you can come, why can't I? Courting death, can you compare to me? The man in green robe shouted coldly and stretched out his hand. His palm was like a hammer, rushing out and killing Lin Xian. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. The Sky Eagle instantly. He dodged this move. The great emperor in green robe frowned, Eagle God's unique skill, you are the third heaven, Eagle God's subordinate. His face darkened, didn't Eagle God tell you? Facing the ninth heaven, do you have to kneel down and kowtow? Although he was just a super great emperor, his tone was even more arrogant than an Earth Immortal. Buzz, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword, and a biting cold sword chi shot forward. The man in green robe's face changed, you are courting death. He punched out. The two collided, and he was forced back. This sword was out of his expectations. Under his carelessness, he suffered a loss. His fist cracked, and white bones appeared. You are courting death. He was angry. He was ready to use all his strength to kill the other party. Don't do it first. At this time, Purple Immortal walked out. He waved his hand and stopped the great emperor in green robe. At the same time, he frowned and said, Kid, you are not dead. It seems that I have underestimated you. He naturally recognized Lin Xian. He did not expect that his sister's secret guards to fail to kill the other party. Instead, the other party had really come to the eighth heaven. Were those secret guards dead? How did you kill them? Violet Immortal said coldly. Hearing this, the cyan-robed great emperor's eyebrows twitched. The shadow guard is dead. Who is this kid? He did not dare to act rashly. Lin Xian said, oh, you mean those people? They were dead. In an instant, his astral soul was destroyed. As for who did it? Take a guess. Purple Immortal frowned. This kid was even more arrogant than before. Could it be that Heavenly Master Zhou did it? I know you have immortal energy, but it's very little. At most, you can only use it once. This time, there was more than one land immortal. So, you don't have the right to be arrogant here. Is that so? I came here with the permission of 3 land immortals. Lin Xian pointed at the 3 people behind them and said, the 3 of them have agreed. What right do you have to object? You agreed. Violet Immortal was stunned. She looked ahead. The 9-headed lion and the other 2 arrived. They nodded and said, that's right, we agreed to let him stay here. Are you crazy? Violet Immortal jumped up. Eagle God said, he represents the 7th layer of heaven. That's right, I represent the 7th layer of heaven. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the flag. Then, he boldly found a place and sat down. He said lightly, now, let's see who dares to drive me away. The surroundings fell silent for a moment. No one spoke. The other party could hold this flag, which meant that he was qualified to come here. However, this kid was too arrogant. Everyone wanted to slap him to death. Let's talk about the big picture. How are we going to attack each other? Before we find any clues, let's work together. Okay. Violet Immortal nodded. The people from the 9th layer of heaven also walked over. They did not represent one land immortal. There were several land immortals in the 9th layer of heaven. Each land immortal sent a representative. At present, there were 3 forces. One of them was the mysterious woman in purple, who was Violet Immortal's sister. He and Violet Immortal could be counted as one side. As for the 9-headed lion and his brothers, they were counted as one side. The dream god had not appeared yet. The other 2 land immortals of the 9th layer of heaven were temporarily working together. As for Lin Xian, of course, he would fight alone. Everyone stayed far away from him. Even if they allowed him to be here, they did not plan to work together with Lin Xian. The 9-headed lion said coldly, don't be like this. This kid is not ordinary. He can represent the 7th layer of heaven and prove his strength. And I heard that he has the power of immortality. It's best if we use his power to break through to immortality. That's right. The Colossus also said, it's not too late to kill him after we find clues. The people from the 9th layer of heaven nodded. Violet Immortal did not say anything. He glanced at them with a strange expression. He found an opportunity to send a voice transmission to the giant elephant and said a few words. The Colossus was stunned. Then he said, that's not my weapon. It's Lin Xian, that kid. I gave him a weapon before. He's framing me. It turned out that Violet Immortal transmitted a message to the Colossus. He said that he found a weapon in the ruins of the 7th layer of Heaven Array sect. After the Colossus heard it, he immediately denied it. Violet Immortal said, we don't need to know who you gave the weapon to. We just need to know that your information is on it. Do you know? With the fragments of the weapon, my sister will have an excuse to cross worlds and fight. If she wants to attack you, can you resist? The Colossus's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, what do you want? Violet Immortal smiled, of course, we want to work together. My sister wants to work with you. The Colossus was silent for a while. Then he transmitted a message, okay, but we can only work together secretly. I don't want to fall out with my brother now. No problem. Violet Immortal smiled, happy cooperation. Next, the land immortals worked together and used their divine fire to condense a huge mirror. This mirror turned into the sky mirror. It covered the whole sky and flew toward the World Creation Mountain. What were they looking for? This place was very suspicious. The sky mirror condensed a light beam and hit a mountain in the distance. That place was very far away. Looking from the mountain where they were sitting, they could only see a light spot. Go and check it out. We won't let go of any possibility. The 9-headed lion said. The others nodded. They were ready to send their subordinates to check it out together. The World Creation Mountain hid a secret. This secret was the clue to the immortal token. And the so-called immortal was to find this clue. Once they found it, they would have a great chance to get the immortal token and leave the immortal city. Violet Immortal looked at Lin Xian and said lightly, Lin Gongzi, you are powerful. Why don't you come with us this time? After all, we are now an alliance. Yes, if you want to work with us, you have to listen to us. The Colossus also snorted coldly. Countless pairs of eyes glanced toward Lin Xian. Sure, no problem. Lin Xian laughed. So straightforward? This made Purple Immortal and the giant statue stunned. Could this kid be plotting something? However, they soon laughed. They were really thinking too much. He was just an ant. Even if he had a plot, so what? They were here, and there were several kinds of Earth Immortals. Could it be that they would be fooled by the other party? In the face of absolute strength, all schemes were futile. So what if the other party represented the seventh heaven? Even the heavenly cycle master at his peak would not be able to fight against several Earth Immortals alone. Therefore, they were thinking too much. In that case, let's go. Go and come back quickly. Don't waste time. Several Earth Immortals ordered. Immediately, a few figures flew out from under them. They formed a team of more than 10 people. Lin Xian also followed. This team flew towards the distant light spot. As for the other Earth Immortals, they were not idle either. They were looking for the next possible place. The eighth heaven was too big, and the world creation mountain was extremely mysterious. It was impossible for them to find it in one go. They would probably have to search for a while. The water demon was also in this team. They looked at Lin Xian and gritted their teeth. They were wondering if they should join forces with more than 10 great emperors to attack the other party together. See if they could do anything to the other party. After thinking about it, they were not confident. Moreover, this time it was an order from the Earth Immortals. They did not dare to delay. However, no one would approach Lin Xian. Along the way, Lin Xian was also extremely silent. In his mind, he was perfecting the plan. That's right, it was indeed a plan. This time, Lin Xian and the Immortal Hand had joined forces to set up a plan to defeat these Earth Immortals. Moreover, the Immortal Hand promised that as long as Lin Xian did this, he would give Lin Xian clues about the Immortal Token. Lin Xian agreed decisively. Most of these Earth Immortals had enmity with him and would not let him go. It was better to cooperate and injure these Earth Immortals. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Finally, they arrived at the place where the light spot was. From afar, it looked like a dot of light. But now, it covered hundreds of mountains. They had to search carefully. When all of the mountains had been collected, they sighed, there are no clues. This place is fake. At this moment, another light spot descended from the sky, and the Land Immortal's voice sounded, go here. Soon, they set off again. However, after the 3rd time, these people were in despair. There were no clues at all. Come back and rest. Let's change the team. The 9-headed lion spoke. Everyone returned to rest. However, Lin Xian said, I'll go again. I didn't use much energy. He was very proactive, which made the 9-headed lion, purple deity, and the others frown slightly. There was definitely something wrong with this kid. They secretly instructed their subordinates, be careful and be on guard at the same time. Don't get tricked by the other party. The great emperors under him nodded. Along the way, they were on guard against Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had no intention of harming them. Instead, he personally inspected every mountain peak. It was as if he would not let go of any clues. When he returned for the 4th time, his subordinates told the 9-headed lion and the other Land Immortals about this news. This made the Land Immortals very surprised. Could it be that this kid had no ulterior motives? Eagle Deity said, maybe he just wants to find clues. Purple Deity said, that's true. When he came to the 6th heaven, he asked me for clues about the Immortal Token. At that time, I thought this kid was an idiot. Now, it seems that he really has an idea about the Immortal Token. No wonder he's so proactive. However, this is also good. Let him be the vanguard. Anyway, if he finds it, it will be ours sooner or later. The Land Immortals all laughed. On the 5th trip, Lin Xian still participated. This time, they encountered danger. A formation appeared. The terrifying Great Formation enveloped heaven and earth, losing its effectiveness. The places it touched were all affected. break out of the encirclement. With a roar, they all counterattacked. The formation flickered, and terrifying ice and snow rushed over. The vast ice wanted to freeze everyone. Get lost, Lin Xian roared. The water and fire on his body seemed to have turned into a fire god. He began to melt the ice and snow. He said, "Let's go." Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to help them. However, they didn't hesitate at all. They didn't even want to help Lin Xian. They quickly rushed over. Soon, only Lin Xian was left in the formation. Lin Xian roared angrily. His golden right hand slapped out, forming a monstrous divine flame that directly shattered the ice and snow in the sky. Heaven and earth broke open, and Lin Xian rushed out. The people outside were terrified. This guy was so strong. Even the water demon's face was ugly. Previously, Lin Xian had seriously injured him with one sword strike. But later, the land immortals helped him recover. Previously, he gnashed his teeth at Lin Xian. But this time, Lin Xian saved his life. It felt so unreal. Seeing Lin Xian come out, the water demon gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, don't expect me to thank you." "That's right, we won't let you go." The other demonic beasts also gnashed their teeth. The people of the ninth heaven were even more murderous. Lin Xian said, "You think too much. I let you live so that you can find clues to improve efficiency. I only have one goal, and that is the clue of the immortal token." Damn it, what an arrogant kid. They gnashed their teeth. They continued to search. Following that, they encountered more dangers, terrifying formations, and even terrifying puppets. That puppet was very powerful and chased them all the way. Fortunately, Lin Xian was extremely powerful and restrained the puppet, allowing them to escape. However, this time, Lin Xian seemed to be injured, and a crack appeared on his body. The other few people frowned. This time, they didn't mock and ridicule him. Lin Xian still didn't stand with these people. Instead, he sat alone and healed his wounds. He thought to himself, "It's not easy to act. If I don't pay a price and act realistically, how can these people believe it?" That's right, everything was an act. These were all arranged. Lin Xian had the aura of the immortal hand. To be honest, he wouldn't be in any danger in the entire eighth heaven. However, in order to act realistically, he would rather be injured himself. After all, he had to deceive several land immortals. Next, he had to continue acting. They continued to search. When they reached the 13th possible location, they found that there was no way they could find it. Everyone was in danger. This time, the danger was 10% terrifying. The mountain peak cracked, and they were directly pushed in. Countless divine and immortal powers appeared around them. It was extremely terrifying. These great emperors were desperate. "Are we going to die?" Lin Xian said. "Don't worry, this place is so magical. Maybe there is something we want. Go and look for it." Lin Xian shouted angrily, pushing the golden right hand and blasting in all directions. Soon, a large number of mountain peaks cracked, and some light shone out from the cracks. Lin Xian exclaimed, "There is a treasure." Everyone turned their heads to look. In the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. They saw that there was a sky full of treasures around them, piled up into a mountain. The people who came in went crazy when they saw the scene around them. They even forgot about the danger. Because the scene around them was too shocking. They entered the crack in the mountain. Lin Xian attacked continuously and tore open all the cracks in the mountain. Then, a monstrous radiance appeared in that place. A mysterious aura appeared. The mountain wall cracked open, and the things inside scattered out. Instantly, they filled the space. What were these things? Divine herbs that were tens of thousands of years old and hundreds of thousands of years old fell to the ground. All kinds of precious metals were scattered there. These were all metals that could be used to refine extreme weapons. There were even metals that could be used to forge divine artifacts. In addition, there were all kinds of natural treasures. They recognized some of them, but they had never seen some of them before. With so many treasures, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find one. However, at this moment, there were thousands of them in front of them. How could these great emperors not go crazy? At this moment, they had only one thought: we're rich, we're really rich. With these things, they were even confident that they could cultivate to become Earth Immortals. One had to know how difficult it was to become an Earth Immortal. Previously, Xianxia had tried her best but failed. She only succeeded after killing Xianxia. One could imagine how difficult it was to become an Earth Immortal. But now, these great emperors were so confident. It was enough to show how many treasures there were. We're rich, let's do it. The water demon instantly rushed over. His body turned into a sea, and the raging waves crashed against the shore and swept down. Apart from that, there was also the water demon. It turned into the sky. The other great emperors also attacked. Everyone was dividing the treasures. Only Lin Xian did not touch them. The show had begun. Lin Xian thought to himself. Boom, an earth-shattering sound came from below. Then, more than 10 figures all retreated. The water demon and the others vomited blood and rolled in anger. Damn it, they couldn't get it. There was a terrifying power on these treasures that sealed everything. They were about to tear it open. They continued to attack. However, after hundreds and thousands of moves, they were about to despair. At this moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Idiot. What did you say? The water demon turned his head and was angry. The others were also envious. Lin Wudy, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you saved me. We won't give you any of these treasures. Not a single one. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Can't you see? With that, he activated the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the power of reincarnation enveloped the area below. Immediately, a terrifying divine might appeared on those treasures. As Lin Xian dodged the attacks of the array, he pointed at the water demon and said, "This is divine power, the power of a land immortal. You can't break it, and neither can I. Only by inviting an Earth Immortal can we break it." What? How could this be? The water demon and the others were in despair. Should we call the land immortals over? In that case, they wouldn't be able to obtain any treasures. Don't be greedy. Do you want to monopolize all the treasures here? The land immortals will tear you to pieces. Do you think they don't know anything? Hurry up and call the land immortal. Why don't you go? They stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "Do they listen to me? You are their subordinates. If you don't leave now, you will all die here." As if confirming Lin Xian's words, the surrounding array suddenly became terrifying. The water demon and the others were sent flying and vomited blood. The divine fire and immortal energy on their bodies dimmed. This kid was right. There was divine power on it, so no one could open it. Let's go and invite the land immortals. Some great emperors decisively tore open the void and dodged. They rushed out. If they went to report now, it would definitely be a great merit. Even if they couldn't obtain these treasures, they would still obtain other benefits. If they were any later, it would be too late. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile as he watched the fleeing figures. His target wasn't these great emperors. His target was the land immortals. Next, when the land immortals entered the game, it would be the real counterattack. On the largest mountain peak, the land immortals controlled the heaven mirror and continued to search. They were very patient. They had been in Immortal City for millions of years. They didn't care about these few months at all. At this moment, a few figures flew over from afar. They were injured and in an extremely sorry state. What's going on? Purple Immortal frowned. Why are you so injured? Did that Lin Xian make a move? Damn it, I knew he didn't have good intentions. The Colossus also roared. However, the water demon and the others said, "It's not him. It's not Lin Xian who made a move on us. We found treasures." They quickly told him what had happened. When they heard that there were thousands of treasures scattered all over the ground like stones, the land immortals were stunned. The land immortals were also stunned. "Are you sure?" "Yes." The water demon nodded and said, "At that time, Lin Xian made a move immediately after seeing the treasures. However, he didn't succeed. He was bounced back. Later, we found that there was a terrifying divine power on it. It was the power of a land immortal. That kid couldn't open it. Did you try? The nine-headed lion asked. The water demon trembled and quickly lowered his head. In order to prevent that kid from lying, we also tried. Of course, he didn't dare to say that they were jealous and wanted to snatch the treasures. If he said that, these land immortals would tear him into pieces. Could it be a trap? Purple Immortal was extremely cautious. After all, the seventh heaven set up by her sister was destroyed by this kid. The Colossus said, that kid has the immortal fire, which is a power that can threaten land immortals. He saw so many treasures, why didn't he use the immortal fire? It was a trap. A few of the ninth heaven experts also spoke out. The nine-headed lion's eyes were piercingly cold. This kid dares to trick us. Bring him back and suppress him. We can't let him continue to participate in the search. However, Purple Immortal said, wait, how about I go and take a look, you? They were all stunned and looked at Purple Immortal. You're not afraid of the immortal fire? The nine-headed lion's 9 heads bloomed with light. He said, what other information do you have? You didn't tell us, did you? Say it. Since we've joined forces, it's not nice of you to hide it. In the ninth heaven, the people of the other 2 forces said, since Senior Purple Immortal wants to go, why don't we go and take a look together? We have more people, and that kid has a trump card, so he can't resist. Purple Immortal's face turned cold. He snorted. According to the information I got, that kid used the immortal fire. Used? Are you sure? The Colossus roared. Eagle God, the 9-headed lion, and the others were all stunned. Purple Immortal had no choice but to say, the land immortal of the 7th heaven is Xianxia. She was originally on our side, but she was seriously injured. The one who attacked her was Lin Xian. He used the immortal fire to injure Xianxia. Therefore, he won the right to come and find the immortal token. That kid doesn't have the immortal fire. That's great. When the time comes, we can attack without any hesitation. Zhu Xiang smiled cruelly. As long as they found clues about the immortal token, they would attack immediately. What are we waiting for? Let's act immediately. It's just a treasure. It's not what we want. There's no need to send everyone. Nine-headed lion was still very calm. He had 9 heads and was very intelligent. He said, just send some people. The rest will continue to look for clues about the immortal token. Don't forget, no matter how much you get, it's useless if you can't get out. How about I go? Zhu Xiang was tempted. He glanced at Violet Deity. Violet Deity nodded. She also wanted to go. At this time, they could work together. However, Nine-headed lion persuaded, don't go. Let Third go. He's fast and has some friendship with that kid. Third, you go. I'll go too. I don't feel safe going alone. Violet Deity stood out. He couldn't give up such a good opportunity. We'll also send some people to 9th heaven. The people of the other 2 factions said in a deep voice. They had also sent 2 super great emperors. Okay, come back quickly. I'll only give you 1 day. Don't delay the search for clues about the immortal token. Nine-headed lion said coldly. Don't worry, big brother. We'll be back soon. Eagle Deity had black wings on his back. He was extremely fast. Violet Immortal wielded a purple longsword, slicing through the void. Watching the 2 leave, Zhu Xiang was envious. Don't worry. They won't dare to take the treasure alone. Nine-headed lion said coldly. Zhu Xiang's body shook, then he laughed, of course. Who dares to go against Big Brother? As long as the 9th heaven's Earth Immortal doesn't come, no one is Big Brother's opponent. What he said was not wrong. The 9-headed lion was the strongest among these people. Water Demon and the others returned to the Broken Mountain. At this moment, Lin Xian was injured. The other great emperors were even worse. Some were split open, some were torn apart. Their blood dyed the sky. Boom, Violet Deity arrived and saw this scene. She slashed down with her sword. The purple sword energy cut through the sky and split the array in half. Great, we're saved. The great emperors inside were in despair. But now, they cheered. With the help of the land immortals, they were safe. Lin Xian raised his head as well. His face was pale and he looked extremely weak. He looked up at the sky. He saw Eagle God and Violet Immortal. Are there only 2 land immortals? He was really cautious. However, if there were 2 of them, so be it. Let's start with an appetizer. Then, we'll deal with them slowly. In the end, we'll get rid of them all in one fell swoop. You're finally here. If you didn't come, all of your subordinates would have died. Lin Xian pretended to be very angry and snorted coldly. Eagle Deity glanced at him but didn't say anything. The purple deity laughed. Brat, aren't you very arrogant? He even threatened me before. Why didn't you use your trump card to seize these treasures? Lin Xian said, although the treasure is good, it's not my ultimate goal. My ultimate goal is the immortal token, so I have to save my trump card for last. At that time, if anyone dares to fight with me for the immortal token, I'll use my trump card to attack them, purple deity sneered, her heart filled with disdain. Brat, what are you pretending for? You've used up all your trump cards. Do you really think we don't know? However, he soon stopped paying attention to Lin Xian. He looked ahead and took a deep breath. There are so many treasures here. Because he was a land immortal. At this moment, when he saw the mountain of treasures, his heart skipped a beat. Eagle Deity, who was beside him, couldn't remain calm. He looked at Lin Xian and said, Baby, I can't give you a single one. You should be mentally prepared. He had some friendship with Lin Xian, but he had already given Lin Xian the longevity fruit and Lin Xian the Tianyin instant. Therefore, he didn't owe Lin Xian anything. Lin Xian smiled when he saw the other party's attitude. Previously, he was still hesitating whether he should let Eagle Deity go. Now that he saw Eagle Deity's reaction, he didn't have to hesitate anymore. Because he had already decided that he wouldn't let him go. Indeed, he didn't owe him anything. Next, they would be enemies. Make your move. Violet Immortal roared angrily as the purple sword in her hand erupted. A terrifying claw also appeared on Eagle Deity's side. The power of the land immortal swept out, shattering the surrounding array. The other great emperors retreated one after another. Even Lin Xian exclaimed. He waved his hand and took out an array to defend the surroundings. This array was extremely terrifying. It could actually resist some of the power of the land immortals. Eagle Deity was surprised. Violet Immortal snorted coldly. Zhou Tianchu's array. It seemed that the person standing behind him was indeed a Zhou Tianchu. However, this array could only be used for defense. He promised that he would be able to shatter the array within 3 moves. Without the immortal fire, the other party couldn't threaten him at all. If it weren't for the guardian flag, he would have killed him long ago. Now, let's take the treasures first. Let's work together and break all the seals first. Then, we'll take the treasures away. The 2 land immortals looked at each other and then quickly attacked. Their speed was so fast that the other great emperors couldn't see their movements clearly. They could only feel the endless power erupting. There were only 3 people left in front of them. The 2 land immortals and Lin Xian. Lin Xian was able to get close because of the array formation. The water demon in the sky was envious. This kid really has a lot of trump cards. He's so close. Will he be able to pick up a treasure later? On the other side, Xianxia snorted coldly. Impossible. The land immortals won't give him a chance. Just as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from below. Then, Violet Immortal was terrified. What's that? Get lost. Eagle Deity also roared angrily. With a roar, a pair of huge wings covered the sky and the earth. Then, he tore open the void and tried to escape. However, he couldn't escape at all. A huge hand appeared and directly enveloped the 2 land immortals. Then, the treasures piled up into a mountain below also erupted with divine power. A terrifying deep pit instantly covered the sky and the earth. Is such a powerful thing a trap? The 2 land immortals attacked crazily. Immortal power! They exclaimed. However, it was useless to say anything. The immortal hand directly suppressed the 2 land immortals under the ground. What happened? An earth-shattering power came from below. All the great emperors were terrified. They fled frantically. When they reached a safe place, they looked at each other in dismay. What happened just now? I heard the land immortal screaming. Could it be a trap? Damn it, did Lin Wudy make a move? Impossible, he doesn't have that ability. Damn it, this place is so strange. Countless voices of exclamation and discussion sounded. At this moment, Lin Xian flew back from afar. His body was even more broken, and the array around him was also broken. Blood dyed his body red. I was scared to death. If it weren't for the array, I would have died. It's too terrifying. The two land immortals were captured. Lin Xian said as he flew. Lin Xian didn't die, he was still alive. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they all went crazy. They even rushed over and roared, "Where are our land immortals? Where are they?" They had heard purple immortals roar before. Lin Xian sighed and said, "Sigh." The two seniors were enveloped by a mysterious hand. Do you know how terrifying that hand is? It made one's hair stand on end. What's the situation now? I don't know either. Mysterious hand? How could this be? These great emperors were all crazy. Someone stared at Lin Xian and said, "You're the one behind this. You're framing us." That's right, capture him and take his soul. Immediately, several great emperors attacked Lin Xian. Boom, Lin Xian struck out with his golden right hand. At the same time, his sword energy soared into the sky and repelled these great emperors. He gritted his teeth and said, "Although I'm injured, I'm not someone you can challenge. Also, how powerful are the land immortals? Do you think I can frame them? In the face of absolute strength, everything is in vain. Don't you have any brains?" As he spoke, Lin Xian spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His aura became even weaker. We can't even defeat the other party who spat out blood? The great emperors' faces were full of frustration. At the same time, they began to think carefully. Indeed, it was possible to trap one land immortal, but it was absolutely impossible to trap two land immortals. What about Eagle God? Eagle God's speed was extremely fast. Could it be that he didn't dodge? Lin Xian shook his head silently and said, "I think the two seniors were temporarily trapped and didn't die. After all, you know how powerful the land immortals are. However, it's impossible for them to come out by themselves. It seems that we can only ask the other land immortals to help us outside." That's right, there were still two land immortals. At this moment, the great emperors under him hurriedly returned. On the huge mountain peak, Giant Elephant, Nine-Headed Lion, and a few others were stunned when they heard the news. The two land immortals had disappeared. They were trapped. What kind of array? To be able to trap a land immortal, their first thought was that this was Lin Xian's scheme. However, they soon found it laughable. It was one thing for an ant to be able to threaten them with the undying flame. Now that they had set up such a trap, it was impossible for them to jump into it. It was impossible even if she was beaten to death. This kid didn't have that kind of ability. What do you think? The nine-headed lion looked at the giant elephant and the people of the ninth heaven. The giant elephant said, "Third brother's speed is so fast, but he still hasn't come out. You can imagine how terrifying that mysterious hand is." The super great emperors of the nine heavens also said, "Seniors, that place was detected by our sky mirror. It's one of the possibilities." Although other places were also dangerous, they had never been this dangerous. This meant that there might be clues to the immortal token in that place. "Big brother, do you want to go take a look? As long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any problems." The Colossus spoke. The eyes of the nine-headed lion flickered. Then, he nodded slightly. "I think so too. That place must be related to the clues. Let's go and take a look." They moved quickly. Soon, they came to the broken mountain peak. The surrounding demonic beasts quickly knelt down and saluted. Lin Xian's face was also pale. He said, "Seniors, it's great that you're here." "Humph," the Colossus snorted coldly. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian right now. However, he didn't act. He had to confirm whether it was a clue to the immortal token. Then he could make a move. "You're the only one who saw the situation. Tell us what you know." The Colossus looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, 2 Earth Immortals attacked the treasures in the sky. However, countless divine power appeared in the sky. In the midst of the divine power, a huge hand suddenly appeared and enveloped the young man. The 9-headed lion and the colossus were silent after hearing this. They thought of a name in their hearts, Immortal Hand. You all wait here. The 2 of us will go and take a look. You're not allowed to go either. The colossus stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, I'm so weak. I don't dare to go over. After speaking, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Then, the 2 Earth Immortals rushed over. Soon, an earth-shattering sound came from inside. There were also angry roars. Big brother, save me. Let me out. This was the voice of Eagle God and Violet Immortal. The 2 of them were indeed not dead. They were just trapped. With their strength, they couldn't rush out at all. Don't worry, we're here to save you. The colossus roared furiously as its 4 feet grew larger. They were like divine pillars that reached the heavens as they ruthlessly smashed down. The 9-headed lion roared. His strength was even more terrifying. The 9 heads actually released different powers as if they were going to destroy the world. This battle lasted for half a month. Every day, it was terrifying. Half a month later, a shattering sound suddenly came from the front. Then, 2 figures rushed out. A figure turned into a terrifying demon beast. His wings covered the sky and earth. The other purple sword energy tore through the sky. It was Eagle God and Violet Immortal. After the 2 of them came out, they roared at the sky. Then, their eyes began to search. They stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you dare to trick me. A sword slashed down. Eagle God's side was also seething with killing intent. I have the guardian flag. Lin Xian took out the small green flag and raised it in the air. Are you going to violate the rules of the Immortal City? Buzz, the purple sword energy stopped in midair. However, the boundless killing intent didn't disappear. Lin Xian said loudly, Seniors, think carefully. What do the treasures in the sky have to do with me? You were too greedy and wanted to swallow all the treasures. That's why you were trapped. And I'm the only one who saw this scene. What? Are you going to kill me? Don't act rashly. The 9-headed lion said. Lin Xian continued, furthermore, I've examined every single speck of light. This particular speck of light is extremely ferocious. I guess the secret of the immortal token must be here. That's right. Big brother, and I think so too. Let's check it together. There's an unusual aura here. Eagle God's eyes flashed. He said, we have to take that kid with us. We have to keep an eye on him at all times so that he won't play any tricks. Lin Xian, come here. The 9-headed lion looked at Lin Xian and said, you are also the representative of the 7th level of heaven. So, you must come with us to search for clues this time. Thank you, seniors. Not only was Lin Xian not afraid, but he was also very happy. He didn't seem to know the danger and quickly rushed over. However, he snorted coldly in his heart. Old things, you've been tricked. Soon, all of you will be in despair. That's right, trapping these 2 land immortals was part of his plan. Rescuing them was also part of his plan. Only with a plan within a plan could he deceive these land immortals. After all, the 9-headed lion was very cautious. However, no matter how cautious he had no choice but to continue. Lin Xian came to the side of the 4 Earth Immortals. To be exact, he walked in the center, surrounded by Earth Immortals. Now, he couldn't escape even if he had wings. However, he didn't care. Instead, he said, Seniors, you're really good to me. This way, I won't have to worry about any attacks. Hearing this, the 4 Earth Immortals sneered. Now, we didn't attack you because of the rules. Once we find a clue, we'll kill you first. Eagle God pointed below and said, although we were trapped here before, we could still feel that there was more mysterious information below. However, we couldn't break it at that time. Big brother, let's work together. The 9-headed lion nodded. Then, they quickly worked together. At this moment, the Great Emperors and Super Great Emperors behind also rushed over. A few people from 9th Heaven said, Seniors, please take us with you. We're also here on behalf of Ninth Heaven. Come over. The nine-headed lion didn't refuse and allowed them to enter together. Because he knew that the array below was even more terrifying. A single Earth immortal might not be able to block it. If these great emperors and super great emperors really died after entering, it had nothing to do with him. The people of Earth quickly walked into the depths of the mountain. Gradually, they began to sense a mysterious aura emerging from the ground. The aura made many super great emperors tremble. Some great emperors exclaimed, "This is the power of immortality. I can feel the power of immortality." Yes, the immortal aura. This place was indeed related to immortality. The immortal token should be in front of them. They were too excited and happy. Lin Xian's eyes also turned red. However, he restrained himself very well. Soon, the light in his eyes disappeared. However, Purple Immortal and the others sneered. Young people are young. Although it was only for a moment, we still saw it. This kid must have other trump cards to snatch the immortal token. However, it was impossible. They continued to move forward. After about 5 days, they finally stopped. Below, there was a cave, and inside, there was an ancient altar. The patterns on the altar were immortal runes, surrounded by immortal aura. On the altar, there was a key. A primitive, simple, and mysterious key. That key should be the clue to the immortal order. At this moment, the 4 Earth Immortals trembled with excitement. They could no longer remain calm. The great emperors and super great emperors behind him were also surprised. So it was a key. Great, I finally found it. They were happy too. At this time, Lin Xian said faintly, "Seniors, there is only one key." That was all he said. He didn't say anything else after that. However, everyone could tell that this guy was trying to sow discord. After all, it was a key. How could they split it? It was still a problem. "Brat, you talk too much. Do you want to die?" Violet Immortal said coldly. The Colossus also said, "How do we divide? It's not up to you to think. Anyway, you don't have a share." They didn't have the slightest bit of doubt because Lin Xian's performance was just too normal. The nine-headed lion looked at Shizhong and said, "Let's think about how to break the array first." Previously, there had already been such a terrifying immortal hand. Around this clue, there should be even more terrifying formations. Yes, that's right. Eagle Deity also nodded. Several super great emperors of the ninth heaven also took a deep breath. It really appeared. Then, they could summon their master. Thinking of this, they quietly put their hands into the storage ring and prepared to crush the teleportation array. At this time, a few black heads suddenly appeared above their heads. In an instant, they were suppressed. The figures of the martial monarchs of the ninth heaven stiffened. "Senior Lion King, why did you attack us? We represent the ninth heaven." The nine-headed lion snorted coldly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. But before that, if any one of you dares to move a finger, I'll let him know the fate of living a life worse than death." How could the nine-headed lion not know these people's little tricks? They wanted to summon the land immortals of the ninth heaven to come and snatch the treasure from them. Don't even think about it, since those land immortals didn't come before, there was no need for them to come now. Violet Immortal also frowned slightly. To be honest, at that moment, he also wanted to summon his sister. But now it seemed that he should wait a little longer and see if this array could be broken. "Let's kill this kid first." When he looked at Lin Xian, a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The Colossus also turned its head, raised its foot, and was about to land. Lin Xian said, "Don't, we haven't got the key yet. If you kill me, the immortal information here will instantly explode. After all, you are breaking the rules now. Anyway, I can't run away. Why don't I wait until you have the key in your hands? It won't be too late to make a move on me then. Kid, you still have fantasies. Do you really think you can use it in the end? It's ridiculous." "Not necessarily." Lin Xian held the guarding chess piece in his hand and said, "If you want to make a move, you have to bear the consequences. Break the array first, don't bother with this kid anymore." The nine-headed lion walked over. The 4 land immortals began to search, and an overwhelming power erupted. Everyone retreated into the distance. Lin Xian also retreated. However, at this time, one of the nine-headed lion's heads directly covered him and brought him to his side. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. You are not allowed to go anywhere, just stay under my nose. If you dare to do anything, I will kill you immediately. Do you understand? Damn it. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, showing a trace of unhappiness. The nine-headed lion laughed heartily. Right now, everything was under his control. He couldn't come to the people of the ninth level of heaven. As for this purple immortal, there was nothing to be afraid of. He even knew that purple immortal and the concrete elephant had joined hands. But, so what, he had a way to dissolve the alliance between the two. Of course, he didn't break it now, because this array was extremely terrifying, and the four of them had to go all out. Boom. The Colossus's foot struck forward, and suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. However, the array in front of them didn't move at all. They couldn't get close to the ancient altar at all. The immortal runes on the altar seemed to have awakened. They spun quickly, emitting a mysterious aura. So terrifying. The Colossus's arm trembled, but he was even more excited. The Colossus said, "This array is much more difficult than the previous one." Purple Immortal also shouted angrily and slashed out with her sword. Boom. Boom, the battle had completely erupted. At this time, a piercing light suddenly erupted from the immortal altar. Then, the array turned into a peerless killing intent that swept in all directions. Run. The surrounding great emperors fled crazily. Some of them were directly cut in half, and their blood stained the ground red. Run far away. These people moved quickly, and they also retreated. However, at this time, a ray of array light directly pierced through Xianxia's body. No. He let out a miserable cry and wanted to resist, but it was too late. In an instant, his body and soul were destroyed. When the others saw this scene, they ran even faster. No one below the Earth Immortal level could stop this power. They would be courting death if they stayed here. Another thunderbolt flew over. A super great emperor of the ninth level of heaven was pierced through. He let out an unwilling roar. How could this be? He represented the ninth level of heaven. However, it was useless. In front of this peerless array, he was just an ant. With despair and unwillingness, he fell to the ground. As for the others, some were blown away by a force and vomited blood. Some were cut in half. In short, it was very miserable. The only one who was safe was Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian was covered by the nine-headed lion's head. Break it with all your strength and don't hold back. The nine-headed lion roared. The other heads unleashed their power and attacked continuously like heaven immortals. At the same time, Purple Immortal said, "I'm afraid with our strength, we can't break it in a short time. How about this? How about calling my sister over?" Dream on. Eagle God shouted coldly. The nine-headed lion also said, "If you dare to attack, don't blame us three brothers for suppressing you first. Then, the three of us will slowly break the array. Even if it takes 100 or 1,000 years, so what?" Hearing this, Purple Immortal gritted her teeth. Damn it, damn it. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He really hoped that Purple Immortal's sister would come. Because from what he heard, the other party's sister was an Earth Immortal of the ninth level of heaven. If the other party came, he could kill them all. If she didn't come, it would be troublesome when he went to the ninth level of heaven in the future. However, the nine-headed lion and the others didn't think so. They wouldn't allow any Earth Immortal to come. They continued to attack. Monstrous divine power burst out, and the immortal chi was vast. Purple Immortal's face was cold as she attacked. However, she wasn't particularly worried. Because she still had a way to summon her sister. However, it would take some time. It just so happened that this array was very difficult, so she had plenty of time. This method was telepathy. If they were in the same level of heaven, this supernatural power could instantly let his sister know his current situation. But now, she wanted to send the news of the ninth level of heaven. It needed to be transmitted across heaven and earth. On the other hand, breaking through heaven and earth energy required a lot of energy, which could only be consumed through time. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. 3 months passed. Half a year passed. the battle continued. Developing here was really too terrifying. The few Earth immortals seemed to be very patient. On this day, Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. After spending half a year, he finally managed to send a message through telepathy. The ninth heaven. Purple Mountain. The mysterious purple-clothed woman suddenly opened her eyes. She had found a clue. That was really fast. She was really surprised. Although she had sent her younger brother and her subordinates down. However, there were still no clues. However, she was not in a hurry. How long had it been? Not even a year had passed. How could they possibly find any clues? She didn't expect that she would actually get a clue now. Their minds were connected. The power of the formation was beyond imagination. The purple-robed lady's eyes flickered. At the same time, she snorted coldly. This nine-headed lion was really overbearing. It directly controlled the people of the ninth layer of heaven. Therefore, no news could be spread. She looked into the distance and smiled. Fortunately, I have a younger brother down there. I think the other old monsters still don't know the news, right? The purple-robed lady planned to act quickly. She stretched out her jade-like hand and a purple vortex appeared. World Creation Mountain. An ancient and mysterious altar. The four Earth immortals were still fighting with all their might. At this moment, a purple vortex suddenly appeared. Then, a palm fiercely slapped down. The formation began to shake violently. The power of the fifth Earth immortal. Everyone was shocked. Who was it? The other Earth immortals were also stunned. Xian smiled. Sister, you're finally here. Damn it, how could this be? Eagle God's expression changed. The nine-headed lion also frowned. He stared at Xian with killing intent in his eyes. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the vortex. Nine-headed lion, if you dare to make a move on my brother, I will kill you even if I cross worlds. Boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, two more spatial cracks appeared in the surroundings. Following that, terrifying lightning bolts and a terrifying storm swept towards the formation. Suddenly, the formation shook violently. Were there more Earth immortals? The expressions of Eagle God and the others turned completely ugly. In this way, the three brothers had no advantage. Even Xian was angry. You know about it too. An old voice came from the lightning storm. Xian, we know that you have a younger brother in the lower realm. So, we have been watching your movements. When you made your move, we knew. Everyone, let's break the formation together. The nine-headed lion and the others had no choice but to agree. This time, there were 7 Earth immortals. The power was much higher than before. They attacked together. The formation shook violently as if it couldn't hold on at all. The runes kept shattering. Lin Xian was both happy and worried. He was happy that Xian's sister had finally made a move. However, there were 2 more Earth immortals. In this way, would his plan succeed? After all, he didn't plan to suppress so many Earth immortals. However, after watching for a while, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although a few cracks appeared in the sky, the true bodies of the Earth immortals didn't come over. It seemed that these people had to pay a huge price if they wanted to come down. Crack! Crack! More and more of the formation in front of them shattered. Everyone moved forward. Finally, they were close to the ancient altar. Buzz! Great, sister, hurry up! Xian roared. He had already distanced himself from the nine-headed lion and the others. In the purple vortex, a jade-like hand finally reached out. Another arm grabbed the key below. How dare you! The nine-headed lion roared angrily, his head shaking the sky. However, the other Earth immortals also attacked. 3 arms appeared in the sky, each of them carrying purple smoke, a terrifying storm, and a sky full of lightning. Third brother, you attack! The nine-headed lion roared. Eagle God was the fastest. However, the other Earth immortals weren't slow either. They were only a little behind before they enveloped the ancient altar. At this moment, the ancient altar suddenly erupted with a terrifying light. On the ancient altar, endless runes condensed into an eye and suddenly opened. That gaze enveloped the entire world. It was eerie and creepy. He was the fastest, so he couldn't dodge at all. After being enveloped by that gaze, he felt that his entire body was about to stiffen. At the same time, he let out a terrified roar. Immortal Eye! The other Earth Immortals were also shocked. What was going on? Why did the Immortal Eye only open now? Could it be that someone was consciously controlling it? Run, they retreated frantically. But it was already too late. In the sky, the three arms of the ninth heaven also wanted to escape. However, they were all enveloped by the gaze in an instant. The three arms immediately stiffened, and their movements became very slow. Sister, save me. Xian was also terrified. Because he felt that some mysterious patterns had appeared on his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a statue. Mysterious patterns appeared on the bodies of the Earth Immortals. They looked like the patterns of stones. Their bodies were about to turn into statues. The nine-headed lion roared angrily and used all its firepower to block the attack. They quickly retreated. The other Earth Immortals did the same. They even burned their immortal chi and divine fire without any regard for their lives. They were really afraid. The light from the Eye of Immortality was called the Light of Immortality. Once they were enveloped by it, they would be petrified and turned into stone men. At that time, it would be difficult for them to even move, and their strength would disappear. So now, even if they risked their lives to damage their foundation, they couldn't stay here. They had to escape. Don't you think it's too late to escape? At this moment, a sneer was heard. The voice was very young. Who was it? Eagle God roared. Purple Immortal also roared. But in the next moment, they were stunned. It was Lin Xian's voice. He suddenly turned his head. Lin Xian sneered. Kid, do you want to die? Even we can't resist it, let alone you, big brother, kill him. The nine-headed lion's face turned cold and he wanted to attack. But at this moment, Lin Xian's back split open. A palm appeared behind him and suddenly grew larger, covering the sky and the earth. It was a huge hand, the Hand of Immortality. Its appearance immediately shrouded the entire sky. It sealed off all the Earth Immortals' escape routes. Damn it, why do you have the Hand of Immortality? The nine-headed lion roared crazily. One of his heads was instantly shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. Not only that, his scalp went numb. He felt that he had fallen into a trap. You really tricked us. The other Earth Immortals also understood and gritted their teeth. They had fallen into a trap, that's right, they had fallen into a trap. All of you had fallen into my trap. After saying that, the Hand of Immortality behind Lin Xian became even more terrifying. Go to hell. The Colossus roared and stomped on Lin Xian, crushing Lin Xian's body. He was finally dead. Little ant, go to hell. They roared crazily. Killing Lin Xian would relieve the hatred in his heart. Although they were smiling, their expressions were extremely ugly. With the immortal hand and the immortal eye, there was no way they could escape. In the end, these land immortals screamed in despair. In fact, the body of the Colossus collapsed directly. The soul wanted to escape, but it was useless. Under the gaze of the undying eye, stone patterns began to appear on their bodies. Gradually, they turned into statues. Damn it, in the sky, the three Earth Immortals of the ninth heaven also roared. Their outstretched hands were completely petrified. Furthermore, this power was still spreading throughout their bodies. They hurriedly retracted their palms and defended themselves. This scene was extremely terrifying. The land immortals who were previously incomparably terrifying and could suppress heaven and earth had all turned into statues and stood there. He was surrounded by a terrifying aura of destruction. The emperors in the distance were all stunned. What's going on? How did their master, a land immortal, become a statue? Should I go over and take a look? That's right, how could this be? Are you courting death? Even an earth immortal couldn't resist it, yet you still want to go over. If you want to die, don't drag me along. All kinds of discussions could be heard. These emperors didn't leave, nor did they dare to go over. At that moment, a figure began to walk forward. Soon, he arrived at the battlefield ahead of him. Who is it? You're so reckless. At this time, if you want to go over, I think you're dead. When they looked over, they were stunned. It's that kid. This back view is so familiar. It's Lin Xian, he's not dead, impossible, I saw with my own eyes that he was crushed by the giant elephant. How could he not be dead? Magical, it's really magical, the figure walked over and looked at the statues, exclaiming in surprise. At this moment, a roar came from the statue. You're not dead either, how is this possible? This was the voice of the giant elephant. Lin Xian was shocked and quickly retreated. However, he soon smiled. It seems that your bodies have been petrified and your power has disappeared. However, it's not true death. It should be a special state of life. Thinking of this, he smiled again. That's right, I'm indeed not dead. What you killed was just an incarnation. Impossible? You even fooled me. You don't have such ability. The nine-headed lion's voice was also heard. At this moment, it had turned into a lion statue, which was very spectacular. Lin Xian snorted. Impossible? I think you're the ignorant one. The seventh heaven is the heavenly cycle master. Don't you know this little news? The heavenly cycle master made a death substitute rune for me. Just now, I used this kind of rune. By the way, does Xianxia know about the seventh heaven's earth immortal? Back then, she was also fooled by this kind of rune. That's why she was seriously injured by me. What? The heavenly cycle master's rune? Damn it, the giant elephant roared. The nine-headed lion also roared angrily. Eagle deity was completely silent. Purple deity, on the other hand, went crazy. Previously, he mocked Xianxia for being an idiot for being defeated by a young emperor. But now, he was also fooled by a young man. Moreover, his ending was worse than Xianxia's. Xianxia was seriously injured, but she could still recover. However, they couldn't. After being petrified, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to recover. Although they wouldn't die, living in despair like this was even more miserable. For earth immortals were petrified, and the other three had their arms petrified. Unfortunately, Purple Deity's sister only had one arm petrified. If she was completely petrified, he would have one less enemy when he went to the ninth heaven. However, this kind of result was already very satisfactory. At least, the immortal hand was very satisfied. If it wasn't for Lin Xian's help, he could at most beat these earth immortals away. However, it was impossible to completely petrify these earth immortals. When these earth immortals were covered, they would probably make a comeback. But this time, these earth immortals probably wouldn't make a move for a long time. It would be very difficult to break through the petrification. Young man, you really did it. The immortal hand's voice sounded. Lin Xian's smile disappeared. Instead, he frowned. He remembered something. When he entered the immortal city, there was a condition. If they failed, the earth immortals of the divine realm would be petrified. At that time, he didn't quite understand. But now, when he saw these few statues, he felt a chill in his heart. The so-called petrification of the earth immortals was probably the scene in front of him. Lin Xian stood next to the earth immortals. He could only feel that these people were still alive. The power in their bodies had disappeared. They couldn't even move. If they were really petrified, then it would be too tragic. Their top fighting strength would disappear instantly. At that time, the otherworld heavenly king would probably attack crazily and destroy the divine realm in one fell swoop. But fortunately, it seemed that the divine realm had the upper hand for now. He was really looking forward to seeing the earth immortals of the otherworld heavenly king petrified. Lin Xian was shocked that the immortal realm had such a terrifying power that it could petrify the earth immortals. At the same time, he was even more curious. What exactly was the immortal realm? Was it a person or a realm? He didn't know anything. Because no one could answer him. These earth immortals seemed to be afraid of something and didn't dare to say anything. However, Lin Xian knew that petrification wasn't absolute. Once the petrification was broken, it could be restored again. For example, the war god seemed to have been petrified before, but later he broke the petrification. When Lin Xian saw the war god for the first time, the other party was like a stone monkey. However, in the following battle, the war god was able to make a move. Although there were still stone-like patterns on his body, he had already broken through the petrification. However, the time spent in this process should be very long. Lin Xian asked, "What exactly is this petrification?" The immortal hand said, "It's a very strange state. It's just that we let them feel it in advance." "What does it mean to feel it in advance?" Lin Xian was taken aback. Could it be that the Earth Immortals would eventually return to the petrified state? The doubts in his heart grew even greater. The immortal hand said, "Young man, you'll know when you become an Earth Immortal. Telling you now will only increase your worries. Well, here's what you want." With a wave of the immortal hand, the key flew to Lin Xian. "This is the clue to the immortal token. You really surprised me. Maybe this time, you really have a chance to get the immortal token. Good luck." With that, the immortal hand waved again, and a big crack appeared in the sky. Then, Lin Xian and the other great emperors who were still alive all flew into the big crack and disappeared. Under the earth of the world creation mountain, peace was restored again. The immortal eye and immortal hand also sank into the earth. It was as if all the battles had never happened. However, there were only a few more mysterious statues. "Damn it!" The Colossus roared, "I actually fell into the hands of a little ant and died with grievances." Purple Immortal also gritted her teeth, "Damn brat, just you wait, my sister will avenge me." The Eagle God was silent. Did he fail? The nine-headed lion was even more incredulous. All along, he had thought that he was in control of the entire situation. He had completely disregarded Lin Xian. But now, he had been utterly defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated by a young man. Unbearable. All kinds of crazy roars came from under the ground, shaking the nine heavens. However, that was all they could do. They couldn't take revenge. They couldn't do anything. He could only feel endless regret and despair. Boom! Boom! Above the sky of the creation boundary mountain, a huge crack appeared, and then, several figures fell down. After these people fell, they were still in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? They were all stunned. They were the subordinates of the Earth Immortal. Earlier, they had seen an unbelievable scene. The Earth Immortals attacked the array formation with irresistible force and victory was about to be achieved. But at this moment, the void tore apart as the unparalleled powerful beings of the nine heavens made their moves to snatch it. The scene became confusing. In the end, who would emerge victorious? He had no idea either. However, they guessed that it might be the nine-headed lion. After all, if the three brothers worked together, they could sweep through everything. Of course, those people of the nine heavens believed that their master would win. Because the Earth Immortals of the nine heavens were even more terrifying. However, the situation once again exceeded their expectations. The little ant in their eyes, Lin Xian, suddenly erupted with immortal power. He even threatened that this was all a trap set by him. And this was indeed a trap. The mysterious altar, the immortal eye, directly turned these Earth Immortals into stone men. The monstrous divine power disappeared, the terrifying immortal chi disappeared, only a few cold stones stood there. On the other hand, Lin Xian had become the ultimate winner. He had obtained the key and the clue to the immortal badge. All of this was too shocking that their brains couldn't react. How could Lin Xian be so powerful? Wasn't he just a little ant? Why was he so terrifying? They finally got a clue. Next, it was time to go to the nine heavens. Not far away from them, Lin Xian's voice came. These great emperors came back to their senses. When they looked at Lin Xian, they were both terrified and gnashing their teeth. They couldn't accept that the other party had defeated their master. Some people's eyes were even fiery red. Now that they didn't have the power of immortality, could they make a move on Lin Xian? After all, the other party had the clue of the immortal token in his hand. It was something that all the Earth Immortals wanted. Looking at your eyes, you're planning to do something to me. You're courting death. Lin Xian sneered, kneel down and kowtow, and I'll spare you this time. These words made the great emperors on the opposite side completely angry. Their faces darkened. Even if you win this time, so what? That's not your own strength at all. That's right, you're just combining the power of immortality. Otherwise, with your own strength, the Earth Immortals can slap you to death with one hand. Everyone, let's join hands and kill this kid to avenge our Earth Immortals. A powerhouse stood out. He was the representative of the ninth heaven. A terrifying storm flickered on his body. Kill. With a roar, he struck out a storm that filled the sky. Seeing this, the others also attacked. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and the heavenly eagle dodged in an instant. Then, he rushed over. He didn't kill the others. Instead, he directly rushed towards the Wind Emperor. Boom. The golden fist landed on the other party's body. The Wind Emperor roared furiously and unleashed a terrifying wind armor to defend against the attack. It even formed countless wind blades that slashed forward. An earth-shaking sound rang out, but the Wind Emperor felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt that all his armor had been shattered, and all his bones had been broken. How is this possible? So powerful. He opened his mouth and blood flowed out. He went crazy. How is this possible? The other party was just a great emperor, and he was a super great emperor. He should be able to crush the other party. However, he could feel the terror of the other party's fist. The other party's strength seemed to have surpassed his. It felt so unreal for an early-stage great emperor to defeat him. Boom. It was another golden right fist, and it directly hit the Wind Emperor to the ground. Then, Lin Xian stepped on the other party's head, and a biting cold-killing intent appeared in his eyes. With a point of his finger, the sword chi pierced through the other party's body. The Wind Emperor let out a miserable roar because he felt that not only was the other party's physique powerful, but also the sword chi. The sword chi was even more terrifying. When the sword chi entered his body, it began to destroy his meridians and immortal chi. This made him despair. If his immortal chi was torn apart, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. You can't kill me. I'm the disciple of the god of wind. If you kill me, my master won't forgive you. My master is in the ninth heaven, and he hasn't been petrified. So, you can't kill me. You don't want to be enemies with an earth immortal, do you? The Wind Emperor felt that he was right. The other party would definitely go to the ninth heaven. The other party had already offended several earth immortals. He couldn't offend another earth immortal, right? The ninth heaven didn't have the power of immortality to cooperate with the other party, so this kid definitely wouldn't dare to make a move. After Lin Xian heard this, he laughed out loud. So what if I'm an enemy of an earth immortal? Not to mention you, the 4 earth immortals inside are all my masterpieces. Do you think I'm afraid of you? With that, Lin Xian's sword chi slashed down again, piercing through the other party's body. The Wind Emperor was extremely miserable. His foundation was severely damaged, and his immortal chi was cracking. In this way, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Lin Xian formed a sword array, enveloped the other party, and threw him into the distance. Then, he turned his head and looked at the people around him. He said coldly, "Who dares to be my enemy?" The others were all scared silly, and their bodies began to tremble. This guy was really crazy. Run quickly. They wanted to escape danger. Lin Xian cut through heaven and earth with his sword. He said, "I told you, kowtow and apologize to me, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, no one can leave today. You're courting death." The others were still angry. Everyone joined forces. With that, they attacked crazily with terrifying power. Lin Xian shouted angrily, "Immortal Senior, please seal the 8th heaven. Even if they escape to the ends of the earth, as long as they are still in this heaven, I will hunt them down." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian made his move. The great emperors were no match for him at all. Even the late-stage great emperors were no match for him. As soon as the immortal power was released, it turned into a shocking rainbow, and these people immediately screamed miserably. Although the super great emperor had escaped, Lin Xian still chased after him crazily. He was very fast. In the end, these people had no choice but to say, "Can't we apologize?" They were really on the verge of collapse. Kneel down and apologize. Although they were unwilling, what could they do? Earth immortals would rather die than offend him, let alone great emperors like them. Therefore, they were prepared to kneel down and apologize. However, after kowtowing, Lin Xian said, "That was before. You guys dared to resist just now, so I'm adding more conditions. Cripple your own divine flame and immortal energy, and I'll forgive you all. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." "What? Destroy his own divine fire and immortal chi? In your dreams. A great emperor roared. Lin Xian slashed his opponent into two halves. At the same time, the power of the immortals erupted from his body. Who is not convinced? He asked in a low voice. Step forward now, and I'll send him on his way myself. Everyone trembled. What kind of immortal chi was that? What kind of power was this? This kid's aura was too strange. It was completely different from theirs. It was also different from the land immortals. Some of the great emperors were scared out of their wits. With a boom, their immortal energy shattered. In an instant, his cultivation level dropped to that of a supreme. The others had no choice but to do so. In the end, those who were still alive all became supreme beings. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly, I won't kill you. You guys can leave. These people were no longer a threat. They gritted their teeth and quickly fled. This time, they had indeed fallen. They had to leave this place quickly. There was another reason why Lin Xian didn't kill these people. That was, they were all witnesses. These people had personally witnessed the petrification of the land immortals. Moreover, these were all subordinates of the land immortals. Their status was also extraordinary. It would only be true if these people spread the news. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian took out an array and said to the array, Senior Heavenly Master, I did it. I got a clue to the immortal token. The seventh heaven. The ruins of the array sect. The Heavenly Master opened his eyes. When he heard the voice coming from the array, his body swayed slightly. Did he really do it? This young man was too extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice came from the array, Senior, I still need you to do something for me. Spread this news throughout Immortal City. Except for the ninth heaven, spread it to the other heavens. Let them know that the guardians and land immortals have all been petrified and no longer pose a threat. Are you worried about the people of the ninth heaven? The Heavenly Master said, Don't worry, I'll start now. That's right, Lin Xian was indeed worried. When the people of the ninth heaven knew that the seventh heaven was guarded by the Heavenly Master, they dared to secretly frame him. Now that the land immortals of the other heavens had disappeared, the people of the ninth heaven would hurry to support their own people. This way, the land immortals of the ninth heaven would control too much power in Immortal City. Lin Xian wouldn't allow this to happen because it was a huge threat to him. Therefore, he spread the news in advance and let the emperors of each heaven start fighting each other. This way, the people of the ninth heaven wouldn't be easy to control. When the news spread, the entire Immortal City was shocked. The people of the sixth heaven were all stunned. What? Purple Immortal disappeared? Turned into a statue? The people of the fifth heaven, fourth heaven, and third heaven were all dumbfounded. At first, they didn't believe it. What kind of joke is this? That was a land immortal who could sweep across a world and suppress a heaven. Who could be his match? But soon, they realized that something was wrong. The super great emperors who had left with the land immortals had returned. They were very weak and had even suffered heavy injuries. These people rushed over and asked what had happened. Those injured super great emperors gritted their teeth and told them what had happened. At the same time, they said, it was Lin Xian who did it. They wanted to gather their strength and attack Lin Xian. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian had spread the news earlier. Therefore, when the people of these heavens heard that the land immortals were really suppressed, they were all stunned. Everyone stood there, motionless, their minds blank. After a few days, when these people came back to their senses, they gasped. Revenge on Lin Xian, what a joke. Was the land immortals strong? 4 land immortals working together were suppressed by Lin Xian. Who would dare to make a move? It was too scary, too dreamy. The land immortals had always been the absolute strength that no one could surpass. But now, the situation had changed. After the initial shock and fear, they gradually became greedy. Since the land immortals were no longer around, could they replace them? The land immortals' mansion was still there. Could they become the new land immortals? In an instant, some super great emperors rushed over, wanting to snatch the land immortals' treasures. There were more than one person who had this thought. Therefore, a great battle broke out in an instant. Get lost, I am Master's most capable subordinate. Nonsense, I am the disciple of the land immortals. What right do you have to tell me to get lost? Then let's fight. Only the strongest are worthy of the land immortal's treasures. Immortal City. The people of the divine realm were scattered in different heavens. At this moment, when they heard the news, they were all stunned. What? Lin Xian suppressed 4 land immortals? Impossible, right? Had Lin Gongzi become so powerful? Heavens, could it be that he had also broken through to become a land immortal? These people were all stunned. Their first feeling was that it was unreal. His second reaction was to wonder if someone was going to attack them. Would the forces of the land immortals attack the people of the divine realm? This made them feel as if they were facing a great enemy, and they all hid. However, after waiting for a while, they realized that there was nothing. Instead, everyone was fighting for the land immortal's treasures. Let's go too. These people joined in one after another. On the other side, the people of the other side were also stunned. Nine-tailed Fox and the others couldn't believe their ears. What? Lin Xian suppressed the land immortals? What a joke. Even if that kid was 10 times stronger, he wouldn't be able to do it. They didn't believe that this was done by Lin Xian. However, the disappearance of the land immortals might be true. That was because an earth-shattering battle had already taken place where they were. Therefore, the people of the other side also joined in the fight. These battles were extremely terrifying. Everyone wanted to obtain the treasures. However, there was one person who had the most advantage, and that was the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King had followed the 9-headed lion before. However, this time, he didn't go to the 8th heaven. Instead, he stayed in the 9-headed lion's residence. Therefore, when the 9-headed lion disappeared, the Golden Lion King received the news. He knew that this matter was related to Lin Xian. He was stunned at first, then he immediately took action and began to collect the 9-headed lion's resources. Did the 9-headed lion treat him well? He couldn't say. The other party didn't threaten him. However, he didn't nurture him. The other party put the Golden Lion King here just to study the Golden Lion King's bloodline. The Golden Lion King was also a beast of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was a mutated lion race. Therefore, this bloodline didn't exist in the Immortal City. After seeing it this time, the 9-headed lion was immediately interested. He brought the Golden Lion King to his side. Initially, he had thought that after finding clues about the immortal token, he would study the golden bloodline properly. But to his surprise, he was petrified this time around. Although the Golden Lion King didn't know the 9-headed lion's goal, he didn't feel any warmth. Moreover, he was from the God realm. Therefore, everything he did was for the God realm. The Golden Lion King immediately took action. It even began to suppress the surrounding demonic beasts for its own use. The battles in the other heavens were extremely intense, but the 9th heaven was incomparably quiet. There was no news about Lin Xian here. In fact, they didn't even know what was happening in the other heavens. After all, every layer of heaven had the power of heaven and earth as a fortress that isolated everything. Only by paying a huge price would one be able to cross it. At this moment, the 9th heaven fell into a strange silence. All the cultivators felt a sense of fear, as if a storm was about to arrive. However, no one knew what had happened. Purple Mountain. This was where Ziyan was, a sacred place. No one dared to behave atrociously here. The atmosphere in the Purple Mountain was even more solemn. Inside the mountain, there was a terrifying power that permeated the air every day. Ziyan's endless immortal chi condensed and poured into her right hand. Her right hand had become 10 points terrifying. One must know that she was as beautiful as a fairy from the 9 heavens. However, at this moment, her right hand had turned into a stone arm. It was ferocious and ugly. More importantly, her right hand couldn't feel anything. Even if she wanted to cut off her arm, she couldn't grab it. To put it more accurately, her right hand seemed to have been crippled. However, the flesh and blood of her right hand were crippled. Even the part of her right hand that was part of her soul was petrified. There was no reaction at all. How could this be? Damn it! Recover! Ziyan screamed. She tried another method, but it was still useless. In the next moment, she waved her hand and a few heavenly treasures flew over from afar. Among them, there was a Qilin divine medicine. That medicinal herb had the appearance of a Qilin. Its entire body was emitting a purple light. It was incomparably mysterious. If this medicine was taken outside, it would be enough to make any great emperor go crazy. In fact, even the other Earth immortals would be envious. The Qilin divine medicine split open and fused into the petrified right arm. Immediately, the medicinal power bloomed, and the entire arm shook violently. Ziyan held her breath. She was incomparably nervous. She didn't know if she could recover. The purple light on her right arm became more and more terrifying. The phantom of a purple Qilin roared towards the sky, shaking the 9 heavens. However, in the next moment, these phantoms disappeared without a trace. Her entire right hand was completely unresponsive. Damn it, how could this be? I don't believe it. With a wave of her hand, she took out another crystal. This crystal was as big as a millstone. It was crystal clear. This was a spiritual liquid of heaven and earth. It was a spiritual liquid that had been condensed for millions of years. It was enough to bring a great emperor back to life. Even if a Earth immortal was severely injured, after eating a piece, he would be able to instantly recover his qi and blood. This was a rare treasure. She cut the millstone-sized spiritual liquid of heaven and earth into half, and then turned half of it into liquid and poured it into her right hand. However, it was still useless. Ziyan went completely crazy. She roared towards the sky, damn it, why?" The entire purple mountain shook violently. Outside the purple mountain, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Endless mountains shattered and the earth cracked. In the area under her control, many cultivators lost their lives because of this. However, Ziyan didn't care about this at all. She only wanted to recover her arm. Not to mention her, the other 2 Earth immortals also didn't feel good. Back then, there were 3 Earth immortals in the 9th heaven. Other than Ziyan, there were 2 others. One of them was the god of wind. In the 9th heaven, there was a place that was completely a place of storms. The wind here was extremely terrifying. Great emperors from other places didn't dare to rashly come here, because their bodies would be torn apart. And in the depths of this storm stood a figure. Around this figure, the wind roared and turned into a wind beast that circled around him. This was a man, a middle-aged man. However, his condition was also not good. His right hand was also petrified. There were several treasures in front of him. However, none of them could alleviate his injuries. He couldn't feel his right hand at all. There was another person, the lightning immortal. This was an old man surrounded by lightning. The powerful destructive power was enough to pierce through heaven and earth. His right hand was also unable to recover. In fact, he even used the power of lightning to destroy his body. His entire body was torn apart, turned into a bloody mist, and healed. However, his hand was still petrified. This strange power seemed to accompany him, undying and indestructible. The 3 Earth immortals were furious. They wanted to catch Lin Xian and make Lin Xian suffer a fate worse than death. Who would have thought that they would fall into the hands of a little ant? However, Lin Xian had not arrived at the 9th heaven yet. Moreover, they did not publicize this matter with great fanfare. After all, this matter was really too embarrassing. If word got out, it would be a slap to their faces. There was another reason. In the 9th heaven, other than the 3 of them, there were other Earth immortals. If others knew that the 3 of them were injured, perhaps someone would sneak attack them. Therefore, the 3 of them were in seclusion in their respective places and did not go out. Even their subordinates did not know that the 3 of them were injured. However, they still ordered their subordinates to quickly find Lin Xian. Once Lin Xian appeared, they would immediately kill him. For a time, the undercurrent of the 9th heaven surged. After Lin Xian obtained the immortal key, he began to head to the 9th heaven. There were already people lurking at the entrance of the 9th heaven. These were the subordinates of the 3 Earth immortals. One of them was barehanded. One of them was holding a thunder sword. The other person carried a black box on his back. That box was 2 meters long and half a meter wide. It was extremely mysterious. No one knew what was inside. There were many figures in the surroundings. Even the array formation had appeared, covering the sky and earth, waiting for the enemy to arrive. However, after waiting for a few days, someone became impatient. He frowned and said, "Will that person come? I don't think he has the guts to come to the ninth heaven. Maybe we are wasting time here." "Shut up, if the Lord said he will come, then he will definitely come. Wait patiently," the leading great emperor said in a deep voice. The others did not speak anymore. They waited silently. Buzz. Finally, a figure appeared on the horizon of the ninth heaven. "Is he here?" The eyes of the three leaders burst out with extremely cold light. "I will come and meet him." A man in a green robe walked out. He was the subordinate of the god of Gale. These days of waiting had made him very impatient. He wanted to see who the person that the Lord made him wait for was. The wind and clouds surged under his feet. The green-robed man transformed into a storm and flew forward. When he got close, a flying knife appeared in his hand. The knife flashed and carried a tornado with it. Murderous intent surged as he flew forward. As the saber flew out, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It was the Emperor of Flying Daggers, Dao Wushang. Many people cried out in surprise. Obviously, the person who did this was very famous. The saber did not injure anyone. It was a saber strike that killed someone, yet it did not leave any scars. However, this blade could pierce through the body and soul, sending the enemy to hell. The figure that appeared from the horizon was none other than Lin Xian. He came from the 8th layer of heaven and arrived at the 9th layer of heaven. He sighed in his heart, "This place is even more mysterious than the 8th layer of heaven." Lin Xian could sense the aura of a land god from afar. It was like a god that made people look up to him. This was the last layer of heaven. Lin Xian knew that there were not only 9 longevity fruits here, but also the immortal token. This time, he had come for both the longevity fruit and the immortal order. Of course, the most important thing was still the immortal token, because after getting that, he could save all of them. Just as he took a few steps, the wind and clouds surged in front of him. A green flying knife cut through the void and charged directly at him. Above the flying dagger, there were green flames and boundless killing intent. Buzz, facing this knife, he did not dodge. Instead, he stretched out 2 golden fingers and gently pinched. Clang, boom, the sound of metal colliding was heard. Then, the sky fell and the earth cracked. A storm raged and the front turned into nothingness. The people watching the battle in the distance all laughed. "Is he dead?" Dao Wushang snorted coldly. "How powerful am I? He can't even take one of my attacks. You made me waste so much time waiting." He was full of disdain. Turning around, Dao Wushang wanted to leave. The others also prepared to go up. They could go back and report. Whoosh, behind them, the sound of something breaking through the sky suddenly came from the void. Then, the flying dagger flew back like a bolt of lightning. With a puff, it pierced through Dao Wushang's body. Dao Wushang lowered his head and found that his heart had been pierced through. Not only that, there was a crack on his body that was quietly growing bigger. Then, there was a crack. Emperor blood flew out, and pain spread throughout his body. Dao Wushang let out a miserable cry. What happened? The people in front who were preparing to leave stopped and turned around. Seeing Dao Wushang's situation, their faces changed drastically. "Who is it? Is the person from before not dead?" They raised their eyes again and looked at the sky. The sky was still shattered. However, at this moment, a figure gradually walked out of the crack. This person was slender, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were piercingly cold, like a young sword god, and he had a terrifying aura. Is he really fine? These people did not believe it. The 3 super great emperors leading the group looked solemn. This person was not simple. They prepared to attack. This time, their master only gave them a portrait of their target and their cultivation. They knew that the other party was a young great emperor, but why did they want to capture him? They did not know. However, they would obey their master's orders unconditionally. "Who are you? Why do you want to attack me?" Lin Xian's voice came from the front. "Under the orders of our master, we are here to capture and suppress you," the bare-handed man said coldly. "Since that's the case, you can go to hell." Lin Xian understood that these should be the subordinates sent by the 3 injured Earth Immortals. Attack, the other party gave the order, and immediately, 6 figures rushed over. 6 against 1, even if the other party was a young genius, he would not be able to resist. Boom. Lin Xian slashed down with his sword. The immortal slaying sword turned into a peerless light, and the power of the immortals erupted. The entire sky shattered, heaven and earth darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light. This sword shocked the people on the other side. They realized that they had underestimated their enemy again. They had always been 9th-level genius powerhouses. Except for the Earth Immortals, they did not put anyone else in their eyes. Not to mention, a person from the lower realm had crossed the heavens and earth to come here. Such a person was an ant in their eyes. 6 against 1 was already giving the other party a lot of face. The other party could die with pride. However, when all of this happened, they knew that they were wrong. Moreover, they had no chance to make up for this mistake. The 6 figures in front roared and resisted with all their strength. However, under this sword, their bodies were shattered, and blood stained the sky. Some people's pupils were dilated, and their souls were extinguished. At the moment of death, they heard a voice. "Remember, I am Lin Wudi." What an arrogant name, what a terrifying sword technique. The bodies of the 6 people fell from the sky. "Come at me together." Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. On the immortal slaying sword, the emperor's blood dripped, and the biting cold sword intent on it rotated as if it could tear the sky apart. "Come at me together." The 3 powerhouses in the lead said coldly. If it were any other situation, they would feel ashamed. What did they think they were when they ganged up on them? They were peerless powerhouses, but at this moment, they couldn't care less about their face. The person in front of them was too strange, and they had to end the battle quickly. Kill, 17 experts rushed over. This was a peerless powerhouse. Their combat strength was monstrous. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His golden right hand erupted and slapped forward like the hand of a god. The void instantly shattered. The 17 people were shocked. This power seemed to have surpassed the great emperor. Pfft. The 2 of them were hit by the golden hand. Their bodies shattered and their bones cracked. However, at this moment, the 3 of them attacked Lin Xian from behind. The terrifying power fiercely blasted onto Lin Xian's body. Boom! Sword chi flew out from Lin Xian's back, turning into 2 dragon shadows that roared towards the sky. They blocked the attack from behind. Damn it, he actually blocked it. The 3 of them couldn't believe it. They prepared to attack again. In the next moment, they saw an unbelievable scene. After the 2 sword chi dragons, tens of thousands of sword chi rushed out from Lin Xian's back, turning into 2 pairs of sword chi wings. If one looked carefully, they would find that these 2 pairs of wings were completely formed by dragon shadows. It was overwhelming, as if 10,000 dragons had awakened. How could there be so many? These 3 peerless powerhouses couldn't believe it. What kind of power was this? No one answered. The 3 of them were enveloped by the endless sword chi. Then, 3 white bones fell to the ground. 1 man and 1 sword, sweeping in all directions. The battle was extremely intense. However, Lin Xian's speed was faster than the great emperor's. No power could get close to him. Instead, Lin Xian's golden right hand and the terrifying killing sword in his left hand. They could continuously pierce through the opponent's body. When the last figure was split apart, the battle ended. Lin Xian was spotless, and sword chi surrounded his body. He was like a golden god and a peerless sword immortal, as if he shouldn't exist between heaven and earth. However, he really appeared in front of the enemy. "Not bad, you guys are very strong. It's been a long time since I had a good battle." Lin Xian's blood was boiling. Indeed. The previous battles in the 7th and 8th heavens were mostly battles with earth immortals. Lin Xian couldn't have a good battle at all. Now, the battle with the 17 peerless powerhouses made his long dormant blood erupt again. A man wielding a sharp sword swept through heaven and earth. "You, fight me." Lin Xian looked at the unarmed man. This person was tall and wasn't wearing any armor, nor was he holding any weapon. His opponent's body emitted a green glow. "My name is Qi Feng, Transcending Emperor Early Stage," the tall man said in a deep voice. Then, he threw out a punch. Tens of thousands of horses fell silent, and a storm roared. Raging firestorm fist. In the midst of the terrifying gale, there were scorching flames. It was all because of the will of the blade. Their enemies had long been turned into ashes. This group of people had always been successful. It was Qifeng's famous ultimate technique. With this pair of fists, he could split mountains and rivers and laugh proudly in the world. Now, he was still able to defeat his opponent. Boom! The fiery storm instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian and enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding void was ablaze. Lin Xian's figure seemed to be torn to pieces. It hit. The corners of Qifeng's mouth rose slightly. However, he was not careless. Judging from his opponent's previous battle, this punch was not enough to kill him. However, this ultimate punch could give him the upper hand and take down his opponent in one go. Thinking of this, he stomped his feet and immediately flew forward like a gust of wind. He opened and closed his fists, releasing endless divine power. Two huge tornadoes bloomed on his fists. They were as bright as the sun. Kill! With a roar that shook the 9 heavens, he punched out with both fists. This time, he would definitely be able to seriously injure his opponent. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. However, when his fists reached the limit, the void behind him split open, and a figure appeared. Then, the same golden fist landed on his back. Boom! Qifeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt that his back was completely shattered, and his internal organs were about to rot. He couldn't help but vomit blood, and his body fell from the sky. However, he was still a peerless expert. The 2 divine flames on his body erupted and healed his injuries. At the same time, he turned his body and looked over. He couldn't help but exclaim. It turned out that Lin Xian had appeared where he was standing and injured him with one punch. What a fast speed. The previous punch didn't hurt him at all, let alone gain the upper hand. I was too careless. Lin Xian stood in the 9 heavens, holding the hilt of his sword with both hands, and stabbed downward. A ray of sword light danced silently. Heaven and earth were abnormally quiet, and only Qifeng's terrified roar could be heard. However, in the next moment, a dragon's roar was heard. The immortal slaying sword seemed to have turned into a peerless dragon that descended from the sky. The dragon head roared and swallowed Qifeng. Roar, boom, boom. 2 earth-shattering sounds were heard. Qifeng's body was torn apart, and endless sword qi pierced through his body. The storm on his body and his powerful body became extremely weak at this moment. Boom! With one strike, Qifeng's body fell to the ground. He didn't die, but he was seriously injured. A super great emperor's life force was much stronger than a great emperor's, but at this moment, he couldn't stand and could only tremble. I've experienced it. That's all there is to it. Lin Xian put away his sword and stared at the other 2 instead of his opponent. Who's going to teach me? The other 2 experts couldn't believe it. The other party's ability to fight above his level was a little too terrifying, strong. Super strong. Lin Xian's strength was completely unexpected. Qifeng, an early-stage super great emperor, was much stronger than a great emperor. But now, he was seriously injured in 2 moves. Could it be that this kid had the strength of a mid-stage super great emperor? The other party could fight above his level, and by so many levels, it was hard for ordinary people to imagine. The man with the thunder sword frowned. The power he used was not divine power or immortal qi. What was it? It was like the fusion of the 2. The man with the black box frowned. Both of them existed at the same time? Impossible. No one in the world could do this. Let's do it together. Don't waste any more time. The 2 of us can't make any more mistakes. The man with the thunder sword nodded and walked out. This man had a square face, and his eyebrows were like sharp blades that pierced the sky. His eyes were like lightning, emitting a cold light. This person was called Lei Yun, a mid-stage super great emperor. The other person was wearing a black robe and carrying a black box. He was called He Ming. He was also a mid-stage super great emperor. The 2 super great emperors joined forces at this moment, forming a triangle, not giving Lin Xian any way out. You are very strong. Lei Yun said, if it was any other time I would fight you one-on-one, and fight to my heart's content. But not today. I am here on the orders of the Lord. I must suppress you. So, in today's battle, I will do whatever it takes. As soon as his voice fell, the thunder sword in his hand was already out of its sheath. It turned into a full moon in the air and fell down fiercely. The thunder in the sky shook the 9 heavens, killing all enemies in the world with one strike. This strike was extremely fast. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Xian. With a clang, it hit Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was finally knocked back. At this moment, the black-robed man on the other side, He Ming, moved. He tore the sky and came behind Lin Xian. The black box on his back quickly opened, and a cold light flew out. At the same time, there was that strange fog flying up. Everything was over. The black-robed man said coldly, the poison in this black box is very terrifying. Even a super-great emperor can't resist it. At this critical moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the power of the great dragon sword soul erupted. Boundless sword chi swept out, and a sea of swords flew out. The terrifying sword chi turned into an ocean, causing the entire world to shake. It was as if it could easily split the universe. The two collided, but there was no earth-shattering sound. There was only a low sound, as if ice and snow were melting. However, it was extremely terrifying. The poison that the black-robed man was so proud of was quickly disappearing. How was this possible? When the black-robed man saw this scene, his expression changed. What kind of sword chi was this? Buzz, just as he was stunned, another sword came, and the sword chi slashed down. The black-robed man hurriedly raised the black box to block it. With a dang sound, a thunderous sound rang out. He was blasted backwards. His hands began to tremble violently, and cracks began to appear on the surface of his black box. The black-robed man gasped. The other party's sword was too terrifying. It was as if a sword god had come back to life. It was terrifying, and he couldn't help but want to kneel down. The two of you are just SOSO. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Boy, you are too arrogant. At this moment, the thunder blade slashed over. The blade was incomparably cold, as if it could split the heavens and earth. Lin Xian waved his golden right hand and blocked the blade. This surprised Lei Yun. His thunder blade was also terrifying, but the other party blocked it with just his physique. What kind of physique was this? Heaven-defying sword technique and physique. Was this really just a great emperor? Even a super great emperor couldn't do it. It seemed that he was going to use his real unique skill. The black-robed man waved the black box in his hand, and it turned into 18 different weapons, surrounding him. With a roar, he attacked with all his strength. The black flames shook the stars in the sky. Rumbling sounds fell from the sky, forming a strange phenomenon. At this moment, the sun and moon were dim, and the world was dark. Under the 18 weapons, everything was about to be shattered. Lei Yun also swallowed the thunder blade. The next moment, his whole body erupted with an extremely terrifying light. He turned into a new thunder blade. The pinnacle of lightning destroyed the universe. The strength of the two of them was rising rapidly. Lin Xian also frowned. These two people's trump cards were indeed strong enough to surpass the others. From the looks of it, it was time for him to unleash his true ultimate skill. Great Solar Indestructible Palm. The golden right hand, together with the emperor-level unique skill, struck out fiercely. A palm turned into a star, shining in all directions and raining down thunderbolts that filled the sky. At the same time, he waved the immortal slaying sword like a sword dragon. The dragon's shadow rolled and roared ferociously as it attacked the black-robed man. Lin Xian fought 2 super martial monarchs on his own. The thunderclouds turned into a thunder blade, and he raised his combat power to the extreme. After the attack landed, the power caused people to feel despair. Even the great solar indestructible palm was shaken. On the other side, 18 types of weapons wrapped around the immortal execution sword, emitting a sky-shaking sound. Endless flames danced in the air, transforming into countless black holes. Kid, we won't let you leave today. The two of them roared furiously. The battle here was extremely terrifying. Countless people in the 9th heaven were shocked. Who was fighting? Ordinary martial monarchs didn't dare to get close. They could only guess. And there was another place to watch the battle, which was the second heaven. In the second heaven, there was an ancient cave residence, and there was an equally mysterious woman inside. Her gaze pierced through the universe and looked at the ninth heaven. When she saw Lin Xian, she sighed softly. He was alive, and he even got a clue about the immortal token. This brat was really surprising. Well, I promised the little girl before, so I should tell her the news. The mysterious woman retracted her gaze and looked inside the cave residence. There was the figure of a phoenix, emitting 7-colored light, and it was very mysterious. This 7-colored phoenix figure was Murong Qingqing. Because she cultivated the immemorial phoenix's ultimate skill, she had transformed into the state of a phoenix. In the next moment, the mysterious woman's voice sounded. Little girl, wake up, stop cultivating. Your brother Lin Xian has reached the ninth heaven. Murong Qingqing opened her eyes. At first, she was at a loss, but then, she was extremely happy. Did brother Xian succeed? That's great, senior, you promised me. I want to go to brother Xian's side. Of course, I mean what I say. Little girl, take this. In the void, a pair of jade-like hands appeared. There were 3 ancient seals on them, each of which was the size of a walnut. On each ancient seal, there was a phoenix pattern, just like a phoenix seal, vivid and lifelike. After Murong Qingqing took it, she asked, Senior, what is this? When you're bored, you can play with it. When you meet an invincible enemy, you can throw this thing out and kill the enemy. You can only use it once, understand? There are many earth immortals in the ninth heaven, so you can't use it casually. Although the mysterious woman said it casually, Murong Qingqing could tell that it was an incredible treasure. Thank you, master. Murong Qingqing didn't call her senior anymore. Instead, she called her master. The mysterious woman's lips curled into a smile as she thought, you're such a lovely girl. Go, I'll send you to the ninth heaven. There were several heavens between the second heaven and the ninth heaven. Even an earth immortal might not be able to break through it. However, this mysterious woman could. Her fingers gently slid, and her nails directly split the void in half. A terrifying space channel condensed and formed. Go, little girl. Walk into the space channel and you'll be able to reach the ninth heaven. Murong Qingqing was overjoyed. But soon, she stopped and said, Master, look at your disciple. Can you help me recover? She was still in the form of a 7-colored phoenix. This is because of the ancient phoenix technique. You've only cultivated half of it, so you're still in the form of a 7-colored phoenix. Besides, you're originally from the Phoenix clan. What's wrong with this? Do you think that kid will despise you? Murong Qingqing blushed and said, No, I'm afraid that others will want to attack me after seeing me. Let's see who dares? The mysterious woman snorted. But then she said, How about this, I'll give you another thing. She waved her hand and a bracelet flew to Murong Qingqing. After wearing it, you can hide your body so that others won't be able to find out that you're Gufeng. Murong Qingqing's bloodline was indeed able to shock the powerhouses. However, with this bracelet, all problems will be solved. Master, I'll go. Murong Qingqing walked into the space channel. In the ninth heaven, the battle between Lin Xian and the 2 super great emperors was still ongoing. Both sides were fighting earth-shattering. The 2 super great emperors were attacking with all their might and gradually suppressed Lin Xian. The 2 were overjoyed. It wouldn't be long before they could completely suppress each other. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He snorted and was about to use some more terrifying techniques. But at this time, the void not far away cracked. A voice came from the crack, Who dares to hurt brother Lin Xian? This voice resounded in the sky. The 3 people fighting in front were all stunned. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This was Qingqing's voice. Great, Qingqing had appeared. All this time, he hadn't heard any news about Murong Qingqing, which made him extremely worried. He didn't expect that Qingqing would appear in the ninth heaven. The other 2 super great emperors were also stunned. Who was this person? Was this kid's helper? Thinking of this, they roared angrily, ready to kill Lin Xian in an instant. You're courting death. Murong Qingqing was completely furious. She flew out of the space channel. The 7-colored light swept through the 9 heavens, and the phantom of a phoenix soared between heaven and earth. At the same time, an ancient seal condensed and formed beside her. That ancient seal was only the size of a walnut. However, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, causing the entire sky to shake violently. The two super great emperors below felt their hair stand on end. Their figures flickered, and they stopped attacking Lin Xian. Instead, they quickly fled. Because the power that appeared was enough to turn them into ashes. After retreating into the distance, the two super great emperors' faces were extremely ugly. They raised their heads and looked up. Who exactly was it? How could it be so powerful? First, they saw a seven-colored phoenix soaring between heaven and earth. What shocked them was that a phoenix, a divine beast of heaven and earth. In the next moment, they saw an ancient seal beside the seven-colored phoenix. The terrifying destructive aura was emitted from that ancient seal. What a terrifying aura. It seemed to have the power of an earth immortal. It wasn't something they could resist. The two super great emperors' faces were extremely ugly. Lin Xian was also surprised. The power emitted by that ancient seal was extremely terrifying. It could indeed threaten the super great emperors. This was a transcendent power. He also had such a trump card, such as the three true fire. However, Lin Xian prepared to use it to deal with an earth immortal, so he wouldn't use it before. Moreover, what surprised him was that Xianxia actually had such a treasure. Obviously, she had also had a fortuitous encounter. That's great. Xianxia, each of us can deal with one of them, right? Lin Xian asked. Morong Xianxia said, Brother Lin Xian, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Throw them into the spatial tunnel, someone will deal with them. The super strength emperor was terrifying. Morong Xianxia knew. Even though she had cultivated the immemorial phoenix seal, it was still difficult for her to kill a super great emperor. Even if Lin Xian killed a super great emperor, he would need a long time to use the great dragon sword spirit. From the looks of it, it was impossible to instantly kill a super great emperor. However, it would be a different story if that mysterious woman were to make a move. Therefore, Morong Xianxia had a new suggestion. Lin Xian was taken aback. Space channel? From the looks of it, there was a mysterious power inside. Forget it, there was no need to think too much about it. The two of them rushed over. You're courting death. The two super great emperors roared. They knew that it was impossible to kill Lin Xian today, so they wanted to retreat. However, Lin Xian and Morong Xianxia didn't give them a chance at all. Lin Xian became one with his sword and turned into a giant dragon that swept across the sky. The dragon attacked fiercely. The sky full of sword chi surrounded the dragon as if it was going to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earth. On the other side, a 7-colored phoenix swept across the 9 heavens. The dragon and phoenix formed a super powerful vision that swept across the two super great emperors. The two super great emperors were so shaken that their blood was boiling and their bodies were about to crack. No. Although your bloodline is powerful and you have many trump cards, we're not weak either. You can't kill us at all. We're mid-stage super great emperors. The two of them were very confident that as long as they avoided the dragon and phoenix attacks, they would find a chance to escape. However, the two super great emperors didn't expect that Lin Xian and Morong Xianxia didn't plan to kill each other. Instead, they planned to throw each other into the spatial tunnel. At this moment, the spatial tunnel was about to disappear. They only had one chance. Attack! Lin Xian shouted. The giant dragon flew over and came to Morong Xianxia's side. It was a true dragon and phoenix attack. A terrifying aura surged into the sky. The Thundercloud Emperor couldn't block it at all and was sent flying. In the next moment, he fell into the spatial tunnel. The black-robed man quickly dodged. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xian shouted angrily, his dragon sword spirit soaring into the sky. The sword broke the mountains and shattered the sky in the distance. The black-robed man's blood was boiling. You're courting death. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Xian now, but he couldn't do it. At this moment, Morong Xianxia activated his ancient aura and an even more terrifying destructive power swept out. Another dragon and phoenix attack sent the black-robed man into the spatial tunnel. The black-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood and released a crazy killing intent. Just you wait, you can't kill me. When I break the spatial tunnel and come out again, it will be the time of your death. Buzz. The spatial tunnel closed, and the killing intent that filled the sky also slowly disappeared. Success. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief and was very happy. Lin Xian asked, "What's on the other side of the tunnel?" "Don't worry, the two of them won't be coming back." Lei Yun and the black-robed man fell into the spatial tunnel and were also teleported. When they reappeared, they were already in a cave. Where was this? The two of them were stunned. They should still be in the immortal city and didn't know that they were in the ninth heaven. "It's okay, let's go back and inform our master and let him do it himself." The divine fire and immortal chi on their bodies jumped and they were about to attack. However, at this moment, a faint voice came from the void. "Since you're here, don't leave again." "Who's there?" "Sneak out, get out here." Lei Yun roared angrily. However, he was greeted with a slap. A white jade palm suddenly appeared and slapped Lei Yun's body. Lei Yun's powerful lightning body was instantly filled with cracks. Then, it suddenly shattered. Lei Yun was terrified. "Senior, please spare me." He realized that this was a power that surpassed a super great emperor. It wasn't something he could resist. However, it was too late. After this palm fell, his soul was also extinguished and his entire body turned into ashes. A super great emperor was killed instantly. "Little ant, who gave you the courage to be disrespectful to me? Didn't your master teach you to be respectful?" In the cave, the mysterious woman's voice sounded and the sky was surrounded by a sea of great emperor blood. The black-robed man next to him was so scared that he knelt on the ground with a plop. He was covered in cold sweat. This was an Earth Immortal level powerhouse. He was so scared that he quickly kowtowed. "Senior, please spare me. Please spare me. You're very obedient. I won't kill you. But I'll suppress you first." With a light flick of her finger, the power of heaven and earth formed a heavenly steel and suppressed the black-robed man. The black-robed man didn't even have the strength to resist. He only had one thought: who the hell is this? It was too scary. The ninth heaven. Morong Qingqing said, "Don't worry, there's a very scary senior expert there. She's my master. Those two super great emperors will never come back." "Where have you been all this time?" Lin Xian was very curious. Morong Qingqing told him her experience. She said, "I'm actually very lucky. I found a senior of the Phoenix clan and cultivated there." Lin Xian was also envious after hearing this. She was too lucky. Unlike her, he had risked his life and offended several Earth Immortals along the way. It could be said that he had narrowly escaped death to reach the ninth heaven. Hearing Lin Xian's encounter, Morong Qingqing was also nervous. This was too legendary. One had to know that the land immortals were high and mighty existences that they looked up to. Even if Morong Qingqing had this ancient seal now, she wouldn't dare to offend so many land immortals. However, Lin Xian dared to. He had even seriously injured the land immortals and turned a few land immortals into statues. Everything could become a legend. Morong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian with stars in her eyes. It was too admirable, too legendary. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. "Oh right, Brother Xian, did you get the divine fruit? I got one here. Let's go find the other longevity fruits." Lin Xian said, "I have 39 here. You have one too, did you get the first one?" Morong Qingqing was also stunned. "What? 39? Did I hear wrongly? There are only 49 longevity fruits in total, and most of them are with Lin Xian?" Lin Xian was even more delighted. In this way, he and Morong Qingqing would have 40 together. The remaining 9 were all in the ninth heaven, and no one had obtained them yet. In other words, the other side didn't get a single longevity fruit. This was really great news. This time, the people of the other side wouldn't be able to return. Although it was a random selection, those who could come here were all peerless experts. The fall of one of them was heartbreaking. Such a powerhouse would have been the strongest powerhouse of that era in every previous era. Therefore, even the other side wouldn't be able to withstand the fall of 49 peerless experts at once. And once they failed, the land immortals on the other side would be petrified and their peak strength would be weakened. The backbone strength would be greatly weakened. The other side was probably in danger. This was a great opportunity for the divine realm. Brother Xian, what should we do next? Should we go find the other 9 longevity fruits? Lin Xian said, let's go find the immortal token first. I have clues about the immortal token. We have to set off immediately. Because in the 9th heaven, there were 3 land immortals who knew this secret. The enemies from before were sent by them. Now that the mission had failed, it was likely that the land immortal would personally take action. Therefore, we cannot be careless in the slightest. Am I being targeted by the land immortals again? Moreover, they were 3 earth immortals. Morong Qingqing was extremely nervous. She said, I have 3 ancient seals in my hand. I wonder if they can hurt a land immortal. Lin Xian also said, I still have 2 balls of Samadhi true fire here. One of them is a divine fire at its peak and can hurt an earth immortal. As for the other one, I absorbed some of it. However, I can still block the attack of an earth immortal. No matter what, we have the capital to contend with the land immortals. This time, Lin Xian was even more careful. There was no other way. When he fought against Yu Xian'er, he worked together with Zhou Tianchi. And in the 8th layer of heaven, fighting against a group of earth immortals was a cooperation with immortal power. This time, they could only rely on themselves to reach the 9th heaven. Therefore, they had to be more cautious. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian took out the immortal key and sensed its aura. Then, he said, this way. They flew into the distance. Not long after they left, Ziyan snorted coldly. The aura of her subordinates disappeared. Did they fail? What a piece of trash. However, this also meant that the kid was here. Kid, you can't escape. Ziyan snorted coldly. In her eyes, there was a purple light that cut through heaven and earth. The entire 9th heaven was enveloped by her soul. Soon, she discovered Lin Xian. Originally, she wanted to make a move. However, when she saw the phantom of a phoenix beside Lin Xian, she was stunned. She didn't know why. She felt a trace of familiar information from this phoenix. She didn't think too much about it. However, with this delay, she felt the power of the other 2 land immortals also enveloping her. The power of these 2 land immortals was the god of wind and the immortal of lightning. These 3 people had tried to snatch the key in the 8th heaven. As a result, one of their arms was petrified. Unexpectedly, they were working together again this time. Of course, the 3 land immortals were only cooperating on the surface. In fact, they each had their own formation. These 3 people all sensed each other's existence, so they didn't make a move. Because once they made a move, it would be a battle between land immortals. At that time, it would alarm the other land immortals, and the situation would become uncontrollable. At this time, Ziyan said through voice transmission, the 2 of you, how about listening to me? Say it. If the 3 of us make a move now, who will win? No one knows. At that time, the other land immortals will be alarmed. At that time, it's hard to say whether we still have an advantage. Why don't we let this kid take the key and search for it? When the immortal token appears, we'll make a move. How about it, you mean to cast a long line to catch a big fish? The god of wind also sneered, no problem, I agree. Anyway, this kid is being watched by the 3 of us. He can't run away. The 3 land immortals made a decision in an instant. They wanted to let this kid know what it meant to be a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Lin Xian didn't know what the 3 land immortals were thinking. However, he knew that the land immortals surpassed everything. He definitely wouldn't be able to hide his arrival in the 9th heaven for long. Soon, the 3 land immortals would know. Therefore, he and Morong Qingqing were flying at a fast speed. They had already obtained some clues from the immortal key. Finally, they flew all the way until they arrived at a mountain range. It's here. Lin Xian landed and looked around. Then, he said, Qingqing, why are you still in this state? There was no need to fight now. Morong Qingqing forced a smile and said, Brother Xian, there's nothing I can do. I've only cultivated half of the ancient phoenix spell. I can't recover. However, Master gave me this thing. I think I can hide my aura. After saying that, she put on the bracelet. Then, the seven-colored light on her body disappeared. However, Morong Qingqing's eyes widened. It's still a phoenix? Is Master reliable? In fact, the mysterious woman couldn't be blamed. In the mysterious woman's opinion, phoenixes were common, but seven-colored phoenixes were not. Therefore, as long as she hid the seven-colored phoenix bloodline, nothing else mattered. The other land immortals wouldn't attack a phoenix. Let's go. The two set off towards the mountain. This was a continuous mountain range, a bit like the world creation mountain of the eighth heaven. There were mountains as far as the eye could see. Moreover, there was a mysterious aura. In the void, the eyes of three land immortals appeared and looked down. Purple Mist said, "This is the Immortal Gaze Mountain. I have meditated here before. However, I didn't find anything else." The God of Wind also said, "Could it be that the Immortal Token is in the Immortal Gaze Mountain? Should we directly attack the Immortal Gaze Mountain?" The Lightning Immortal said, "Don't, haven't you been to the Immortal Gaze Mountain? There is more than one land immortal who has cultivated there. I have also cultivated there and stayed there. I found that the king's place is very mysterious. Don't act rashly. The eighth heaven, haven't we suffered enough? If we attract the power of immortality again, we are finished." Immortal Gazing Mountain was a very magical mountain. It was said that the phantoms of immortals often appeared here. There were indeed traces of land immortals here. In the ninth heaven, more than one land immortal had stopped here to cultivate. Therefore, this place was full of miracles. At the foot of Immortal Gazing Mountain, there was a village. At this moment, there were many people gathered in the village. These were not ordinary villagers. If one sensed carefully, they would find that their auras were very powerful. There were even divine flames and immortal chi on their bodies. Obviously, there were emperor-level figures here. What kind of village was this? This village was called Immortal Seeking Village. They existed to search for immortals, to break through and become land immortals. The clan leader of Immortal Seeking Village was very old. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It was very difficult for him to even walk. "I have no hope. The last time I entered Immortal Gazing Mountain, I was injured. My foundation was damaged. After hundreds of thousands of years, my life is finally coming to an end. So this time, I can't enter Immortal Gazing Mountain at all. Next, you can only rely on yourselves." After hearing this, many young people's eyes turned red. "Clan leader," they said, "you will be fine. Don't worry, clan leader. We will go in and find immortal herbs for you." The clan leader revealed a gratified smile. "You are the hope of the future. However, I have to remind you that it is very dangerous inside. You must be careful. If you find that you can't resist it, come out quickly. Don't be like me, knowing that I can't do it. In the end, it will only increase the sadness. Don't worry, clan leader. I will lead the team this time. There will be no problem." Another old man walked over. This old man was wearing a blue robe. He was the great elder of this village. "With you here, I am relieved." The clan leader also nodded. Indeed, this great elder was not ordinary. His name was Yusong, a pine tree who cultivated to become an emperor. He was now a mid-stage super great emperor. He was very close to the late-stage super great emperor. He could even break through at any time. At this moment, a low rumbling sound suddenly came from outside, followed by a flash of light. What was going on? These people all turned their heads to look. A great emperor said, "Someone is breaking the seal. Someone wants to enter Immortal Gazing Mountain." "Who is it? Who wants to enter Immortal Gazing Mountain at this time?" They looked up and saw two figures. One of them was a young man with a slender figure and a handsome face. The other one was actually a phoenix, a divine beast. A young man said, "This mythical beast represents auspicious signs. It's not bad to catch it as a pet." The young man who spoke was very handsome. He was wearing blue armor and looked very mighty. Immortal chi circled around his body, making him look like a young god of war. He was Emperor Frigid Extreme, the Grand Elder's disciple. Regardless of status or strength, he was extremely terrifying among the younger generation. No one could compare to him. At this moment, Emperor Frigid Extreme was looking at the phoenix in the distance with a cold look in his eyes. Not only did he have this thought, he even wanted to make a move. However, at this time, the old patriarch, who had been weak until now, began to tremble. Two flames suddenly appeared in his eyes and pierced through the 9 heavens. The next moment, he said excitedly, "It's him. It's really him. I've been waiting." "Old patriarch, what's going on?" "Yes, don't scare me." The surrounding people were scared silly. They were afraid that the old patriarch would suddenly fall. The old patriarch's body trembled even more. He said, "Don't do anything to these two. Invite them in. You must invite them in respectfully." Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. They invited them in respectfully and rudely. Judging from their appearance, they were only great emperors. Although they were terrifying, they weren't so respectful. They would only be like this when facing Earth immortals. Why? Why did the old patriarch say something like this? "Hurry up and do it. I'm not dead yet." "You don't want to listen to me, do you?" The old patriarch suddenly shouted angrily. Everyone was startled. "Patriarch, please calm down. We'll invite them in now." Two figures flew into the sky. "Fellow Taoists, please wait." In the sky, 2 men from the immortal-seeking village appeared. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing stopped and frowned slightly. There were people here, and their aura seemed to be not bad. Lin Xian looked down. The next moment, he exclaimed, "There is a terrifying village in the array. And in the village, there are peerless powerhouses." This was too unusual. What was going on? Could it be that the 3 Earth Immortals sent them to continue hunting him down? Thinking of this possibility, his expression became extremely cold, and a golden flame even spread out from his body. The 2 people from the immortal-seeking village quickly said, "Fellow Taoist, don't be afraid. We're not here to attack you. The old patriarch invites you in." "The old patriarch?" Lin Xian was stunned. He said coldly, "Don't play tricks. I've already met your people once. You've set up an inescapable net below, right? You've really misunderstood. We're from the immortal-seeking village. You two want to go to the immortal gazing mountain, right?" "Brother Xian, they might not have any ill intentions," Morong Qingqing said. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. He said, "Okay, I'll go down with you." Anyway, the 2 of them had trump cards in hand, so they weren't afraid of traps. "Please." The group descended. When they entered the immortal-seeking village, even Morong Qingqing was shocked. She knew that there were many experts here, but she didn't expect there to be so many. This was already equivalent to a top sect. But these people were actually willing to live in seclusion at the foot of the mountain. There must be a demon behind this abnormality. "I wonder why the old patriarch wants to see me." After Lin Xian arrived, he stared at an old man. This old man was very old. It seemed that he didn't have much time left. "How dare you be so rude to our old patriarch?" Emperor Hanji, who was next to him, shouted coldly. His voice carried a monstrous chill, as if it was going to freeze everything. Lin Xian frowned slightly, glanced at the other party, and then ignored him. "It doesn't matter." The old patriarch looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Then, he suddenly asked through voice transmission, "May I ask if you're from the outside world? Are you intruders?" Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He also said through voice transmission, "That's right. Are you here to attack us? Which Earth Immortal sent you here?" The old patriarch was also stunned. The person in front of him had offended an Earth Immortal. He was really bold. However, he also knew a little about the intruders. These people were originally very terrifying, and they wouldn't stay here forever. If they offended an Earth Immortal, they might leave alive. He no longer cared about this matter. He said, "I don't care about your grudge with the Earth Immortal. I only want to ask you, do you want to enter the Immortal Gaze Mountain?" "That's right." Lin Xian nodded. "Are you going to stop me?" The old patriarch said, "No, because we also want to enter the Immortal Gaze Mountain. I want to join forces with you. I even want you to lead us there." Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. Because at this moment, the two of them were talking through voice transmission. They couldn't hear anything at all. Did the old patriarch know the other party? Why was the old patriarch talking through voice transmission? Was there something he wanted to hide from them? The atmosphere in the immortal-seeking village was a bit strange. Everyone stared at Lin Xian, wanting to know what he was talking about. Lin Xian frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, he said, "Why do you believe me? We don't know each other, do we? Are you so sure that I have no ill intentions?" The old patriarch sighed and continued to transmit his voice, "Young master, this might be your first time here, right? You have no idea how dangerous the immortal gazing mountain is. There are miracles here. Moreover, there are even more unknown dangers. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, I went there once. At that time, I was already at the late stage of the Supreme Emperor realm. I wanted to break through and become a land immortal. However, no matter how hard I cultivated, I couldn't condense the third immortal energy. I even despaired. Later, I knew that there was hope in the immortal gazing mountain. So, I went in. However, I was attacked when I was there. Who was the one who attacked me? I don't know. That time, I was seriously injured. Only one of the people who went in with me came back alive. The rest were all dead. He came back with me, who was seriously injured. From then on, I recuperated at the foot of the mountain. After hundreds of thousands of years, the immortal-seeking village was established. During this period, we also entered the mountain once. However, we also suffered heavy losses. The immortal gazing mountain is too dangerous. This time, although we have prepared for another 100,000 years, it can be said that we are fully prepared. However, can we succeed? I'm still not sure. Moreover, over the past hundreds of thousands of years, I have also collected countless information. There is a saying that intruders may have a higher chance of success. Therefore, when I knew that you were an intruder, I had already decided that we must ask you to lead us in. What are your conditions? You can name them as you wish. There was actually such a thing. What danger is there? Lin Xian was surprised. However, the old man said, "Unknown danger. I was injured by an unknown creature." It was stranger than he had imagined. However, this immortal gazing mountain was a place where there might be immortal tokens. No matter how strange it was understandable. Anyway, he was going to go in. It didn't matter if he brought the people of the immortal-seeking village in with him. Therefore, Lin Xian nodded and said, "I can go in with you. What is your request? I have weapons, pills, cultivation manuals, and so on. I don't need them. I want your cultivation experience, especially when you break through." "No problem." The old patriarch took out an ancient storage ring and placed it in Lin Xian's hand. He said, "It's inside." Lin Xian probed it with his soul. Indeed, he discovered that there were many stone tablets inside. On these stone tablets, there were mysterious traces of the Great Tao. These were the insights of the old clan chief, and could be said to be incomparably precious. Although both parties were working together and taking what they needed, Lin Xian still felt that this gift was too valuable. He originally thought that the other party would only give him the cultivation insights of the Great Emperor realm. He didn't think that the other party would give him the cultivation insights of a transcendent God Emperor too. This way, when he cultivated, he would receive a lot of inspiration, and his cultivation speed would also increase. Lin Xian put it away and said, "Don't worry, old patriarch. I will definitely come back alive after entering Mount Wangxian. At that time, if it's possible, I'll see if I can heal your injuries." Hearing this, the old patriarch's body trembled, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. However, it soon dimmed again. It had been hundreds of thousands of years, and there had been no hope. This time, there probably wasn't much hope either. However, he still said, "Thank you, young master." The surrounding people were even more confused. What was in the storage ring? Just as they were guessing, the old patriarch spoke. He didn't send a voice transmission, but his voice was transmitted to the surroundings. He said, "This time, our immortal village will work together with two geniuses to enter Mount Wangxian. And this time, we have to listen to Lin Gongzi on the way." "What? Listen to him?" The surrounding people were stunned. It's not a big deal to enter the mountain together, but why do we have to listen to him? The Grand Elder frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. Although he was very dissatisfied. He glanced at the disciple next to him. Emperor Extreme Frost immediately walked out and said, I don't agree. This kid is only a great emperor, and he's in the early stage of the great emperor realm. With such strength, why should we listen to him? I think my master is more suitable. Yes, the Grand Elder is very powerful. He's in the middle stage of the Transcendent God realm, and he's almost in the late stage of the Transcendent God realm. He's a true peerless master. Only by listening to the Grand Elder can we live. Listen to this kid? We'll probably die soon after we enter. Alright, this is my order. Are you ready to return? The old patriarch shouted coldly again, and his expression became extremely serious. The surrounding people were silent. The old patriarch was highly respected. Who dared to refute him? Young Master Extreme Frost looked at the Grand Elder. Master, say something. The Grand Elder shook his head slightly, indicating for his disciple to stop talking. Although he didn't know why the old patriarch changed his mind. There must be a secret. There must be a secret that he didn't know. But so what? He had agreed here, but who had the final say in entering the Celestial Gaze Mountain? Didn't it depend on strength? No matter how strong this young man was, could he be stronger than him? With a single hand, he could make the other party hover between life and death. If there was danger, he only needed to watch coldly and not help. That brat would soon fall. Thinking of this, the first elder's lips curled into a smile. He said, everyone, listen to the old patriarch. Since the Grand Elder said so, the others naturally wouldn't refute. They prepared to set off for Mount Wang the next morning. At night, Morong Qingqing said, Brother Xian, it seems that these people aren't convinced. It doesn't matter. We're going to enter the mountain anyway, and our goals are different. We can't stay with them all the time. If there's any danger along the way, I'll remind these people. This is what I promised the old patriarch. However, Lin Xian couldn't do anything about whether these people would listen or not. If they didn't listen and insisted on courting death, then there was nothing he could do. At the same time, Lin Xian gave the storage ring to Morong Qingqing. He said, when you have time, read the cultivation insights inside. After reading it, Morong Qingqing exclaimed, what precious insights. With this, their cultivation speed would be even faster. They had all entered the Emperor realm and became great emperors. However, there was still a difference in strength between them. Some great emperors had cultivated for 10,000 years. Some had cultivated for 100,000 years. Some had even cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. According to the division, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing had just entered the Great Emperor realm. Early stage Great Emperor realm. Of course, both of them had trump cards, so their combat strength far exceeded this realm. However, cultivation still had to be cultivated step by step. Especially Lin Xian, who cultivated the power of the gods, it was more difficult for him to break through than other great emperors. The night passed quickly. The next day, the sun rose, and the group set off for Mount Wang. Outside the village, Emperor Frost Extreme looked at Lin Xian and said, Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better apologize to my master. If you follow my master, you will still be able to come out alive. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will inexplicably die in there. His words were threatening. The others also looked at Lin Xian. They snorted in their hearts. Without the protection of the elder, what will you do? However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly and said, I don't blame you for your ignorance. Because you don't know what a real genius is. But for the sake of the elder, I'll warn you when there's danger. Let's go. I'm in a hurry. With that, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing walked forward. This surprised the others. Young Master Frost Extreme also gritted his teeth. Kid, why are you so arrogant? Just wait. You'll regret it and be afraid. The Grand Elder didn't say anything. After all, he was of noble status and was a supreme emperor. He couldn't go against a young man. However, he was determined to kill him. He promised that he wouldn't save him if there was danger. Take our chariot. Frost Extreme waved his hand and a chariot appeared, surrounded by a terrifying array. It was a chariot at the level of an extreme weapon. Everyone boarded the chariot. This time, there were 15 people going. Including Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, there were 17 people. Young Master Frost Extreme said, "Sorry, there's no room for you." As he spoke, he raised his chin. Obviously, he wanted to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself. However, Lin Xian said, "Your chariot's defense is not good. It's not even as strong as my body." He waved his hand and golden flames formed a golden dragon shadow. Then, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing stood on the dragon shadow and walked forward. Wherever the golden dragon passed, all living things would submit to it. It was as if a god had come out. It was dazzling. Everyone was stunned. Doesn't this guy know how to keep a low profile? This is Immortal Gaze Mountain. Aren't you afraid of attracting danger? Emperor Frigid Extreme snorted. Idiot, let's stay away from him. At that time, he would let that kid die first. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. However, they were still too narrow-minded. Lin Xian's next move stunned them even more. Lin Xian stretched out a large golden hand and grabbed at the distant forest like a god. Then, he caught a monstrous beast, beheaded it, and began to roast it. Then, he released another streak of sword energy, flying into the distance, fetching 9 heavens water, starting to make spiritual wine. This was not just high profile, this was simply arrogant. Not long after, a fragrant aroma wafted over. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing began to savor the delicacies. Lin Xian said, "I didn't think that the demonic beasts in Immortal City would taste so good. It was different from outside." Murong Qingqing also narrowed his eyes happily. Inside the war chariot, the faces of the people inside the war chariot were unsightly. Look at what they are eating, this was the life of an immortal. As for them, they were eating pills. In addition to pills, there were more pills. A woman sighed, "Cultivation is so boring." She was the 9-crown king, one step away from becoming a great emperor. However, at this moment, she had a feeling that she didn't want to cultivate. Cultivation is too hard. "I want to be like him, free and unfettered." Emperor Frost Extreme gritted his teeth and said, "Junior sister, don't be fooled by this kid. Just watch, he will die soon." As he spoke, he also gritted his teeth. One had to admit that Immortal Gazing Mountain was indeed very mysterious. The deeper they went, the slower they moved. The reason for that was because they were able to sense an unusual aura. On the 5th night, something finally happened. Originally, they had all stopped to rest. Because the night was even scarier, the group had all been silently cultivating. Suddenly, a streak of red light appeared in the distant mountain peak. Like a streak of crimson sword energy, it pierced through the sky. Everyone was startled and opened their eyes. Someone said, "Is that a treasure?" The appearance of a treasure and the phenomenon of heaven and earth caused even Emperor Frost Extreme's eyes to turn red. The first elder said, "Don't be rash. It might not be a treasure. It might be a trap. We must be very careful here." They didn't move that night. On the 2nd night, they saw the crimson light again. An hour later, the crimson light disappeared. They still didn't move. On the 3rd day, they finally couldn't help but say, "First elder, let's go take a look. There are so many of us. It should be fine if we get closer, right?" Even the first elder was tempted. It appeared 3 days in a row. Is it really a treasure? Look at the crimson sword energy. Is it a godly sword? Why don't we take a look? Next to him, Murong Qingqing asked, "Brother Xian, shall we move?" Lin Xian shook his head slightly, "No, don't forget our goal." They only had one goal, and that was to find the immortal token. Nothing was more important than this. Therefore, they didn't want to complicate matters. The group stood up. Only Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were still sitting there. When the others saw this, they immediately laughed, "What cowards." Emperor Frost Extreme also snorted, "If you're afraid of death, don't come in." With that, they rose into the air and prepared to fly. At this moment, someone was faster than them. In the distance, several huge figures rushed over. They were demonic beasts. Among them, there were 2 low-level demonic beasts. They were as fast as lightning. "Oh no, someone beat us to it. Let's go." Emperor Frost Extreme said. The first elder also snorted, how dare a mere emperor-level demonic beast snatch the treasure in front of me? He was about to fight for it. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change in front of him. A scream came from the front. It turned out that the Crimson Sword energy suddenly exploded and killed all the demonic beasts nearby. Emperor blood danced in the air, and white bones fell from the sky. The terrifying explosion sounded like the end of the world. Everyone was stunned. Their bodies began to tremble. Emperor Hanxi's face turned pale. Dead. 4 powerful demonic beasts were all dead. Among them, there were 2 emperor-level demonic beasts. They were killed instantly. This was a trap. They were so scared that they quickly came to the ground, not daring to go any further. Fortunately, they were 1 step slower. If they had arrived earlier, would they be the ones to die? Thinking of this, they were extremely afraid. The first elder's face was also pale, damn it. Just now, he was almost blinded by the treasure. He couldn't let it go like this. He thought to himself, I have to be more careful in the future. Only Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were calm. Throughout the entire process, they were extremely calm, as if they weren't surprised at all. The difference between the 2 sides was obvious. The group was panicking, while the other 2 were calm. This made Emperor Frost Extreme and the others even more angry. Why? How can cowards live so happily? You 2 just wait. One day, I'll make you kneel and beg me. After dawn, the group continued their journey. However, as soon as they entered a mountain range, Lin Xian and the others stopped. There were many corpses in front of them. They were the corpses of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were horrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone's face darkened. Lin Xian used his 6 paths of reincarnation and said, let's go in another direction. It's for your own good. The first elder also frowned, but before he could say anything, Emperor Hanji said, Kid, are you scared? If you are, you can leave now. No one will stop you. But don't even think about changing our route. The first elder didn't say anything, but that was what he meant. If they changed their route as soon as they entered the mountain range, what would others think of him? Would they think that he wasn't strong enough? What a joke. He was a supreme great emperor and was about to enter the late stage. What kind of danger could he face? He couldn't handle it. Therefore, the first elder said, let's go. I can guarantee your safety. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed and said, I promised the elder to protect you. But I only provide advice. How can I make a decision? It's up to you. Since you insist on going, I won't stop you. The people on the other side frowned slightly. What do you mean by that, Sai? Don't you believe in the first elder's strength? The first elder was also dissatisfied. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too ignorant. He probably didn't know what kind of power a supreme great emperor was. Then, the first elder led the group and set off quickly. The people of a mortal village followed. When they passed by Lin Xian, they sneered. Kid, I don't know how you dealt with the elder. But you are not qualified to walk with us, let alone lead us. Lin Xian ignored these words. His expression became very serious. He said to Morong Qingqing next to him, be careful. The aura here is not ordinary. Even my Rinnegan can feel a sense of fear. Morong Qingqing nodded. She was always ready to throw out the ancient phoenix seal if there was any danger. The first elder led the group in front, while Lin Xian and the other 2 walked at the back. After walking for about half a day, everyone laughed. Look, what danger is there? The journey was extremely easy. Someone laughed and said, thanks to De Zhonglao. That is, once the Grand Elder made a move, all the demons and ghosts retreated. I'm afraid our speed this time will be faster than we imagined. It won't be long before we reach the depths of the myriad immortal mountain. These people were extremely excited. Boom, just as they were talking and laughing, one of the people in the group suddenly collapsed. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. His soul had been extinguished. What was going on? The procession immediately stopped. They all turned their heads to look, and when they saw this person's condition, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. His soul was gone. Grand Elder, he was dead. With an exclamation, everyone gasped. What was going on? The person who died was their comrade. His name was Great Emperor Nine Clouds. A mid-stage Great Emperor. He was a true Great Emperor, a super expert who had condensed the god fire. But now, he had died inexplicably. How could this be? In front, Great Emperor Han Ji quickly rushed over and carefully checked. In the next moment, he took a few steps back in fright. He found that Great Emperor Nine Clouds' soul had really been extinguished. What kind of strength was this to kill a great emperor in an instant? More importantly, they didn't notice it at all. This was even more strange. Even Grand Elder's expression was incomparably ugly. He had personally checked and found that Great Emperor Nine Clouds was indeed dead. Previously, he said that he would ensure everyone's safety along the way, and the people around him believed him. But reality slapped him hard in the face. It had only been half a day, and a great emperor had died inexplicably, and he was helpless. Grand Elder, what was going on? Yes, who killed Great Emperor Nine Clouds? Who was the enemy? Was it a super great emperor, or an existence above super great emperors? Questions came one after another. Grand Elder only felt a headache coming on. How should he answer, because he didn't know anything? At this moment, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing walked over from the back of the group. When the two of them saw this scene, their brows furrowed tightly. Damn it, it really happened. As soon as they entered the mountain range, Lin Xian felt his Rinnegan twitching non-stop, as if warning him that there was danger. But what exactly was it? He didn't know. Now that he saw a great emperor die inexplicably, he felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart. The danger here was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin Xian's arrival made the atmosphere extremely awkward. Because although Lin Xian didn't say anything, he had already reminded them before entering the mountain to change the path. But no one believed him, and they even mocked and ridiculed him. But now, they really wanted to change the path. Grand Elder's eyes were even colder. The person he didn't want to see the most now was Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian was right, and he was wrong. Didn't that mean that he was inferior to a young man? How could he be the chief in the future? Morong Qingqing also frowned. She whispered, the aura here makes me feel extremely uncomfortable. Morong Qingqing's face was pale. Uncomfortable? Although Lin Xian was surprised, he didn't feel uncomfortable. He checked Morong Qingqing's condition and found that she was not injured. Could it be because of the bloodline of the seven-colored phoenix? What did the danger here have to do with the bloodline of the phoenix? He didn't know. But he still took Morong Qingqing to the side. Away from the dead great emperor. The surrounding people looked at her strangely. This woman couldn't stand the sight of a corpse. Was she a vase? She didn't have any strength at all. Wouldn't she be courting death if she went in? But no one reminded them. They even hoped that Lin Xian and the others would be unlucky. That way, they would feel better. A woman in the group said, why don't we take Jiuyan's body with us? After all, he is our companion. We came together, so we should go back together. At her words, a few people nodded. Emperor Frost Extreme's face fell. Idiots, he said. Jiuyan's death was inexplicable, and he might even have been poisoned, causing us to touch him now. What if he was poisoned? What if we also die mysteriously? What should we do? At his words, everyone paled. What should we do? The woman's eyes turned red. Let's dig a hole and bury him. Hearing Emperor Frost Extreme's words, everyone was in an uproar. A great emperor was buried so casually. This was a peerless powerhouse. Although the first elder didn't say anything, he agreed with the idea. After burying the great emperor, the group continued on their way. This time, no one joked. Their hearts were heavy. It had only been half a day, and the great emperor had died. Who knew what would happen next? Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also continued on their way. They followed behind. In the evening, when the sun set, everyone stopped to rest. Lin Xian and the others were still at the edge. The two didn't care about them. Morong Qingqing said, Brother Xian, I comprehended the old patriarch's enlightenment last night. You can comprehend it today. I'll guard it for you. Lin Xian nodded. His soul entered the storage ring to comprehend the cultivation experience left by the super great emperor. The surroundings darkened. Only the flames were dancing. The night became very cold. Even these great emperors had to support their divine fire and immortal chi to protect themselves. At this moment, a figure walked towards them. When they saw the person, the people of immortal-seeking village became nervous. Who is it? However, when the person came into the light of the flames, they were stunned. Jiao Yun, a woman exclaimed. The others were even more frightened. Jiao Yun's ghost is back. It has nothing to do with us. We wanted to take you away, but they wouldn't let us. Yeah, I've been nice to you. Don't come to me when you become a ghost. Even though everyone in the group was a peerless expert, they still felt a chill down their spines when they saw the scene. Emperor Frost Extreme and the First Elder were also stunned. Just half a day ago, they saw Great Emperor Jiao Yun die inexplicably. Then, they buried him. But now, Great Emperor Jiao Yun came back alive. A dead Great Emperor who came back to life was definitely not human. Stop. Emperor Frost Extreme said sternly, if you come again, don't blame us for attacking. 2 balls of divine fire appeared on the First Elder's body. The terrifying aura was like 2 suns, illuminating the world. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the power of the super great strength. The First Elder should be able to deal with them. However, Jiao Yun appeared baffled. He took a few steps back and said, First Elder, why are you doing this to me? I'm just a little late. You don't have to do this to me. A little late? Everyone's expression was ugly. You're dead, okay? You're alive and kicking again. Who are you trying to scare? Jiao Yun said, when I was moving, I suddenly encountered an array and was trapped inside. It wasn't easy to break the array and come out. Array? Everyone frowned when they heard this. The First Elder also said, let go of all resistance and let me search your soul. Other things could be faked, but souls could not be faked. As a super martial monarch, the First Elder was extremely powerful. He would definitely be able to tell in an instant. Great Emperor Nine Cloud stood there obediently, allowing the Great Elder to examine his soul. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the First Elder withdrew his gaze. His expression became extremely strange. There was no problem with his soul. There was no problem at all. Furthermore, all of the other party's memories were still there for the time being, and there was nothing missing at all. This was really Great Emperor Nine Cloud. He didn't die, he was their comrade. But who was the person who died during the day? At that time, he had personally examined the other party and found that the other party had no soul. Wait, could it be an array formation? Could it be that martial monarch Nine Clouds had fallen into a magical formation? They thought that the other party was dead, but in fact, the other party wasn't. Therefore, his situation is a little strange. However, you are indeed the Jiao Yun that I know. Upon hearing the Great Elder's words, the surrounding people heaved a sigh of relief. They had unlimited trust in the Great Elder. The situation here naturally attracted the attention of Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing took a look and immediately woke up Lin Xian. Brother Xian, something is wrong. The dead martial monarch is alive again. Lin Xian woke up from his meditation. He looked forward and his pupils shrank. In the next moment, he used his Rinnegan. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation enveloped the front. He didn't find anything strange. This person was really the same as before. However, his instincts told him that this was absolutely impossible. At this moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation started to spin rapidly, forming a defensive rune. There was a problem. Lin Xian stood up and said coldly, kill this person immediately. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Great Emperor Frost Extreme also said, kid, do you want to be enemies with us? I've long found you an eyesore. If you want to attack, we don't mind attacking together and killing you. The Great Elder's expression was also cold, young man, enough is enough. I've already given the Great Elder face by bringing you here. But don't go too far. Lin Xian pointed at Jiao Yun and said, he's not one of you. He's very strange. He's already dead. Have you all forgotten? He's not dead. Is he one of us? It's not your turn to teach me a lesson. I'm almost at the late stage of the Transcendent Emperor realm. I've walked more paths than you have. Great Emperor Frost Extreme sneered, my master has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. His experience far surpasses yours. Don't embarrass yourself here. Bear the consequences. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he ignored him and sat back down. Humph. What consequences? Isn't Jiao Yun still alive? Everyone didn't think much of it. Nothing happened that night. The next day, everyone continued on their journey. However, this time, the mountain range in front of them separated into several valleys. It was time to make a choice again. The Great Elder and the others began to investigate carefully. Jiao Yun also came over, his palm close. There was an important reason why they left Jiao Yun behind. He was not only a great emperor, but also a formation master. A very powerful formation master. Therefore, during the entire process, they urgently needed the power of 9 clouds formation. For example, Jiao Yun was currently investigating the 3 valleys. Which one was the safest? 2 hours later, Jiao Yun said, the one in the middle. The Great Elder didn't act immediately. He was very cautious. He wanted to investigate it himself. After another hour, he nodded, there's no danger. Lin Xian followed behind, silent. Suddenly, someone laughed, Lin Gongzi, don't you have a lot of ideas? Why aren't you talking now? They looked at Lin Xian proudly. Lin Xian said coolly, it doesn't matter which valley I choose. Even if there's danger, I can handle it. But you might not. I advise you to choose the other 2. It's safer for you. Who do you think you are? An early-stage great emperor kid dares to lecture us? These people didn't believe him at all. In front, Jiao Yun looked at Lin Xian. Although he was expressionless, in Lin Xian's eyes, he suddenly grinned. It was a very strange smile. However, only he saw the smile. The others didn't notice it at all. Interesting. Provoking me? I want to see what kind of monster you are. Lin Xian chuckled coldly. He too followed the crowd and entered the valley in the middle. The people of Immortal-seeking village all laughed, I thought this kid was very powerful. He actually followed us. Of course, without us leading the way, how could he pass? Haha, if he entered the other valleys alone, he would probably die instantly. These people started to look down on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian noticed that Great Emperor Jiao Yun kept looking back. He gave him a strange smile. Did you see that? Lin Xian asked Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing froze. What? Lin Xian sighed. Even Morong Qingqing didn't notice it. It seemed like he was the only one who noticed it. Was he being targeted? To others, Great Emperor 9 Cloud was very normal. Not only was he normal, but he was also working very hard. He was walking next to the Grand Elder, next to Emperor Frigid Extreme, and constantly emanated the power of spell formations as he scanned the area. With the Great Emperor Array Master leading the way, they were absolutely safe. Everyone was relieved. Great Emperor South Pole also felt bad. He patted Great Emperor 9 Cloud's shoulder and said, Brother, I'm sorry. It was a kind apology, but Emperor Frost Extreme's expression changed. Because when he patted 9 Cloud's shoulder, he realized that his opponent's body was very cold, like 10,000-year-old ice. Frost actually formed on his hand in an instant. Moreover, it seemed like it wanted to freeze his body. This was too unbelievable. Emperor Frost Extreme was an ice great emperor, and he cultivated Frost Immortal Chi. Great Emperor 9 Cloud was an array great emperor, and his Frost Immortal Chi couldn't compare. But now, Emperor Frost Extreme's body trembled. How could his opponent's Frost Immortal Chi be so terrifying? At this moment, Great Emperor 9 Cloud turned around and smiled. You're too polite. We're brothers. How could I blame you? After saying that, he revealed a strange smile. When Extreme Hondali saw that smile, he felt his hair stand on end. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Crack, Great Emperor 9 Cloud's body suddenly exploded with black light, covering Emperor Frost Extreme's left hand. With a boom, Emperor Frost Extreme's left hand was cut off. Blood dripped, and the ground cracked. Ah! Emperor Frost Extreme screamed and retreated. Damn it, you dare to attack me? You're not 9 Cloud. He roared crazily. This scene was too sudden, to the extent that no one could react in time. By the time they came back to their senses, Emperor Frost Extreme had already lost an arm. Not only that, Nine Clouds' black light attacked Emperor Frost Extreme again, as if to kill him. "Master, save me." Emperor Frost Extreme was terrified. He could feel a powerful force enveloping him. "You're courting death." The Great Elder was right in front of him. He suddenly turned around and punched out. The power of a super great emperor sent the black light flying. At the same time, another palm slapped over, wanting to suppress Zhou Yun. Now, the Great Elder realized that he was wrong again. He had been slapped in the face by reality. Zhou Yun was not normal. He was not one of them. Lin Xian was right once again. However, he couldn't care less. He had to suppress the other party first. Hee. However, Zhou Yun smiled. The strange smile on his face was once again reflected in everyone's eyes. Lin Xian wasn't the only one who saw it. Everyone else saw it. This smile made their scalps go numb and their hearts turn cold. Was this still the Zhou Yun they knew? The answer was no. They had all been deceived. Boom, the Great Elder's attack was too terrifying. His battle prowess was unparalleled as he sent Great Emperor Nine Cloud flying. Countless formations appeared around Great Emperor Nine Cloud to block the attack. However, he still spat out large mouthfuls of blood. No matter what kind of monster you were, in front of absolute power, everything was futile. The Great Elder followed up his victory with another punch. This punch was surrounded by thousands of flames. It was like the fist of a war god. Boom, Great Emperor Nine Cloud was penetrated. His internal organs were all shattered, and a bloody hole appeared. However, he did not fall. Instead, his body was standing in an extremely strange posture. Not only that, his entire body started trembling. Then, his body broke open. Black light spread out from his body one after another, covering his entire body. Everyone's expression became horrified. They realized that this black light was actually a black flower. It was extremely strange. Black Lotus. Lin Xian naturally saw this scene too. He didn't make a move before because he felt that the Great Elder could handle it. However, this black flower that suddenly appeared made him cry out in surprise. He couldn't be more familiar with this kind of black lotus. When he was 15 or 16 years old, there was a black lotus in his body that sealed his meridians. Later, he found out that it was something from the Permitha. Because his father was from the divine domain, the Permitha planted this thing in his body to deal with the divine domain. Later on, the black lotus was destroyed by the great dragon sword soul. Later on, when he was fighting with the Purple Palace realm, he encountered the black lotus again. His Purple Palace realm had already been destroyed. He didn't expect to see the black lotus again in the ninth heaven. The black lotus gradually grew bigger and occupied Great Emperor Nine Cloud's body. As for Great Emperor Nine Cloud's physique, it quickly caved in and finally became a human skin. All of his strength was absorbed by the black lotus. Boom, the black lotus suddenly bloomed with radiance that swept out in all directions. The black lotus petals formed sharp swords that shot out in all directions. Not only that, but there were also other small black lotuses blooming around the valley. It seemed like they were going to sweep across the sky and envelop everyone. What was that? Get lost, the people of the immortal-seeking village roared and quickly counterattacked. They fought against the black lotus. The Great Elder was also stunned by this sudden scene. He was stunned for a moment. At this moment, Great Emperor Frost Extreme screamed again in the distance. His legs were enveloped by the black lotus and instantly broke. Great Emperor Frost Extreme went crazy. He cut off his own legs and quickly fled. "Master, save me!" The Great Elder came back to his senses and roared, "You're courting death." An extremely terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, he turned into a pine tree. This pine tree penetrated the sky and the earth. It was like a divine tree that reached the sky. This was the Great Elder's true body. On the pine tree, countless pine needles flew out and fought with the black lotuses. It was earth-shattering. The black lotuses that filled the sky were pierced through. Great Emperor Frost Extreme was rescued and came to the Great Elder's side. He hid under the pine tree with an extremely ugly expression. At this moment, 2 more screams came from the distance. It turned out that the other 2 peerless experts of the immortal-seeking village were entangled by the black lotuses and quickly sucked dry of their strength. They turned into skeletons. "No, Great Elder, save me," they cried out in alarm. "Come over, all of you," the Great Elder roared in anger. However, in the process of walking, the 2 skeletons suddenly collapsed and turned into white bones. The others flew towards the Great Elder in horror. In the process, 2 more people died. Lin Xian and the others were also attacked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Dragon-shaped sword chi flew out and cut off the black lotuses. The great dragon sword's soul was the nemesis of the black lotuses. It caused the black lotuses to quickly retreat like seawater, distancing themselves from Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his head and stared at Great Emperor Nine Cloud's body. Although there was only human skin left, there was still a black lotus on it. That was the true body of all the black lotuses. "Kill!" Lin Xian waved his hand and condensed dragon-shaped sword chi in his hand. It was as if a giant dragon had come to life. As it rolled, the terrifying pressure caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The sword chi flew forward. The peerless sword caused the void to collapse. This sword directly pierced through the body of the black lotus and split it apart. The black lotus let out a shrill cry, and then, the petals scattered. As the body shattered, the other black lotuses in the surrounding valley also disappeared instantly like melting snow. They disappeared. They were saved. Under the pine tree, the peerless powerhouses of the immortal-seeking village heaved a sigh of relief. They felt as if they had been reborn after a lifetime. The pine tree also turned back into the Great Elder. His face was also extremely ugly. To be honest, facing such a terrifying black lotus, he was also helpless. Although he could resist it, he felt that he couldn't kill them all. He wanted to tear open the void and leave the valley with his people. But he didn't expect Lin Xian to shatter it with a single sword. The sky was filled with black lotuses. This young man was too powerful. He actually found the body of the black lotus. The Great Elder felt very ashamed. Previously, he said that he was experienced and had walked more paths than the other party. But who would have thought that he couldn't find a way to break it, but a young man found it instantly. How embarrassing. Looking at the people around him, they were extremely miserable. Everyone was frightened. And more importantly, 5 of them were dead. Among them, the important array master, Great Emperor Nine Cloud, also died. He was the first to lead them in. More importantly, because of the Great Elder's wrong decision, the other 4 peerless powerhouses were killed. And his disciple was also very miserable and seriously injured. They had only been in Immortal Gaze Mountain for a few days. Before they came, they were high-spirited and unruly. If these peerless powerhouses joined forces, they could defeat everything. But not long after they came here, they were injured one after another. Should they continue? At this moment, their hearts were even shaken. However, the Great Elder soon gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Continue. I was careless before. Next, I must be very careful." On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned tightly. How could there be black lotuses here? This was something from the Permitha. Immortal City didn't belong to the Permitha, nor did it belong to the Divine Realm. Why would such a situation happen? Could it be that the people of the Permitha also came here back then, because he knew that he wasn't the first batch of intruders? Last time, there were intruders as well, and it seemed like Higan had won the battle. Perhaps the last intruder had left Black Lotus here. All of this was Lin Xian's conjecture. Lin Xian walked forward and arrived at the place where Great Emperor Nine Clouds had fallen. He unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation and started to envelop his body. In fact, all that was left was a piece of skin. However, Lin Xian still wanted to examine it carefully. The people of Immortal Seeking Village could not stand it anymore. They said, "The dead should be respected." "Young man, what are you doing? After all, he is our comrade." Morong Qingqing couldn't take it anymore. "Companion? How many of you have died because of this comrade? If it wasn't for older brother Xian killing the main body, how many of you do you think would have survived?" Everyone was speechless because they didn't know what to say. Perhaps, in the end, only a few people at the very top would be able to survive. The others might all die and become fertilizer. And thinking about it, if they had listened to Lin Xian at the beginning and killed Great Emperor Nine Clouds directly, perhaps they wouldn't have experienced such danger. Of course, they only thought about it. They didn't dare to say it out loud. The Grand Elder would slap them to death. No matter what, he was from the village. Since he was dead, let him go in peace. A woman from the team slapped her palm and a ball of flame flew over. The blue divine fire bloomed with brilliant light and enveloped Great Emperor Nine Clouds' body. Lin Xian frowned and retracted the 6 paths of reincarnation. He said coldly, "Who told you to do it? Are these guys idiots? He's already dead. Let him turn into ashes." "What's wrong?" the woman in blue said. The others also nodded. "That's right. If he turns into ashes, there won't be any danger, right?" Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in blue felt someone patting her shoulder. She thought it was her comrade and turned around. In the next moment, she was scared out of her wits. It was a bloody palm and half of it was broken. Only half of the palm was on her shoulder. The rest of the body was gone. The palm appeared out of thin air. What was that? The blue divine fire on her body exploded and sent the palm flying. When the others turned their heads around and saw this scene, their hair stood on end. Why would a broken palm appear here? This valley was too strange. Leave quickly. However, in the next moment, everyone realized that the palm had grabbed the woman in blue's shoulder again. This time, they couldn't chase it away. The woman in blue was also a great emperor, but at this moment, she was crying. She felt that half of her body was completely numb. Who could save her? It wasn't just the woman in blue. Another shattered palm appeared between heaven and earth, grabbing him by the throat. Blood dripped from the palm. It was extremely rotten. One look at it and one couldn't help but want to faint. This palm appeared too suddenly and grabbed Great Emperor Frost Extreme's throat in an instant. At this moment, Great Emperor Frost Extreme only wanted to curse out loud. "Who is holding my fate by the throat? Master, save me." Great Emperor Frost Extreme couldn't breathe properly, as if the other party wanted to break his neck. As he cried for help, he roared, "Get out of my way." He used all his strength to block. Countless icicles appeared on his body, enough to pierce the heavens. He wanted to tear the broken hand apart. However, it was useless. The icicles pierced through the broken palm but didn't cause any damage. What was going on? Great Emperor Frost Extreme was scared out of his wits. The first elder said, "Don't be afraid, disciple. I'm here to save you." With that, he slapped out with his palm. Countless pine needles turned into divine weapons, blotting out the sky as they attacked the broken palm. This was the power of a great emperor. However, the first elder discovered that his attack was also useless. The broken palm was still holding Great Emperor Frost Extreme by the throat. Emperor Frigid Extreme's face flushed red and his eyes rolled back into his head. Crack, his neck had been broken. However, he was still a great emperor. He wouldn't die even if his neck was broken. However, the hand didn't relax at all. It seemed to want to tear his soul apart. At this moment, Great Emperor Frost Extreme was truly terrified. He realized that his body and soul seemed to be frozen. He couldn't escape at all. If this continued, he would die without a doubt. Crack, Great Emperor Frost Extreme died. The woman in blue also screamed and died. This sudden scene made everyone's hair stand on end. These were 2 great emperors. How could they die just like that? Not only that, but several more broken palms appeared. This time, they attacked everyone. Everyone was in despair. Lin Xian snorted. Scram. Lin Xian's eyes shone with confidence. Others might be frightened, but not him. Because he could see that he was familiar with the power of these palms. They were immune to mystiques. That's right. In the 3rd level of heaven, when attacking the Fey God's tomb, he encountered a guardian. At that time, the guardian beast was immune to all mystiques and array attacks. At that time, everyone was in despair. Only Earth Immortals with superior cultivation realm strength could crush it. However, Earth Immortals could not attack, so no one opened the Fey God's tomb. It was not until Lin Xian came out that he defeated the guardian beast. Now, the situation of this giant palm was very similar to that of the guardian beast. It ignored the super great emperor's attack because it was a mystique attack. It was also immune to mystiques and immortal spells. Against such a thing, one could not use any mystiques and immortal spells. One could only attack with pure strength. However, these people obviously did not understand. These unparalleled experts were scared out of their wits. Lin Xian used his dragon-shaped sword qi to send the two palms flying. He protected Murong Qingqing. When the others saw this scene, they were stunned. They could not do anything against these palms. However, Lin Xian could do it. They all looked at Lin Xian. "Young master, save me." Even the first elder, at this moment, said in horror, "Young master, I was wrong before. Please, save me, okay?" The first elder realized that he could not resist this palm at all. His throat was about to be crushed. If no one saved him, he would most likely end up like Emperor Frost Extreme. Was it not too late to beg for mercy now? Lin Xian snorted. He ignored the first elder and the others and looked into the void. He said, "Come out. I know you're here. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Someone can resist my mystique and immortal spell immunity. Young man, who are you?" A loud laugh rang out. Then, a figure appeared in front of everyone. When they saw this person, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. The reason for that was because this person's body was actually broken. It was as if he was a broken piece of porcelain. However, they seemed to be bound together by some kind of power. Looking from afar, this person's body was full of cracks. Blood was rolling in those cracks, but it didn't flow out. What was even more shocking was that this person's aura was extremely terrifying. He was definitely stronger than a super great emperor. He was an earth immortal. "Senior, please spare me." Upon seeing this, the first elder and the rest of the peerless experts immediately dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. There was actually a land immortal on Immortal Gaze Mountain. What a surprise. However, at this moment, something even more shocking happened. A black lotus quietly bloomed between heaven and earth. This black lotus actually wanted information about the land immortal. The moment he appeared, he immediately charged towards Lin Xian. Black lotus again, Lin Xian felt his blood run cold. He roared, took out the purple gourd, and smashed it into the sky. The true samadhi fire came out of the purple gourd. It bloomed between heaven and earth like a divine fire, sweeping through the 9 heavens. It blocked Black Lotus's attack. In the next moment, Lin Xian was forced to retreat. He was dumbfounded. This Black Lotus's strength was so terrifying. The last time he dealt with Yu Xian'er, the true samadhi fire had already pierced through her. But now, he just blocked Black Lotus's attack. It could be imagined that Black Lotus was much more terrifying than Yu Xian. Black Lotus was surprised. "I didn't expect you to have the immortal fire." His huge figure covered the 9 heavens. Between heaven and earth, a black lotus bloomed. Beside him, there were actually 4 strands of immortal qi. The first elder and the others went crazy. Even Lin Xian and the others gasped. 4 strands of immortal qi, how was this possible? One had to know that an earth immortal only had 3 strands of immortal qi. The earth immortals that Lin Xian had seen before all had 3 strands of immortal qi. 4 strands of immortal qi, what level was this? Was he still an earth immortal? It was really unbelievable that there was such a terrifying person in the 9th heaven. More importantly, this thing was related to the Nirvana realm. "You are from the Nirvana realm," Lin Xian gritted his teeth and asked. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. Lin Xian held the immortal slaying sword, ready to fight at any time. He also had the true samadhi fire on him. Murong Qingqing also snorted coldly, and a 7-colored light bloomed on her body. She also held the ancient phoenix seal in her hand. The two of them were facing a formidable enemy. Black Lotus looked down from above. Although he was a plant, he was like the ruler of heaven and earth at this moment. He stared at Lin Xian and said, "You are an intruder, and by the looks of it, you should be from the realm of the gods. I didn't expect that a top genius like you would appear in the realm of the gods." Unfortunately, your path ends here. Today, you will definitely die. A murderous intent condensed on Black Lotus's body. Suddenly, it shocked heaven and earth. The first elder and the others almost fainted. They couldn't resist this power at all. Boom, Black Lotus bloomed, and the black petals danced, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. The first elder and the others were in despair because they were affected by this power. In the next moment, their bodies were instantly torn apart. The first elder, a super great emperor, couldn't even resist at this moment. It couldn't be helped. The other party had 2 more strands of immortal chi than him. It was definitely a fight between a giant dragon and an ant. At this moment, the people of Immortal Seeking Village were all dead. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't even resist an earth immortal, let alone an existence with 4 strands of immortal chi. He roared angrily, and the true samadhi fire was about to erupt. However, at this moment, 2 broken palms appeared in front of him. These 2 palms were much larger than the ones before. In an instant, it was as if 2 mountains were blocking in front of him. In the next moment, an earth-shattering voice sounded. Black Lotus was angry. You want to help them? Are you trying to be my enemy? At this moment, the man whose body was full of cracks laughed out loud. So what if I'm your enemy? The 2 of us have been fighting for millions of years. Do you think I am afraid of you? Kid, don't be afraid. I will protect your life. Not for anything else, but because you can obtain immortal power. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian was extremely grateful. He didn't expect that this person covered in cracks would help him. At the same time, they asked, Senior, is the demon god's ancient tomb of the 3rd heaven related to you? The puppets inside were made by me. Kid, you defeated those puppets, right? We are fated. I was just lucky. Lin Xian said. Mortal God, are you really going to help this kid? Black Lotus was completely angry, and a terrifying aura covered the world. The 2 of us have been fighting for millions of years because of the immortal token. I don't mind deciding who is better today. I am not afraid of you. Mortal God snorted coldly. A mysterious power appeared on his body. His body was immune to divine abilities and immortal spells. This was a super powerful force. Lin Xian, who was next to him, was shocked. These 2 peerless powerhouses were also here for the immortal token. 2 people with 4 strands of immortal chi were also here for the immortal token. It was really surprising. What was so magical about this immortal city? It could actually make such experts go crazy. The 2 of them attacked with earth-shattering might. This place was completely shattered. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing retreated. At the same time, outside Immortal Gaze Mountain, the 3 Earth Immortals hiding and waiting were also shocked. What kind of power is this? Why do I feel so shocked? Is this the power of an Earth Immortal? There are Earth Immortals inside, and they are fighting. Who is it? It's not the power we are familiar with. They were all stunned. Ziyan was extremely anxious. Are these Earth Immortals fighting for Lin Xian? Should I make a move? I can't wait. Lightning Immortal roared angrily, turned into a ray of light, tore open the void, and rushed over. Go. The other 2 also followed. The 3 Earth Immortals rushed into Immortal Gaze Mountain. Boom. Heaven and earth shattered again, unable to withstand such a terrifying power. Are they here? Lin Xian felt Ziyan and the others' aura and immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. The 2 experts who were fighting at the front had also stopped. They all turned their heads to look at Ziyan and the others. With this glance, the stars were shattered. Ziyan and the others were facing a great enemy. They felt an extremely terrifying power, which made them feel cold all over. What kind of aura was this? Why did it feel like it had surpassed them? Impossible. How could there be such a terrifying person in Immortal Gaze Mountain? They had been in the 9th heaven for millions of years. Why didn't they know? Lightning Eye. An eye split open between Lightning Immortal's eyebrows, flashing with a mysterious light. In the next moment, he screamed, and the eye instantly bled and shattered. 4 strands of immortal chi, he actually had 4 strands of immortal chi. Hearing this, Ziyan and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They only had 3 strands of immortal chi. It was extremely difficult to cultivate 4 strands of immortal qi. Even if they spent millions of years, they still didn't succeed. But now, a master with 4 strands of immortal qi had appeared. And 2 of them appeared at once. Had the other party succeeded and walked out of that path, Ziyan and the other 2 were completely stunned. Mortal God glanced at these people and said coldly, "So it's you. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Are you guys here to take advantage of the situation?" Black Lotus also exuded a murderous aura. Ziyan and the other 2 had extremely ugly expressions. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they were still no match for him. At this moment, Ziyan gritted her teeth and said, "Please don't fight. I have a secret." With that, she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened. Damn it, this guy is trying to shift the blame. Sure enough, the next moment, Ziyan said, "This kid has a key, which is a clue to find the immortal token." What? Hearing this, Black Lotus was stunned. Even the mortal gods were taken aback. He turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian immediately felt the pressure. If these 2 people were to attack him, it would be very difficult for him to resist. Morong Qingqing was also extremely nervous. She did not know that she would summon her master at this time. Would it work? Black Lotus said coldly, "Kid, give me the immortal key and I'll give you a quick death." The mortal god also stared at Lin Xian. He said, "Do you really have the immortal key?" To be honest, he did not believe it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He waved his hand and took out a key. It was a key with an ancient aura. As soon as it appeared, countless people exclaimed. He really had it. Ziyan and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. Great. In this way, the 2 masters were not in the mood to pay attention to them. They were really safe. However, they were afraid that the immortal token had nothing to do with them. It was very difficult for them to get it. "Kid, give it to me." Black Lotus shouted coldly. The mortal god also said, "Give me the key and I'll guarantee your safety." The 2 of them were here to fight for the immortal token. However, they had searched for a long time and still could not find the immortal token. They had been in despair for a while. Was it really there? They did not expect that the key to the immortal token would appear. Feeling the gaze of the 2 unparalleled masters, Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He did not give it to anyone. Instead, he directly poured it into the ground. Then, he waved it forcefully. With a click, the key seemed to open a mysterious door. The ground suddenly cracked. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. What happened? Ziyan and the other 2 Earth Immortals were stunned. The other 2 unparalleled masters were also stunned. Black Lotus roared, "Do you want to die?" Not only did he not listen to him, but he also acted recklessly. If something happened to the immortal token, he would not be able to vent his hatred even if he killed him 10,000 times. After the ground cracked, Lin Xian seemed to find a mysterious bronze door. Could he get the immortal token after entering? What on earth happened? Ziyan and the others were stunned. Even Black Lotus and the mortal god frowned. They also did not know what had happened. Only Lin Xian could see the bronze door. Lin Xian was surprised. He knew that this should be the reason why he used the key. In the next moment, he pulled Morong Qingqing to his side. Then, he looked at the mortal god and said, "Help me block them." The mortal god frowned, "Are you ordering me?" Although he had a good impression of Lin Xian because he had cracked the puppet he made before. However, a little ant dared to order him, which made him very unhappy. Lin Xian said, "If you help me once, I will give you the power of an immortal." The mortal god's body trembled. Lin Xian said, "Senior, the reason why your body cracked was because you wanted to fuse the divine fire and immortal qi, right? However, it seems that you did not succeed. Of course, you are very lucky that you have another ability, which is immunity to divine powers and immortal spells. I don't know if I am right." The mortal god was silent. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had guessed right. Then, he would have a lot of confidence. He had guessed right. The mortal god also wanted to use the power of an immortal, but no one had ever succeeded. However, he was extremely extraordinary. He had actually fused the power of the divine fire and immortal qi. Moreover, he did not die. However, the consequences were very serious. His entire body was covered in cracks. Thousands of cracks were extremely terrifying. He was living in an extremely strange state. Originally, he had despaired. In his opinion, he was already crippled. However, one day, he discovered that even though cracks had appeared on his body, he had obtained a new type of power. Divine powers were ineffective against him. Immortal spells were also ineffective against him. After learning that he had this kind of power, the mortal god was overjoyed. He regained his confidence again. All the way forward, he had finally cultivated to this point. How did Lin Xian know? Lin Xian saw the mortal god state and sensed the other party's aura. He understood. This mortal god had the shadow of immortal qi and the shadow of divine fire. However, the two only overlapped and did not completely fuse together. It was different from his immortal power. That was why Lin Xian had such a guess. Why should I believe you? The mortal god said. You have the power of an immortal? He did not believe it. Even he, who was so powerful, could not condense it. However, in the next moment, he was speechless. Because Lin Xian waved his hand, and a mysterious power floated in his palm. This power made the mortal god's body tremble. Fanshan trembled with excitement. What kind of power was this? It was the power he had been dreaming of. It was the power of an immortal, and it was a perfect fusion of immortal power. How could it be? Was there really such an incredible person? His face was filled with astonishment. Lin Xian said, Senior, my name is Lin Xian, and I am from the realm of the gods. I have gathered the power of an immortal. Senior, do you want to know the secret of this power? Help me stop them and let me in safely, and I will tell you. Okay. Fanshan paused for a moment, then nodded. He wanted the immortal token because he wanted to go further. But he found that it was difficult to go further. But now he changed his mind. The complete power of an immortal was more attractive to him. Maybe he could complete a new transformation. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, Boy, I hope you keep your promise. Senior, don't worry. I will keep my promise. Buzz. All of a sudden, the void tore apart as a black lotus swooped down at Lin Xian, wanting to devour him whole. However, with a wave of his hand, mortal god sent the black lotus flying. He said coldly, Black Lotus, don't play tricks in front of me. You are not worthy. Damn it. Black Lotus roared, Are you an idiot? Catch this boy, we will explore together, get the immortal token, and study it together. As for the power of an immortal, you can catch this boy and study it carefully. If you can't, you can take his soul, pull out his tendons and skin him, extract his bloodline, and study it bit by bit. With our strength, we will be able to figure it out quickly. He was really vicious. No wonder he was from the other world. Lin Xian's face turned cold. He said, Don't do that. The power of an immortal is very mysterious. As long as I don't want to, no one can figure it out. Young man, don't worry. I am different from him. He is shameless, but I am. So, I will not attack you. I just want to make a deal with you. I will help you stop them, and you will tell me the secret of the power of an immortal. What do you think? Deal. Lin Xian said. In the next moment, he grabbed Murong Qingqing's hand. Their fingers were interlocked, and both of their palms were pressed against the bronze key. Only then would Murong Qingqing be able to see the mysterious bronze gate. He left. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's figures flashed as they entered the ground. You're courting death. Stay here. Black Lotus roared angrily and quickly charged over. He shattered heaven and earth. The 4 strands of immortal qi in his body were enough to destroy everything. However, the mortal god was not afraid. He was immune to immortal spells, so he waved his fists and fought. A deafening sound rang out incessantly. He blocked Black Lotus. The two of them had fought for millions of years and were evenly matched. Now that they were fighting again, it was hard to tell who was stronger. The 3 of you go and stop that brat for me. I'll reward you handsomely. I will guide you on how to break through. Black Lotus said to Ziyan and the others. When Ziyan and the other 2 heard this, their faces lit up. The secret to cultivating the fourth strand of immortal chi. Thinking of this, they were overjoyed. In the next moment, they also charged toward Lin Xian in the void. Stay here, brat. Ziyan shot out a terrifying chain of smoke, and the god of lightning was extremely fast. The god of wind waved his hand and cut off the void, blocking Lin Xian and the others' path. Damn it, Lin Xian roared angrily. He took out a purple gourd and shot out the last ball of samadhi true fire, which surrounded him. On the other side, Morong Qingqing also roared angrily. She actually shot out 2 ancient seals. The power of the ancient seals shattered and turned into 2 primordial phoenixes. They soared into the sky and collided with the 3 earth immortals. With a boom, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing vomited blood. They were injured. However, they didn't die. With their powerful trump cards, they blocked the attacks of the earth immortals. Damn it, how could this be? Ziyan and the others were stunned. The earth immortals couldn't kill 2 great emperors. Black Lotus also roared angrily, are the 3 of you trash? He released his killing intent. Ziyan and the others felt their scalps go numb. They said, it's none of our business. He has the power of immortality. We can't resist such power. But don't worry. He only has 1 chance. We can kill him with the second chance. The 3 earth immortals were ready to attack again because they could see that the immortal fire on Lin Xian's body was gone. Morong Qingqing only had 1 ancient seal left. It was impossible for her to block the next attack. Get lost. At this critical moment, Mortal God made his move. With a wave of his hand, thousands of rotten palms grabbed at the 3 earth immortals and blocked them. Black Lotus took advantage of this opportunity to kick Mortal God back. Mortal God's face turned pale and he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. However, he was forcefully suppressed. With a loud shout, he blocked the path like a deity. The whole process happened very quickly. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing naturally didn't dare to delay. Seizing this opportunity, they instantly disappeared. However, they couldn't find them. Ziyan and the others didn't have the key, so they couldn't see the bronze door at all. Even Black Lotus was so angry that he was yelling. Damn it, all of you go to hell. Black Lotus covered the sky. Its body swayed, and countless black flowers bloomed between heaven and earth like demons, wanting to devour everything. Ziyan and the others had already run away. Mortal God shouted coldly and attacked with both fists. Black Lotus shouted, do you really think your body is immune to everything? Today, I'll let you know my power. Black Lotus rushed over. His roots directly wrapped around Mortal God. He wanted to tear the cracks on Mortal God's body wider. Boy, I hope you can come out alive. Mortal God glanced at the ground and then roared to the sky. He released his power and stood next to Black Lotus. Ziyan and the others were sent flying and vomited a mouthful of blood. It was too terrifying. These 2 people's realms were too high. They couldn't get close at all. They could only watch from afar. God of Wind's face was also pale. He said, I didn't expect Immortal Gaze Mountain to hide such a terrifying existence. Fortunately, we didn't go there rashly. They all retreated from Immortal Gaze Mountain and waited quietly. The whole Immortal Gaze Mountain was shaking. Countless mysterious auras danced in the air, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. The people around Immortal Gaze Mountain all looked up at the sky. Were the gods fighting? They trembled in fear. At the foot of Immortal Gaze Mountain, Immortal Village was shaking violently at this moment. The people inside were shocked. The old patriarch leaned on his walking stick, his body swaying. He glanced at Immortal Gaze Mountain and his heart sank. This kind of power was at least at the level of an earth immortal. The terrifying aura covered the whole Immortal Gaze Mountain. Those who went in couldn't be alive. It seemed that the first elder and Emperor Hanji's men were all dead. The intruder, Lin Xian, should be dead. He didn't expect that those people would be so unlucky this time. The old patriarch sighed and closed his eyes in despair. Let's go and find a quiet place to end the rest of our lives. Perhaps in this life, he would never return to Immortal Gaze Mountain again. He didn't know that Lin Xian was not dead. Not only did he not die, but he also entered the last mysterious door. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing entered the mysterious door. He found that there was a unique space inside. Surrounded by clouds and mist, they seemed to be standing above the 9 heavens. There was a huge furnace in front of them, with mysterious runes on it. Inside the furnace, there was a terrifying flame jumping. Lin Xian took a look and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He realized that all the flames in the furnace were actually the 3 true flames. Fated person, you're here. Beside the furnace, there was a figure. It was an illusion. It was an old man with white hair and an immortal aura. He was holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. In his left hand was a token with the word immortal written on it. Immortal token. Morong Qingqing exclaimed. Lin Xian's eyes were also burning. He looked at the illusion in front of him and said, Lin Xian greets Senior. This time, we're here for the immortal token. Senior, what are your requirements and tests? Please tell us. In his opinion, getting the immortal token should be the same as getting the longevity fruit. He had to go through these experts' tests. However, the old man smiled and said, there's no test. You have the immortal key and came here. You're the fated person. The immortal token is yours. The old man waved his hand, and the immortal token immediately came in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned. It's that simple. However, it wasn't that simple. To be honest, he almost couldn't enter. If it were another person, even an earth immortal, he might not be able to enter. After all, the Black Lotus was an extremely terrifying existence. It was an existence that had cultivated 4 strands of immortal qi. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian put away the immortal token. With this thing, he could leave with the people of the Oracle. He could even leave with the Heavenly Cycle Master. Lin Xian was very happy. Morong Qingqing was also surprised. It's so simple. Are they going back? Lin Xian stared at the furnace in front of him. He thought for a while. Then he asked, Senior, can you give me the 3 true fire? After saying that, Lin Xian took out the gourd. The old man's phantom smiled and nodded, sure. As long as you can take it, you can take as many as you want. Then take it. Lin Xian was even more delighted. He walked over, opened the purple gourd, and began to absorb the 3 true flames. The purple gourd was used to store the 3 true flames. It was definitely a magical treasure. Sure enough, the 3 true fire was so terrifying that it could injure a land immortal's flame, but it couldn't injure the purple gourd. This time, it was not just 3 flames of 3 true flames, but many. Lin Xian found it hard to imagine. Great, I'm rich. However, he knew that according to his guess, this thing should not be able to bring out the 3 true flames, but it was still very useful. This was because he would most likely have to face the attacks of Black Lotus, Purple Mist, and other Earth Immortals. At that time, he would be able to use the 3 true flames to fight back. Thinking of this, Lin Xian continued to absorb until the entire purple gourd was filled to the brim. Humph, Purple Mist, just you wait. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It was definitely effective to use the 3 true flames to deal with these people. Lin Xian even felt that the 3 true flames in this gourd could resist Black Lotus. So what if it was the red spider lily? If he could kill it back then, he could also resist it this time. Lin Xian clenched his fists and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Morong Qingqing said, Brother Xian, can you cultivate here? Don't you want to refine your 9-yang divine body? Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. His golden right hand had indeed absorbed the 3 true flames' power, so it had become stronger than before. Now that he had a furnace of 3 true flames, Lin Xian could completely absorb it. Moreover, there were still decades before the 100 years. Because the entire process had only taken 1 or 2 years, Lin Xian had plenty of time. However, he shook his head and said, No, we don't know what's going on outside. Although we have the immortal token, the people of the divine realm might be killed. Once they die, the immortal token won't be able to save them. Morong Qingqing said, I can help you with this. I'll go out and inform them. That way, you'll be in danger. Lin Xian shook his head. After all, there were land immortals and even the Permetha Black Lotus with 4 immortal qi. Don't worry, my master can take me away. After we go out, I'll immediately inform my master. There shouldn't be a problem. Morong Qingqing was also very confident in her master because she felt that her master was extremely powerful. Alright, let's give it a try. If there's really danger, come back. When the time comes, we'll leave together. Morong Qingqing nodded. Then, Lin Xian used the key to open the mysterious door. Morong Qingqing flew out. The battle outside was still ongoing. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. Morong Qingqing's appearance made both of them stop. Did she come out? So fast. Mortal God was surprised. Black Lotus was extremely excited. Regardless of whether the other party succeeded or not, he was going to make a move. If the other party succeeded, he would kill the other party and snatch the immortal token. However, when he saw that it was only Morong Qingqing who had come out, he froze. What's going on? Only this woman came out. Is that boy afraid to come out? Forget it, I'll catch this woman first. I don't believe that boy won't come out. Black Lotus shot out a terrifying lotus, forming a cage and attacking Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing threw out the last ancient seal. At the same time, she quickly retreated. The bloodline of the seven-colored phoenix was completely activated. Master, save me. Boom. The ancient seal turned into a phoenix, spinning between heaven and earth, releasing a terrifying aura. However, it only blocked for a moment before it was shattered by the black petals. Black Lotus said coldly, "It's useless, little girl. Although you have a trump card, you are vulnerable in front of me. Your master is just a land immortal. I don't take him seriously." After that, the black petals came to Morong Qingqing's side. Oh no. Morong Qingqing's expression changed. But at this moment, the void behind Morong Qingqing split open and a white jade hand reached out. It hit the black petals directly. With a clang, the petals were all sent flying. Do you want to die, Hellflower? How dare you bully my disciple? Do you believe it or not? I'll turn you into a potted plant. A cold voice came out from the crack. Morong Qingqing was overjoyed. Master, he bullied me. Don't worry, my dear disciple. He won't dare to do anything to me. Hellflower's expression was extremely ugly. She didn't expect that there was such a powerful person behind Morong Qingqing. She had actually hit his petals back. Hellflower's expression turned even uglier when she heard the arrogant voice. She recognized the other party. It's you. Her petals shook in anger. Fanshan was also surprised. He also recognized the other party. He didn't expect that the person behind Morong Qingqing was her. Master, take me away. Morong Qingqing said. The white jade hand took Morong Qingqing away. No one stopped it. Black Lotus just watched coldly. He didn't want to offend the mysterious woman. That woman was terrifying. Moreover, there was a more important reason. Only Morong Qingqing left temporarily. He didn't have the aura of immortality on him. In other words, he didn't have the immortal token. That boy hasn't come out yet. I'll wait for him. Black Lotus's target was Lin Xian. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw what was happening outside. In the next moment, he completely closed the mysterious door. Morong Qingqing was no longer in danger. She had left safely. Next, the other party should be sending a message. As expected, after Morong Qingqing left, she asked her master to use a divine ability to send a message. All the God Realm martial artists in Immortal City could hear it. After the Golden Lion King, Red Feather Emperor, and the others heard the message, they immediately found a place to hide. They knew that Lin Xian had succeeded. He had successfully obtained the immortal token and brought them away safely. What they had to do now was to survive for the next few decades. Great, we have hope. The God Realm martial artists were so excited that they were about to cry. Red Feather Emperor and the others were so excited that they jumped up. The Golden Lion King heaved a sigh of relief. He had been fighting all this time. He had suffered some injuries while fighting for the nine-headed lion's treasure, but they weren't fatal. The only thing he was worried about was the longevity fruit. Now that Lin Xian had obtained the immortal token, he didn't have to worry about his life anymore. Next, he could focus on absorbing the treasures left behind by the nine-headed lion. There were still a few decades left. He had to increase his strength. In the ruins of the Array faction in the seventh heaven, there was a mysterious array. This place was even more terrifying than before, even though the formation was gone. Even though the array was gone, no one dared to come here. There were two figures here. One was Heavenly Cycle Master, who had been in a daze. The other was Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao was cultivating here. On this day, he heard Morong Qingqing's voice transmission. He opened his eyes. Did Lin Xian succeed? That's great. He quickly stood up and looked at Heavenly Cycle Master. Senior, he succeeded. Lin Xian succeeded. He found the immortal token. The Heavenly Circuit Master's empty eyes regained their focus and began to shine. Is that true? He looked up at the sky. His gaze seemed to pass through the nine heavens. He couldn't believe it. Could someone really find the immortal token? Lin Xian took a deep breath inside the mysterious spatial door of Immortal Gaze Mountain. Next, he would have to absorb the three true flames with all his might. This process would be very painful. However, Lin Xian knew that this was his only chance. If he left Immortal City, he might never see the three true flame again. Go all out. Lin Xian roared and walked towards the furnace. His right hand had already been tempered. Lin Xian's next step was to refine his left hand and the rest of his body. The years of cultivation passed by very quickly. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. The outside world had already undergone earth-shaking changes. The Immortal Gaze Mountain had completely turned into a forbidden land of death. Every day, a terrifying aura lingered in the air. The two peerless experts were fighting a great battle, covering everything. No one dared to approach. Ziyan and the others also retreated to an extremely far place, silently waiting. The immortal village at the foot of the mountain had long disappeared. The immortal-seeking village was destroyed, and the people inside had all left. The old clan leader left with despair in his heart. The others were also scattered all over the place. Another 10 years had passed, and the battle between the peerless experts had yet to stop. Finally, 50 years had passed. Many people seemed to have forgotten that the intruders had once been here. However, on this day, someone had ascended to the ninth heaven. This person was none other than someone from the Nirvana realm. She was the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox was so excited that she cried because there was nothing in the first 8 heavens. There was not a single longevity fruit. That meant that she would die. She would not be able to leave alive. She crazily tried to break through the ninth heaven. Finally, she succeeded. There should be the last few longevity fruits here. Would she be lucky enough to get them? Immortal Gaze Mountain. Black Lotus and Mortal God also stopped fighting. The two of them had fought for 50 years, and both of them had suffered injuries. It could be said that they were evenly matched. If they continued to fight, it would be difficult to determine the winner even after a few hundred years. However, they did not leave. They waited here for Lin Xian to come out. Black Lotus wanted the immortal token, while Mortal God wanted the power of an immortal. On this day, Black Lotus was stunned. He sensed an aura in the ninth heaven. It was the aura of an intruder. Moreover, it was the aura of the Nirvana realm. Buzz. He made his move. His petals flew through time and space and came to an endless distance. The nine-tailed fox came to the ninth heaven and cautiously searched for the whereabouts of the longevity fruit. Suddenly, the void above her head cracked open. Black petals swept everything and directly enveloped her. The nine-tailed fox was enveloped. She attacked with all her might, but she could not move a single petal. What kind of power was this? Was it the power of an immortal? Was she going to die? She had just arrived at the ninth heaven and there was hope. Was she going to be so desperate? She did not know. In the next moment, her figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she found that she had come to a ruin. There were countless large black holes around her. There was also a terrifying killing intent in the air. Obviously, a great battle had taken place here. Moreover, it was an unimaginable battle between gods. When he turned his head around, he saw 2 colossal beings standing there. One of them was like a god, but his body was full of cracks. There was not a single part of him that was intact. This made her scalp tingle and she was almost scared silly. Who was this person? Just one look from the other party seemed to be able to kill her thousands of times. Beside her, it was even more terrifying. There was an indomitable black lotus that slowly bloomed. There were 4 strands of immortal energy surrounding the other party. She was stunned. The virtual immortals, Master Rashi, and other immortals that she knew only had 3 strands of immortal energy. This black lotus had 4 strands of immortal energy, which surpassed the existence of an immortal on Earth. What level was this? Was she brought here by such a terrifying expert? She was almost scared to death. However, the 9-tailed fox was still a little confused because she found this black lotus very familiar. Why did it feel very similar to the red spider lily on the Permitha realm? Have you heard of the Permitha realm? The 9-tailed fox asked carefully. She was really afraid that she would be slapped to death. The black lotus said coldly, "Nonsense, I am the red spider lily. How can I not know about the Permitha realm? How is the Grand Supreme? Damn, he is actually an expert from the Permitha realm. A supreme expert with 4 strands of immortal energy." She was so excited. The 9-tailed fox cried at this moment. She knelt down and said, "Greetings, ancestor. I am the disciple of the fox immortal. I am the 9-tailed fox." Fox immortal, you mean Little White, that little fox. Has he become an immortal on Earth? It's really amazing. I remember that he was just a great emperor at that time, right? The Permitha Black Lotus said faintly. After hearing this, the 9-tailed fox was even more shocked. The other party called her master a little fox. How high was his seniority? Could it be that he was at the same level as the Grand Supreme? She was even more respectful and kept kowtowing. The Grand Supreme was still recovering. During this period, he had a great battle with the Divine Realm. "Ancestor, the Divine Realm is too evil. Patriarch, please take action and destroy them." Hearing 9-tailed fox's words, Ebon Black Lotus snorted, "I don't have time to kill the God Realm. You can do it yourselves." What he was most concerned about now was the immortal token. Obtaining the immortal token and discovering the secret of immortality was the most important thing. As for what happened outside, he was too lazy to care about it. However, he was Ebon Black Lotus after all, so he asked, "How many longevity fruits did you get?" Although he would not leave Immortal City for the time being, he did not want the Otherworld Heavenly King to suffer losses. After hearing this, 9-tailed fox's body trembled and she buried her head deep into the ground. None of them got. Ebon Black Lotus was dumbfounded. He was about to vomit blood. He wanted to slap this little fox to death. None of them got. Shameful, too shameful. Last time, the Otherworld Heavenly King won. Why were the Otherworld Heavenly King's people so useless now? No wonder the God Realm became so arrogant. Was it because the Otherworld Heavenly King was too useless? 9-tailed fox said, "We don't know what happened either. Someone was very fast and got 39 longevity fruits in a row." Indeed, 9-tailed fox was still in a daze. Ebon Black Lotus's face darkened. Someone got 39 longevity fruits. It must be someone from the Otherworld Heavenly King. Who was it? He immediately thought of Lin Xian. Although this kid was just a great emperor, he even found the immortal key. He was too powerful. This was a monster. To think that such a monster would be able to enter the mysterious door right under his nose, 9-tailed fox and the others deserved to lose. Alright, stop crying. There are still 9 longevity fruits. They are with me. Take them. After he said that, 9 longevity fruits flew out from his petals. Is that true? Thank you, Patriarch. 9-tailed fox was relieved. This way, her life would be saved, and she would be able to leave with the other 9 people. Although the result was worse than expected, it was better than being wiped out. Leave and find a place to hide. As for the monster you mentioned, he is here. I'll wait for him to come out and kill him myself. 9-tailed fox was even more shocked when she heard that. Lin Xian was here? Heavens, why didn't he sense it? And from the looks of it, Lin Xian had offended this ancestor. He was overjoyed. Haha, this kid is dead for sure. This ancestor is even more terrifying than an Earth immortal. If he were to kill Lin Xian would die without a doubt. Old ancestor, don't worry, I'll leave now. Nine-tailed fox left Immortal Gaze Mountain and found a place to hide. Next, he would have to wait for half a year before she could leave Immortal City. In the blink of an eye, another few decades passed. On this day, the sound of thunder could be heard from within the mysterious door. Lin Xian opened his eyes. The thunderous sound was an array formation that he had set up beforehand. He had set the time long ago and would not miss the day of his departure. There was still a month's time before they left Immortal City. Was it going to be 100 years? Lin Xian sighed. Time passed so quickly while cultivating. For the past few decades, he had been quietly absorbing the immortal flame. During this period, his body had been shattered several times. However, his hard work paid off. His left hand had also been tempered. Previously, he had tempered a part of it. But this time, both of his hands had been tempered. His strength had become stronger than before. However, the other parts of his body did not appear because it was too difficult to absorb the immortal flame. This was the power of the immortal flame. It was the power that countless experts wanted to obtain. Lin Xian could absorb a little now, which was already very heaven-defying. Senior, I'm leaving. Lin Xian stood up and kept the purple gourd. He looked at the old man in front of him and bowed deeply. The old man's phantom remained there. He looked at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He took out the bronze key and opened the mysterious door. In the next moment, he flew out. Outside, Black Lotus was still waiting. He knew that every time an intruder came in, there would be 100 years. Last time, he had asked Nine-tailed Fox. Calculating the time, it was almost time to leave. If he didn't leave this time, he would stay in the Immortal City forever. That kid would definitely come out. This was his best chance to kill him. Mortal God also knew, so he often paid attention to him. He would not let Permetha Black Lotus succeed. On this day, the ground under their feet cracked again, and a figure walked out. Did he come out? Mortal God was delighted. Black Lotus also rushed over in an instant. Kid, you finally came out. If you have the ability, you can hide for the rest of your life. After you come out, I will immediately make you suffer a fate worse than death. The cold killing intent swept through the 9 heavens again. At this moment, the Immortal Gaze Mountain that had been silent for decades shook violently again. A destructive aura filled the entire planet. Countless people in the middle were shocked again. Was the war about to start again? Even the Earth Immortals from before took a deep breath. They stood up and looked into the distance. Did Lin Xian come out? Damn it, I don't dare to go over. Should we join forces? The others hesitated. Let's join forces and go over together. Wind God said. However, Lightning Immortal shook his head. Forget it. Don't get too close. We will guard from afar. Maybe there will be fish that slip through the net. If we get too close, we will be treated as enemies and attacked. I don't want to offend such an existence. Indeed, due to various reasons, they couldn't leave the Immortal City and had to stay here for a long time. If Permetha Black Lotus came for revenge in the future, no one would be able to escape. Young man, it's time to fulfill your promise. Mortal God of the Immortal Gaze Mountain looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. He had already prepared for this. He took out a light ball. This light ball condensed his immortal power. He threw it to Mortal God and said, Senior, please feel it. Mortal God received it and was shocked. It was indeed immortal power, and so much immortal power. It was definitely released by the other party. This kid really has immortal power. How did you do it? I can't tell you now because I still have a month before I can leave. Wait for another month. You can take away this immortal power and analyze it slowly. It's enough for you to analyze it many times. As for how I practiced it? I will tell you the moment I leave. I promise to tell you everything, and it's all true. On this point, I can swear on my Tao heart. Okay, I believe you. This kind of oath can't be lied to, no matter how high your cultivation is. Therefore, Mortal God believed it. He knew that Lin Xian wouldn't lie to him. He said, I can stop Black Lotus, but there are other Earth Immortals outside. I'm afraid I can't help you. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face as he said, Senior, don't worry. I can handle them. When he said this, his eyes were full of confidence. Lin Xian left. Black Lotus roared, Where do you think you're going? He tried to intercept him. However, Mortal God was able to hold his opponent back. The two peerless experts clashed once again. Black Lotus roared and said in a sharp voice, Listen, Earth Immortals of the ninth heaven. Whoever helps me catch this kid, I will reward him handsomely. In the next moment, Lin Xian's portrait appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone in the 9 heavens heard this voice. They looked up at the sky in shock. Some martial artists exclaimed, Who is this young man? How could he offend the supreme existence of the immortal gazing mountain? It's unbelievable. However, Ziyan and the other 2 Earth Immortals' eyes lit up. It's this kid. Now that he had come out, their chance had come. Judging from the current situation, Black Lotus was restrained and couldn't make a move. But they could. Once they succeeded, they would have many choices. If the Immortal Order really had a shocking secret, they would definitely run away. They wouldn't give it to Black Lotus. Thinking of this, Ziyan and the others quickly rushed over. In the past, in a desolate place, Nine-Tailed Fox also poked his head out. When he saw Lin Xian, he also sneered, Ancestor has issued a kill order. This kid is dead. Because he had already sensed that several Earth Immortals were rushing towards the immortal gazing mountain. Therefore, he no longer hid but followed behind. He wanted to see Lin Xian die with his own eyes. In the immortal gazing mountain, a figure quickly rushed out. It was Lin Xian. After Lin Xian came out, he flew into the distance. There was still more than a month left. As long as he could survive this period, he would win. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded between heaven and earth, Where are you going? This voice was filled with endless thunder, causing the surrounding void to shatter continuously. This was the voice of the lightning immortal. Lin Xian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stopped. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared around him. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for him to move. They really came. Lin Xian took a deep breath, but he was not afraid. Ziyan said coldly, Kid, I finally caught you. You actually dared to plot against us. I will make you pay the price. Although the 3 Earth Immortals had powerful auras, one of their hands was completely petrified. Since they couldn't use this hand, their fighting strength was greatly reduced. Of course, that was for Earth Immortals. In their opinion, it was a piece of cake for them to deal with a great emperor. Revenge? I think you want the immortal token, right? However, there was only one such thing. Who should he give it to? Why don't the 3 of you fight it out first? Lin Xian said faintly. The god of Gale snorted. Trying to sow discord? It's useless against us. It's too insignificant. We'll suppress you first, and then we'll find a way to decide who's stronger. That's right, let's attack together and kill this brat. Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think you can compete with me? Don't forget that I have the immortal flame. I'll give you a chance to scram. Otherwise, he would have to bear the consequences. Ha 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 ha. Ziyan and the others laughed proudly. Immortal flame? Brat, how many more do you have? You still have 1 immortal flame. Can you kill us? It's impossible. At most, you'll injure us. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. How dare you challenge us? Seeing this scene, the 9-tailed fox behind them laughed excitedly. What an idiot. Brat, you're dead meat. You've offended 3 Earth Immortals. No one in the world can save you. The 3 Earth Immortals in front said, Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's attack. The 3 stretched out their palms, which were filled with vast divine fire and immortal chi. Not to mention a great emperor, even an Earth Immortal wouldn't be able to escape from being besieged by the 3 of them. Boom. Lin Xian's figure was completely engulfed. But at this moment, a purple flame flew out from the west village of the Gourd Lake. This wasn't an ordinary flame, but the Samadhi true fire. As soon as it appeared, it swept across the land. The sticky immortal chi and divine fire melted in an instant. Not only that, these flames spread in all directions and enveloped the world in an instant. Damn it. What's going on? Purple Mist suddenly exclaimed. She felt a scorching aura. This was the power of the immortal fire. The other party was attacking them. Damn it. They attacked together. However, the god of wind and lightning immortal next to them also exclaimed. They also felt the power of the immortal fire. It wasn't just a ball of fire, but countless flames flying over from all directions. They felt that their bodies were about to crack and melt. How could this kid have so many immortal fires? This was an illusion. They roared crazily. They had been here for millions of years, but they hadn't found any immortal fire. This kid, a great emperor, had only been here for a few decades, but he had found so many. How did he do it? They couldn't imagine. However, they soon realized that this wasn't an illusion. Because when the Samadhi true fire came to them, it directly cracked their bodies. That pain terrified the three earth immortals. Run. They quickly dodged and fled into the distance. What happened? The people of the ninth heaven looked up at the sky. They could already feel that the three earth immortals had surrounded a great emperor. It seemed that the great emperor was the young man in the portrait in the sky. The great emperor was really miserable. I'm afraid that he would rather die than live, many people sighed. However, there were still a few earth immortals on their way. However, they were a little slower and had to deal with time. They shook their heads and said, "It's over." They had no more opportunities for the things on Immortal Gaze Mountain. They even stopped and didn't want to go any further. However, suddenly, a ball of flame lit up in the distance. Then, a scorching aura swept in all directions. Even though they were so far away, they could feel the terror of this flame. As for the other warriors, they were even more terrified. They were already crawling on the ground in fear. What kind of flame was this? It was too powerful. Under this kind of flame, everything would be turned into ashes. Boundless immortal chi spread out from an old man. He took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, "This is the immortal fire. It has extraordinary power." He was also an earth immortal. With his gaze, he looked through the void and into the distance. He saw a shocking scene. Xian's other arm instantly cracked under the immortal fire, and white bones appeared. Then, the white bones were covered with cracks. Ah! Xian let out a shrill cry, and her expression became incomparably terrified. Retreat, quickly retreat. At this moment, she no longer had any thoughts of seizing the immortal token. She just wanted to escape. Whoosh! Streams of immortal fire rushed over from all directions and landed on Xian's body. The entire space was completely sealed, and Xian couldn't escape at all. Puff! Xian vomited a large mouthful of blood. On the other side, the god of wind roared, "Get lost." Wind moving ninth heaven. 9 tornadoes appeared on his body, supporting the sky and the earth. Each tornado carried a powerful storm power, as if they had really turned into wind dragons, sweeping in all directions. They wanted to blow away the three true flames. The god of lightning even split open the void, and a huge crack appeared. He wanted to escape with his unparalleled speed. However, it was useless. The immortal fire was too magical. Moreover, there were countless immortal fire here. These were all absorbed by Lin Xian from the furnace. He didn't know how much he had absorbed. Lin Xian knew that this immortal fire couldn't be taken out, so he didn't feel any pity for using it now. Soon, the 2 earth immortals also let out miserable cries because they found that they couldn't resist at all. "Young man, don't make a mistake. I'll give you a chance. Quickly put away your flames." The god of wind roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He said, "Are you threatening me?" After saying that, he pointed the purple gourd at the god of wind. Suddenly, the purple flames that filled the sky quickly rushed toward the god of wind. After that, the god of wind's face turned green. He moved quickly. The tornado around him was even more terrifying. He even used a terrifying wind shield to block it. However, he was still sent flying by the flames and vomited a large mouthful of blood. This time, there were a few more cracks on his body. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. The kid in front of him wasn't very strong. He could kill him with a slap. However, the samadhi true fire in his hand was too terrifying. That was the immortal fire. They couldn't resist it at all. Therefore, even if he was gnashing his teeth in hatred, he didn't dare to attack. He could only think of a way to escape. When the martial artists of the ninth heaven in the distance saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. One had to know that those were 3 earth immortals. They were also the top powerhouses of the ninth heaven. They were like dominators. Usually, they would kneel and look up to them. But now, these 3 sovereign-like existences were actually being beaten up to the point of crying and wailing. And the opponent was just a young great emperor. They felt like they were dreaming. Especially the disciples and subordinates of the 3 earth immortals, their faces were extremely ugly. They couldn't believe that their lord would be in such a sorry state. At this time, Lin Xian's voice sounded again. As expected of the earth immortals. They are really strong. To be able to persist for such a long time under the immortal flame was truly amazing. Pooh, hearing this, Ziyan spat out another mouthful of blood. This brat was simply slapping their faces crazily. While she was in a daze, Lin Xian seized the opportunity and launched a flaming attack. Purple smoke was once again sent flying. A bloody hole appeared on her body, and her internal organs were all shattered. Her body froze in midair. The blood of an earth god shattered the void and shattered countless mountains and rivers. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared, surrounded by a sea of blood. The people of the Purple Mountain all knelt on the ground. No. This is not true. Immortal Gazing Mountain. Black Lotus was dumbfounded. In his opinion, these earth immortals would instantly capture Lin Xian. As for whether or not these land immortals would escape, he wasn't worried at all. No matter how he tried to escape, he wouldn't be able to escape Immortal City. At that time, he would have a chance to capture the other party. However, things went beyond his expectations. Because he found that not only did these earth immortals fail to capture Lin Xian, but they were also beaten up miserably. When he saw it, he exclaimed in shock, "Immortal flame," and it was a monstrous immortal flame. This kind of flame was already a threat to him. That's right, he might not care about one immortal flame, but with countless immortal flames, even he had to avoid them. Damn it, how could this kid have so many immortal flames? What did he get? Previously, Lin Xian had disappeared for nearly 100 years. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Could it be that he had obtained the immortal inheritance? He stared at mortal God and shouted coldly, "Aren't you curious? After he obtains the immortal inheritance, you and I will be able to advance further. I just want the power of an immortal. Once I condense the power of an immortal, I will have a chance to become immortal. I don't need the inheritance of others." Mortal God said coldly. "Idiot, is it so easy to condense the power of an immortal? That kid is definitely lying to you." Black Lotus was so angry that he was depressed. This guy is too stubborn. Under the Xianxia flame, the 3 earth immortals in front of him had no power to resist. They were injured and severely injured. Especially Ziyan, she couldn't believe it. She thought of Yu Xian'er. Yu Xian'er was injured by the Xianxia flame. However, he was much stronger than Yu Xian'er. Back then, she mocked and despised Yu Xian'er, calling her a trash. But now, if she couldn't escape, she would probably end up worse than Yu Xian'er. Because Yu Xian'er would be able to recover in a few million years. As for her, she would be reduced to ashes. It was extremely difficult for her to cultivate to this point. So, she couldn't die. With a roar, Ziyan made a crazy decision. The immortal flame on her body instantly erupted. She began to burn her bloodline and life. In an instant, her body turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. This time, as long as she didn't die, she would have a chance to recover at all costs. Boom. After colliding with the Xianxia flame, Ziyan's body was torn into pieces. Some of her blood was instantly obliterated. However, a portion of them still managed to escape. She didn't even have time to say anything and instantly fled into the distance. Because she was afraid that Lin Xian would hunt her down. "Lord," the people of the Purple Mountain exclaimed. They were all terrified and desperate. Moreover, they found that Ziyan didn't return to the Purple Mountain at all. Instead, she fled to the vast mountains. She disappeared. Did she leave? Lin Xian frowned, but he didn't chase after her. Because he knew that Ziyan's condition was very bad, probably worse than Xian'er. She might not be able to recover in a few million years. The other party was no longer a threat. He turned his head and looked at the other two Earth Immortals and sneered. The two Earth Immortals also gritted their teeth. Like Ziyan, they fled at all costs. In the end, the two seriously injured Earth Immortals also fled and disappeared. Between heaven and earth, only the shamisen flame was dancing, and Lin Xian's figure was standing there. He was like a true ruler who could even control the fate of the Earth Immortals. This is the outcome of being my enemy. Do you see it? Lin Xian looked around and said coldly. These words were a warning to the other Earth Immortals. There was more than one Earth Immortal in the 9th layer of heaven. Lin Xian didn't want to be hunted down again. At this moment, the 9th layer of heaven was completely silent. Countless people looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. The other Earth Immortals also frowned slightly, but they didn't say anything. How long could an intruder be arrogant? When the other party left, they would pretend that they never saw this person. Therefore, the few Earth Immortals turned around and disappeared. Feeling the aura of these people, Lin Xian said, "You go and hunt down the other Earth Immortals. I don't care, but all the treasures of these 3 Earth Immortal sects are mine. Don't even think about it." Buzz. The Earth Immortals who originally had this idea immediately stopped. They no longer went to the sects of the 3 Earth Immortals. Instead, they turned around and flew into the vast mountains. They wanted to see if they could hunt down the 3 injured Earth Immortals. Not to mention them, even some super great emperors joined the search. Because they had no hope of becoming Earth Immortals. But this time, if they could find an injured Earth Immortal, they might be able to discover a shocking secret from the other party. Therefore, countless experts began to search frantically. Looking at the actions of these people, Lin Xian snorted coldly, land immortals are not so easy to kill. So far, he had only defeated land immortals and had not killed any land immortals. Once the land immortals counterattacked before their deaths, even if he had the 3 true fire, it would be difficult for him to deal with that destructive power. Lin Xian did not bother with these people. He would let them suffer a little. Perhaps many super powerhouses would be turned into ashes. He looked down at an inconspicuous hill in the distance and sneered, "Don't hide, I found you long ago." There was no sound on this small hill. However, Lin Xian sneered, "Still not coming out?" He slashed forward with his sword. The hill instantly shattered, and the figure of the 9-tailed fox rushed out. She turned around and left. At the same time, she was terrified. "Damn it, I've been discovered, run." The 9-tailed fox had been hiding before. However, when she found that Lin Xian was surrounded by 3 land immortals, she was ready to watch a good show. What could happen when 3 land immortals attacked? She was not worried at all. However, the situation was completely beyond her expectations. Lin Xian defeated 3 land immortals, which was beyond her imagination. The flame in his hand was too terrifying. As long as one flame hit her, she would be dead. Therefore, he was running away like a madman. Damn it, I should have listened to Ancestor Zun Lian and hid somewhere. The 9-tailed fox was so regretful that her intestines turned green. She fled in the direction of the Immortal Gaze Mountain. Because she wanted to seek the protection of the Ancestor. "Ancestor, save me." Before reaching the Immortal Gaze Mountain, the 9-tailed fox screamed crazily. Lin Xian followed behind and was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to let the other party experience despair. On the Immortal Gaze Mountain, Black Lotus frowned when he saw this scene. "This idiot, why did the 9-tailed fox jump out again? Do you want to die faster? Get over here." Black Lotus shouted coldly. The 9-tailed fox was overjoyed. "Great, with the protection of the Ancestor, I'm absolutely safe." The old Ancestor was in existence with 4 strands of immortal chi. He was even more terrifying than those Earth Immortals. However, at this moment, Lin Xian made his move. Previously, Lin Xian had put away the remaining 3 true flames. At this moment, there was still half a flame left in the purple gourd. It was definitely enough. With a wave of his hand, the true Samadhi fire flew out and enveloped the 9-tailed fox. 9-tailed fox felt her body shattering. "No, Ancestor, save me." Black Lotus was also furious. you're courting death. How dare you lay a finger on her? Believe it or not, I'll make you wish you were dead." However, this kind of threat was completely useless. The nine-tailed fox was instantly annihilated. Her storage ring had disappeared without a trace. Nothing was left behind. However, there were 9 rays of light floating in the sea of blood. They were not damaged in the slightest. This surprised Lin Xian. There was actually something that could resist the immortal fire? What was it? With a wave of his hand, he caught the 9 streaks of light. In the next moment, Lin Xian laughed out loud. What a pleasant surprise. It turned out to be the longevity fruit. And it was 9 longevity fruits. In this way, he had gathered all the longevity fruits. Morong Qingqing's longevity fruit was also with him. This 9-tailed fox was actually able to obtain the longevity fruit of the 9th heaven. Lin Xian was surprised. However, he understood after thinking about it. It should have been given to her by Black Lotus. However, it was all in vain. It was now his. Damn it. Seeing Lin Xian put away the longevity fruit and kill the 9-tailed fox, Black Lotus went crazy with anger. The other party dared to kill his subordinate in front of him. Are you courting death? Black Lotus roared angrily. The huge black petals turned into sharp weapons and attacked Lin Xian. This was an attack of 4 strands of immortal qi. Lian Xian and the others couldn't resist it at all. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and a flame curtain condensed. It blocked these attacks. In the next moment, he said coldly, "You are too arrogant." Black Lotus was furious. He was arrogant? He was an earth immortal, okay? 4 strands of immortal qi, okay? He was high and mighty. So what if he was arrogant? On the other hand, a little great emperor like you dared to be arrogant in front of them. However, Lin Xian continued, "Do you really think I don't dare to attack you? Now, I will let you have a taste of the immortal fire." After that, he looked at Mortal God and said, "Senior, let's work together to kill him." Lin Xian clapped his hand, and the boundless Samadhi true fire flew out of the purple gourd again, forming a sea of fire that covered the sky and swept out. Black Lotus was shocked. Lin Xian had used a lot of flames to defeat the 3 earth immortals. In his opinion, the other party should have no more. But he didn't expect that there would be so many. Did this guy really obtain the inheritance of the immortal fire? Otherwise, why would there be so many immortal fire? Haha, good, I have long disliked this guy. Mortal God also laughed and cooperated with the attack. Black Lotus quickly dodged. No matter how proud and confident he was, he had to dodge in the face of such a situation. Lin Xian said, "Hey, senior, aren't you high and mighty and fearless? Why are you dodging? You really surprised me. Will you kneel down and beg for mercy later? I am looking forward to it." "Little ant, you are dead." Black Lotus roared, trying to find a chance to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was very cautious. He always left a sea of fire around him to defend against any attack. Black Lotus was furious. This young man's combat experience was too terrifying. He didn't give him any chance at all. The 4 strands of immortal qi on his body resisted the immortal fire with all their strength. Black Lotus quickly retreated. At this time, Mortal God punched out and directly hit Black Lotus on the back, sending him flying. Countless petals fell from his body, and even a trace of black blood dripped down. Damn it. Black Lotus was at a disadvantage. He had never been at a disadvantage in a battle with Mortal God. But now, he was injured. Mortal God was excited. "Boy, come with me to suppress it." Mortal God saw hope. "Just you wait." Black Lotus fled into the space. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would end up in a miserable state. Maybe he would really be seriously injured. Therefore, he was very decisive. He fled when he reached the county level. What a pity. Lin Xian didn't chase after him. Because he found that Black Lotus was really powerful and could resist the immortal fire. Of course, he could only wait for a while. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away. Even so, he was already very powerful. The 4th strand of immortal qi was too terrifying. Lin Xian didn't chase after him. He looked at Mortal God and asked, "Senior, at your level, what is your level?" Lin Xian was indeed very curious. Mortal God said, they are still called land immortals, but they are more powerful than purple deity. 4 strands of immortal qi? Was he also a land immortal? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. What about the immortal realm? Lin Xian continued to ask. He was very curious about the immortal token. However, he didn't know the exact situation of the immortal city. This time, Lin Xian was prepared to ask the mortal god. However, the mortal god shook his head. It's not good for you to know too much now. When you reach a certain realm, you will naturally know. It was like this again. Lin Xian frowned, but he didn't ask any more questions. Next, the mortal god looked at Lin Xian and said, "Little guy, can you give me the secret of the immortal power?" In order to prevent Lin Xian from worrying, he swore that he would never attack Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "I naturally believe in Senior." He handed over a scroll, and the mortal god couldn't wait to read it. He probed it with his soul and imprinted all the information inside into his mind. However, in the next moment, the mortal god was shocked. What? It turned out to be like this. What was written in the scroll was the process of Lin Xian obtaining the immortal power. There was nothing hidden. He even told the mortal god about going to the land of destiny. However, the mortal god was stunned. He needed the land of destiny to go against the heavens and change his fate. However, the land of destiny was incomparably mysterious. Even if he was so powerful, he couldn't enter the land of destiny. Forget it, this was the will of the heavens. He couldn't force it. The mortal god smiled bitterly. This state is also very good. At most, I will be petrified. Rushing down that path might not be hopeless. Lin Xian was shocked. Even a powerful mortal god needs to be petrified? Moreover, he had to take the initiative to be petrified. What was the secret of petrification? He still didn't know. Previously, he had joined forces with the immortal hand to petrify 3 land immortals. Those 3 land immortals were in despair, as if it was the end of the world. However, the mortal god's attitude was not right. It seemed that petrification also had a secret. He couldn't get the secret of immortality anymore. It seemed that it was time to leave. The mortal god sighed. Lin Xian was even more shocked. You can leave this place. He didn't dare to imagine. Because he had learned from the dream god and the other land immortals that those land immortals couldn't leave. In his opinion, the mortal god should be the same. He should be trapped in the immortal city. However, the situation wasn't like that at all. He could actually leave with a flip of his body. That's right, I can leave because I am above Ziyin and the others. Once they cultivated 4 strands of immortal qi or divine flame, they should be able to leave. To think that something like this actually happened. Lin Xian frowned. This is troublesome. Doesn't that mean that Black Lotus can also leave? Originally, he thought that he would be safe once he left Immortal City. But now, that might not be the case. The moment he left Immortal City, he would lose the help of the mortal gods and the immortal flames. Then wouldn't the Black Lotus be able to attack him? At that time, he was unable to resist at all. No, he had to think of a way. He had to restrain Black Lotus. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Moreover, once Black Lotus returned to the other side, he would be a huge threat to the God realm. In a one-on-one fight, no one in the divine realm would be able to withstand Black Lotus's attack. Sire 9 had just recovered, and Lin Zhan had just become a land immortal. The combat strength of these 2 people was at the same level as Xianxia. As for what level the battle god was at? Lin Xian wasn't too sure. Although they were all land immortals, Lin Xian guessed that the battle god should be stronger than Ziyin and the others. However, the battle god didn't have 4 strands of immortal qi, so he shouldn't be as strong as Black Lotus. Of course, this was only Lin Xian's guess. As for the specifics, Lin Xian would probably have to ask him in detail when he returned. Distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. Lin Xian thought about it, and his gaze fell on the mortal god again. Only the other party could contend against Black Lotus. However, what could he use to exchange with the other party? It was impossible for such a peerless expert to help him unconditionally. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, the land of destiny. I still have one more chance to go to the land of destiny. Therefore, Lin Xian made a decision in his heart. Senior, how about we cooperate again? Lin Xian said. The mortal god shook his head. Cooperation? What's there to cooperate for? I'm not interested anymore. Young man, enough is enough. Don't have any ideas about me. It was normal for the mortal god to refuse. Lin Xian wasn't surprised. He continued, in 300 years, I will go to the land of destiny again. Although I can't take you there, with your strength, when the power of destiny opens, you should be able to sense something. Hearing this, the mortal god's body trembled. What did you say? You still want to go to the land of destiny? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. It means that the person I'm looking for is here, so I will go there again. Moreover, this is an agreement with the Fane of Destiny in the land of destiny. After 300 years, they will come to pick me up. Lin Xian's words were both true and false. He was indeed going to the land of destiny. However, it wasn't the Fane of Destiny that came to pick him up, but he took the initiative to open it. However, he didn't say anything about this. One must always be on guard against others. If the land of destiny can be opened again, and I try my best to sense it, I can really find its existence and even enter it. The mortal god was excited. He asked, What do you need me to do? Lin Xian smiled. He knew that the other party had agreed. He said, Help me stop Black Lotus. After I leave, the three true fire will disappear. I can't take away the immortal power. Therefore, Black Lotus will definitely kill me halfway. Senior, you must help me stop him. The mortal god nodded and said, You are from the god realm, and he is from the nirvana realm. I won't participate in your battle. However, I can promise you that I will only target Black Lotus. Is that okay? Lin Xian smiled and said, No problem. As long as he could restrain Black Lotus, he could deal with the other situations of the Nirvana realm. And this time, if they won, the land immortals of the Nirvana realm would be petrified. At that time, the God realm would be able to fight back. Lin Xian took out the bell and gave it to the mortal god, saying, Senior, everything depends on you. After that, Lin Xian sent out a ball of immortal power to the mortal god, Senior, you can analyze it more. Maybe you will gain something. The mortal god put away all these things and then disappeared. He began to stare at Black Lotus. Then, Lin Xian left the immortal gaze mountain. On the way, he met Murong Qingqing. Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing was very happy, you succeeded. The news that Lin Xian defeated 3 land immortals had already spread throughout the 9th heaven. After Murong Qingqing returned, he naturally knew about it. Lin Xian said, I succeeded. Not only that, I also got the last 9 longevity fruits. Lin Xian waved his hand and the 49 longevity fruits circled around him. Next, we will go to the 3 land immortals' mansions and take away their resources. Lin Xian also had some 3 true fire, which could sweep everything away. He didn't have much time left. He only had less than a month, so he had to act quickly. He didn't know if these land immortals' treasures could be brought out of the immortal city. They were ready to take action. However, at this time, the 49 longevity fruits suddenly burst into light and connected together, forming a strange scene. At this time, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were stunned. The changes caused by the 49 longevity fruits surprised Lin Xian and the others. What happened? They started to worry. Could there be a problem? However, in the next moment, Lin Xian discovered that the 49 longevity fruits had connected into a ray of light and seemed to have opened a mysterious space. There, he saw the illusion of an old man and a furnace. There was a true samadhi fire in the furnace that kept jumping. This was the scene inside the mysterious door. Lin Xian had been inside for decades. How could he not know? Murong Qingqing had also entered, so she recognized it. She exclaimed, How could this be? Isn't this the place where the immortal key opens? Why did it appear now? Lin Xian was shocked. He said, I understand. The immortal key can open it. However, there was another way to open it, and that was to gather all 49 longevity fruits. However, this seemed to be even more difficult because none of the previous intruders had ever gathered all the longevity fruits. Now, I've done it. I've gathered all of them together. The 49 longevity fruits were another key. They could also open the mysterious door. Lin Xian's guess was correct. However, most people did not know about this matter. Even the land immortals did not know about it. Lin Xian only guessed it after gathering all of them. However, it did not seem to be of any use. He had already entered and cultivated inside for decades. His hands had been tempered and were even more powerful than before. Moreover, he only had less than a month left. It was time for him to leave. It seemed that it was useless. Lin Xian was about to leave. However, at this moment, the mysterious old man's illusion made a move. He waved his hand and a ray of light flew out. Lin Xian was stunned and reached out to catch it. In the next moment, he saw an 8 trigrams spinning in his palm. What was this? Lin Xian was shocked. This pattern seemed to be on the furnace from before. Moreover, the old man's Taoist robe also had something like this. The light on the 49 longevity fruits disappeared and the mysterious door closed again. The old man's phantom and the furnace disappeared. Lin Xian studied the 8 trigrams in his hand, but he didn't find any clues. It should be something good, but I don't know what it is yet. How do I use it? After all, this old man might be an immortal. Whatever the old man's phantom left behind would definitely be extraordinary. After putting the item away, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing set off again. They headed for the Purple Mountain. The atmosphere in the Purple Mountain was incomparably heavy. Their ancestor, the Earth Immortal, was seriously injured and on the verge of death. It made them feel as if the end of the world had arrived. Quite a number of people had already quietly escaped. Some super great emperors were guarding the area as if they were facing a great enemy. He wondered if anyone would attack them. On this day, they saw 2 figures appear in the sky. Who was it? The experts from the Violet Mountain rushed over in an instant. It's me. Lin Xian said coldly as he walked out of the void. It's you. The faces of the super martial emperors turned pale when they saw Lin Xian. How could they not know him? It was him who defeated their Earth Immortal. You, what are you doing here? These super great emperors' voices trembled. Lin Xian said coldly, take away all the resources here. Don't go too far. Someone roared. However, the answer he got was a sword. That person was cut in half. Who else was not convinced? I can send him to hell. The surroundings were silent. No one was not convinced. Several super great emperors made way. Lin Xian took away all the resources of the Purple Mountain. Next, it was the cave abodes of the God of Wind and the Lightning Immortal. He also took away all these things. These were all massive resources. Morong Qingqing asked his master, can these things be taken away? The mysterious woman said, as long as it's not the power of the immortal, you can take it away. That's great. Morong Qingqing was overjoyed. Next, Lin Xian and the others returned. They would leave soon, so they could return to the first level of heaven. In the first level of heaven, people had already returned one after another. The people of the divine realm were excited and worried. The previous battle had caused them to be injured. Many of them were in a miserable state. They were severely injured. Although they did not die, it was difficult for them to recover. It would be difficult for them to recover without tens of thousands of years. What about the people on the other side? The number of people had decreased a lot. They found that several super great emperors had disappeared. What was going on? How could so many people die? Impossible, right? Some people said, not necessarily. Maybe our super great emperors found the longevity fruit. However, the longevity fruit was difficult to find, so it took a long time. That's right, it must be like that. They still had hope in their hearts. After all, these people hadn't even reached the 7th level of heaven. Therefore, they didn't know what happened later. The Golden Lion King also came. He frowned when he saw the injured experts of the divine realm. He took out a lot of resources and gave them to these people. However, he only took a portion of the 9-headed lion's things. Because the 9-headed lion's subordinates were also very powerful. Those people joined forces to fight against him. It was already very heaven-defying that he didn't fall. Don't worry, at least we're still alive. That's right, they were still alive. Because of Morong's voice transmission, they knew that Lin Xian had obtained a lot of longevity fruits. The Otherworld Heavenly King was finished this time. So what if they were injured? At least they could leave here alive. So what if the others were not injured? They probably wouldn't be able to leave again. The people of the Otherworld Heavenly King gritted their teeth. Divine Realm, you're dead. We'll destroy you once again. Look, that kid Lin Wudi didn't appear. Is he dead? Haha, it's very likely that he will die here. The people of the Otherworld Heavenly King were happy again. The people of the Divine Realm rolled their eyes. Idiot, you'll be scared to death later. At this moment, two rays of light flew over from the void in the distance. Everyone turned to look. The Golden Lion King, Yi Wudao, and the others exclaimed, "Great, it's Lin Xian." That's right, the people who came were Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. After the two landed, the group of people was very excited. The people of the Otherworld Heavenly King, on the other hand, looked terrible. Damn it, it's that kid. He's not dead. Damn it, but so what? Wouldn't it be better if we killed him with our own hands? What's the situation in the ninth heaven? Did you get the immortal token? Yi Wudao asked. He knew that Lin Xian had found a clue, but could he get the immortal token? It was still a puzzle. The people of the Otherworld Heavenly King were stunned when they heard this. Got the immortal token? Then, they laughed out loud. Oh, I'm dying of laughter. Are you guys still dreaming? Immortal token? How many longevity fruits can you get? Last time, we didn't even get the immortal token. We didn't even find a clue. You still want to find the immortal token? What idiots. The people of the Otherworld Heavenly King mocked and ridiculed. In their opinion, that was simply impossible. The people from the other side sneered. They didn't believe that Lin Xian could get the immortal token. Lin Xian ignored them. He looked at Leaf Dao Denier and said, I got it, so the longevity fruit is useless. I used the power of the longevity fruit to exchange for something else. 49 longevity fruits opened the mysterious door, and Lin Xian took away a piece of 8 trigrams. Afterward, the light on the longevity fruit disappeared and it turned back into stone. Lin Xian vaguely heard a voice. It turned out that this was a choice. He could use 49 longevity fruits to exchange for a chance to leave. He could also use 49 longevity fruits to exchange for a chance to get 8 trigrams. At that time, Lin Xian immediately exchanged for 8 trigrams because he already had the immortal token. The immortal token was enough to take anyone away, so there was no need for the longevity fruit. Therefore, the longevity fruit turned into stone. After Lin Xian took it out, he distributed it to everyone. He said, that's the longevity fruit. The people from the other side sneered again. Ridiculous. A pile of broken stones. How dare you call it the longevity fruit? I think you're really hopeless. The Red Feather Emperor was worried that he had made a mistake. Lin Gongzi, these longevity fruits have turned into stone. How can we leave? The others were also very worried. Lin Xian said, it's okay. With the immortal token, these longevity fruits are useless. I just took them out to show you what the longevity fruit is. Oh, so that's how it is. Everyone was happy. Although they were seriously injured this time, it was still very good to be able to leave alive. Lin Xian said, in addition, I have something else to give to you. With that, he waved his hand, and an endless number of treasures condensed. These treasures were all obtained from the 3 land immortals. Lin Xian emptied their cave abodes. This was a supreme treasure. This time everyone was stunned. Even Leaf Dao Denier was dumbfounded. He had followed the 9-headed lion for a period of time. The other party's cave abode was full of treasures. But now, this treasure was not inferior to the 9-headed lions. In fact, it was much more valuable. Leaf Dao Denier was shocked. You didn't rob the immortal cave of some land immortal, did you? After hearing this, the people from the other shore were stunned. Their eyes turned red. Although they did not believe that those lousy stones were longevity fruits, the treasures before them were genuine. Many people spat out saliva and wanted to attack. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He said, whoever crosses the line shall die. He drew a furrow in the ground. I'm not afraid of you. Some masters from the Nirvana realm did not believe it and rushed over. In the end, before Lin Xian could make a move, Morong Qingqing had already made a move. The immemorial phoenix seal sent his opponent flying. His opponent's body was pierced through. How could this be? How did this woman become so powerful? The great emperors on the other side were going crazy. They knew Morong Qingqing's strength very well. He had just become a great emperor not long ago. But now, the other party's battle prowess had increased by several times. It seemed that the other party had a fortuitous encounter. Lin Xian said, "Everyone, let's absorb the energy. We must go back in our best condition." "Great. Everyone, let's do it." After thanking Lin Xian, they all went into action. Lin Xian would not be stingy with these people, because they were all from the realm of the gods. The treasures collected by the land immortals were extremely terrifying. Even though these great emperors were seriously injured, some of them had damaged their foundations. But with the help of these treasures, they recovered quickly. A few days later, some of them recovered. They cried out in surprise, "Great! I'll be able to fully recover. This kind of injury would take me at least 3,000 years to recover, but now I've recovered in 3 days." Another great emperor laughed. "My foundation might not recover even after 30,000 years. But now, I can see the hope of recovery. Give me 2 more days and I'll be able to fully recover." The eyes of the Nirvana realm people turned red. They finally joined forces and attacked. There was no other way. They had suffered heavy losses before. Many of them were injured, and some had damaged their foundations. Now that they saw hope, the Nirvana realm experts joined forces and attacked. Leaf Dao Denier and Hong Yuhuang snorted. "Kill them." The battle broke out in an instant. However, the Nirvana realm was suppressed again because many of the realm of the gods had recovered. There was a gap between the two sides. Some of them were smart enough to attack Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "I think you're too smart for your own good. Do you think I'm someone you can challenge?" After saying that, he threw out a punch. The golden right fist shook the mountains with terrifying power. Boom, one of the great emperor's arms was broken, and his body flew into the distance. He was too strong. He was no match for his opponent now. The battle broke out quickly and ended quickly. The Nirvana realm experts did not dare to make a move because they were injured. This was because their injuries had worsened. If they continued fighting, it was very likely that they would die. Someone said, "Don't make a move yet. Wait a little longer. There are still a few days before our experts return. Lord Nine-Tailed Fox is not back yet. Great Emperor Xianxia is not back, nor is Great Emperor Starlight. They are all unparalleled experts among the super great emperors. Once they return, our strength will increase exponentially. Then, we can snatch and kill them." They began to look forward to it. "You mean the 3 of them? Great Emperor Xianxia and Great Emperor Starlight were killed by me long ago. They died in the 6th layer of heaven. As for Nine-Tailed Fox, she did come to the 9th layer of heaven. Unfortunately, I killed her with a flame," Lin Xian said to the Nirvana realm experts. The Nirvana realm experts were stunned. They shook their heads frantically. "Are you kidding me, kid? You're bragging. How is that possible? If any of the 3 of them were to make a move, you wouldn't be a match for them." The Nirvana realm experts roared wildly. Lin Xian did not bother to pay attention to them. He began his final wait. There were only a few days left before he left. 5 days later, Nine-Tailed Fox and the others were still not back. However, the realm of the gods had fully recovered. There were still quite a few resources left, so Lin Xian kept them all. "That's great. I've actually returned to my peak. Furthermore, I can feel that my strength has increased again. I've reaped great rewards this time." Over the past 100 years, they had been injured, but they had all been lucky. For example, Leaf Dao Denier had risen quickly. He was now a mid-stage great emperor. It was inconceivable. Reaching mid-stage in a year was unimaginable in the outside world. Even a great emperor would need 5,000 years to reach mid-stage. It might even take 10 or 20,000 years. But Leaf Dao Denier had done it in 100 years. Apart from him, the Red Feather Emperor and the others had also gained something. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing had gained even more. Finally, the day of departure arrived. But Nine-Tailed Fox and the others were still nowhere to be seen. The Nirvana Realm experts despaired. They knew that if they did not show up today, the three peerless experts might never return. Nine-Tailed Fox and the others were dead. The people of the otherworld were in despair. The death of three peerless masters was a huge blow to them. They remembered Lin Xian's words. It seemed that he wasn't bragging. However, some people gritted their teeth and said, although the three peerless masters died, it definitely wasn't him who did it. Yes, he must have seen it. Unfortunately, the three peerless masters were too unlucky. They were killed by the supreme existence in the immortal city. Nine-Tailed Fox didn't come back. More importantly, they didn't even have a single longevity fruit. How could they leave? Could it be that no one could leave? Someone said, there's no one in the God realm either. Perhaps this time, there would be a change in the rules. However, the people of the God realm weren't worried at all. Lin Xian said, let's go. After saying that, he took out a token. It was a very simple token with the word immortal carved on it. As soon as it appeared, a mysterious aura appeared around it. The power of heaven and earth condensed. The people of the otherworld widened their eyes in disbelief. Look, there's a token. He can mobilize the power of immortality. Oh my God, this is the immortal token. As soon as this voice came out, the people of the otherworld were stunned. Their minds went blank. It turned out that everything Lin Xian said was true. Lin Xian said that Nine-Tailed Fox and the other two were dead. In the end, they really didn't come back. Lin Xian said that he got the immortal token, and now he really took it out. At this moment, they were all stunned as if they had turned into statues. The people of the God realm cheered, great, I feel a mysterious aura. Is this the immortal token? Amazing. Lin Gongzi is indeed powerful. I heard that those people didn't even find any clues last time. I didn't expect that we would see the immortal token this time. Let's go, it's time to leave. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He held the immortal token and said, I want to take 49 people with me. The people of the God realm all stayed by Lin Xian's side. They were full of hope. The people of the Nirvana realm looked desperate. They gritted their teeth and said, let's fight back at the same time. If we are strong enough to get the immortal order, we will have hope. That's right, he would fight with his back to the river. This time, even if he died, he would not let them leave. The people of the Nirvana realm wanted to perish together. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke again. The second thing is to make the people of the Nirvana realm stay here forever. Just as he finished speaking, the mysterious power of the immortal city descended. It was like thousands of mountains, pressing down on the people on the other side. The dozens of great emperors from the Nirvana shore were instantly pressed to the ground. Their bodies trembled, and their faces were filled with despair. Before they could even make a move, they had already been defeated. Under this power, they could not resist at all. Lin Xian looked down at these people and said, today, none of you can leave. According to the rules, after you fail, you will be killed by the power within Immortal City. So, enjoy your last moments. Lin Xian no longer paid attention to these people. His gaze seemed to pass through the universe. He once said, third, I want to take away one of the land immortals here. Lin Xian took out the sound transmission bell and sent a message to Zhou Tianchi. Senior, leave with me? On the 7th level of heaven, Zhou Tianchi opened his eyes and nodded. He had originally planned to stay here forever. However, because of Xianxia, he was already tired of this place. He wanted to leave this place of sorrow. Why not go outside and take a look? That's great. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The next moment, the void beside him broke open, and Zhou Tianchi walked out. He was surrounded by the Great Sky Divination Array. With a wave of his hand, the Great Sky Divination Array flew into Zhou Tianchi's body. Let's go. Lin Xian activated the immortal token. A mysterious power enveloped them, and they disappeared. Only the people of the Nirvana realm were left, their faces filled with despair. Soon, these people of the Nirvana realm were enveloped by the power of Immortal City. They did not leave, but their bodies split apart. Their souls were destroyed. No, these people screamed and were killed by the power of Immortal City. On the 9th level of heaven, Black Lotus kept an eye on this situation on the 1st level of heaven. When Lin Xian and the others left, Black Lotus also moved. He had 4 strands of immortal energy, so he had the power to leave Immortal City. The reason why he did not leave and stayed here was to find the secret of Immortal City. He wanted to increase his strength. Now, the secret was with Lin Xian. He wanted to take back the immortal token. As for the other great emperors of the Nirvana realm, he also saw the situation of them being killed. However, he did not help at all. Because in his eyes, these great emperors were just ants. He could not send them out. If they stayed here, they were not worthy of being his subordinates. Nine-tailed fox, that idiot, disappointed him. Therefore, he did not make a move. After Black Lotus left Immortal City, Fanshan snorted and followed him secretly. He only had one mission, and that was to restrain Black Lotus. After these people left, Immortal City regained its peace. In the vast universe, a spatial door suddenly appeared. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others walked out. They were dizzy, but quickly recovered. Looking at the starry sky, they were so excited that they were about to cry. The Red Feather Emperor and the others shouted, "We're back! We're finally back alive!" Yes, before entering, they were unafraid of death. This was because based on the previous situation, the best-case scenario for them was that 20 people would leave. Last time, only a dozen or so people had managed to leave alive. But this time, all 49 people had managed to leave alive. Not only that, but everyone's strength had increased. This was simply a legend. It was unimaginable. That's great. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. They had finally left safely. However, he did not let his guard down because he knew that Black Lotus would not let them go. He said, "Let's go." They turned into streams of light and flew into the distance. However, not long after they flew, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. "Stupid ants, I have my eyes on you. Do you still think you can leave? Stay here." The voice shook heaven and earth. Yi Wudao and the other great emperors were pale. Many of their bodies cracked, and they vomited blood. What kind of power was this? It was too terrifying. Their faces were full of fear. Heavenly Cycle Master's expression changed. In the next moment, the Sky Divination Array appeared and enveloped everyone. Under this pressure, it began to shake violently. There was actually a super powerful array, the power of an Earth Immortal. You actually took an Earth Immortal away from Immortal City. Permethal Black Lotus's voice sounded between heaven and earth again, full of surprise. "I recognize you. You're the guardian of the 7th heaven, the Heavenly Cycle Master, right?" Black Lotus's figure appeared. His huge body seemed to fill the universe. In front of him, the Sky Divination Array was like a small boat in the sea. It could be overturned at any time. A cold voice came. Zhou Tiancher furrowed his brows tightly. How terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. The opponent was definitely not on the same level as him. He was a being that surpassed him. The Immortal City was indeed terrifying. It even had such a peerless master. He hadn't noticed it in the past few million years. If such an expert came to kill him, would he be able to withstand it? He said to Lin Xian beside him, "You guys go first. I might be able to stop him for a while. But it won't be long." So, could they escape? No one knew. The people from the realm of the gods were stunned. They knew that Zhou Tiancher was a land immortal. If even he said so, they could imagine how terrifying this person was. Were they going to die? The Red Feather Emperor and the others were in despair. They didn't die in the Immortal City, but outside. Was it because his hope had been dashed again? This feeling was too unbearable. Yi Wudao also gritted his teeth and said, "Fight to the death. We won't be afraid." That's right, fight to the death. This is a Nirvana master, right? So what, we from the realm of the gods have never been afraid. We'd rather die standing than live kneeling. At this moment, these people exploded with terrifying energy. They wanted to die together. However, Lin Xian stood up. He said, "Don't worry, everyone. I expected this, so I'm prepared. Don't worry. Really? Yi Wudao and the Red Feather Emperor were shocked. Zhou Tianzhi said, little guy, what are you going to do next? To be honest, he was also curious. How would Lin Xian resist? This was a peerless being with 4 strands of immortal energy. Lin Xian looked up at the Permetha Black Lotus and said, go back to the immortal city. You can't come outside. You want to kill me? You're dreaming. Little ant, it looks like you're tired of living. The Permetha Black Lotus shouted coldly. A terrifying power fell from the sky, shattering the void. Everyone felt despair. Under this power, they could not resist at all. Lin Xian also gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might, using the great dragon sword to the extreme. However, he was suppressed in an instant. The Permetha Black Lotus said, once you leave Immortal City, you won't be able to bring the 3 true flames out. You want to fight me with just an earth immortal? What a joke. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just an ant. Without the land immortal, what could he use to resist? He could kill him in an instant. However, at that moment, another palm appeared in the void. It was a broken palm. It was extremely strange and had easily blocked Black Lotus's attack. Black Lotus was furious when he saw this. He shouted angrily, mortal god, you left too. You still want to protect this kid. What relationship does this kid have with you? Why are you helping him? Between heaven and earth, mortal god's figure appeared and said, I only have one mission, which is to hold you back. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said, little guy, you should leave. He won't attack you again. Thank you, Senior. Senior, don't forget what will happen a few hundred years later. After saying that, Lin Xian intentionally winked at her. Don't worry, I understand. Mortal God nodded. Lin Xian's trip to the Land of Destiny was his only chance. At that time, he would use all his strength to sense. As for now, he had to stop Black Lotus first. Black Lotus roared, get lost. The two started fighting again. The battle between 2 powerhouses with 4 strands of immortal chi was absolutely terrifying. The entire universe was swaying in the wind and rain. Countless worlds were terrified. When had the people in the universe ever felt such unparalleled power? They trembled in despair. Is the end of the world coming again? Are the Divine Realm and the Permetha Realm fighting again? However, even the Divine Realm and the Permetha Realm were shocked. This power surpassed everything. Lin Zhan was terrified. Lord Alcohol gasped as well. Even the fighting god was alarmed. He rushed out in an instant. His fiery golden eyes pierced through the universe and looked into the depths of the starry sky. On the Permetha Realm's side, the Essence Immortal, Master Rashi, and the others also felt their scalps go numb. Moreover, there was also a lotus on the Permetha Realm that kept blooming. At this moment, the Black Lotus kept blooming in the Land of Eternity. This strange scene stunned the people on the Permetha Realm. Did something happen to their Permetha flower? However, the Grand Supreme suddenly opened his eyes. Why did he come out? He was also incomparably surprised. Could it be that something happened in the Immortal City? That's impossible. However, in the next moment, in the depths of the universe, 2 extremely powerful auras suddenly disappeared strangely. They seemed to have never appeared. Everyone was puzzled. Was it an illusion? Impossible? The Grand Supreme shook his head. Counting the time, the duel in the Immortal City should have ended. At this time, Black Lotus came out. Something must have happened. He waved his hand and immediately summoned the 5 Land Immortals over. Greetings, Grand Supreme. Saber Immortal asked, Grand Supreme, what was the aura just now? The Grand Supreme shook his head and didn't answer. He asked, it should be time, right? The Immortal City is about to open. Our people are about to come back. Let's get ready. Master Rashi said, I wonder how many Land Immortals in the Divine Realm will be petrified this time. The Virtual Immortal snorted coldly. No matter how many there are, this time, we will directly destroy them in one go. Humph, the Land Immortals would be petrified and unable to attack in a short period of time. They would definitely die. This time, they would never be able to make a comeback. The Land Immortals were full of confidence. During this period of time, they were extremely sullen in the battle with the divine realm. Now, they could finally solve it in one go. However, the Grand Supreme frowned slightly. He said, "I'm afraid the situation in the Immortal City will exceed our expectations. On our side, we should have made sufficient preparations. If we were to lose, that's impossible." "Grand Supreme, how can we lose?" "That's right." The Land Immortals couldn't believe it. The Grand Supreme said in a deep voice, "Prepare for a rainy day. One of the oars just now was one of ours. He has always been in the Immortal City. He didn't even come out during the duel in the Immortal City last time. But this time, he came out and fought with someone. Something must have happened in the Immortal City. So, make a decision. If we fail, which one of you will be petrified?" The moment he said this, the 5 Land Immortals fell silent. None of them were willing. The Grand Supreme snorted coldly. "Stupid trash. You will have to walk on this path sooner or later. Now, you are just a little ahead of time. Are you not even prepared for this sacrifice?" Master Rashi revealed an expression that was uglier than crying. "Grand Supreme, this is too early for us. Moreover, passive petrification is different from active petrification. What if we can't break through?" The Grand Supreme's face darkened. "You don't even have this little bit of faith. No wonder you can only cultivate 3 strands of immortal energy. You can't stop moving forward anymore. Forget it, go to the universe first and pick up our people." The 5 Land Immortals laughed. The Grand Supreme's eyes flickered. "Do I still have to make some preparations?" He waved his hand and tore open the void. He went to a certain place in the Eternal Land. The entire Eternal Land was their Nirvana realm. And some places were also forbidden areas in the Nirvana realm. The place that the Grand Supreme went to was one of these forbidden areas. The Grand Supreme arrived at an ancient hall. It was very quiet here. Inside the hall, there were 2 statues. These 2 statues were in human form and were very lifelike. At this moment, one of the statues actually opened its eyes. A deep voice sounded, "Greetings, Grand Supreme. Why are you here? Did something happen?" The other statue also moved its shoulders, and immediately, cracking sounds could be heard. Dust fell from his body. "How much combat power can you 2 display?" The Grand Supreme asked in a deep voice. The statue on the left sighed and said, "Only a part of our combat power." The statue on the right also said, "We can't reach the peak." The Grand Supreme said, "The war god seems to be about to break through the petrification. He can already move. Although he can't walk yet, his hands should be fine." That monkey? He was actually so powerful. After the 2 statues heard this, they were extremely surprised. Then, the statue on the left said, "It is said that this monkey has an extraordinary origin. It seems to be a stone itself." "That's right. That's why he took the initiative to take this path." Who would have thought that he would succeed so quickly? The Grand Supreme's eyes flickered. He said, "The next situation might be beyond our expectations. I have a premonition that this time, the outcome of the Immortal City might not be ideal. There might be people on our side who will be petrified. So, when the time comes, you might make a move. Of course, this is the worst outcome. The better outcome is that on our side, there is a kind of petrification of the Land Immortals. You can tell him your experience." "Don't worry, Grand Supreme, there won't be a problem." The statue on the right said, "Grand Supreme, back then, we also had a group of people who entered the spacetime tunnel. That group of people should be back soon." The Grand Supreme shook his head and said, "The power of time is too mysterious. Even I can't control it now." Back then, on the side of the divine realm, there was a spacetime god helping him. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. Just as the Grand Supreme was about to use his foundation, the 5 Land Immortals joined forces and came to the depths of the universe. On the other side, the people of the divine realm also took action. The war god, Lord Alcohol, Lin Zhan, and the others came together. They also came to the depths of the starry sky. Previously, his battle had made their hair stand on end. A peerless powerhouse suddenly appeared, and he was a powerhouse that surpassed his realm. Immortal City, what had happened? Lin Xian and the others were fine, right? Lin Zhan and Lord Alcohol were extremely nervous. Soon, they saw the virtual Immortal Fox, and the others. Both sides were like fire and water, but they didn't attack each other. This was because they were waiting for the result. The winner would win, and the loser would be petrified. It would be the best time for them to make a move after the petrification. Master Rashi said coldly, "Don't wait. You will definitely lose." The virtual immortal also said, "I wonder who among you will be petrified this time. At that time, all of you will be dead." Lin Zhan said, "Things haven't reached the last step yet. How do you know that we will lose?" "Ha ha ha ha, with just your people, how can you possibly win?" They disdained virtual immortals. Someone came. It was unknown who shouted, but both sides quieted down. Their gazes turned to the distance. Sure enough, there was a group of people rushing over from afar. There were at most a few dozen of them. From the looks of it, their people had all returned. Everyone became nervous. Who was the winner? Buzz. Soon, this group of people appeared in front of them. The one in the lead was a young man. He was handsome and valiant, and the golden flames on his body towered into the sky. Not only that, but there was also a biting cold sword energy that connected heaven and earth. It was Xianxia. Lin Zhan heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Alcohol also smiled. "I knew it. This little guy will definitely be fine." Beside Lin Xian, there was a phoenix spreading its wings and flying. This time, it was Morong Qingqing. The Empress smiled and said, "The genius of the Phoenix clan. It seems that her strength has increased greatly this time. The bloodline of the seven-colored phoenix has become even more terrifying." The third person appeared again. Yu Wudao had the phantom of an immortal king on him. The fourth person was Hong Yu Huang. The next few people were all from the god realm. This made Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others very happy. The people from the divine realm clenched their fists. Great, this is really great. As for the people from the other side, their expressions were ugly. What's going on? Why haven't their people appeared yet? Master Rashi said, "Don't worry, everyone. Just wait patiently." As a turtle, he had a long lifespan and was the most patient. He said, "There are only a few people. Even if the first four are their people, so what, the rest will definitely be ours. We are the final victors." That's right. The virtual immortals and the others began to wait patiently. However, Master Rashi was right. The first 10 were all from the divine realm. Not only that, but the first 20 and the first 30 were also the same. When the 49th person came, everyone was stunned. The entire universe was terrifyingly quiet. The people from the divine realm couldn't believe it. The Empress said, "Who can tell me? I'm not dreaming, right?" Black Mountain and the others also exclaimed, "Oh my God, all 49 people came back safely." Moreover, they felt that their strength had increased greatly. What happened? Was the immortal city destroyed? To be honest, before they came, they had already made all kinds of plans, including the worst-case scenario. Who would be petrified on their side? Some people even suggested that the younger generation should hide and wait for a comeback. However, the scene in front of them really shocked them. Was there even a need to make a comeback? They had sent 49 people, and all of them had returned. This was a perfect record. The people from the other side were all stunned. Dream, this must be a dream. How could all of them come back alive? There were only 49 longevity fruits in total. If all of them came back alive, what about the people from the other side? They felt a chill in their hearts. They had a bad feeling. Because they realized that until now, no one from the other side had appeared. Could it be that they were all wiped out? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Saber Immortal shook his head crazily. Even though he cultivated the immortal art, he couldn't stay calm at this moment. His hands kept shaking. He gritted his teeth and said, "Wait, our people are behind." On the other side, Lin Zhan and the others quickly rushed over. "Xianxia, what happened? Why did you all come out? Did you get all the longevity fruits? Where are the people from the other side? How are they? Who won? Who lost?" These land immortals were extremely excited. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Father, Master, don't worry. We won. We won." Lin Zhan and the others were stunned at first. Then, they heaved a sigh of relief. "Tell us the details." Lin Xian shook his head and said, "It's a long story. The process is too complicated. When I have the chance, I will tell you in detail. However, the result is that we won, and it was a perfect victory. The other side has no chance of making a comeback." "I don't believe it." On the other side, the virtual immortal, Fox Immortal, and the others roared, "Someone must be coming. Look, someone is coming." In the starry sky, the 50th person appeared. The people from the other side were excited. Their people came out. The appearance of the 50th person attracted everyone's attention again. The people of the otherworld Heavenly King were excited. Their people had finally come. However, they were soon stunned. Because they realized that it wasn't their people who had come. It was a man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. Who was this person? The people of the otherworld Heavenly King were stunned. Even the people of the divine realm were puzzled. In the next moment, they all became nervous because this person exuded the aura of an earth immortal. He was actually an earth immortal. In an instant, everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian said, "Father, don't be nervous. Let me introduce you." Lin Xian invited Zhou Tianchi over and said, "This is Zhou Tianchi, the guardian of the seventh heaven of the immortal city." After Lin Zhan and the others heard this, they were all stunned. Even the fighting god was extremely surprised. "How could the guardian of the immortal city come out?" Lin Xian said, "Not only did I get 49 longevity fruits, but I also got the immortal token. I used the immortal token to invite Zhou Tianchi out." Lin Zhan felt that their brains weren't enough. "What? You got all the longevity fruits, and you also got the immortal token?" It was unbelievable. The immortal token was an extremely mysterious existence. The last intruder didn't even find any clues about the immortal token. Not to mention the immortal token. But this time around, Lin Xian actually obtained it. Just what in the world had that little fella experienced inside? They were extremely curious. The people of the otherworld Heavenly King also heard this. The guardian of the seventh heaven, they were also shocked. When they heard about the immortal token, they went even crazier. "This was impossible. How could you get the immortal token, idiot? What's impossible? Senior Zhou Tianchi is here. How do you think he came out? Also, don't wait anymore. None of you from the otherworld Heavenly King came out alive. Because I used the immortal token to keep them all inside. Of course, even without the immortal token, they can't come out. The 49 longevity fruits are all with me. They can forget about coming out even in their dreams. You don't have to wait anymore." This news was like a bolt from the blue, stunning the 5 earth immortals of the otherworld Heavenly King. Their men had really been completely wiped out. Although they didn't believe it, the scene before them was simply too strange. Other than being completely wiped out, they really couldn't think of any other reason. Damn it, capture this brat and ask him about the situation. To be honest, the Grand Supreme had asked them to be prepared this time. However, in their opinion, they were at most behind in numbers. If it really didn't work, he could petrify a land immortal. However, it still couldn't change anything. There were still many land immortals on their side. However, if they were completely wiped out, then the situation would be different. This was something that had never happened before. What would happen to these land immortals? "You want to fight?" The faces of Lin Zhan and the others sank. Immortal chi exploded from their bodies. Even the illusion of a spirit formation appeared beside the heavenly cycle master. An extremely mysterious power of the formation spread out. The saber immortal said, "Don't do anything. Let's go back and tell the Grand Elder about the situation. We need to prepare for the worst." The 5 earth immortals tore open the void and disappeared. The war god also waved his hand and said, "Let's go, we have to prepare." The invaders from the Nirvana realm were all wiped out. Next, their land immortals would be petrified. That would be our chance to make a move. Everyone nodded. They knew that a great battle was coming. The Grand Supreme of the Nirvana realm was also a little stunned when he heard the news. It wasn't that he didn't plan. In fact, he was even prepared to use the two petrified ones to snatch them away. Because he felt that this time, something might happen in the immortal city. However, he really didn't expect that the Nirvana realm would be completely wiped out. Not a single one of them came out. Damn it, what exactly happened? The situation was troublesome, their side had failed, and several land immortals would probably be petrified. Thinking of this, he immediately activated the ancient palace. The two statues inside opened their eyes. When they learned about it, they were also shocked. Perhaps the most dangerous moment for the Nirvana realm had come. The 5 land immortals were the most nervous. The virtual immortal said, "I don't know who will be petrified." The fox immortal said, "Will they all be petrified?" As soon as these words came out, the Nirvana realm was shocked. Impossible, they prayed in their hearts. However, what happened next made them go completely crazy. That was because on this day, a mysterious eye had appeared in the sky. That eye's gaze was terrifying. The virtual immortal realized that he had actually begun to petrify. It wasn't just him. Master Rashi, Fox Immortal, Saber Immortal, and the virtual immortal all began to petrify. It was actually all of them. The Nirvana realm had gone crazy. Was this the price of the entire situation being wiped out? The Grand Supreme's face was gloomy. He made his move. Boom, the thunderous hand grabbed forward. It collided with the gaze of the immortal eye. Boom. Boom, it was earth-shattering. The universe was terrified. What happened? The Nirvana realm held its breath. The virtual immortal was even more expectant. Could the Grand Supreme save them? After all, the Grand Supreme was very terrifying. He was above them. An ancient voice came from the sky. This was an agreement. Are you going to violate it? The Grand Supreme snorted coldly. He said that he wouldn't stop the immortal eye, but he would use his own method. After saying that, the Grand Supreme no longer attacked the immortal eye. Instead, he formed a seal and used a secret technique. He first looked at the Saber Immortal. Instantly, the Saber Immortal's body trembled. His skin had already turned into stone. However, at this moment, he felt the Grand Supreme's gaze. Buzz, his soul shook, and he realized that his soul had left his body. This was too unbelievable. This was because the Nirvana realm had petrified experts, so they knew more about it. Once petrified, not only the body, but the soul would also be imprisoned, unable to leave the body. It was a very strange state. It could be said that death was better than living. However, he didn't expect the Grand Supreme to be able to pull out his soul. However, this process was very slow. The Grand Supreme's power was competing with the Immortal Eye's power. In the end, the Saber Immortal's soul was pulled out. Whoosh, the Saber Immortal felt as if he had returned from the gates of hell. How many tens of thousands of years had he forgotten this feeling? Grand Supreme. Save me, Master Rashi exclaimed. The others also shouted. At the same time, the people of the Divine Realm were also paying attention. When they saw the terrifying gaze, Lord Alcohol and the others were terrified. What kind of power was this? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian said, the power of the immortal. I once saw 3 land immortals petrified with my own eyes. The people of the Divine Realm were shocked when they heard that. In their eyes, land immortals were supreme existences. But now, they were petrified. It was too unbelievable. What exactly was the immortal eye? Lin Xian said, the immortal eye is very mysterious. This time, the Nirvana realm is finished. The fighting god said, don't be careless. The Nirvana realm's foundation is very deep, especially the Grand Supreme. He is unfathomable. I don't think he will sit still and wait for death. The war god's words made Lin Xian and the others nervous again. Is the Grand Supreme really that powerful? The war god nodded solemnly. He's even more powerful than you think. He's unfathomable. No one knew what his true strength was. However, he was still injured in the last battle and had yet to recover. Therefore, this is our chance. We have to make a desperate counterattack. Lord Alcohol also nodded and said, while their land immortals are petrified, let's take back the other ancient cities. Finally, before attacking the Eternal Land, the Divine Realm began to move. They gathered their strength. Black Mountain arrived with the people from the heavenly court. The other great emperors also came with their subordinates. In an instant, the divine realm became extremely powerful. Their speed was very fast. They had to act quickly. If the otherworld heavenly king had any powerful trump cards, it would be troublesome. They had to catch them off guard and fight a blitzkrieg. The otherworld heavenly king naturally knew that they were mortal enemies with the divine realm. Now that there was an opportunity, the divine realm would definitely not let it go. However, the 5 land immortals had already begun to petrify. Stone veins appeared on their bodies. The Grand Supreme finally couldn't stand it anymore. He activated his secretary. This secret technique might cause his injuries to worsen again. However, he had to make a move. Using this secret technique, he pulled out the Saber Immortal's soul. The Saber Immortal's body was petrified, but his soul was able to escape. This gave the other 4 land immortals hope. They shouted frantically, "Grand Supreme, save me!" Their eyes were filled with excitement. The Grand Supreme took a deep breath and attacked again. This time, he enveloped the Essence Immortal. The Essence Immortal was extremely excited. Boom! The Essence Immortal's soul gradually left his body. However, at this moment, the power of immortality suddenly became stronger and struck down, causing the Essence Immortal's body to quickly petrify. He let out a scream, "No!" The Grand Supreme roared angrily. The heavenly punishment sword slashed down, cutting off half of the soul that had left. The Essence Immortal was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He almost thought that he was dead for sure. Half of his soul floated in the air. The Grand Supreme shot out a stream of immortal energy, causing the other party to fly out. At the same time, his face turned cold as he looked into the distance. The power in the immortal city suddenly erupted. Damn it, were they targeting him? The virtual immortal's body was completely petrified, turning into a stone golem. Only half of his soul escaped. The other half was still in his body. Apart from him, the other 3 earth immortals were also petrified. They were in complete despair. The Grand Supreme snorted, "Don't worry, it's just petrification, not death. If you can break through the stone physique and walk your own path, then your strength will reach that realm." After Master Rashi and the other 2 heard this, their faces turned ugly. Reaching that level was something that they could only dream of. However, they knew very well how difficult it was. To be honest, they didn't even have a 1% chance of success. "I'll send you off first. We've taken down many ancient cities, so we can't lose them. Go and suppress the ancient cities. Although you can't move now, you are still Earth Immortals. With you guarding the ancient city, you should be able to resist for a while." The Grand Supreme waved his hand, and the power of the heavenly punishment sword danced, taking these people away quickly. Master Rashi and the other 2 completely petrified experts were sent to the netherworld to suppress 3 ancient cities. As for the souls of the Saber Immortal and the Virtual Immortal, they flew to the heavens. There, they had also taken down a few ancient cities. Now, they had to guard there and restrain the divine realm. As for the Grand Supreme, he was gathering his strength again. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. 2 stone golems who could move walked out. These 2 people were the ones who had been in the ancient palace. The one on the left was called Xianxia, and the one on the right was called Xianming. "I'll leave the rest to the 2 of you. You must restrain the divine realm and buy time for me. I want to sense where the group of people who were teleported to the river of time back then are now. I want to bring them back." The Virtual Immortal said, "Grand Supreme, should we guard against the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty? I'm afraid that they will suddenly kill us." "They probably won't. One of them hasn't fully recovered yet. However, I will intimidate the Supreme Palace. Then, go and form an alliance with them. If we win this battle, I will allow them to come to the land of eternity to feel the power of eternity." "Yes." Xianyin and Xianming moved quickly. The entire Nirvana realm was facing a great enemy. They knew that the most critical moment had arrived. In the universe, the atmosphere was very solemn these days. It was as if there was a layer of dark clouds shrouding the surroundings. Everyone felt a sense of oppression. In the land of heavens, the atmosphere became solemn as well. Black Mountain looked up at the sky and muttered, "Dark clouds are pressing down on the city." It's hard to imagine that the Nirvana realm still has such courage. Indeed, in their opinion, the Nirvana realm was finished if the 5 land immortals were petrified. The Nirvana realm should be hiding or passively defending. However, they found that the Nirvana realm didn't. Even in the land of heavens, there was the aura of the Nirvana realm. It was obvious that the Nirvana realm was preparing to attack. They had to admit that the Nirvana realm was really terrifying and crazy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The sword energy on his body soared into the sky. A dragon shadow tore the 9 heavens apart. The dark clouds in the sky were split in half. The oppressive aura was torn into pieces. Lin Xian stood in the sky. His 10,000 swords swept in all directions. He said loudly, "The Nirvana realm is no longer a threat. This time, we will win." Lin Xian's voice resounded throughout the land. Everyone in the land of the gods was excited. They looked up at the sky. Although Lin Xian was only a great emperor at the early stage of the great emperor realm, in their eyes, he was a legend. Not only did he find 49 longevity fruits, but he also found the legendary immortal token. It was a miracle that he could bring all the people who entered the immortal city and come back alive. Therefore, this time, they would definitely win. In the sky, the fighting god also appeared. He was still sitting cross-legged. There were stone patterns on his body. However, he could move his hands now. At this moment, he raised them up high. He waved his right hand forward. At the same time, a loud voice was heard. Attack! In the next moment, countless figures rushed out from the Xianxia city. Their murderous aura soared into the sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with determination. These were all masters of the land of the gods. This time, they were going to launch a peerless battle. Lin Zhan stood in the sky like a peerless god of war. His eyes were extremely cold. He said, "I feel the aura of the Saber Immortal." Last time, as a fighting god, he was killed by the Saber Immortal. Now, he wanted revenge. Crackling sounds came from Lin Zhan's body. His piercing gaze pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At the same time, he said, "Xian'er, bring people to the land of Jiuyou and take over the ancient city of Jiuyou." The people of the deity realm had split up. They had sensed the presence of powerhouses in the Azure land. They were powerhouses from the Nirvana realm. They wanted to solve the problem here. At the same time, they wanted to conquer the 9 serenities. When Lin Xian heard this, he led his people over. "Big brother Xian, I'll stay with you." Morong Qingqing also followed. However, the empress shook her head and said, "No, Qingqing, you have other things to do. Take the Phoenix clan members with you. You have another mission." "Alright, I understand. Be careful, big brother Xian." Morong Qingqing stopped and turned to walk into the distance. There were countless Phoenix clan powerhouses there. The Phoenix clan was originally a great emperor clan. However, their princess had fallen and no one was a great emperor. It was only when Morong Qingqing became a great emperor that they regained their glory. Now that the Phoenix clan had joined the Divine Union, they naturally had to participate in this battle. They weren't the only ones. Even the Yi family had to participate in this battle. Apart from them, there was also the Gu family and many other ancient families. Their fates were already linked to the deity realm. Lin Xian had headed to the 9 serenities. Xueqi, Yi Wudao, and the others were also heading there. However, their goals were different from Lin Xian's. Yi Wudao led the Yi family and was responsible for intercepting and cleaning up some external enemies. As for Xueqi, she led the people of the Divine Union and cooperated with Yan Ruyu. There weren't many people on Lin Xian's side. There were only 7 of them. However, all 7 of them were great emperors. Some of them were even super great emperors. The strength of their team was unimaginably strong. There were also some people in charge of guarding the Upper Azure City. These people looked into the distance. They prayed in their hearts that they would win this battle. They had to come back alive. While the deity realm was on the move, the people of the Nirvana realm weren't idle either. Although the Earth Immortals were petrified, they had already arrived in different ancient cities. They had fused with the ancient cities to guard them. Not only that, but Xianming and Xianyin had also left. Grand Elder shocked the Yuhua celestial dynasty while Xianming headed to Supreme Hall. He wanted to form an alliance once more. He made a promise that when the people of the Supreme Hall won, they would be able to head to the Eternal Land. Their eyes turned red. The Land of Eternity, one of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Legend had it that the Land of Eternity was 10% mystical. However, this place was completely occupied by the Permitha. No one else could enter. However, he did not expect the Grand Supreme to offer such a condition this time. Needless to say, Higgins' situation was extremely dangerous. Alright, let's work together. Supreme Palace nodded. The Grim Reaper also set off with his men. Boom, great battles broke out in an instant. The battle in high heavens was the first to begin. Terrifying divine fire swept out and enveloped the world as if it was going to tear the heavens apart. At this time, a streak of blade light pierced through the 9 heavens. It was unstoppable, even splitting apart the sun and moon. It was obvious that the battle between Lin Zhan and the Saber Mortal had begun. In the blink of an eye, they had broken through the chaos of the universe. Next, more and more people joined the battle. The entire universe was swaying in the wind and rain. They could feel a terrifying storm coming from the universe. That aura made them tremble in fear. Fortunately, they were all fighting in 9 heavens and 10 earths. Otherwise, if they came to their world, a single attack from those powerhouses would probably be able to turn their world into ashes. The people of 9 heavens were extremely terrified. Those who were weak had long hidden. In fact, they had even left the 9th underworld to avoid this battle. Those who were strong were waiting in ambush. They knew that this would be a fierce battle. In the end, one side would be defeated. However, it was very likely that both sides would suffer. At that time, it would be the best opportunity to reap the benefits. They wanted to fish in troubled waters. Whether it was the divine realm or the Permitha, as long as there was a chance, they would attack mercilessly. These people only had one goal, and that was to increase their strength. Therefore, 9 heavens could be said to be extremely dangerous. On this day, Lin Xian and the 6 great emperors arrived at 9 heavens. They quickly set off with only one goal, 9 Heavens City. 9 Heavens City was a very important ancient city. It had the mysterious power of 9 heavens and ancient veins. Back then, it was the Permitha that spent endless effort to occupy the city. Now, Lin Xian wanted to take back this ancient city. The Earth Immortal guarding 9 Heavens City was Master Rashi. Although he had been petrified, he was still an Earth Immortal. Moreover, he was an Earth Immortal known for his defense. Therefore, he merged with the veins of the earth and formed the most powerful defensive formation. In the center of 9 Heavens City, there was an ancient altar. As for Master Rashi, he was standing on the altar. He couldn't move at all. However, he said coldly in his heart, no matter who it is, they can't break my absolute defense. This ancient city was the most powerful array formation in the world. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, a sword aura slashed over like a rainbow and hit the ancient city. Suddenly, countless lights flickered, the ancient city shook, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. The people inside were shaken until their chi and blood were in turmoil. What happened? There were countless experts in the ancient city. After countless years of development, the Permitha's strength and foundation were very terrifying. Although this time, 5 Earth Immortals were petrified, and even 49 peerless experts died in Immortal City. But even so, the Permitha still had many experts. Moreover, the Permitha had condensed a world-destroying heavenly punishment. At the same time, it also suppressed a group of Emperor-level experts. As battle servants, their expressions changed. These people's expressions changed drastically at this moment. Someone was attacking Jiryo Ancient City. Master Rashi snorted coldly, they really don't know what's good for them. I want to see who it is. He activated the formation. In front of him, an ancient mirror was formed, reflecting the light outside. When he saw the situation outside, he frowned, it's this kid. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately gritted his teeth. It was because of this kid that he was petrified. Otherwise, how could he be like this? He must kill him. Next to him was a man surrounded by a terrifying storm. He was a super great emperor. At this moment, he also looked at the scene in the mirror and snorted coldly, this is Lin Wudi, right? He is really arrogant. He only brought 6 people and he wants to take down our 9 heavens city? He was dreaming. Master Rashi also saw it. He realized that there were a total of 7 people, including Lin Xian. These 7 people were all emperor-level experts. However, that wouldn't do. He said, we should have formed an alliance with the Supreme Palace, right? Let them send experts over. This time, not only do I have to defend, but I also have to kill that kid. In 9 Heavens City, an expert walked out. The aura on his body was also incomparably powerful. This was also an emperor-level expert. Beside him, when the Iron Blood Great Emperor saw this, a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He said, leave this person to me. A bronze flag appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, it enveloped heaven and earth. The person in front was holding a long spear, a blood-colored spear. His body was filled with killing intent. The man with the blood-colored spear was called the Blood Spear Emperor. He was originally an expert from the Netherworld. He was forced to join the Nirvana realm in the apocalyptic divine punishment. At this moment, he was ready to fight. Behind him, a few more figures walked out from the ancient city. One of them had a wolf head and a human body. His claws were extremely sharp, flickering with a diamond-like light. This was the Black Wolf Emperor. He was a super great emperor, and he was at the middle stage of the Transcendent Emperor realm. He was very close to the late stage. When he appeared, the world immediately darkened. A terrifying phantom of the moon shrouded down. It was like a millstone that could destroy the world. The surrounding void kept shattering. On Lin Xian's side, the Red Feather Emperor's figure flickered and turned into a red goldfish. The vision of heaven and earth broke through the 9 heavens and blocked the phantom of the moon. He walked out and said, leave this person to me. Then be careful. Lin Xian said. The Red Fish Emperor said, Lin Gongzi, don't worry. My strength has increased greatly. And after returning, I haven't tested my strength yet. This time, let's start with this guy. As for the others, they also found their opponents one after another. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His gaze flickered on these people. He said in a deep voice, I'll give you a chance. Submit and I'll spare your lives. The figures on the opposite side had indifferent expressions. And in the depths of the ancient city, Master Rashi's voice came. His voice was extremely low. And it was very vague. Obviously, he was not used to his petrified body. So he could not control his voice. However, one could still hear that he was angry. Damn brat, one day I will make you suffer a fate worse than death, Lin Xian laughed out loud. Suffer a fate worse than death? Isn't that your current state? How does it feel to be petrified? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Master Rashi was furious. He said, attack. Suddenly, hundreds of figures appeared in the ancient city. There was a terrifying light flickering in their hands. The laws of heaven and earth and the power of the formation condensed. They formed countless swordfish and flew over. There was a powerful killing intent on them, as well as terrifying corpse poison. Once touched, even peerless experts would be poisoned and have difficulty moving. In the following battle, they would be easily killed. Lin Xian snorted coldly and threw out a punch. They turned into 9 suns between heaven and earth, continuously crushing down. At the same time, the Red Fish Emperor and the other great emperors also made their moves. A great battle broke out in an instant, shaking the heavens and earth. Many mountains and forests in the ninth serenity were instantly shattered. Some of the warriors who were hiding under the ground were also torn into a bloody mist. Run! Some of them were seriously injured and ran away. From the looks of it, they had to wait until the battle was over if they wanted to reap the benefits. Otherwise, they would be hit by the remaining power of this energy. He would most likely be severely injured and might even die. On the other side, the battle in Heavenly Land was even more terrifying. The battle between 2 Earth Immortals would definitely shake the 9 heavens. The Saber Immortal did not have a physical body. He was just an illusion of his soul. His saber technique was still as sharp as ever. He was an extremely terrifying existence among the Earth Immortals because he had cultivated a peerless immortal art. With a slash of his saber, heaven and earth were shattered. He said, "You must be the Battle Emperor from back then." Humph. Do you still remember how you died back then? I killed you with a single slash of my saber across the endless void. Do you think you are my match? You are not at all. In this life, no, in the next life, forever, you will not be my match. The saber immortal's soul let out a loud and clear voice. He was trying to disturb the other party. He even had an extremely powerful illusion technique in his soul. This was a psychological battle. After all, he was not in his peak state. He wanted to affect the other party's confidence. Lin Zhan snorted coldly. It's useless. Your words are useless against me. My battle intent is unparalleled. After speaking, a terrifying bloodline sound came from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of war. He was unstoppable. The one who should be afraid is you. You are just a soul. You are not in your peak state at all. And I have already become an earth immortal. The gap between us is much smaller than back then. So, I will not lose this battle. And you will definitely lose. Lin Zhan snorted coldly. Stupid thing. The saber immortal roared angrily. You? Back then, the little ant couldn't even take one attack from me. Even today, I am just a soul. I am not someone you can withstand. After speaking, the two of them clashed again. It was earth-shattering. Everyone else retreated from the battlefield where the two of them were. No one dared to go near them. Battles were happening everywhere in the universe. They were all clashes between the divine realm and the Prometha realm. In Jiuyo, in front of Jiuyo Ancient City, a great battle had also started. Lin Xian's 9 sons crushed the rain of arrows. He said coldly. Just with these? In the ancient city in front of him, countless figures rushed over. Some of these people were not even great emperors. They were just sages. However, they also participated in the battle. All of them charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. The Prometha realm was really cruel. Those who were not great emperors were like ants in front of it. It could easily kill them. However, the Prometha realm still sent such people over. What was it for? It wanted to exhaust his strength. What a joke. Kill these people from the divine realm. Those people rushed over quickly. Lin Xian made his move. A sword split open the sky. The void in front of him shattered. This sword was like thousands of mountains descending. It was extremely violent and tore a path of blood. Countless Prometha realm martial artists fell and turned into a sea of blood. However, their souls and sea of blood were absorbed and condensed by the formation, forming an even more terrifying killing formation. It formed the Sword of Soul and the Hammer of Massacre. This battle was very intense. The sky and earth were dyed red. After the people in Jiuyo saw it, they were extremely silent. It was too crazy and too terrifying. No one knew who would be the first to give up. The battle between the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Snow Spear Monarch was extremely tragic. The Iron Blood Great Emperor's body was penetrated. However, the Blood Spear Monarch's condition was not good either. Half of his body was torn apart and turned into pieces. On Lin Xian's side, it was even more terrifying. Countless martial artists, regardless of their cultivation, were charging towards him. Lin Xian's sword aura swept across. Myriad swords returned to origin rushed out from his body. Sword shadows appeared. At the same time, his fists attacked the surroundings. Anyone who came close to him was turned into ashes. However, at this moment, a super great emperor was charging towards him. Lin Xian turned around and threw out a palm. Great solar undying palm. This palm was dazzling and it covered the back. It was a shocking battle. The power of heaven and earth shook. A destructive aura appeared. A figure retreated quickly, tearing the void apart. Her body was trembling. This was an old man. He was a super great emperor. However, at this moment, his palm was shattered. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His face was full of shock. She couldn't even take a palm from the other party, this young man was too terrifying. Just you, Lin Xian turned around with disdain in his eyes. You're too weak. Then, he attacked again. The great solar undying palm caused the old man to vomit blood. The old man was furious. Junior. You've gone too far. He started to move his hands and formed a mysterious pattern. It was a bronze cauldron with 3 legs and 2 handles. It emitted a mysterious aura. As soon as it appeared, thousands of rays of light shone down like an umbrella and enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Terrifying flames appeared on Lin Xian's body and formed a curtain of fire to block the rays of light from the bronze cauldron. The two collided and released a destructive force. Boom! At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. His golden right hand exploded. It was refined with the Samadhi true fire. His palm was extremely powerful. This palm, coupled with the great solar undying palm, was truly terrifying to the extreme. Boom! The old man's body exploded into a bloody mist and he quickly escaped. This palm strike caused him to be seriously injured. If it wasn't for the bronze cauldron in front of him that blocked the fatal blow, he would have died. The bronze cauldron was already broken. The old man's heart was bleeding. Lin Xian snorted. Trash. The old man was trembling with anger. He was a super great emperor who was admired by thousands. But now, he was in such a sorry state. Damn it. Lin Xian sneered. So what if you're a super great emperor? I've killed many super great emperors. Clang, another metallic sound was heard. The Black Wolf Emperor transformed into a huge demonic beast. Its claws were enough to tear everything apart. However, the Red Fish Emperor was even more terrifying. He had a fortuitous encounter in the Immortal City. Hence, he was able to force the Black Wolf Emperor back. He chased after the Red Fish Emperor. I'll let you see my true strength. The Red Fish Emperor's bloodline was even more terrifying. When the people from the Otherworld Heavenly King saw this, their faces turned ugly. Not only was Lin Xian powerful, but the others were also much stronger than before. The situation was getting worse. Great, I've gained the upper hand. The Red Fish Emperor and the others chased after the Red Fish Emperor and started to counterattack. In another universe, the war was still breaking out. Morong Qingqing led the members of the Phoenix clan into hiding. They were intercepting and killing the people from the other side. Higan had mobilized forces from all over the universe, and one of them had arrived near Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing led the members of the Phoenix clan to attack. Countless Phoenix phantoms soared into the sky, and in an instant, dozens of powerhouses in front of them were reduced to ashes. Damn it, it's the Phoenix race, kill, those people reacted and quickly charged over. Morong Qingqing was very strong. She was surrounded by 3 great emperors, but she was not afraid. As soon as the immemorial Phoenix appeared, the 3 great emperors were sent flying. At the other side, Leaf Dao Denier was also fighting. The phantom of the immortal king swept through the 9 days. Under the leadership of Gu Santong, the Gu clan was even more elusive. The crack in space was so close yet so far. Everyone was attacking with all their might. The people of the other side suffered heavy losses. Of course, God's domain also suffered losses. After all, the Otherworld Heavenly King was extremely terrifying. The disciple of an Earth Immortal killed several geniuses of the God realm. This person was called Yan Wuliang, and he was the disciple of an Earth Immortal. At this moment, he was holding a green sword in his hand. His body was full of killing intent. She shouted coldly, "Ants of the God realm, prepare to die." He slashed out with his sword, and several more powerhouses were sent flying. This Yan Wuliang. He was really too strong. Do you dare to fight with me? Xueqi rushed out, and her body was covered in ice. She charged toward Yan Wuliang. Yan Wuliang's eyes lit up. What a beautiful woman. However, he knew that he was in the middle of a battle, and he was not in the mood to care about anything else. Therefore, he stabbed out with his sword. The arrow pierced through the sky and pierced through the ice in the sky. However, the ice was too thick, and it froze halfway through. Yan Wuliang retracted his hand, and the ice spread on his arm. What a terrifying woman. Xueqi slapped out with her palm again, and this time, there were countless phantoms of ice on it. Rays of light appeared and surged forward. Yan Wuliang waved his sword and circled around her. At the same time, he quickly retreated. I don't have time to tangle with you. After he spoke, he charged toward the other side. Their goal was to kill as many people of the god realm as possible. Where do you think you are going? Xueqi charged over, and wherever she went, she would freeze her opponent. There were many battles like this, and Lin Xian's side had already achieved victory. The 7 of them joined hands, and they were able to defeat the people of the 9 Nether Ancient City. The people of the 9 Nether Ancient City were forced to retreat. D*MN. Why did it turn out like this? The people of the Nirvana realm in the ancient city were in despair. Could 7 people crush them? Master Rashi was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. D*MN. If he was at his peak, he would be able to kill all of them with a single slap. Even that D*MN Lin Wudi would be included, but now, she could not move at all. Everyone retreated and quickly recovered from their injuries. Don't go out for a while, Master Rashi ordered. Master Rashi ordered. His mission was only to defend the ancient city. Come out if you have the guts, the Iron Blood Great Emperor roared angrily. Let's fight for 300 rounds, and I will surely suppress you. However, his opponent did not go out. The Black Wolf Emperor and the others were quickly swallowing elixirs to recover from their injuries. No. The Red Fish Emperor also said, if Lin Gongzi continues like this, I am afraid it will be difficult for us to take down the ancient city. Lin Xian smiled and said, don't worry, we will proceed according to our previous plan. But is it really possible? Master Rashi was very cautious. The Iron Blood Great Emperor also frowned. He was very skeptical about the plan. Lin Xian said. He was very cautious, and it was difficult for him to take action. However, it is because of me that he was petrified, so he hates me very much. And this hatred can be magnified infinitely. We will take advantage of his weakness. This time, he will definitely fall into our trap. Okay, then let's begin. The Red Fish Emperor and the others nodded. Next, they attacked the city. The battle was very terrifying, but the array formation in 9 Nether City was very scary. With the Earth God as the guardian, it was definitely very powerful. Many turtle shells appeared around the ancient city. There were mysterious runes on these turtle shells. They attacked the city 3 times, but they did not break through the defense. Instead, Lin Xian and the others turned pale. Seeing this scene, the people in the ancient city heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were safe. Master Rashi snorted coldly. What a joke. My absolute defense is not something you can resist. Another 2 attacks. Lin Xian and the others had consumed a lot of energy. They quickly returned. Finally, they retreated. The people in the ancient city heaved a sigh of relief. However, the Black Wolf Emperor said, should we chase after them? They don't have much energy now. Master Rashi shook his head and said, no, we can't chase after them. But we won't let them go. We will send the Shadow Bats over to investigate their situation. If they are really weak, we will attack immediately. Soon, the 2 Shadow Bats flew in. These Shadow Bats merged into the void and disappeared without a trace. Even the Great Emperor might not be able to detect them. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a smile as he left. His Rinnegan was blooming with a mysterious light. Is it coming? I'm afraid you won't come. The other party is about to fall into our trap. Lin Xian and the others still looked very weak. Don't let the people from the other side seize the opportunity. We have to return to our ancient city as soon as possible. The Red Fish Emperor said this in a low voice. However, the shadow bat that was hiding in the dark heard it. Their eyes lit up. However, they were extremely cautious and still followed. Along the way, they saw that Lin Xian and the others were indeed very weak. From time to time, they had to stop and swallow pills to recover. And once they recovered, they would use an array formation to defend their surroundings. Finally, they returned to their ancient city. This city was a small remote city. There were not many people inside, but it was the closest ancient city to them. When the 2 shadow bats saw this scene, they quickly discussed. One of them went back. They reported to Master Rashi. The other took the risk to follow them. The shadow bat that followed them pushed his bloodline to the limit and even swallowed a rune. There were ancient patterns on the rune. After swallowing it, his body completely disappeared. It seemed to have merged into the void. Just like that, he also entered the ancient city. The other shadow bat returned to Jiryo City. He knelt on the ground on one knee and told Master Roshi everything. Master Roshi was silent after hearing it. However, the eyes of the others lit up. Great, these people are really injured. That's for sure. We are injured, but they are safe and sound. How is that possible, Master Roshi? What should we do? Should we immediately kill them, Master Roshi? This is a great opportunity. Their ancient city is very remote. Its defense is definitely not as good as ours. We should gather our forces and take them down in one fell swoop. However, Master Roshi said, wait a little longer. Lin Xian has a lot of trump cards. He is also the descendant of the great dragon. Once we counterattack, we will probably be injured. But if we miss this opportunity, they will come back again, and we will be passive. The Black Wolf Emperor spoke again. Master Roshi thought for a moment and said, as long as the people from the Supreme Palace come, we will immediately take action. 2 days later. The people from the Supreme Palace came. No land immortals came, but there were many Overlord-level experts. Both sides would cooperate. They would immediately take action. This time, they brought a large number of elites. It could be said that they were going all out. Not only did they want to defeat Lin Xian and the others, but they also wanted to seize the ancient city. It would be best if he could suppress Lin Xian and extract the great dragon sword soul from him. Boom! Countless cultivators attacked, and no one spoke. They moved very quickly, heading straight for Lin Xian and the others. The ancient city Lin Xian was in was called Spirit Movement City. At this moment, the city was incomparably quiet. Lin Xian and the rest had been silently cultivating, while the hidden shadow bat was waiting for an opportunity. When the time came, he would coordinate with the outside to destroy the formation. Boom! Finally, the Nirvana Empire's army arrived outside Spirit Movement City. Their overflowing aura swept over like an ocean. It collided with the Spirit Movement City's array, producing a sonorous sound. Lin Xian! Come out and accept your death, a loud shout resounded through the 9 heavens. At the same time, an even more terrifying aura appeared. People of the deity realm, kneel on the ground and wait for death, you've been surrounded. You can't escape even if you have wings, inside Spirit Movement City. Lin Xian and the others opened their eyes, a trace of panic appearing on their faces. What should we do? The Red Fish Emperor was anxious. Why did they send so many people? Damn it, did they realize that we're not strong enough? The Iron Blood Great Emperor snorted. We can't fight them head-on. Defend the ancient city. We have powerful earth veins and arrays here. They won't be able to break in. The hidden shadow bat transmitted the news through its bloodline. The other bat immediately reported this to the Black Wolf Emperor and the others. The eyes of the Black Wolf Emperor and the others lit up. Great, the other party is indeed weak. Kill them! With an angry roar, they rushed over with endless power. Defend! Defend! The Iron Blood Great Emperor roared. Suddenly, the Spirit Movement City's array was activated. Layer after layer of light screens swept across the sky, forming a terrifying cage. They began to resist. The two sides collided again, and it was earth-shattering. The Spirit Movement City's array was shaken, but it still managed to block the first attack. It's ridiculous to only dare to defend passively. But how many times can you defend? The Blood Spear Emperor was proud. Last time, he was injured by the Iron Great Emperor. This time, he wanted to take revenge. He wanted to kill his way into the ancient city and trample the Iron Blood Great Emperor under his feet. The other Nirvana Realm experts also sneered. Spirit Movement City's defense was definitely not the same as 9 Nether Orange. 9 Nether City had an Earth Immortal guarding it. It could unleash the power of the ancient city to the extreme. However, there was no Earth Immortal in Spirit Movement City. Moreover, they were going all out this time. They continued to attack. The reinforcements from the Supreme Palace were also overjoyed. They didn't expect the mission to be so simple. After taking down this city, they would be able to get a lot of treasures. More importantly, if they could seize this opportunity to capture Lin Xian, they might be able to obtain his trump card. Thinking of this, they worked even harder. Boom! The first layer of the array was torn open. The Nirvana realm experts were getting closer to the ancient city. The second layer of the array was torn open. The Black Wolf Emperor and the others advanced. They could already see Lin Xian and the others standing on the city wall. At this moment, Lin Xian's expression was extremely serious. The Red Fish Emperor and the others beside him also had serious expressions. Ha 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 ha, the Black Wolf Emperor laughed. He made a beheading gesture. He was extremely arrogant. Behind them, other experts came up to the city wall and said, Lin Gongzi, everyone, we can't hold on any longer. Why don't we leave quickly? Where there's life, there's hope. However, Lin Xian shook his head and said, no, the ground of this ancient city has just been excavated. My father said that there's a powerful and mysterious force under the earth vein. I must study it thoroughly. Who knows, I might be able to break through and become a super great emperor. Therefore, we must not leave. We must hold on. Don't worry, I've already sent a message to my father and the others. They will be here soon. Lin Xian's voice was still not loud. However, the shadow bat in the dark heard it. The bat's eyes lit up. He quickly used his bloodline to send a message. When the bat outside heard its companion's voice transmission, it immediately said, Seat, Lin Xian is already asking for help. We have to hurry. The Black Wolf Emperor said, don't worry, Lin Zhan and the other Earth Immortals from the Divine Realm are all held back. They won't be here anytime soon. Therefore, we have a chance. Wait for me to kill my way in. I want to see what the Earth Vein in Spirit Movement City is. They became even more excited. Lin Xian's face became even paler. Of course, this was all an act. This was what he wanted. They were weak, while the other party was even crazier. Once the other party charged into the ancient city, it would be the end of these people. The people from the Otherworld Heavenly King swept across the area and kept breaking the array. Finally, there was only one array left. They were less than 10 meters away from Lin Xian. The Black Wolf Emperor said, Kid, do you know what despair is? Once this formation is broken, it will be the time of your death. Lin Xian's face was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, don't be arrogant. My father will be here soon. They're Earth Immortals. It's easy for them to kill you. Ha ha ha, so you're scared too. The people from the Supreme Palace frowned. Among them, there was a peerless expert called Xianxia, who was surrounded by Yin Qi. He said, is the godly realm so weak? They were the victors of the immortal city. They couldn't be so weak. Could it be a trap? To be honest, they were afraid that it was a trap. If they jumped in, there would be countless masters waiting for them. What should they do? The Black Wolf Emperor said, of course the godly realm isn't that weak. But they're too impatient this time. They started fighting in the heavenly realm, the 9 serenities, and the heavenly realm. They don't have that many people. Even if our Earth Immortals are sealed and can't fight, it's easy to defend the ancient city. Those Earth Immortals are fighting in the heavenly realm. They're attacking the city in the heavenly realm. They might even win. The Blood Spear Emperor said. The people from the Supreme Palace understood. Lin Xian's team was the vanguard. Lin Xian's team was too arrogant. They wanted to attack the city directly. That was why they were in such a predicament. They really didn't know what was good for them. Ghost Tooth sneered. In front of them, above the ancient city, Lin Xian was activating the array with all his might. Attack! They worked together and activated the array to the extreme. The people from the Otherworld Heavenly King couldn't move forward. There were even a few people who were injured. The people from the Otherworld Heavenly King looked terrible. The people from the Supreme Palace now believed that Lin Xian's team was indeed powerful. However, it was too risky this time. That was why they were trapped. Damn it, how dare you injure my subordinate? Xianxia's face was cold. There were a few young people around him who had already been torn to pieces by the formation. He couldn't stand it. He wanted to capture the other party, pull out the other party's tendons, and rip out the other party's soul. Kill. Finally, a day later, the last layer of the formation was broken. Countless experts swarmed in like a tide. Back off, back off. They went to the center of the ancient city. There was an ancient altar there, and they could use the last of the earth veins. Lin Xian shouted angrily. He waved his hand and quickly retreated with his men. Kill. Surround them and don't let any of them go. The Black Wolf King roared again and again. Even so, they were still extremely cautious. Could there really be some kind of trap here? However, they found that there was no such thing. At this moment, the shadow bat hidden in the ancient city also transmitted its voice. Only these people. That's great. The Black Wolf Emperor and the others were overjoyed. All the experts entered the ancient city. When Lin Xian and the others saw this scene, they were secretly delighted. Great, they're all in? Then they could start the counterattack. Of course, they had to wait a little longer. When these people came near the altar, that would be the real killing move. They were even more afraid. Lin Xian even roared, "Everyone, follow me and break out of the encirclement." Where are you going? Lock down the surroundings and don't let Lin Wuti escape. Xianxia roared. His eyes were red. Lin Xian had a lot of treasures on him. The Rinnegan, the Great Dragon Sword, and the 9-yang Divine Body. Any one of them was enough to intimidate a party. If these great emperors could get their hands on them, their strength would be further improved. More importantly, Lin Xian cultivated the power of an immortal. If they could discover the secret of the power of an immortal, then they could easily become immortals on the ground. Finally, they arrived near the ancient altar. At this moment, there were only a few hundred people left on Lin Xian's side. There were only 7 great emperors left, including Lin Xian. The others were all quasi-emperors below the great emperors. There were even some supreme saints. Everyone acted as if they were facing a great enemy. However, their eyes were firm. They were ready to die. It's useless. Don't resist. You're no match for them. The Black Wolf Emperor and the others were murderous. There were too many of them, covering the sky and the earth. They were hundreds of times more powerful than their opponents. If they lost again, they would be too ashamed to live. Lin Wuti, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? Xianxia sneered. The others were also staring at him. This Lin Wuti was a fat sheep. Lin Xian sighed. I'll give you a chance. Leave because this ancient city has a powerful killing array. Once it explodes, you won't be able to resist. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed. However, the Black Wolf Emperor sneered. Stop pretending. I know all your secrets. Come out. After saying that, the Umber Bat appeared near Lin Xian and the others. The Shadow Bat said, I've been following you. I know all your conversations. There's nothing here, only you. So, you'll die for sure. The faces of Lin Xian and the others turned even uglier. The Black Wolf Emperor waved his hand and said, Attack. Kill the others and capture Lin Wuti alive. Kill. The experts behind him rushed over in an overwhelming manner. This was a good opportunity. Lin Xian and the others retreated again. The Black Wolf Emperor and the others laughed proudly. This time, if they successfully captured Lin Wuti, he would become a late-stage Supreme Great Emperor. At that time, he would only be one step away from becoming an Earth Immortal. The Black Wolf Emperor could already imagine the wonderful life that would follow. He could make a meteoric rise in his career. Now, the 5 Earth Immortals of the Nirvana realm were petrified. Once he advanced by leaps and bounds, he would definitely be valued. Perhaps, the Grand Elder would personally step in and guide him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Lin Wuti, so what if you're strong? Even if you gather the power of an immortal, you'll still die for sure. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. However, at this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand. Suddenly, endless light appeared around them. Terrifying power danced. The entire spirit movement city shook violently. Everyone was enveloped by this light. Some of the people in front were instantly sent flying back. Blood rained down from the sky. The Black Wolf Emperor and the other Emperor-level powerhouses stopped. Their expressions became extremely ugly. What was going on? What a terrifying power. What was this? Was it the power of the ley lines? It was an array. Damn it, there was a peerless array here. Everyone, pay attention to your defense. With an angry roar, the Black Wolf Emperor transformed into his true form. His huge body suppressed the surroundings. At the same time, the immortal chi on his body flew out to protect his subordinates. Boom! Boom! However, at this moment, a shocking sound rang out again. Lightning cracked, and wherever it passed, countless powerhouses turned into ashes. Damn it, what the hell is going on? The Black Wolf Emperor and the others were stunned. At this moment, Lin Xian no longer pretended to be afraid. They all stood up, and the paleness on their faces disappeared. Lin Xian shouted, "Nirvana realm, you're dead for sure." It was actually a trap. The Black Wolf Emperor roared crazily. His expression became extremely ugly. Damn it, it was really a trap. The other party was plotting against him. He had actually been deceived. But that shouldn't be the case. He had already sent the Shadow Bat to lie in ambush here. What was going on? The Black Wolf Emperor stared at the Shadow Bat. The Shadow Bat also felt his scalp go numb. He quickly shook his head. "You have to believe me. I definitely didn't deceive you. Everything I said is true. It's just that I might have been deceived by this kid." The Black Wolf Emperor and the others' expressions became even uglier. This Lin Xian's plan was really meticulous. There were no flaws at all. But so what? Even if there was a trap, they could still kill their way out. Because this time, they had attacked with all their forces. Not only that, they had also joined forces with the Supreme Palace. There were many experts. They didn't believe that they couldn't kill the other party. Kill, charge out, tear open the array, and kill that kid. Wasn't it just going to the array? We have many experts, so we're definitely not afraid. The surrounding people from the Nirvana realm and the Supreme Palace counterattacked crazily. However, they still underestimated the array. The array was not an ordinary array. This was the work of the Heavenly Cycle Master. Although the Heavenly Cycle Master didn't come, he still created many arrays. This time, Lin Xian brought these arrays over and fused them with the earth veins in Spirit Movement City. It formed a super powerful killing array. As long as it wasn't an earth immortal who came in, no one else would be able to leave. Because they would all die here. The surrounding people attacked crazily, but, yes, they couldn't tear open the array at all. Instead, they would be killed by the array. A few quasi-emperors were instantly torn apart, and their blood dyed everything red. Not to mention them, even the great emperors were affected. Some great emperors' bodies were penetrated and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be long before they died. Kill, kill, kill. The strength of the super great emperors was very terrifying. For example, Black Wolf Wang and Xianxia rushed out. They actually tore open the array. That was great. These super great emperors laughed. Wasn't it just a mere array? It was nothing. It was as easy as flipping one's palm to leave. However, they soon discovered that it wasn't like that. The tragedy began. After they tore it apart, it became even more dangerous because there were even more terrifying formations appearing around them. The people standing in front of them were Lin Xian and the others. As expected of a super great emperor, an unparalleled expert. He could rush out so quickly. However, I have a big gift prepared. After saying that, Lin Xian waved his hand and countless lightning bolts flew out from behind him. This formation was called the Flying Thunder Formation. These thunderbolts were extremely terrifying. They sent He Lang and Xianxia flying. The two peerless martial monarchs cried out in agony as their blood dyed the sky. They were beaten back again. For a moment, miserable shrieks rang out, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, making one's scalp go numb. The people from the Supreme Hall were even more miserable. This was because they had been too complacent before. In their opinion, this mission was very simple. However, who would have thought that things would turn out like this? In that instant, many of their experts had perished. Some great emperors had even started to fall. An earth-shattering sound shattered the void. Green Ghost Tooth roared crazily, "Gather together. Don't attack alone. Trash, don't run. What are you afraid of?" Some of the more cowardly ones were truly frightened. They quickly ran away. However, they were torn to pieces by the formation in an instant. At this moment, they had really gone crazy. It turned out that Lin Xian and the others weren't too arrogant. They had purposely tricked them and lured them into this beautiful killing formation. This kind of formation was definitely the work of an earth immortal. Despicable Lin Xian, I will never forgive you. Kid, once I catch you, I will make you wish you were dead. I will tear you into pieces. Green Ghost Tooth's vicious voice rang out. However, his voice was too loud. Lin Xian found him in an instant. Oh, you dare to threaten me? Fine, I will take care of you. Lin Xian controlled the formation from outside. The flying thunder god turned into peerless thunderbolts and charged at Green Ghost Tooth crazily. Green Ghost Tooth was still clamoring at first, but he was soon beaten speechless. He had no choice. These thunderbolts directly paralyzed his body and even penetrated it. Emperor Blood dyed the sky red. He was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. However, his eyes were ferocious. He swore that as long as he could leave this place alive, he would definitely take revenge. He would pay back 10 times, even 100 times. The Flying Thunder God formation kept attacking and finally enveloped Green Ghost Tooth. Green Ghost Tooth's limbs were all broken. Even though he was a super great emperor with terrifying strength, he was on the verge of death. No, you can't kill me, he said. I am from the Supreme Palace. If you kill me, you will become an enemy of the Supreme Palace. Your deity realm doesn't want to have another enemy right now. Lin Xian huffed coldly. Don't worry, he said. I won't kill you first because I still have use for you. He waved his hand. The Flying Thunder God's sword pierced through Green Ghost Tooth's body and nailed him to the lightning cage. Green Ghost Tooth trembled. However, he was still alive, which meant that there was still hope. He could still negotiate with Lin Xian. However, the others were not as lucky as them. Even the elites from the Supreme Palace that Green Ghost Tooth had brought with him were dying one after another. Green Ghost Tooth's face was ashen. He knew that these people couldn't survive. The Otherworld Heavenly King's people roared crazily. They quickly gathered around the Black Wolf King and the others. What should we do? Yeah. We've been tricked. Think of a way to escape. If we keep fighting, we'll definitely die. Defend first. When the formation's power disappears, we'll catch Lin Xian and break all his bones. Not only him, but everyone in Spiritual Dong Ancient City will die. The Otherworld Heavenly King's people roared crazily. They gathered together to defend. They were waiting for the formation to disappear. However, not long after they gathered, the Flying Thunder God formation stopped attacking. The lightning in the sky disappeared. Instead, it formed a huge lightning net around them, sealing off the area. What was going on? The Black Wolf King and the others were stunned. The Otherworld Heavenly King's prodigy said, "Is the formation no longer powerful?" Great, ha ha ha. So that's all it has. It's time to fight back. Let him suffer a fate worse than death. The Otherworld Heavenly King's people went crazy again. They wanted to attack. However, the Black Wolf King and the others frowned tightly. Is it possible that the formation has no power? Lin Xian and the others had put so much effort into setting it up. How could it be so weak? Sure enough, Lin Xian walked out and said, "It's boring to only use one formation. Next, I'll play something special for you. Don't you know about illusion formations? Next, not only will I kill you, but I'll also control your souls and corpses. Then, I'll drive you into Jiryo City. I'll use your power to kill Jiryo City. Isn't that a good plan?" Hearing this, everyone felt cold all over. The Black Wolf King's scalp went numb. Finally, he roared, "Despicable thief, you won't succeed." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the people from the other side couldn't help but curse. There was nothing they could do. This plan was too vicious. If it really succeeded, then Jiryo City would definitely not be able to hold on. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Aren't you Lin Wudi? Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? A genius from the other side roared crazily. However, Lin Xian directly ignored him. He no longer needed to use a one-on-one battle to prove his strength. Over the years, several super great emperors had died in his hands. What did a mere young genius count for? Lin Xian was not moved at all. What should they do? Should they just let this kid do it? The people from the other side were in despair again. The Black Wolf Emperor's expression was ugly. Let's fight to the death. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Burn your immortal chi and release your divine fire. This time, if we can't rush out, we're really dead. Everyone nodded. They decided to fight to the death. However, as soon as they stood up, they felt dizzy. Even the Black Wolf Emperor's body swayed. The next moment, he roared, "Oh no, I'm poisoned." Everything is isolated. The power in their bodies erupted and directly shattered the void, trying to establish their own space. However, it was already too late. Lin Xian smiled. He waved his hand and the array formation opened. 1000 Illusion Array. It was also created by a heavenly circuit master. Combined with the power of the ancient city's earth veins, the power of this array formation could be raised to the extreme. Even a super great emperor couldn't resist it. Everyone felt the soul impact, and thousands of illusions appeared in front of him. Some people had already given up resisting and were laughing foolishly. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? They saw a dream scene. Some people realized that their strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and they had become earth immortals. They were so hot that they were drooling. Illusion, everything was an illusion. The Black Wolf Emperor roared, "I will never fall for it." Break! His wolf claws tore the world apart, but then, he was also stunned. The Blood Spear Emperor roared, and the sea of blood on his body surged. Although I'm not a super great emperor, I survived from slaughter. There are hundreds of millions of experts who have died in my hands. I will definitely not be affected by illusions. His blood sea was absolutely cold, but soon, he was also controlled by the illusion. That's enough. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The Iron Blood Great Emperor still didn't quite believe it. A single formation could destroy countless powerhouses. Wasn't this too terrifying? Lin Xian said, "This is not an ordinary array. It was set up by a land immortal. Moreover, this land immortal is a heavenly master." Coupled with the power of the earth veins of the Antiquity City, this was absolutely horrifying. Otherwise, if they were in another place, Feng wouldn't have been able to unleash such power. Lin Xian waved his hand and pointed at a few monarch-level figures, saying, "Iron Blood Senior, if you don't believe me, you can try." The Iron Blood Monarch took a deep breath and walked over. He landed a punch on the Wolf King's body. With a boom, the Wolf Emperor's body was pierced through. However, the Wolf Emperor didn't react at all. He was still smiling foolishly. His internal organs were all shattered. The Iron Blood Monarch took a deep breath. Fortunately, this heavenly master is on our side. If he was from the otherworld heavenly master, they probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. What should we do next? The Red Feather Emperor asked. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Kill some of them and leave some of them alive. We must show the real output to convince the people in Jiuyou City. Let's do it." With that, Lin Xian and the others pulled out their sabers and attacked quickly. Lin Xian's immortal slaying sword kept falling and cutting these people's bodies open. Several great emperors died in his hands. Even some super great emperors died. Of course, there was still a portion of people who managed to survive. However, their bodies were also riddled with holes. Their white bones sparkled. When Xianxia saw this, his body trembled in fear. Why was he still alive? Now, he felt that he would rather die. Because he knew that Lin Xian kept him alive and let him see everything. He had no intention of letting him go. However, Lin Xian didn't care about him at all. The fear of waiting for the unknown was even more torturous. Great Emperor Xianxia almost fainted several times. Finally, the Iron Blood Monarch and the others stopped. Their faces were pale. However, they all laughed. This is great. What a record. This time, most of Jiuyou City's forces rushed out. Plus, there were people from the Supreme Palace. There were definitely many experts. Such a lineup could wipe out everything. Only Earth Immortals could contend against them. However, they only relied on 7 great emperors and hundreds of martial artists below the great emperor level to completely resist them. They even killed their opponents. If they wanted to, they could kill everyone. The Iron Blood monarch felt like he was dreaming. Lin Xian's body was spotless. However, the immortal slaying sword was dyed red with blood and emitted a demonic light. He said, "It's done. The first step is to kill most of their experts. Next, we can start the second step of the plan. This time, we will take over Jiryo City." The Iron Blood monarch, Red Feather Emperor, and the others nodded. They didn't have any confidence in this plan before. They even thought that it was very likely to fail. But now, they saw hope. Everything was going smoothly. Everyone started to move. Not long after, a piece of news spread from Spirit Dong to the entire Jiryo continent. "Did you hear? The team sent by Jiryo City was completely annihilated." "That's impossible. I saw with my own eyes that Jiryo City sent out a large number of experts. How could they be completely annihilated?" "That's right. Spirit Dong City only has 7 great emperors, including Lin Xian. No matter how strong they are, they can't defend it. Even if there are experts hidden inside, it should be easy for the people of Jiryo City to escape. At least they won't be completely annihilated." "Yes, and it's said that there are experts from the Supreme Palace. I really can't think of any way that Lin Xian and the others can do. Kill all these experts." Everyone didn't believe it. However, this piece of news spread more and more, making everyone suspicious. Until now, there was no movement from Jiryo City. Could it be that they were really annihilated? Jiryo City also received the news and was shocked. They quickly reported it to Master Rashi. When Master Rashi heard about it, his face turned ugly. Of course, he was now a stone man, so his expression couldn't be seen. However, he was extremely furious in his heart. "It's over. If the entire team is annihilated, I'm really dead. Even if the deity realm doesn't kill me, Grand Supreme won't let me off. Quickly go and find out what happened in Spirit Dong City. I want to know what happened in Spirit Dong City. Send people to Spirit Dong City." A few experts quickly rushed out of Jiryo City. On one hand, they wanted to find out more accurate information. On the other hand, they wanted to go to Spirit Dong City. The news of Jiryo City's experts being annihilated spread like wildfire. Many people even planned to go to Lindong City to find out more information. Some great emperors and super great emperors were also suspicious. Did they really die? Did they perish together? That ancient city was ownerless. Could they fish in troubled waters? In an instant, the surroundings of Spirit Dong City were filled with all kinds of experts. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ancient city. Some people couldn't wait any longer and were ready to start probing. However, before they could start, the city gates of Spirit Dong City suddenly opened. Just as everyone was about to make a move, the gate of Spirit Movement City suddenly opened. Everyone jumped in fright. They retreated again. There were still people alive inside. Who was it? Was it the Otherworld Heavenly King? Or was it someone from the Divine Realm? They hadn't seen anyone yet. However, a murderous aura flew out from inside. Even these emperor-level figures who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years couldn't help but want to vomit from the smell of blood. How many experts had died here? Their expressions changed drastically. An elder said, "The battle is too tragic. Both sides are mortal enemies. It's very likely that they'll die together. Even if they survived, there wouldn't be many left." His words were meant to sow discord. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the surrounding people's eyes flashed. They all wanted to make a move. However, no one dared to be the first to make a move. Boom! Boom! Just as they were hesitating, a team suddenly walked out of the ancient city in front of them. These people were stained with terrifying blood. The blood was enough to pierce through the 9 heavens. It was emperor-level blood. These people were also injured. Some of them had white bones, and some of them had lost all their internal organs. Some of them even had half of their heads shattered. However, they weren't dead. Their bodies were full of murderous intent. Who were these people? Those in the distance looked up. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Isn't that the tall figure, the Black Wolf Emperor? He's not dead." Look at the other one. That sky-devouring snake. He's still alive. One after another, exclamations were heard. Everyone realized that these people who were still alive were all Joyo City's experts. They were the Otherworld Heavenly King's people. The Otherworld Heavenly King's people weren't dead. They weren't completely wiped out. If they came out alive, didn't that mean that Lin Xian and the others were dead? Oh heavens, is Lingdong City going to be destroyed this time? They didn't expect the situation to turn around so drastically. Countless people were shocked. They didn't dare to make a move anymore. However, the Joyo City expert who was in charge of gathering intelligence rushed out. He went over and said, "Where are the people inside?" The Black Wolf Emperor said coldly, "Kill them all." Lin Wudi is also dead? No, I captured Lin Wudi alive. Then, the Black Wolf Emperor waved his hand. His claws broke the void. Inside, there was a black cage formed by powerful demonic qi. In the cage, there was a young man with a pale face. It was Lin Xian. When he saw this scene, the expert finally believed it. After the others saw it, they also believed it. Lin Wudi's dragon sword spirit was so sharp that no one could imitate it. This person was Lin Wudi. He had been captured. The remaining 6 great emperors should be dead by now. The entire spirit movement city had been reclaimed. From now on, this ancient city belonged to the Permitha realm. More importantly, the great dragon sword soul was going to belong to Permitha. Countless people were envious. Someone finally couldn't help but make a move. His entire body was covered in black smoke as he quickly rushed over. "Get lost," the Black Wolf Emperor roared angrily. Its claws tore apart heaven and earth, tearing that mysterious person into pieces. A miserable shriek rang out as that person's soul fled. The Black Wolf King roared, "Who dares? Do you want to be my enemy?" The expressions of the experts from Joyo City changed. The Nirvana realm has countless experts, including more than one land immortal. Who dares to make a move? I promise to destroy his entire family. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Black Wolf Emperor to still have such combat strength after the battle. For a moment, they hesitated again. The Black Wolf Emperor and the others said, "There's no time to lose. We're not in a good state now. If someone really takes the risk and attacks us, we'll lose. That's not good. After all, this is the great dragon sword soul." "I understand." The expert who came to receive them nodded, "Let's hurry back to Joyo City." The group quickly set off. The Black Wolf Emperor waved his hand, and the cage disappeared again. They didn't see that the moment it disappeared, Lin Xian's originally pale face had a strange smile. Lin Xian wasn't really captured. This was the second part of their plan. The Black Wolf Emperor and the others quickly left. The news here spread. It turned out that the people of Joyo City didn't die, but Spirit Movement City was destroyed. The Divine Realm suffered a heavy blow. Countless people were in an uproar. This was completely out of their expectations. At the same time, even more shocking news spread. Lin Wudi was captured alive. The great dragon sword soul was probably going to change owners. Everyone went crazy. The great dragon sword soul. One of the 5 swords in the world, how terrifying and mysterious. Even if they didn't understand it before, after seeing Lin Xian's combat power, they had a deep understanding. Whoever obtained the great dragon sword would obtain heaven-defying power. And now, the great dragon sword fell into the hands of the Black Wolf Emperor and the others. At this moment, the other party still had to return to Joyo City. They were already on the way. This was their last chance. The battle between the Nirvana realm and the Divine realm didn't involve the Earth Immortals, and the Black Wolf Emperor and the others were already seriously injured. How much power could they exert? Attack. Joyo was also one of the Jiotian City. This place had been passed down for too long, and there were countless ancient families and sections. There were even some hidden experts. Although a group of experts died in the last world-destroying divine punishment, there was still a group that was forced to join the Nirvana realm. There were also people who took the initiative to join the Divine Realm. However, there was still a group of people hiding. These people, after hearing the news of the great dragon sword soul, their eyes were terrifyingly red. They immediately took action. On the way back, there was a big battle. Many mysterious people appeared from all directions. These people were extremely powerful, and their auras were unfamiliar. However, as soon as they appeared, they charged towards the Black Wolf Emperor and the others. It looked like they were completely silencing them. Needless to say, they were here to snatch the great dragon sword soul. "You're courting death," the Black Wolf Emperor roared. The people of Joyo City also roared. They started a big battle. In the end, both sides suffered losses. They blocked the first attack. The Black Wolf Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. Why didn't they speed up? To be honest, the people who came to pick them up wanted to see the situation in Lingdong City. They wanted to admire how the people from the Divine Realm died. But now, they were in no mood at all. What a joke. If they lost the Great Dragon Sword soul at this time, the Grand Supreme would probably slap them to death. Go, speed up. They moved forward quickly. At the same time, they sent a message to Joyo City. When they were close to Joyo City, the second battle broke out. This time, there were even more people. The Black Wolf Emperor and the others were all vomiting blood. They were even about to be surrounded. Once the battle broke out, the Black Wolf Emperor and the others would find it difficult to resist. Fortunately, they were already very close to Joyo City. Therefore, the people in Joyo City rushed over. At the most critical moment, they saved the Black Wolf Emperor and the others. There was a man surrounded by strong winds standing in the void. He formed thousands of tornadoes that swept in all directions. This person's name was Feng Xiao. He said loudly, "I'll let bygones be bygones. However, from now on, who will make a move? That person is the mortal enemy of the Nirvana realm. The Nirvana realm will hunt him down at all costs." Feng Xiaoxiao's words spread all around. Immediately, the people that had attacked all retreated. It was as if they had never appeared. Feng Xiaoxiao snorted coldly. Then, she said to the Black Wolf Emperor and the others, "Come in quickly." The Black Wolf Emperor and the others quickly entered Joyo Ancient City. After entering, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. The people of Joyo Ancient City also rushed over and asked, "How is it? Are those people really dead? Was the Spirit Dong Ancient City really taken down? Was Lin Wudi suppressed?" They really had too many questions. The Black Wolf Emperor said, "Yes, everything is true. However, we are too badly injured. And this time, we also suffered heavy losses. More than half of our people died inside. Go and report to Lord Turtle Immortal first. We will rest for a while and then meet Lord Turtle Immortal." "Okay." Feng Xiaoxiao nodded. She did not have any doubts. It would be abnormal if they could not conquer Lingdong City. After all, they had gathered a lot of heroes here. Feng Xiaoxiao quickly went to Master Rashi to report the situation here. The Black Wolf Emperor and the others exchanged glances. Some of them sat down cross-legged to rest. However, some of them disappeared in Joyo Ancient City. They went to destroy the array in Joyo Ancient City. No one noticed them because no one suspected them. When Master Rashi heard the news, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. Of course, he could not jump up now. Because he could not move. But he was really too excited. Previously, when he heard that the whole army was wiped out, his heart sank. He thought that he was dead for sure. But he did not expect things to turn around. They actually won and even captured Lin Wudi. This was a great achievement. If he gave the Dragon Sword soul to the Grand Supreme, would the Grand Supreme help him break through the petrification? Thinking of this, Master Rashi felt that he could not wait. He said, hurry up and summon the Black Wolf Emperor and the others." Feng Xiaoxiao quickly acted. Soon, the Black Wolf Emperor and the others were summoned. There were also some people who were not seen, but it was not important. As long as the Black Wolf Emperor and the other super great emperors were here, it was fine. The Black Wolf Emperor briefly explained what happened. Then, he said, "The people of the Supreme Palace are all dead. It doesn't matter." Master Rashi laughed and said, "He's not one of us. It doesn't matter whether he dies or not. Hurry up and release that Lin Xian. I want to see him." The Black Wolf Emperor waved his hand, and a cage opened. Lin Xian's figure appeared. When Master Rashi saw Lin Xian, his eyes immediately turned red. It's really you. He could sense the aura of the great dragon sword soul in his opponent's body, as well as the mysterious power of the gods. It was definitely him. Brat, you didn't expect that one day you would fall into my hands. Don't worry, I'll make you wish you were dead. Master Roshi gnashed his teeth. His current half-dead state was all thanks to the other party. Where am I? 9 Nether City? Damn it, hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, you will regret it. Ha 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 ha, Lin Wudi, I didn't expect you to be afraid. Don't think about it. Don't worry, we won't kill you, but we will make you live a life worse than death. Moreover, he had to live for the rest of his life. What do you think? Was he in despair? This is what you get for challenging our Higan. Master Roshi was very proud. Feng Xiaoxiao and the others also sneered. Although their land immortals were petrified, if they had the great dragon sword soul, then they could immediately turn the tables. Lin Xian sighed. I think we can have a good talk. Actually, there is no need for us to meet in a life and death situation. Master Roshi snorted coldly. Keep those words to yourself. We are mortal enemies. There is no need to talk. Either you die, or I die. Are you sure? Lin Xian continued to ask. Master Roshi was very patient. Anyway, the other party was here and couldn't escape. He wanted to tease the other party and enjoy the other party's desperate expression. Therefore, he kept threatening Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was ecstatic. This guy is an idiot. I was thinking about how to prolong the time. After all, those people needed time to break the array formation of 9 Nether City. He didn't expect Master Roshi to be so cooperative. Finally, after dilly-dallying for a long time, Lin Xian heard a voice transmission. He knew that those people had succeeded. The array formation of 9 Nether City had been embedded with the array formation made by the Heavenly Circuit Master. When the time came, who would control the array formation here? That might not be the case. Lin Xian sighed. So there's no room for negotiation? That's right, kid. Give up. Have you experienced the taste of despair? It's only been half a day. You have to experience it for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha. Master Roshi finally laughed proudly. The other powerhouses of 9 Nether City also looked at him as if he was a dead man. Lin Xian said, I could have let you go if we had talked. However, since you are courting death, don't blame me. Kneel down and accept your death. Hearing this, the powerhouses of 9 Nether City were stunned. What is this kid talking about? The other party is about to die, yet he is still talking nonsense. Feng Xiaoxiao snorted. Stupid thing. After that, he waved his hand and a wind blade slashed towards Lin Xian. Clang, there was an earth-shattering sound. The wind blade did not hit Lin Xian. Instead, it was blocked by the Black Wolf Emperor. Feng Xiaoxiao frowned. Black Wolf, what do you mean? Are you protecting this kid? That's right. The Black Wolf Emperor nodded. Don't be rude to Lin Gongzi. Feng Xiaoxiao was stunned. Black Wolf Emperor, are you out of your mind? This is the enemy. What did you call him? Master Roshi also frowned. Black Wolf, what's wrong with you? He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Could it be that Black Wolf was being controlled? Was this a joke? Lin Wudi had this ability, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. The paleness on his face disappeared, and his eyes shone with a cold light. He said, Black Wolf, kill all the martial artists of 9 Nether City. Leave no one alive. Yes. The Black Wolf Emperor replied respectfully. Then, an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. Suddenly, he waved his wolf claws and tore several powerhouses of 9 Nether City in half. Ah! Screams were heard. Feng Xiaoxiao and the others' expressions changed. You're courting death. He created a storm that swept towards the Black Wolf Emperor. Master Roshi also snorted. Have you betrayed us? Are you being controlled, men? Suppress these people. The remaining martial artists of 9 Nether City quickly rushed towards the Black Wolf Emperor. The Black Wolf Emperor roared. Other than him, the Blood Spear Emperor and the others rushed over. A great battle broke out in an instant. The Black Wolf Emperor and the others did not care about life and death at all. They were all fighting with their lives on the line. Therefore, 9 Nether cities suffered heavy losses in an instant. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression was ugly. He roared, "Activate the array." No matter how strong the other party was, so what? This was their territory. In 9 Nether City, their array could suppress everything. Hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's words, the cultivators of Jiuyou City regained their hope. Yes, that's right. This was their territory, and they still had a peerless array formation. They had an Earth Vein and an Earth Immortal guarding the place. They could launch a counterattack. These people once again had ferocious expressions. "Little thing, I don't know how you controlled the Black Wolf Emperor and the others. However, you're dead meat. This time, when I catch you, I'll definitely pull out your tendons and skin you alive." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You still want to launch a counterattack? Dream on. Who owns the array formation here?" "Not necessarily." After saying that, he raised his sword into the sky. The terrifying sword energy transformed into a giant dragon that roared between heaven and earth. That was the signal to attack. In the next moment, countless array formations flickered in Jiuyou City. Resplendent light shot into the sky. The array formation was activated. "Great, kill this kid. Tear him into pieces." The people in Jiuyou City were ecstatic. One array formation after another appeared, enveloping heaven and earth. In the next moment, screams rang out and blood mist filled the air. The people of Jiuyou City were killed by the array formation. Corpses fell from the sky one after another, dyeing the entire space red. The people who were still alive in Jiuyou City were dumbfounded. "What's going on? Why is the array formation attacking us?" Feng Xiaoxiao roared crazily. "Idiot, the enemy is there. Don't attack your own people." However, it was useless. These array formations were still killing the people of the other side. Feng Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. "Oh no, is there a traitor in the array formation? Damn it, kill them quickly." He led his men and charged into the distance. Master Rashi was even more dumbfounded. In the past few days, his mood had been like a roller coaster. First, it was said that the people of Jiuyou City had been wiped out. It made him despair. Then, the people of Jiuyou City returned alive and Lin Xian was captured. He was overjoyed. But now, Lin Xian actually controlled the Black Wolf Emperor and the others. He even controlled the array formation of Jiuyou City. This time, half of his heart turned cold. How could this young man be so powerful? This array formation is under my control. Could it be that a great emperor was qualified to challenge him? Even if I'm petrified and can't move, this kid can't challenge me. The martial artists in 9 Nether City were in a miserable state. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't withstand the attacks of Jiuyou City's array formation. Hence, they fell one after another. Even the martial monarchs could not escape from it. The entire ancient city was completely sealed off. "Why, damned thief, why are you able to control the array here? I refuse to accept this. I can't accept this." Some emperors died in despair. Feng Xiaoxiao led her men and charged over. However, she encountered an attack on the way. The Black Wolf Emperor and the others rushed over without any regard for their lives, trying their best to stop him. F***ck, Feng Xiaoxiao raised her head and roared, "Black Wolf Emperor, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of being angered?" The Black Wolf Emperor snorted. "I only have one master, and that is Lin Gongzi." After saying that, he opened his arms and rushed over. A destructive power appeared on his body. Feng Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned green. She turned around and fled. Boom, an earth-shattering sound of destruction rang out. The Black Wolf King had fallen. Feng Xiaoxiao was unable to escape from this destructive power. He had perished together with his enemy. That's right, he died in a very aggrieved manner. Not only him, but the subordinates he brought with him also turned into ashes under this power. There was no other way. The Black Wolf Emperor was a super martial monarch. Moreover, he was in the middle stage of the supreme martial monarch realm. His self-destruction was definitely a disaster. A void appeared in Jiuyou City. There was an extremely terrifying power there, and no one dared to go near it. The people of Jiuyou City felt their scalps go numb. Their faces were filled with despair. Even Master Rashi's heart sank. He knew. He had been careless. He had fallen into a trap. All of this was a trap set up by the sacred realm. Step by step, they had pushed him into the abyss. Everyone, retreat and help me. Open up the ley lines completely. Even if I die, I can't let them get Jiuyou City. Master Rashi's voice rang out. The surviving Nirvana Realm warriors frantically gathered at the center of the ancient city. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. At the same time, he said coldly, "Stop them at all costs." The Nirvana Realm warriors who returned from Lingdong City were all controlled by the Heavenly Circuit Master's array. Therefore, after hearing Lin Xian's order, they did not hesitate to carry it out. Moreover, it was the same method of mutual destruction. The Blood Spear Emperor sneered and rushed over. When he rushed to the front, his body instantly split open. The destructive power swallowed up a part of the world. In addition to him, Sky-Devouring Snake and the other experts all did the same. No, Master Rashi was in despair. No matter how strong the people of the Nirvana realm were, it was difficult for them to survive under this kind of mutual destruction. Sure enough, a large number of experts died. Both sides died together. In the end, one void after another appeared between heaven and earth. Master Rashi was not injured at all. When these destructive powers came to his side and hit him, they made earth-shaking sounds. However, they couldn't even break through his defense. It couldn't be helped. Even the Super Martial Monarch's destruction couldn't hurt him. He was a land immortal. He was an existence that transcended everything. However, at this moment, he was petrified and couldn't move at all. He could only watch his subordinates die one after another. This feeling was unbearable. The void shattered, the earth cracked, and the entire Jiuyou ancient city was in ruins. And in this void, a sword light broke through. Lin Xian strode over like a sword god. He had the 10,000 swords return to origin on him, isolating all power. He came in front of Master Rashi. When Master Rashi saw Lin Xian, he roared crazily, "Damn thief, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Stop shouting. It's useless even if you shout until your throat breaks. You can't move at all." Lin Xian sneered. He came in front of Master Rashi and slapped him in the face. Clang, the void shattered. Lin Xian's arm was numb, and the golden light shook a little. He retracted his palm and said, "You're really thick-skinned." Master Rashi was mad with anger. He stared at Lin Xian. If he could move now, he would want to die together with Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and attacked again. His golden right hand struck out with all his strength, but it still couldn't shake Master Rashi. He took out the immortal killing sword and the great dragon sword spirit. It was useless. As expected of a land immortal, an existence that transcended everything. He attacked with all his strength, but it was difficult to break through Master Rashi's defense. Now that he thought about it, it was a miracle that he could come back alive after offending so many land immortals in the immortal city. Of course, he had the 3 true fire at that time. It would be great if he could take it out. However, it wasn't very realistic. Although he couldn't do anything to Master Rashi now, Master Rashi couldn't do anything to him either. More importantly, except for Master Rashi, all the other Nirvana Realm powerhouses in Jiuyou City were dead. Jiuyou City was about to change hands. Lin Xian looked at Master Rashi and said with a smile, "From now on, Jiuyou City belongs to me." Master Rashi was filled with hatred as he cursed loudly. After becoming an earth immortal, he was the ruler in everyone's eyes. When had he ever been angry, but now, he really didn't care about his image anymore. Not only did he curse, but he also wanted to bite the other party to death. However, it was useless. He couldn't move. Lin Xian slashed at the other party twice more before turning around and opening the gate of Jiuyou City. Outside, the Red Feather Emperor, the Iron Blood Emperor, and the others rushed in. After entering, they looked at the scene in Jiuyou City and were dumbfounded. Was it really all destroyed? Lin Xian nodded. That's right, they all died together. It seemed that Jiuyou City couldn't be used for the time being. However, it didn't matter. Although the ground was destroyed, most of the earth veins underground were still there. It was still a mysterious ancient city. Where was that Earth Immortal? The Iron Blood Emperor asked. Was he also killed? Lin Xian shook his head. That guy was too thick-skinned. I couldn't hurt him. However, he couldn't move. I have to think of a way to trap him. I can't let him use the earth veins anymore. Follow me. Lin Xian waved his hand and led the group towards the center of the ancient city. Soon, they saw Master Rashi. The Red Feather Emperor and the others were shocked. The entire Joyo city was about to be destroyed. However, the Earth Immortal was fine. It had to be said that the Earth Immortals really surpassed everything. Fortunately, they had Zhou Tianchu's array formation and Lin Xian's arrangement this time. Only then could they easily take down Joyo city. Otherwise, if they were to attack head-on, they probably wouldn't be able to take it down even in 100 years. None of them died. When the Earth Immortal saw the Iron Blood Emperor and the others, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. These were all people from the divine realm, but they were all still alive. In other words, they had completely failed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Are you desperate? Regret it slowly. But don't worry, I can tell you. Although you are the first to fail, you are definitely not the only one. I will defeat the next few Earth Immortals one by one. Damn thief, I'm not convinced. How did you control the Black Wolf Emperor and the others? With your Rinnegan, you can't do it. Indeed, although the Rinnegan was a good thing, Lin Xian's cultivation was far from that of the Black Wolf Emperor. Not to mention that Lin Xian had controlled more than one super great emperor. There were several of them. Lin Xian smiled. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Taoist Master, do you know? You should have some understanding of the array formation of a heavenly master at the level of an Earth Immortal, right? After Master Rashi heard this, his expression became extremely unsightly. You mean the person who walked out of Immortal City? He really did join you, damn it, what exactly did you do in Immortal City? I can't believe that he would take such good care of you. What kind of kindness was it to let an Earth Immortal attack consecutively? No matter how hard Master Rashi tried, he couldn't understand. Take your time to think about it. Lin Xian ignored the other party and joined forces with the others. He took out the great dragon sword Soul, and a dragon-shaped sword Shadow continuously sank into the ground. He wanted to cut off the connection between Master Rashi and the ley lines. Roar, the great dragon sword Soul roared again, and an invincible power erupted, tearing the ground apart. Next, Lin Xian took out a few more array flags and placed them in the middle. They bloomed with a mysterious light, completely enveloping Master Rashi. Master Rashi originally wanted to use the ley lines. However, after feeling the power of this array formation, he was once again in despair. It was that Taoist Master's item. In the array formation of an Earth Immortal, it would be difficult for him to resist. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as he was enveloped. He was completely isolated, unable to send any messages or mobilize the ley lines. After doing all this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, this guy is not in danger for the time being. Although I can't kill him, I can't escape either. Watch him carefully. When I find a way to hurt him, I'll make a move on him. A hint of coldness appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Next, they began to clean up the battlefield. It had to be said that the previous battle was really tragic. The method of mutual destruction caused the great emperor's footprints and extreme weapons to all shatter. Some of the treasures in Joyo City were also reduced to ashes. However, forget it, the ley lines were still there. Lin Xian and the others opened a few places to recover their strength. At the same time, they changed the totem above Joyo City to their divine realms. The people outside were still waiting. Some super great emperor's eyes were red. If they moved faster, they might be able to snatch the great dragon sword Soul. They didn't know if the people in Joyo City had taken back the great dragon sword Soul in Lin Xian's body. That Lin Wudi was also dead for sure. Yes, he had swept through the starry sky for hundreds of years. He was a genius of his generation and his name shook the world. However, in the end, he still fell. He was too arrogant. How could he offend a colossus like the Heavenly King? This time, the divine realm was bound to lose. All kinds of discussions could be heard. On this day, they were stunned. Because they found that Joyo City suddenly shook violently. Countless destructive forces erupted, and one shocking pillar of light after another pierced through heaven and earth. Then, the entire Joyo City was covered in blood rain. Heaven and earth mourned, and all kinds of heaven and earth phenomena appeared. The people in Joyo City were stunned. There was only one reason for such a phenomenon, and that was the death of a great emperor. The blood rain continued, and all kinds of terrifying scenes made them understand that this wasn't the death of a great emperor. Many great emperors died at the same time. Oh heavens, what's going on? The great emperors in Joyo City were dying. What was going on? At this moment, everyone trembled in fear. They wanted to investigate at first. But now, they didn't have any ideas. They were all waiting. On this day, they found that the totem of Joyo City had changed. This was the totem of the divine realm. What was going on? Could it be that Joyo City had changed owners? That's not right. Wasn't Lin Wuti captured? Shouldn't he be waiting for death? How could he have occupied Joyo City? Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, Lin Xian stood above Joyo City. He circulated his power and said loudly, "From now on, Joyo City belongs to the divine realm. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy." It really belonged to the divine realm. This was impossible, right? The people in Joyo City were shocked. What had happened? A white crane was flying. It was Master Shen, an earth immortal. His appearance made countless people salute him. Lin Xian also said, "Senior, are you going to trespass Joyo City?" Master Shen snorted and said, "Junior, who allowed you to talk to me like this? Let me ask you, what happened in Joyo City? How did you get out of trouble? How did you occupy Joyo City?" Lin Xian said coldly, "No comment. But I can warn you that if you enter Joyo City, you will be responsible for the consequences." With that, he waved his hand, and the golden hand grabbed into Joyo City. Then, countless corpses were thrown out. These corpses were all broken, but they were all powerhouses of the Nirvana realm. These were the corpses of great emperors. God, there were also super great emperors. Black Wolf Emperor, Sky-devouring Snake, they were all dead, and they died so miserably. At this moment, everyone trembled. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was scared out of their wits. Their bodies trembled. Those were countless powerhouses, so many super great emperors, but now, they were all dead. More importantly, it was said that there was an Earth Immortal in Joyo City. Where was the Earth Immortal? Could it be that he was also dead? Thinking of this possibility, they were even more scared. Who did it? It was definitely not Lin Wuti. He didn't have such powerful strength. Could it be that the Earth Immortal of the God Realm sneaked into Joyo City? Master Shen's face also changed. He took a few steps back and didn't dare to go any further. If he went in and was attacked, he might be killed. "Senior, take care, I won't see you off," Lin Xian said with a smile. Master Shen gritted his teeth, but in the end, he turned his head and left. When the news spread out, the entire Joyo City was in an uproar. Countless voices of discussion and shock came. At the same time, the news also spread to all the worlds in the universe. For a moment, all the worlds in the universe were in an uproar. Unexpectedly, in the battle between the Nirvana realm and the God realm won the first battle. Moreover, it was an overwhelming victory. The God realm actually captured an ancient city. When the people of the God realm heard the news, they were so excited that they trembled. They really couldn't believe it. After all, there were only a total of 7 people who went to Joyo City. 7 people took down an important ancient city. It was really like a dream. "Invincible, invincible," they raised their arms and shouted. Originally, in the battle with the Nirvana realm, they were covered in scars, their faces were pale, and their auras were weak. But at this moment, they were so excited that their blood was boiling, and the fighting spirit that had disappeared was restored again. Kill the Nirvana realm, Lin Wuti and the others could take down an ancient city with 7 people. "We have so many people. Can't we kill them?" Everyone shouted angrily and charged towards the Nirvana realm. The people of the Nirvana realm felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, what's going on? Joyo City was completely wiped out. What about Master Rashi? Is he also dead? They were almost desperate. Their morale dropped to the extreme. He was being pressured and beaten. Soon, some people fell and died. When Lord Alcohol heard the news, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Good, as expected of my disciple, it seems that I'm really old. I didn't expect that after so long, I still haven't taken down the city in front. It seems that I have to go all out. With an angry roar, he executed the devouring sword to the extreme. Everyone! Kill! They charged forward crazily. The city in front was guarded by Ghost Immortal. Ghost Immortal was also petrified. He resisted with all his might. The battle started again. Heavenly Land. Xianxia City. Many people were guarding this city. After all, this city was their current foundation. They absolutely couldn't allow anything to happen to it. For the time being, no one came to attack the city. But everyone was extremely anxious. They didn't know how the battle in the distance was going. How was the battle between Lin Zhan and Saber Immortal? Did Lord Alcohol and the others succeed? As for the others, were they still alive after the battle with the Nirvana realm, especially Lin Xian? Could his team of 7 sneak attack on Jiuyou City to restrain the other party? At this moment, a piece of news flew over. A thunder dragon was sent over. This thunder dragon was tens of thousands of feet tall. It roared as it flew. Lin Wudi took down Jiuyou City. All the Nirvana realm warriors in the city were wiped out. A loud voice resounded in all directions. The people in Xianxia City were stunned. Then, they were overjoyed. They sensed that the thunder dragon was the aura of the great dragon sword soul. This was a message sent by Lin Xian. Heavens, he took down an ancient city. Furthermore, he had killed all of the experts. What kind of battle record was this? Invincible, invincible. They all raised their arms and cheered. The people in Xianxia City were extremely excited. Jiuyou City. The second ancient city. Lord Alcohol became more and more courageous as he fought. The devouring sword swallowed the sky and the earth. It was about to swallow the entire ancient city. The ancient city was surrounded by ghost aura. It was like a ghost city, resisting the devouring light. At the same time, all kinds of array defenses were set up. Lord Alcohol roared at the sky. Old ghost, you are also a land immortal. Now that you are hiding, do you dare to come out and fight? Don't make me look down on you. Ghost Immortal was so angry that he vomited blood. Go out and fight? This is too much. He was petrified. He couldn't move a finger. He couldn't walk out at all. He could only resist with a dark face. Jiuyou City was gone, but his ancient city had to be defended. 9-sword deity, just you wait. When I break through, I will definitely be the first to kill you. Ghost Immortal's cold voice sounded. Lord Alcohol laughed out loud. I'm afraid you won't be able to break through in this lifetime. With that said, he continued to lead his people to attack. When the news reached the other side, the people there were dumbfounded. Jiuyou City was destroyed? Impossible. With so many experts and an alliance with the Supreme Palace, how could it be destroyed? Even if they defended, they could at least defend for a few hundred years. But now, in such a short time, they were all wiped out. Damn it, what's going on? That trash Master Rashi. Xianyin gritted his teeth. Although he was also a stone man, in his opinion, guarding a city was not difficult at all. Could it be that Master Rashi had betrayed them? Impossible, he definitely wouldn't dare. There must be something fishy. They hurriedly sent people to Jiuyou City to investigate. But there was no news at all. Jiuyou City was too strange. They only knew that it was Lin Xian and the others who did it. It was that kid, let's find an opportunity to kill him. Lin Xian had the power of an immortal, and the great dragon sword soul was indeed a potential threat. I directly attacked Jiuyou City. Xianyin left from the other side and charged towards Jiuyou City. The speed of an earth immortal was extremely fast. After arriving at Jiuyou City, he instantly rushed towards Jiuyou City. Along the way, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless people were terrified. Heavens! A peerless expert had arrived. Master Shen and the other earth immortals were also horrified. They were petrified. An earth immortal was actually so terrifying. It was an expert from the other side. The other side was indeed terrifying. Other than the 5 earth immortals, there were actually other earth immortals. Boom, after Xianxia arrived, his gaze turned into two bolts of lightning, streaking across the sky and landing directly on Jiuyou City. It caused 1,000 layers of wind and clouds. Jiuyou City shook violently. The surrounding array was constantly shattering, unable to withstand this power. In the city, the faces of Lin Xian and the others changed. Master Rashi, on the other hand, laughed loudly. Great, an expert from the other side has arrived. Kid, can you withstand the attack of an earth immortal? Wait, your time of death has come. Not good, what should we do? The faces of the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others turned ugly. They really couldn't withstand it. Don't worry, I've already thought of a countermeasure. Lin Xian was very calm. He took out an array flag and said to the void. Senior, it's up to you now. Within the array flag, a spatial array appeared, and a figure walked out from it. It was Zhou Tianchi. After Zhou Tianchi came out, the Great Sky Divination Array instantly covered the entire ancient city. The city quickly merged with the veins of the earth. Suddenly, the power of the Great Sky Divination Array erupted, sweeping across the world. The battle between the two earth immortals tore apart heaven and earth. In Jiuyou, countless people trembled in fear. They looked into the distance. Was there another battle in Jiuyou ancient city? It was really surging with wind and clouds, full of changes. What was the result of the battle? Outside the ancient city, a stone man stood there. It was Xianxia. His face was extremely ugly. Just now, he clearly felt that Jiuyou ancient city was shaking violently, and the city gate was about to open. Because the people inside couldn't withstand his power at all. However, in the next moment, a super array shrouded the city, and the chi of heaven and earth blocked his attack. This was the power of an earth immortal. Who was it? Did Master Rashi betray him? He could feel Master Rashi's aura. He wasn't dead. No, this wasn't Master Rashi's power. This was the power of an array master. The divine realm had such a terrifying array master? Impossible, right? This level should be a heavenly master. But weren't all heavenly masters killed by a mysterious force? How could a normal heavenly master still be alive? Your Excellency, who are you? Xianxia shouted coldly. In Jiuyou ancient city, Zhou Tianchi's figure appeared. He looked forward and said coldly, go back. From now on, I will be in charge of this ancient city. You can't attack at all. Xianxia didn't believe it. He attacked a few more times, but it was to no avail. Good, very good, just you wait. This time, the Otherworld Heavenly King may have suffered a loss, but we will definitely pay you back 100-fold. And that Lin Wudi, just you wait. Unless you don't come out of Jiuyou ancient city for the rest of your life. Otherwise, if you come out, I will kill you immediately. A cold voice spread throughout the world. Everyone in Jiuyou ancient city was shocked, and the entire Jiuyou ancient city was terrified. Was Lin Wudi targeted by an earth immortal? His ending would probably be very miserable, right? Lin Xian's face was cold, but he didn't say anything. However, he also decided that after the other party left, he would also leave. He would leave Jiuyou ancient city and go to the battlefield to kill enemies. He wanted to ruthlessly slap the other party's face. After Xianxia left, Lin Xian said to Zhou Tianchi, Senior, can you give me some space arrays? I want to leave here. I only have 3 space arrays here. The others can't avoid the attack of an earth immortal. 3, huh? That was enough. Lin Xian took the 3 jade pendants, crushed them, and instantly teleported him away. Lin Xian came to the battlefield for the first time and found the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was fighting alongside Leaf Dao Denier and the others against Permitha. Seeing Lin Xian coming, he was stunned at first, and then said, Boy, did you really destroy the whole Ninth Serenity City? Lin Xian nodded and said, That's right. Next, I want to destroy even more Nirvana Realm warriors. Stay with me. Originally, the battle between the two sides was very intense. However, after Lin Xian arrived, he immediately turned the situation around. The great dragon sword spirit burst forth, and everyone's strength gathered in this sword. The sword slashed the heavens and the earth, and a void appeared in front of him. The experts of the Nirvana realm were reduced to ashes under this sword. As for the emperors, they fled in fear. A few of them didn't manage to escape in time and were crushed into a bloody mist. Damn it, this is the power of the great dragon sword soul, damn it, it's Lin Wudy. They couldn't resist this power, and could only retreat to avoid it. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xian roared, give me your power. He urged the great dragon sword soul with all his strength, and gripped the sword with both hands. His hands had been tempered by the Samadhi true fire, so they could withstand great pressure. The great dragon sword soul absorbed everyone's strength, becoming more and more terrifying. The dragon roared, and the souls of everyone in the universe trembled. The people of the Nirvana realm were in despair. They couldn't resist at all. Unite! The super emperors roared and gathered together. However, they were still sent flying. The super emperor spat out mouthfuls of blood, severely injured. The others were reduced to ashes. After the sword, Lin Xian's face was pale. Behind him, the crimson dragon, Leaf Dao Denier, and the other experts of the god realm were also drained of energy. The great dragon sword soul was too terrifying. It also consumed a shocking amount of energy. However, the results made them ecstatic. The enemy was completely defeated. The top experts were severely injured and didn't have much combat strength left. The others were dead. Their side could be considered to have won the battle. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, a gaze pierced through heaven and earth, carrying the power of an earth immortal, and charged towards Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others swayed like duckweed in the wind. Leaf Dao Denier's expression changed drastically. Not good, it's an earth immortal's attack. The crimson dragon and the others' faces turned green. Were they going to be wiped out, because no one could withstand this attack? Even if they activated the great dragon sword soul again, it wouldn't work. Because they were out of strength. Go, Lin Xian sneered and crushed the second jade pendant. The power of space instantly enveloped them and they disappeared. In the next moment, the gaze pierced through heaven and earth, but it didn't hurt anyone. Are they all gone? How is that possible? The Heavenly Master's array. It's that Heavenly Master. I won't let you off. In the distant void, Xianyin roared crazily. He swept his gaze again, searching for Lin Xian's traces. Since that little thing had already left Jiuyou Ancient City, he would definitely not let him return alive. When Lin Xian and the others appeared again, they had already arrived at another battlefield. This was the battlefield of Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others. Were they saved? Yi Wudao and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. What a terrifying array. Is this the Heavenly Master? I want to worship him as my master. The Crimson Dragon was so excited that he almost jumped up. In front of him, Morong Qingqing and the others were happy. Brother Xian, you're here. Lin Xian nodded. Together, they activated the great dragon sword soul. This time, just like before, they poured all their power into the great dragon sword soul. A sword slashed heaven and earth. A sword broke the stars. A sword shocked ghosts and gods. After 3 swords, countless powerhouses in front of them were turned into ashes. The second battle was won. Everyone's strength was exhausted again. At this time, the killing intent of Xianyin swept over again. All of you, die. This time, his power was even more terrifying, like raging waves hitting the shore. In addition to his gaze, there was also a terrifying voice. It directly sealed off an area of heaven and earth. He absolutely would not allow the other party to teleport away again. This aura. Everyone in the universe felt it. Their faces were filled with shock. Lin Wudy should be dead for sure. The expressions of the Golden Lion King and the others changed drastically. Not good, the situation is critical. However, Lin Xian still dodged. He used the last jade pendant and disappeared. When he reappeared, he brought everyone back to Jiuyou Ancient City. Lin Xian said, "You're a land immortal, but you're not that good? You can't kill me twice. You're so weak." As soon as these words came out, the outside world was shocked. Lin Wudy actually came back alive and escaped the pursuit of land immortals twice. He was too heaven-defying. Lin Xian openly challenged an earth immortal, and he even succeeded. This really shocked the entire universe. For a moment, countless young people were excited. Is this Lin Wudi? So powerful. Lin Wudi is the idol I have been pursuing all my life. I want to become his follower. Those young geniuses were unconvinced by the heavens and the earth, but at this moment, they only admired Lin Xian. That's right, what are the other geniuses? So what if they became great emperors? Only people like Lin Wudi are the true peerless geniuses. I want to know, which great emperor can come back alive after challenging an earth immortal? Lin Wudi did it, and he did it twice. The young geniuses of the universe went crazy. The older generation figures were even more shocked. This kid is amazing. Who else could suppress him? However, there were also people who snorted coldly. He only relied on some arrays to leave. These arrays aren't his. Just wait, the Earth Immortals won't let this go. Once they find an opportunity, this Lin Wudi will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Wudi, come out and fight if you have the guts. What invincible? You don't deserve this title at all. The geniuses on the other side began to clamor crazily. They only had one goal, which was to anger Lin Xian and make Lin Xian come out. Then, they would create an opportunity for the Earth Immortals. However, no matter how they tried to provoke him, Lin Xian still didn't come out. Lin Xian stared at Master Rashi in the Jiuyou ancient city, making Master Rashi's hair stand on end. Kid, what do you want to do? Master Rashi gritted his teeth and said. Lin Xian said, I want to kill you. This way, I can probably shock the world again. Big move, the Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up. Kill an Earth Immortal? Just thinking about it made him excited. Yi Wudao and the others were also surprised. Is it really possible? Master Rashi was shocked when he heard this. However, he soon snorted coldly again. You? Little ant, even if you attack together, you won't be able to break my defense for 10,000 years. Actually, I can try. Zhou Tianshi walked over and looked at Master Rashi curiously. This guy's absolute defense was very strong. If he could create an array formation, he could protect a few more cities. Master Rashi's face turned completely green. If it let a heavenly master study it, it would probably end up in a miserable state. His eyes were filled with fear. You can't do this. The Grand Elder won't forgive you. Zhou Tianshi said, little guy, don't think about him for now. The gap between you two is too big. Previously, you used the immortal flame to injure an Earth Immortal. But you don't have that kind of flame now. If you rely on other powers, you won't be able to kill a land immortal. Let me study his specifications. Who knows, I might be able to come up with a new formation. As for the rest of you, have a good rest. Alright. Lin Xian sighed. However, in this battle, they had indeed suffered a lot of injuries. He was still fine as he had only expended some of his energy. However, the others were all riddled with wounds. Some of the great emperors had even damaged their foundations. Lin Xian had everyone sit cross-legged on the ground. After that, he took out a large amount of divine spring of life from the sword world, as well as various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Among them, many of them were the treasures that he had plundered from Ziyan and the others in the immortal city. At this moment, after taking them out, he gave them to these people to quickly recover. Those great emperors were originally in despair. In this battle, they had suffered heavy losses. It was estimated that they would not be able to recover without thousands or tens of thousands of years. However, the treasures in front of them, plus the divine spring of life, made them ecstatic. With these things, they could even recover to their peak in an extremely short period of time. However, Higan was incomparably depressed. Xianyin had attacked twice and returned empty-handed. He had been slapped in the face and now he had become a joke. He was so angry that he was filled with killing intent. He also decided to learn from Lin Xian and kill his way into a few battlefields. He did kill some people from the divine realm. In an instant, the sky was dyed with blood. However, the people he killed were not core figures. Instead, he angered the divine realm. On this day, he was finally targeted by someone. It was the war god who made his move. A gigantic hand with stone-like veined patterns slammed toward him fiercely. In an instant, he was sent flying. Xianyin screamed in pain. Blood flowed out of the stone. He shouted angrily, "War god, damn monkey, just you wait." He screamed and fled back to the Higan. Using the eternal power of the eternal land, he quickly recovered. At the same time, many strong people from the Higan came back from the battlefield. They were also seriously injured. However, the eternal land, as one of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, had a mysterious power. That was the eternal power. This power could help them recover quickly. On the other side, the Supreme Palace also suffered heavy losses. Moreover, they could not go to the eternal land for the time being. This made them gnash their teeth in anger. The Death God said, "Let us in." Xianming shook his head slightly. "Death God, before we came, we agreed that you can only come in after we won this battle. However, we are still in the middle of the battle. My eternal power is limited and cannot help you." Damn it. The Death God was about to go crazy with anger. He did not get any benefits from this battle. Did he still want to continue? He even wanted to tear up the alliance. However, at this time, Xianming said, "Of course, let the Lord know that you have sacrificed a lot in this battle. Therefore, he allows you to go to the heavenly land and the ancient city in the 9th serenity. Rest and recuperate." The Death God snorted coldly. There were some ancient cities on the other side of these 2 places. These ancient cities all had earth veins. On the earth veins, the recovery speed was also very fast. Let's go. The Death God led the Supreme Palace to these ancient cities. This battle erupted very quickly and ended very quickly as well. Several battlefields had already ended. They had no choice. Originally, everyone thought that the battle would last hundreds or thousands of years. After all, the Higan had adopted a defensive strategy. They stayed in the ancient city and did not come out. Together with the earth veins, it was difficult for others to take them down. Unless they had a few times more power. However, Lin Xian easily took over 9th Serenity City. Then, together with the Great Dragon Sword, he swept through the 2 battlefields. The situation changed in an instant, causing the Higan to panic. For a time, they also lost in the other battlefields. Therefore, they came back early to recover their injuries. There were still several battlefields fighting. One was Lord Alcohol's battlefield. He was fighting with Ghost Immortal. The other group was a battle between 2 land immortals. That was the battle between Saber Immortal and Lin Zhan. Saber Immortal was originally very powerful, but now, only his soul was left. Therefore, his strength had decreased greatly. And Lin Zhan had already become a land immortal. The battle between the 2 was difficult to determine the winner. Saber Immortal's expression was very ugly because last time, he had easily killed Lin Zhan with 1 slash. But now, after fighting for so many days, he could not do anything to Lin Zhan. He had only lightly injured Lin Zhan. Was the gap between the 2 sides so small? Damn it, if my body had not been petrified, I would still be able to kill you with 1 slash. Stop dreaming, you can't do it. And now, you only have your soul. Let me destroy your soul first so that your body will never be able to recover. After speaking, Lin Zhan's blood boiled. A pair of iron fists attacked. Countless people were paying attention to this battle. Whether it was the Nirvana realm, the Divine realm, the Myriad worlds, or the other 9 heavens and 10 lands, they were all watching this battle. It could be said that it was too important. This was a battle of strength, but it was also a battle of gratitude and grudges. Could Lin Zhan take revenge? It seemed very mysterious now. Although Lin Zhan was much stronger than the last time, Blade Immortal was too strong. The Blade Immortal was too terrifying. He was a land immortal who cultivated an immortal art. He was an existence that far surpassed Essence Immortals, Master Rashi, and the others. Although only his soul was left, his combat power was still monstrous. It would probably be very difficult for Lin Zhan to kill him. Someone said, if he defeats the other party in this battle, will Lin Fan have a knot in his heart? It was possible that his cultivation level would stagnate. There were more and more such voices. Even the people of the Divine Realm were worried. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He was in Joyo City, watching the battle in the distance through the array formation. Father, you will definitely win. At this moment, a figure appeared outside Joyo City. It was a pitch-black figure like a demon god. This figure was the Demon Emperor. The arrival of the Demon Emperor made many people in the divine realm frown slightly. This guy hadn't made a move in the previous battle. What did he mean by coming now? Did he want to reap the benefits? They didn't open the city gate. Instead, they stood under the city wall and asked coldly, "What are you doing here? Since you chose not to make a move, why don't you live in seclusion?" When Lin Xian saw the Demon Emperor again, he was also stunned. He felt very surprised. Because the last time, the Demon Emperor and Lin Zhan were both super great emperors. The two of them joined forces and killed more than 10 great emperors. It could be said that it shocked the universe. After that, Lin Zhan broke through and became a land immortal. However, the Demon Emperor was still a super great emperor. The other party still hadn't broken through. Why? Was it because he wasn't talented enough? Did he not have enough resources? Or did he not have enough comprehension? Lin Xian thought about it and felt that it wasn't the case. The Demon Emperor was very terrifying. Was he unable to break through? Or was he unwilling to break through? The Demon Emperor smiled and said, "I heard that you captured a petrified land immortal. I want to come in and study it." The Red Emperor frowned and said, "Although we have been cooperating, you are not from the divine realm after all. You didn't contribute much in this battle, and now you want to reap the fruits of victory. Isn't that a little unrealistic? Of course, I know that we are partners, so let's work together again this time. I'll destroy a city and you'll let me study it." How about it? The people in Nine Swim Ancient City were shocked when they heard this. One person destroyed an entire city. What kind of joke was this? The Red Feather Emperor said, "I was talking about the ancient city." The Demon Emperor laughed. "Of course. Do you think I'm interested in an ordinary city? I can destroy a world with a wave of my hand. If I want to destroy something, I will naturally destroy the ancient city." Which one? Saber Immortal was in charge of the city of 10,000 sabers. What do you think? What do you think of these conditions? Mod said with a smile. The people in the Nine Nether Ancient City were all dumbfounded. The city of 10,000 sabers, which was overseen by the Saber Immortal, was also a very important ancient city. Moreover, it was in the high heavens. This ancient city was not originally called the City of 10,000 Sabers. However, after the Saber Immortal took charge, he used his peerless saber techniques to fuse with the earth veins and completely changed the city. This caused the entire city to be filled with a powerful saber intent. Only Bladesman could cultivate there. And no one else could get close. Now, although the Saber Immortal was fighting outside, it would not be easy for an Earth Immortal to take down this city. Was the Demon Emperor going to destroy this city alone? What do you think? The Red Feather Emperor couldn't make the decision himself. At this time, Zhou Tianchi said, "If he can really do it, let him watch the Earth Immortal. You have nothing to lose." That's true. The Iron Blood Emperor and the others nodded. Okay, we agree. Very well, then I wish us a happy cooperation. The Demon Emperor grinned. At this time, he saw Zhou Tianchi and was slightly stunned. Zhou Tianchi also looked over and said, "You want to be the Celestial Emperor, right? It's difficult, but not hopeless." A hint of surprise appeared in the Demon Emperor's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. A heavenly master at the Earth Immortal level, and he had survived until now. You are Zhou Tianchi from the Immortal City, right? Maybe we can cooperate in the future. So, I'll give you a piece of advice now. You can go and find out what happened to the other heavenly masters. Prepare in advance. Thank you, but I'm not afraid. Zhou Tianchi nodded and said. The Demon Emperor left, leaving only his back view. Everyone was talking about it. Can he succeed? I'm afraid it's difficult. We were able to successfully take down the Jiuyou ancient city because of a lot of luck. In addition, we have a lot of arrays made by Zhou Tianchi, so we can smoothly control the earth veins. This Demon Emperor is only strong in combat, but he's not an array master. Moreover, he's not an Earth Immortal. It's really difficult to take down a city alone. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. What is the Celestial Emperor's path? He was very confused. It seemed that there was a reason why the Demon Emperor didn't break through to the Earth Immortal level. Moreover, he was no stranger to the name Celestial Emperor. The Yi family's ancestor was called Celestial Emperor Yi. He originally thought it was just an honorific, but now it seemed that it wasn't necessarily so. Celestial Emperor Yi should have walked some kind of cultivation path. The Demon Emperor also wanted to walk this path now. There was another thing that worried him, and that was the Heavenly Master crisis that the Demon Emperor mentioned. He looked at Zhou Tianzhi and said, "Senior, are you alright? I saw a Heavenly Master in Jiuyou. He was delirious and his consciousness was blurry. He seemed to be crazy. Could it be that even the Heavenly Master would be attacked by this mysterious power?" Lin Xian didn't know much about the Heavenly Master. He only knew that the Heavenly Master's array was extremely terrifying. Zhou Tianzhi said, "I don't know much either, because I've been in the Immortal City for a long time. In the Immortal City, the most powerful thing is the immortal power. No other power can surpass it. So, I'm safe and sound inside. However, I have a certain sense of the crisis that the Heavenly Master is in. Recently, I've been feeling inexplicably uneasy since I've come to this world. Obviously, I've been targeted by something. However, I should be fine in the short term." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He definitely wouldn't let anything happen to the Heavenly Master. After this battle ended, he would discuss with Lord Jiu and the others how to solve the Heavenly Master crisis. However, the most important thing now was the battle ahead. The battle ahead was even more intense. Lin Zhan's fist could shatter the sky. And the Saber Immortal's saber technique could destroy heaven and earth. The two were evenly matched, and there was no sign of victory or defeat for the time being. And in this heavenly land, another figure appeared. It was the Demon Emperor. After the Demon Emperor obtained it, he directly set off for the city of 10,000 sabers. His eyes flickered with a strange light, but halfway there, he was stopped by a figure. A woman, like the goddess of moonlight, carried a scimitar and exuded a biting cold killing intent. This was the aura of an earth immortal. She was the moon god of the moon palace. The moon god stopped the Demon Emperor, and a biting cold light appeared in her eyes. "Are you going to die?" the moon goddess said coldly. The Demon Emperor smiled. "You still care about me?" "Nonsense," the moon goddess said coldly, "you think too much. I just want to kill you with my own hands. I don't want you to die somewhere else. Instead of letting you die, I'd rather kill you with my own hands." The moon goddess took out the full moon scimitar on her back. The Demon Emperor had no intention of making a move. He shook his head slightly and said, "Silly child, I'm not going to die. I said I want to walk out of my Tao. I'm sure you know how difficult it is to walk the path of the Celestial Emperor. Since ancient times, only a few people have succeeded. Do you think it's possible for you?" "Nothing is impossible." The Demon Emperor stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he showed endless confidence. "I'm already very close. Give me a little more time, and I'll definitely be able to step on this path." The moon goddess was silent. The Demon Emperor sighed. He said, "Now is the era of great competition. Who will win and who will lose? It's really hard to say. Although the Otherworld Heavenly King is at a disadvantage now, their foundation is too strong. When they counterattack, the Divine Realm may not be able to withstand it. So, I have an idea. Why don't you go to the Immortal City? There, you'll be absolutely safe and can live forever. I don't need you to care about me." The moon goddess said coldly, "I'm an earth immortal. No one can threaten me. No matter how powerful you are, you're still my daughter. I have to think for you." "Shut up, you're not allowed to call me that. I have nothing to do with you." The moon goddess was extremely excited. "Now you know I'm your daughter. Let me ask you, back then, you saw my mother die with your own eyes. Why didn't you save her? Don't be delusional. I won't recognize you as my father. I hope you can come back alive. Because one day, I'll kill you with my own hands." The moon goddess turned and left. Sigh. The Demon Emperor sighed, and a touch of old appeared in his eyes. Soon, it disappeared. In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. He finally arrived at the city of 10,000 blades. The huge city stood tall on the ground, as majestic as a mountain. Around the city, there was a terrifying saber light that swept across the area, shocking everyone. This was the city of 10,000 blades, the ancient city where the saber immortal. Just by looking at them from afar, their auras were enough to frighten those emperor-level experts. Right now, the 10,000 saber city was heavily guarded. It was absolutely impossible to enter it easily. As for attacking, that was even more impossible. However, this was not a problem for the Devil Emperor. The Demon Emperor formed a seal with his palms, and his demonic aura erupted. Divine ability, myriad transformations. His appearance and aura quickly changed, and in the end, he became a stranger. With a sway of his body, he rushed forward. "Stop, who are you?" someone shouted coldly from above the city of 10,000 sabers. The surrounding saber light continued to spread, and the cold killing intent made people tremble. The Demon Emperor stopped, raised his head and said, "It's me. Black Wolf Emperor, aren't you already dead?" The people of the city of 10,000 blades were astonished. The Black Wolf Emperor said, "No, I used the substitution technique to escape. I discovered Lin Xian's secret, so I came here to discuss it with the Saber Immortal. Lord Black Wolf Emperor, this is a time of crisis. Please allow us to inspect you." "No problem." The Demon Emperor nodded. He had obtained the corpse of the Black Wolf Emperor when he went to the Abyss Ancient City. Back then, Xianxia had already obtained a portion of the Black Wolf Emperor's bloodline. If he were to utilize it now, he would be able to pass it off as the real deal. Sure enough, the Demon Emperor's divine ability had deceived the powerhouses of the city of 10,000 sabers. They opened a passage. "Lord Black Wolf Emperor, please come in." The Demon Emperor nodded and walked in. After entering, he asked the guards, "Is Lord Saber Immortal back?" "No, Lord Saber Immortal is still fighting, but victory is definitely ours." The group chatted as they walked, and the Demon Emperor asked about the situation. When they came to a place where no one was around, he waved his hand, and the surrounding demonic aura instantly erupted. It formed a demonic barrier, enveloping the three guards around him. The three guards' expressions changed, and they roared, "Who are you? How dare you attack us? You're not the Black Wolf Emperor." "Yes, I'm not." The Demon Emperor returned to his true form, and his black hair kept fluttering. He said, "Do you know who I am? Are you from the realm of the gods?" They had not seen the Demon Emperor before, because the Demon Emperor did not fight in the previous battle. "Break out of the encirclement, and gather the powerhouses in the city to kill him." The three guards roared, and the power in their bodies completely erupted. They wanted to tear the cage apart. However, the Demon Emperor shook his head, "Don't waste your energy, you can't escape." His voice was flat. The next moment, he stretched out his palm. Supernatural power, demon bondage. Suddenly, the pressure of the cage doubled, and the three guards were firmly suppressed. Then, the Demon Emperor began to collect their souls. Not long after, he withdrew his palm, waved his embroidered robe, and directly killed the three. "Array Hall?" The Demon Emperor's eyes flickered. Then, his figure transformed into the appearance of one of the guards, and he walked out. According to the soul collection just now, there were many powerful arrays in the Scimitar Ancient City. Several of them were very threatening to him, so he had to destroy them first. Thinking of this, he walked towards the nearest hall, which controlled an array called the Thunderblade Array. Relying on the changed aura, the Demon Emperor easily entered the main hall. He said he had something to report. "What is it?" "Speak." There was a super great emperor in front, and in addition, there were two great emperors and several quasi-emperors. "What I want to say is that you can go to hell." In an instant, the Demon Emperor used his demon realm to envelop the entire hall. The next moment, he attacked wildly, and the spear of destruction shot towards the super great emperor. At the same time, a lot of demon god light appeared in the surroundings, sprinkling in the surroundings. The other quasi-emperors who were touched by the demon god light immediately died. Several great emperors retreated in horror. Their bodies were pierced, and they screamed in the void. All of this happened in an instant. When the super great emperor came to his senses, most of his subordinates were dead. Moreover, he was facing a fatal attack. "Damn it!" he roared, and his figure flashed, dodging in an instant. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Boom! The terrifying fist hit the spear of destruction, and there was an earth-shattering sound. The demon emperor's arm was numb from the impact. "Who are you?" He was too shocked. The other party seemed to be stronger than him. A dead person didn't need to know so much. The demon emperor waved his hand and charged forward again. The super great emperor's first thought was not to fight but to break out. He didn't know how many enemies there were. Those who came at this time must be from the god realm. How did the other party enter the city of 1,000 blades? Why didn't they notice at all? He had to spread the news. Boom. Boom, divine ability, demon realm monument. Over 100 black steels descended from the sky. Each of them suppressed the world, forming a boundary that directly sealed the path above. The super great emperor was blocked, and his face turned ugly. What a terrifying demonic chi. It's a demon. Facing the experts of the demon realm, the expressions of these super great emperors changed. Immortal technique, 1,000 jade soul. He formed a seal with his palms, and immortal chi erupted from his body. His arms seemed to have turned into an exquisite jade. A terrifying power swept out, forming overlapping palm prints. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. However, he had underestimated the demon emperor. The demon emperor was not an ordinary super great emperor. He had the chance to break through to become an earth immortal, but he did not. Such a person was terrifying to the extreme. Sure enough, not long after, the demon emperor pierced through the other party's head. That super great emperor was severely injured. His entire body turned into jade, and his shattered head healed again. He wanted to escape. In the end, he was enveloped by demonic fire. "Ah." A miserable voice sounded. "Who are you? You are not a super great emperor. There is no one as powerful as you in the same realm. Who are you?" "I am a demon." A cold voice sounded. Then, the super great emperor was killed. Next, they began to destroy the lightning array. The people outside the city of 10,000 blades did not know because the entire process was fought in my space. They did not release any power at all. However, someone discovered that a few figures in the city of 10,000 blades opened their eyes. An intruder had entered. The array great emperor was dead. Were they from the divine realm? How dare they come to the city of 10,000 blades and behave atrociously? Did they think that without Lord Saber Immortal, they could attack the city? Let's go and let them know what regret is. These figures stood up and left the hall in an instant. The demon emperor walked out of the array great hall at the front. The lightning array had been destroyed by him. Next, it was the other array formations. However, as soon as he came out, he frowned because he felt that the atmosphere around him was not right. 3 figures appeared in the surroundings. The 3 of them stood in the air, their powerful aura suppressing everything. Their cold eyes stared at him. "You are the intruder, right?" It was really surprising. His aura, appearance, and even bloodline were exactly the same as the guards. No wonder no one noticed you before. Unfortunately, you still made a mistake. You shouldn't have killed the array formation elder, because once he died, we immediately discovered it. Is that so? The demon emperor smiled. But I promised someone that I would destroy the city of 10,000 blades. Why don't you kill yourselves? That way, I won't have to do anything. The demon emperor's voice wasn't loud, but it infuriated the 3 powerhouses around him. Courting death? Are you looking down on us? How many companions do you have? Call them all out. I want to see what makes you so arrogant. There was no one else, only myself. The demon emperor stood there with his hands behind his back, looking down at the world. How could a single person be so arrogant? How naive. Since when could a single person destroy an entire ancient city? Who do you think you are? Earth Immortal? What a joke. You don't have the ability to do that. The 2 of you, allow me to make a move. I want to properly torture this thing who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth to death. Among them, a tall man walked out. There was a terrifying immortal energy on his body that turned into flames that kept jumping. His name was Scorching Sun Emperor. The arrogant words of the demon emperor had thoroughly enraged him. Therefore, he wanted to personally take action. Boom, immortal technique, unparalleled blazing Sunday. He struck out with his palm. Resplendent flames were extremely dazzling, like the sun hanging in the sky. A terrifying aura directly enveloped the demon sovereign. Go to hell. Boom, the demon sovereign's figure was instantly torn apart by this palm. Ha ha ha. Scorching Sun Emperor sneered. However, at this moment, in the void behind him, a pitch-black hand reached out and directly grabbed his neck. A cold voice sounded in his ear. You're the one who's only SOSO. What? You're not dead? When did you come behind me? Scorching Sun Emperor's hair stood on end. He roared angrily, and the power in his body erupted, wanting to blast the other party away. However, in the next moment, he felt that his neck was instantly broken. A super strong force hit him from the back, shattering his internal organs. A bloody hole was completely formed in his body. In just an instant, he was severely injured. His entire body fell from the sky. Scorching Sun, are you alright? The other two people's faces also changed drastically. They sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful. They immediately attacked and took him down. The two of them roared. Just as one of them moved, he was pierced by the Great Destruction Spear and instantly vomited blood. The other person charged towards the Demon Emperor. Demon God Seal, the peerless supernatural power, attacked again, sweeping across heaven and earth. The battle between the Demon Emperor and the three people was earth-shattering. What happened? An enemy was attacking. The people of the City of 1,000 Blades were also alarmed. It was impossible for them not to discover such a great battle. For a moment, everyone raised their heads. What a terrifying attack. Who was it? He actually challenged 3 super great emperors by himself. This person was too strong. Was there anyone else other than him? No. They found only one figure. You're courting death. Kill him. They activated the array in the distance, and an overwhelming power blasted towards the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's body was instantly enveloped. In addition, the 3 super great emperors attacked with all their might. Instantly, his body was torn apart. Endless black fragments drifted between heaven and earth like black wings. It's over. Humph, with just him? How dare he come here and behave atrociously? Scorching Sun Emperor also gritted his teeth. He's finally dead. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't laugh anymore because he found that the fragments in the sky began to condense again. Then, the Demon Emperor's figure appeared in front of everyone again. He wasn't dead. He was still alive. How was that possible? His aura didn't weaken at all. Countless people were in despair. Even Scorching Sun Emperor and the others gasped. How could there be such a powerful person in the world? The Demon Emperor laughed out loud. I'm a demon. I'm immortal. He looked up to the sky and roared, divine power, shadow of 10,000 demons. Countless demonic sounds rushed out of his body and swept in all directions. Immediately, people below the Great Emperor level died in large numbers. Quickly, retreat into the array. Scorching Sun Dolly roared crazily, Emperor-level figures, charge with me. Everyone else, retreat. Activate the array and kill him. A great battle broke out, and it was very terrifying. The Demon Emperor was even more powerful. He had countless divine powers and fought against a group of heroes alone. The entire City of 1,000 Blades was wailing and howling because of him. At this moment, everyone in the heavenly land realized what was going on. There was a battle in the City of 1,000 Blades, and blood soared into the sky. No way, many strong masters were dying in the City of 1,000 Blades. Someone was attacking the City of 1,000 Blades. Countless exclamations sounded. The people in Upper Qingqing naturally learned about it. They were all stunned. Was there anyone else attacking besides them? Who was it? The Supreme Hall or the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty? However, they did not see anyone from those two powers at all. Saber Immortal, who was fighting at the front, naturally felt something strange. His expression changed. Not good. The City of 1,000 Blades that he was in charge of was under attack. He subconsciously wanted to go back. However, a figure stopped him. The battle between you and me is not over yet. Before the battle was over, Lin Zhan would not allow his opponent to leave. How dare you stop me? the saber immortal roared. The terrifying saber light on his body seemed to have turned into two pairs of wings that could destroy the heavens and the earth. A violent aura swept through the 9 heavens. At this moment, countless people were terrified. The saber immortal was too powerful. He was so terrifying even without a body. If he had a body, how powerful would he be? Between heaven and earth, endless saber light swept across. Lin Zhan snorted coldly. His battle intent was monstrous, and his powerful aura broke through everything. He blocked the saber light. He said, "You can't leave before the battle is over." After speaking, he raised his fist and attacked. The saber immortal roared and used an immortal technique. It was extremely terrifying and could be suppressed in an instant. However, he did not leave. Instead, he held the saber immortal back. This made the saber immortal even more furious. He wanted to kill Lin Zhan. However, he wanted to leave even more. He wondered what the situation in the city of 10,000 blades was like. In the city of 10,000 blades, the battle was even more terrifying. Countless people gathered together to attack. Their only target was the Demon Emperor. However, they were about to despair. The Demon Emperor was too powerful. He killed his way into the ancient city alone and swept through all directions. At this moment, the Demon Emperor sneered and formed a seal with his palms again. The demonic aura on his body instantly erupted, and the boundless aura turned into a sea. The sea of the demon realm was extremely dark. Many demonic lights flew out from it and attacked in all directions. The swordsmen of the city of 10,000 blades tried to block it. However, they soon couldn't block it anymore. Some people's bodies were pierced by the demonic lights. They screamed crazily as their internal organs were shattered. The demonic lights instantly turned these people into skeletons. A skeleton corpse fell from the sky. This was the Demon Emperor's peerless divine ability. It was extremely terrifying. Once it was used, it would be a massacre. The super great Emperor's eyes were about to pop out. They were so angry that they went crazy. What a ruthless method. The Scorching Sun Emperor was very weak. He said, "I can't let this thief continue to be arrogant. I've decided to fight it out with him. All of you, step back." After speaking, the other two super great emperors' expressions changed. They quickly ordered everyone to step back. They stretched out their large hands and took their people away. At the same time, a long saber appeared in Emperor Scorching Sun's hand. It was a flaming saber. On the long saber, there was an extremely hot aura. The saber flew out and attacked the Devil Emperor. Mod sneered, "It's useless. You're no match for me." Scorching Sun Emperor ignored him and slashed down mercilessly. When he came in front of the magic mirror, the Scorching Sun Emperor suddenly smiled crazily. "I can't beat you. However, perishing together should be fine, right?" After saying that, he actually destroyed his extreme Dao weapon. Boom, a loud explosion shook the heavens and earth. The other two great emperors quickly controlled the formation and directed the energy into the sky. In an instant, a beam of destructive light soared into the sky. Above the 9 heavens, the void shattered as thousands of black holes appeared. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the huge black hole in the sky. It was as if it was going to cover the entire sky. Everyone was terrified. What kind of battle was this? The destructive aura was too strong. In the universe, countless experts were watching the battle. Their scalps went numb as they looked at the huge destructive aura. It seemed that a super great emperor had fallen. In the heavens, Saber Immortal also smiled. "You tried so hard to stop me, but what's the use? The intruder is already dead. Next, I have the patience to kill you." Saber Immortal was no longer distracted and attacked Lin Zhan with all his might. In an instant, Lin Zhan was in a critical situation. City of 10,000 blades. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This Devil Emperor should be dead. He was too difficult to deal with. They had lost so many experts and only managed to kill one super great emperor. Damn it. I heard that this Devil Emperor was a lunatic. However, no matter how crazy he was, he still died. Scorching Sun Emperor's face was extremely pale. He had carried this emperor weapon with him for hundreds of thousands of years. It had become one with him and his saber. Now that it was broken, his foundation was severely damaged. Now, he was so weak that he couldn't even defeat a great emperor. However, killing this thief was a great contribution. When the time came, Permitha would definitely help him recover. I'm afraid that after this battle, I'll have to return to the Eternal Land to recuperate. Scorching Sun Emperor looked at the other two super great emperors. The other two nodded, thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered a great loss. Not everyone had the courage to use an extreme weapon of destruction. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the void suddenly gathered again. The Devil Emperor's body was originally torn into pieces. However, these pieces were quickly reassembling. At the same time, the Devil Emperor's voice was heard. You want to kill me with the self-destruction of an extreme weapon? Don't you think you're too naive? This is impossible. Scorching Sun Emperor's face was filled with fear. The other party was still alive. The others were also stunned. Any super great emperor should have died after being hit by such a destructive force. Why is he still alive? Damn it, I don't believe it. Scorching Sun Emperor roared crazily. The others also roared, illusion, this is an illusion. The Devil Emperor can't be alive. However, in the sky, the Devil Emperor's figure had already recovered. He smiled, I am immortal and indestructible. After speaking, he waved his hand and the spear of great destruction appeared in his hand. He struck forward. The biting cold black light instantly pierced through Scorching Sun Emperor's body. Then, it fiercely danced and smashed Scorching Sun Emperor to the ground. With a loud boom, Scorching Sun Heavenly Emperor was smashed into pieces. Previously, his foundation had been injured. This time, he was almost killed. When one reached the Emperor realm, it was very difficult to kill the opponent in a battle of the same level. You could defeat the opponent, but you could also suppress the opponent. However, it was very difficult to completely kill the opponent, unless the gap between the two sides was very large. For example, a super great emperor could kill a great emperor. It was indeed easy for an Earth immortal to kill a super great emperor. Other than that, it was very difficult. Unless one had an extremely terrifying power. For example, the immortal fire, the great dragon sword, and the devouring sword. These kinds of power that surpassed everything in the world could do it. The Devil Emperor obviously didn't have such power, so he didn't kill the other party with this attack. However, the Devil Emperor had other powers. He seemed to be really immortal and indestructible. In the face of an attack that could kill someone of the same level, he actually came back to life. Moreover, his aura didn't weaken at all. Other than the three of you, there's no need for the others to exist. A hint of madness appeared in the Devil Emperor's eyes. His body quickly grew in size, turning into a giant that could support both heaven and earth. It was as if the Devil God had been resurrected. At this moment, strange illusions seemed to be seen in the universe. Heavens, the demonic aura is monstrous. Who is this god? The people of the devil race kept kneeling and praying. This is the god of the devil realm, manifesting in the human world. From now on, the devil realm will rise. Damn it, what does this guy want to do? The people in the city of 10,000 blades went crazy. Scorching Sun Emperor's expression changed. Oh no, he wants to destroy himself. Run. Such a phenomenon made countless people talk about it. The people of the demon realm even shouted, the demon god has appeared. However, at this moment, the indomitable phantom of the demon god suddenly shattered. A destructive aura swept out in all directions. At this moment, the land of heavens was illuminated by endless aurora. In the universe, countless people closed their eyes. They were stunned. What happened? No. Is the demon god destroyed? The people of the demon race broke down. They had just had the hope of rising, but now it was destroyed. In the city of 1,000 knives, everyone was also wailing. The Scorching Sun Emperor had just shouted to run when the demon god's body split open, and the destructive power enveloped them. At this moment, they were like small boats swaying in the wind, unable to resist at all. One figure after another quickly fell under this destructive power. The great emperors were desperate and wanted to escape, but they found that it was impossible. In the next moment, their bodies were torn into pieces. Damn it. When the saber immortal, who was fighting in front of them, saw this scene, he was instantly furious. He roared crazily, wanting to go back to help. However, it was useless even after he slashed out with his saber. He had split open countless demonic auras, but the remaining ones were enough to turn the others into ashes. In Upper Qingqing, the people of the God Realm were stunned. The Demon Emperor died together with us. Why is this guy so desperate? In the ninth underworld, Lin Xian and the others were also at a loss. However, Zhou Tianzhi said, he won't die so easily. He has an indestructible power in him. He might really be able to destroy a city alone. After Lin Xian and the others heard this, they gasped. How terrifying is it to destroy a city alone? The city of 1,000 knives was shaking violently at this moment. It was a mess inside, with broken bones everywhere and blood flying everywhere. There was not a single complete figure around. Dead, they were all dead. The Scorching Sun Emperor only had a head left, and his broken aura was extremely weak. The other two great emperors' bodies were also broken, and their bodies were dyed red with blood. Their bodies trembled as they looked around. Except for the three of them, everyone else was dead. That demon emperor must have died as well. How pitiful. He had to get Saber Immortal back as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the people from the God Realm launched another attack, they would not be able to withstand it at all. At that instant, the magical voice echoed once again, I'm a demon, immortal and indestructible. No. Scorching Sun Emperor had gone mad. The other two super emperors also had a mental breakdown. If he was still alive, how could there be an immortal being in the world? However, this demon emperor before his eyes did it. After the demon emperor recovered his body, he stomped on the head of the Scorching Sun Emperor and crushed it. Scorching Sun Emperor finally couldn't take it anymore. Even though he was a super great emperor, his life force was tenacious. However, at this moment, he was still reduced to ashes. As for the other two super great emperors, the demon monarch directly struck out of the demon world and sealed them. The next moment, he looked up to the sky and roared angrily, one person destroyed a city, I did it. After saying that, his figure flashed and flew out. Die, extremely far away, the saber immortal roared and slashed out a peerless saber beam. This slash directly enveloped the Fiend Emperor. Around the Fiend Emperor, the void shattered. The Fiend Emperor's expression also changed. At the critical moment, his body shattered into countless fragments and flew in all directions. As long as one fragment flew out, he would be immortal and indestructible. However, this slash enveloped his entire body. Not a single fragment could escape. The Fiend Emperor was shocked. This power is indeed strong. It seems that I can't resist it yet. Why aren't you saving me? He roared crazily. He didn't believe that the God Realm would sit back and do nothing. Sure enough, in the sky, an iron rod fell and directly shattered the saber beam. The iron rod was like a sea-stabilizing divine needle, holding the world in place. Thank you. The Fiend Emperor hurriedly left. He turned into lightning and quickly fled. Ah. The saber immortal was very desperate. Even his soul was shaking from anger. The war god intercepted him. There was no hope of killing the Fiend Emperor. He vented all his anger on Lin Zhan. Go to hell. Heaven destroying 18 slashes. He slashed out 18 peerless saber beams in a row, wanting to kill Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan's face was gloomy. He didn't say a word and quickly dodged. 9 Nether ancient city. When the Fiend Emperor appeared, Lin Xian and the others were shocked beyond words. He didn't die. This Fiend Emperor actually had such a terrifying indestructible power. Lin Xian had felt this power when he was at Mount Eternal. However, he discovered that the Fiend Emperor's power seemed to be even stronger. I destroyed a city. Can I see the power of a land immortal now? The Fiend Emperor spoke. Sure, come in. Zhou Tianzhi waved his hand and opened the array formation. The Fiend Emperor walked in and stood in front of Master Rashi. He formed a seal with his palms and began to search for Master Rashi's secrets. Master Rashi roared in anger. However, he was suppressed by the array formation. There was nothing he could do. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, the city of 10,000 sabers has been destroyed. Let's go and take it. They had to hurry. Senior, please teleport us to the city of 10,000 sabers. Sure. Zhou Tianchi waved his hand and a spatial array formation was instantly set up. In the next instant, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the others walked into the city of 10,000 sabers. A large number of experts entered the spatial array formation and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already inside the city of 10,000 sabers. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed, across the endless void, between the 9 heavens and 10 earths, such accurate teleportation. As expected of the Heavenly Master. I want to learn this technique too. Although he could teleport, he couldn't break the power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to teleport so accurately. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others were shocked beyond words. They sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of the surrounding blood sea was too terrifying. There were actually super great emperors who had fallen. They didn't dare to get close to the aura of blood. Leave the rest to me. I will teleport all of this power away. The Crimson Dragon said. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others also helped. They threw the corpses of the great emperors and the terrifying sea of blood outside the city of 10,000 sabers. Everyone started to clean up the city of 10,000 sabers. Before long, all kinds of seas of blood were outside the city of 10,000 sabers. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled, and blood rained down. Lightning fell, and the sky and earth exploded. The saber immortal was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, is someone taking over the city of 10,000 sabers? He roared and slashed at the 9 heavens. Hurry up and help me. Xianxia attacked, and so did the Grim Reaper. The Otherworld Heavenly Master also sent many experts. They were robbing the city of 10,000 sabers. The saber immortal turned around to defend. It seemed that it was impossible to kill Lin Zhan in a short time. But if the city of 10,000 sabers was lost, he couldn't explain it. So, he turned around and charged back into the city of 10,000 sabers. Lin Xian and the others felt their hair stand on end. A shocking saber light enveloped them. Boom, the godly sea-steadying needle appeared again and blocked the saber. Lin Xian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, they found that Sun Qiqian had also arrived. I'm here to help you. Sun Qiqian had also become a great emperor. He waved his hand, took the godly sea-steadying needle, and waved it in all directions. In the sky, Xianxia said coldly, Fighting God, you dared to sneak attack me last time. This time I will teach you a lesson. The saber immortal also attacked the fighting god crazily. The battle started again. The fighting god's eyes burst out with terrifying flames. His eyes burned the 9 heavens. The land immortals of the divine realm and the nirvana realm attacked one after another. The battle between immortals was about to break out again. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Xianxia and Xianming. He furrowed his brows tightly. These were 2 stone men, but they were stone men that could move. This meant that their strength was terrifying, at least on par with the fighting god. Because once a land immortal was petrified, they couldn't move. Master Rashi had already proved this point before. The 2 people in front of him could move. They were absolutely terrifying. The foundation of the Nirvana realm was really terrifying. In the sky, Saber Immortal smiled. You 2 are finally here. Great, let's attack together and take them down. He was extremely excited. Lin Zhan roared, Today, none of you can pass. The city of 10,000 blades no longer belongs to you. He stepped in all directions and sent a voice transmission to the people below. Xian'er, quickly transform the city of 10,000 blades and remove the blade energy inside. Plant your dragon sword soul and turn it into the city of 10,000 blades. It will completely belong to us. Father, don't worry. Leave this city to me. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Next, he was going to take action. Of course, with his strength, he couldn't break it instantly. He asked Zhou Tianchi for help. Zhou Tianchi teleported over. He opened a space passage that connected the 2 ancient cities. This method was heaven-defying. Seeing this scene, Saber Immortal frowned. Xianxia and Xianming's expressions also changed. The power of a heavenly master. And it was the power of a heavenly master that wasn't affected by the mutation. Damn it, the divine realm actually had this kind of power. Xianming looked at Death and said, "Won't the Temple of Paragon make a move? Are you going to let the Heavenly Master act outside?" Death's expression changed. This Heavenly Master suddenly appeared. We didn't have any information about him before. But don't worry, from this moment on, we have already targeted him. The Temple of Paragon won't let him go. Soon, they will take action. However, we can only rely on ourselves in this battle. Let's fight with our backs to the wall. The Nirvana realm couldn't retreat, and they wouldn't allow it. Even if they fell behind, they had to fight. The divine fire and immortal chi on their bodies erupted. Extreme weapons and Great Emperor weapons swept across the air. A terrifying aura swept through the 9 heavens. In the next moment, they collided. An earth-shattering sound was heard. This battle caused the expressions of everyone in the universe to change. The battle between immortals broke out again. Attack the city, the Otherworld Heavenly King sent out more warriors. The Earth Immortal level expert was gone. However, they still had some super Great Emperors and Great Emperors. At that moment, they started attacking frantically. They wanted to take back the Million-Blade Ancient City. They absolutely could not allow another ancient city to be lost. Leaf Dao Denier and Morong Qingqing roared in rage. Together with Yan Ruyu, the 3 of them charged toward a super martial monarch. Although the 3 of them were only great emperors, they were extraordinary. Morong Qingqing, who possessed the immemorial phoenix secret art, could transform into a 7-colored phoenix and soar for 9 days. As for Leaf Dao Denier, he cultivated the projection of an immortal king, making him seem like an indomitable giant. Yan Ruyu, on the other hand, was covered in green lotuses. Together with her elegant weapon, she was equally powerful. The 3 of them held back a super great emperor. That super great monarch had gone mad. He actually couldn't kill 3 little ants. It was too inconceivable. Charge quickly. The others also attacked one after another. They were unwilling to give up. They had to take down this ancient city. However, the changes in the ancient city were extremely fast. With the help of the Heavenly Cycle Master, Lin Xian quickly found the core of the Earth Vein. He took out the Great Dragon Sword Soul and placed it in the core of the Earth Vein. Immediately, a dragon roar sounded. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was like a dragon entering the sea, entangling the Earth Vein. In the next moment, the entire Earth Vein seemed to be rolling. Immediately, the saber chi that was originally covering the surroundings shattered. It turned into countless fragments. At the same time, sword chi began to appear. Damn it. The saber immortal, who was fighting with Lin Zhan in the sky, felt this scene and his eyes instantly turned red. The other party had controlled the Earth Vein so easily. Damn it, it was that Heavenly Cycle Master. The power of a Heavenly Cycle Master was too mysterious, especially when he had cultivated to the level of an Earth Immortal. It could be said that his methods were heaven-defying. There were many secret techniques that were beyond their imagination. This Heavenly Cycle Master couldn't be allowed to live anymore. At the same time, he also sighed, and a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. I'm afraid that I won't be able to take back the city of 10,000 blades. This time, he failed. Not only was his body petrified, but he had also lost the ancient city that he was guarding. Without the ancient city, his cultivation speed would be much slower. More importantly, if he wanted to break through the petrification, he had to borrow the power of the ancient city's Earth Vein. Now that the city of 10,000 blades was lost, how could he improve in the future? Could it be that he would become a statue for the rest of his life? He was unwilling, he roared at the sky. All his previous preparations had been burned to ashes. The saber immortal went crazy and sent Lin Zhan flying with a slash. Lin Zhan spat out a large mouthful of blood, and a crack appeared on his body. However, he smiled. The angrier the other party was, the worse the state of the Heavenly Cycle Master was. So what if you have an immortal art? This time, I can't let you run away. Lin Zhan charged over. On the other side, the fighting god was facing Xianyin and Xianming by himself. He stretched out his eyes and hands and charged towards the 2 peerless experts. Xianyin and Xianming were not as strong as the fighting god. However, when the 2 of them attacked together, they could restrain the other party. This way, there would be no one to restrain the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper seized the opportunity and charged towards the city of 10,000 blades. He wanted to seize the city. He wanted to occupy the earth vein in this ancient city to cultivate. Countless wisps of death aura appeared on his body, and he flew down like a sea of death. The people of the god realm in the ancient city felt this power, and their faces instantly turned pale. Not good, my life force is fading. Damn it, I'm about to turn into a skeleton. Hurry up and defend. The Crimson Dragon roared and crazily activated the power of the array formation. However, his life force was also fading. There was no choice. The difference was too great. Humph, Zhou Tianchi snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and the earth vein trembled. Then, a sword aura flew out of the earth vein and was held in his hand. The sword slashed towards the sky. This sword not only contained the power of the earth vein, but also the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely sharp. The Dead Sea that filled the sky was split into two. As expected of one of the 5 swords of the world. Zhou Tianchi was surprised because the power of the earth vein alone couldn't be so powerful. However, he still sighed. He didn't have the great dragon sword soul, so he couldn't exert its true power. Furthermore, the great dragon sword soul was incomplete. If it had been at its peak, this sword strike would have been able to split the Grim Reaper in half. Damn it. The Grim Reaper dodged the sword. His expression was ugly. This Zhou Tianchi was really troublesome. He didn't attack again. Instead, he secretly sent a voice transmission. Old friend, let's do it. Let's attack Jiuyou Ancient City and lure the tiger away from the mountain. Let's see if it works. Anyway, we have to snatch one of these 2 ancient cities. Is it finally time for me to make a move? No problem. Within the cosmos, a gigantic black shadow laughed out coldly before flying out. His target was Jiuyou Ancient City in Jiuyou. This figure was extremely powerful and pitch black. As soon as he appeared, the shadow he cast seemed to cover half of the universe. The martial artists of countless planets were terrified. They looked up and saw a huge dark cloud covering the world. The aura above was cold as if the gate of hell had been opened. The martial artists of Jiuyou were even more shocked. Many people knelt on the ground. What kind of master is this? Did he come to us again? Master Shen exclaimed, an earth immortal. May I ask who you are, fellow Taoist? Master Shen flew up and hovered in the air. The feathers on his body, like a heavenly sword, soared into the sky. He confronted the dark cloud. A pair of eyes appeared in the dark cloud. In the pitch-black eyes, black flames danced, which could burn the world. I am the god of the underworld, and I am going to attack Jiuyou Ancient City. Are you going to stop me? A cold voice came. Master Shen was shocked. A master of the Supreme Palace? Moreover, the other party came for Jiuyou Ancient City. I am not stopping you, and I am not from the divine realm. However, Jiuyou Ancient City is extremely mysterious. Why don't we join forces and explore it together? No need. The god of the underworld refused instantly. Master Shen's face changed. He still wanted to say something, but the god of the underworld had already moved. He turned into a dark cloud and flew toward Jiuyou Ancient City again. Soon, it enveloped Jiuyou Ancient City. Boom, the huge eye in the dark cloud fell, and a monstrous black light, like a sea of fire, rushed toward Jiuyou Ancient City. It made Jiuyou Ancient City shake violently. Countless people in the city were shocked. So powerful. This is the power of an earth immortal. Demon Emperor also frowned. He waved his hand and cast a few defensive spells. However, it was useless. Master Rashi said, "Ha ha ha ha, the god of the underworld is here. Can you defend this ancient city? Quick. Cut off the space channel first." The god of the underworld in the sky took out a pitch-black divine sword and slashed down, cutting the space channel formed by Zhou Tianchi into 2 halves. The sky was full of space cracks, and everyone was desperate. In the City of Heavens, Zhou Tianchi, who helped Lin Xian, also frowned. Oh no, Jiuyou Ancient City is under attack. Do they want to take advantage of the situation? Lin Xian said, "Senior, are you okay?" Zhou Tianchi said, "No, I have to go back quickly." It seems that the one who attacked is a land immortal. What? Earth immortal, Lin Xian was stunned. Where is the land immortal, virtual immortal? Half a soul was nothing to be afraid of. Logically speaking, the demon monarch and the others should have been able to fend it off with the help of the earth vein. This is an earth immortal at his peak. I wonder which force he is from. I'm leaving first. Otherwise, Joyo ancient city would be lost. Zhou Tianchi waved his hand, and in an instant, a spatial array appeared in front of him. He entered the spatial door and disappeared. Lin Xian was extremely anxious. Another earth immortal had appeared. What was going on? Could Joyo ancient city be defended? The situation had really become confusing. In Joyo ancient city, the god of the underworld's enormous body began to descend after cutting off the space tunnel. He had already torn open the formation and was about to occupy Joyo ancient city. Countless people in the city were terrified. Their bodies were torn apart, and they could see the cold smile on the underworld god's face. It seemed to be imprinted on the heavens. Boom, suddenly, an earth-shattering voice rang out. Zhou Tianchi returned and immediately activated the Great Sky Divination Formation. The mysterious formation, together with the earth vein, instantly blocked the god of the underworld's figure. The smile on the god of the underworld's face disappeared, and he frowned. You are the heavenly master. A cold snort sounded like thunder. Then, in the black fog, the underworld god's sword slashed down. The pitch-black longsword carried a monstrous aura of death. It was extremely cold, and no one could resist it. The sword seemed to be able to destroy all the powerhouses in the world. The Great Sky Divination Formation shook violently. However, at this moment, the formation turned into a mysterious tower that enveloped Zhou Tianchi. The mysterious tower shook and spun, releasing powerful energy. Get out, Zhou Tianchi roared angrily, and the formation merged with the ancient city. Then, the mysterious tower turned into a great sky divination hand and pushed out, forcing the god of the underworld to retreat. The god of the underworld's body left Joyo ancient city, roaring in anger. However, he soon sneered. You can't defend this place, but you can't defend the city of 10,000 blades. The god of death and I will get an ancient city. Let's see what you can do. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the people from the divine realm changed drastically. Oh no, they were in danger. Originally, they had the upper hand against the otherworld heavenly king. However, the addition of the Paragon Hall at this time changed the situation. They thought that the Supreme Hall was just a group of supremes. They weren't even great emperors, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, who would have thought? At this time, the Supreme Hall could send out 2 Earth Immortals, with such strength, and the otherworld heavenly king, they were about to surpass them. Sure enough, the city of 10,000 blades was attacked again. The god of death sneered, and a great sky divination hand fell. Everyone in the city felt their blood boil, and their lives were draining away. Were they going to die? Lin Xian roared. He planned to use the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. He slashed out with his sword and blocked the great sky divination hand. However, in just a moment, the great sky divination hand fell again. It's useless, Lin Wudi. You are only invincible among your peers. In front of an earth immortal, you are still no match. Damn it. Lin Xian roared, man and sword as one. He rushed into the earth vein and fused with the great dragon sword soul. A terrifying dragon-shaped sword energy flew out and slashed out again. This sword strike shattered the sky and destroyed the stars. It actually blocked the great sky divination hand. The god of death frowned tightly. The other party's sword strike was really beyond his expectations. However, how many sword strikes can you make? Sure enough, Lin Xian separated from the great dragon sword soul, and all the power in his body was used up. Fortunately, there was the power of the earth vein here. Otherwise, his power would have been sucked dry by the great dragon sword soul. Little ant, you have angered me. The god of death took out his scythe. The huge scythe turned into an arc of death and slashed down. Lin Xian felt a cold aura. Can't I hold on any longer? At this moment, a black hole appeared in the sky, devouring the power of the sword and swallowing the scythe of death. Wine Lord, Lin Xian exclaimed. The Wine Sword Immortal's figure appeared. He had sensed it during the previous battle. However, he was attacking the ancient city of the Ghost Immortal. He felt that the divine realm should be able to hold on, so he didn't come to support. However, the appearance of the god of the underworld was beyond his expectations. He had to withdraw from the front line and come to support. At the most critical moment, he saved Lin Xian and the others. "Little guy, are you okay?" Wine Lord asked. Lin Xian shook his head. "It was too dangerous. I was almost destroyed. You continue to take this ancient city and plant your own sword energy. As for the god of death, I will help you stop him." The wine sword immortal looked at the god of death and said, "You bullied my disciple? If you have the ability, fight me." After that, the vortex behind him erupted and swallowed the entire world. It swallowed the god of death as well. Damn it, the god of death cursed. To be honest, he didn't want to fight with the wine sword immortal because he controlled one of the 5 swords. This was a transcendent power. As expected, he was swallowed by the black hole as if he had entered a quagmire. This power wanted to disintegrate him. He could only use the death chi to block it. For a moment, he was in a stalemate. The battlefield was balanced again. Deity ground. Moon Palace, the moon goddess's eyes flashed when she saw this. She didn't attack. The demon emperor had warned her not to get involved in this. However, another person in the moon palace made a move. It was a beautiful woman. She was wearing blue and looked like a fairy from the moon palace. She was the moon goddess. She flew out of the moon palace and towards the heavens. When the moon goddess saw this scene, she sighed and said, "Infatuated people. Fine, I'll help you this time." She didn't attack, but she activated the World of Man. The World of Man was an assassin organization. It was extremely terrifying. They set off from the World of Man and joined the battlefield to assassinate people from the Supreme Palace. The Supreme Palace also had an assassin organization called Hell. This was the battle between the World of Man and Hell. The assassins from both sides appeared and disappeared like ghosts. They kept reaping the lives of their opponents. When the moon goddess joined, the Supreme Palace's people's expressions changed. Higgin also said, "Moon goddess, are you sure you want to interfere? Don't force us to kill you." The moon goddess didn't say anything. She looked at Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan said, "Leave. It's too dangerous here. You don't have to come." The moon goddess shook her head. "No, I'll help you." Then, she came to Lin Zhan's side and looked at the sword immortal. Lin Zhan smiled bitterly. "Don't be silly. I'm not the Battle Emperor anymore. I'm Lin Zhan. The Battle Emperor is the past. I'm the new me. The one you love is the battled arch, not me. Stop talking." The moon goddess shook her head. "Even if I'm doing this for the world, I won't let Higgins succeed." Then, she looked at the sword immortal and the 7 treasure tree appeared in her hand. The moon goddess's participation changed the battlefield again. The divine realm had the upper hand again. Lord Alcohol laughed. "Good, moon goddess, please come and protect the city of 10,000 knives. I'll go and invite someone else." "No problem." When the Guanghan immortal arrived at the 10,000 sabers city, the 7 treasure divine tree in his hand completely enveloped the entire ancient city. As for Lord Alcohol, he transformed into a vortex and disappeared. He flew to an extremely far place. This time, he came to the true spirit world. It flew below the central continent. There was an equally terrifying power there, the Yuhua immortal dynasty. "Join hands with me and conquer an ancient city. I'll give you half of the earth veins inside. You can use the earth veins to restore your sovereigns. This ancient city is the seat of the Ghost Immortal. My guess is that he should know some clues. If you need that information, just ask Ghost Immortal." "Good," a reply came from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Shortly after, a man covered in flames flew out. This person was called the Flame Immortal. He had appeared once when he entered the 9 underworlds. That time, the other party was chasing after a demon immortal. After that, he disappeared once again. And now, the other party was about to make a move again. The Wine Sword Immortal, however, frowned. He said, "Time is running out, can you do more?" The Flame Immortal said, "Daoist friend, don't worry. Sun chasing bow. The wine-sword immortal was very surprised. He even took out a divine artifact? He laughed. Alright, let's not delay any longer. Let's hurry up and take action. The so-called divine artifacts were used by land immortals. However, divine artifacts were difficult to forge. This was because the materials needed were very rare. Ordinary divine artifacts were ancient divine artifacts that had been passed down from ancient times. Not every land immortal had a divine artifact. For example, Lin Zhan didn't have one. This was because he had just become a land immortal and didn't have time to forge his own weapon. Moreover, the sun-chasing bow was a divine artifact, and an ancient divine artifact. Its power was very terrifying. It was said that it was forged by the sun god. Unexpectedly, it was now in the hands of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. With this ancient divine artifact and half of the devouring sword, they could definitely take down the Song imperial city. The two joined hands and returned to the 9 underworlds. The Song imperial city was also a very mysterious ancient city in the 9 underworlds. The person guarding the Song imperial city was the ghost immortal. After he learned that the wine sword immortal had left, he heaved a sigh of relief. His crisis had finally been resolved. However, good times didn't last long. He didn't expect that he would soon face another crisis. And this time, the crisis had multiplied. The wine sword immortal had actually called for help. A man with flames burning all over his body. The aura of extreme yang spread across the 9 heavens. The cold aura of the 9 underworlds seemed to have been blown away. A bright light descended, shocking countless people. You are from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. When the ghost immortal saw this figure, he exclaimed, the Yuhua immortal dynasty is also going to make a move? The wine sword immortal laughed, only you are allowed to join forces with the Supreme Palace, but we are not allowed to find help. This time, we will break your defense and take down the Song imperial city. The ghost immortal really panicked. He said, the Yuhua immortal dynasty has no use for the Song imperial city. There is no power suitable for you here. This is a kind of cold power. You don't need it. There are thousands of great Daos, and all Daos are united. There is nothing that you don't need. It's just that you don't know how to use it. The flame immortal stood in the void and said coldly, are you going to leave voluntarily, or do you want us to make a move? Damn it, don't be arrogant. You might not be able to take it down. The ghost immortal activated the 1,000 ghost array. Instantly, ghosts wailed and wolves howled. It was as if Azura hell had reappeared between heaven and earth. The wine sword immortal slashed out the devouring sword, forming an endless black hole that began to devour these ghost shadows. On the other side, the flame immortal took out the chasing sun bow and drew it with both hands. The flame immortal energy on his body condensed into an arrow. Under the effect of the chasing sun bow, it became more and more terrifying. The arrow flew out and flew toward the 1,000 ghost array. Instantly, it was like a hot knife through butter. The ghost shadows fled frantically and were pierced through one after another. Boom, the 1,000 ghost array was pierced through, and endless darkness flew away. The ghost immortal was shocked. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared fixedly at the weapon. Ancient god artifact, and it was an ancient god artifact that could restrain him. This was the power of the purest yang. The flame immortal roared, and the chasing sun bow shot out again. This arrow was even more dazzling and terrifying than the previous one. At this moment, everyone in the universe was shocked. The power of the ancient god artifact was indeed too powerful. Even Lin Xian's 9 yang body was trembling. He was extremely shocked. The power of the purest yang. And it was a power that surpassed the great emperor. A terrifying weapon had appeared between heaven and earth. Boom, the chasing sun bow shot out, and this arrow flew directly into the ancient city. Countless Nirvana realm powerhouses were pierced by this arrow. At the same time, the power of the devouring sword also erupted, and directly swallowed half of the ancient city. The two land immortals attacked with extreme power. They were about to destroy the ancient city. Underworld God, come and save me. Ghost Immortal finally called for help. He could sense that Underworld God was in the north of 9 Serenities. He was the closest to him and most likely to save him. The god of the underworld snorted coldly, and his enormous body flew back. The black flames on his body shook the sky. The underworld god sword slashed at Nine Sword Immortal. Wine Sword Immortal snorted and swung his devouring sword. A large black hole swallowed heaven and earth. The two swords clashed with an earth-shattering sound. Then, Wine Sword Immortal shouted, "Underworld God, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." He activated the Nine Serenities sword with all his strength. The black longsword was like a vortex. Heaven and earth trembled. This sword could swallow all things. "I'm not afraid of you," Underworld God shouted angrily. He was also an expert in the sword Dao. The Underworld God's sword carried an extremely cold aura that could take away all the life force of an expert. The two sword techniques were outstanding. They used their divine powers and immortal spells repeatedly. At this moment, a light flew over like a shocking fire dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws and attacked Underworld God. Underworld God's expression changed and he quickly dodged. The next moment, a golden arrow flew past him. The scorching aura made a large amount of light on his body disappear. He felt pain on his skin as if it was about to split open. The next moment, he stopped and looked down. "Flame Immortal, how dare you sneak attack me?" The attack just now was made by Flame Immortal with the sun-chasing bow. It was extremely terrifying. Flame Immortal said coldly, "I'll kill anyone who stops me." Then, he waved the sun-chasing bow again and attacked. Wine Lord also used the Nine Serenities sword. Both of their weapons were terrifying ultimate treasures. At this moment, they were extremely terrifying. Even though Underworld God was powerful and was at his peak, he was still forced to retreat. Underworld God had no choice but to retreat and temporarily avoid the attack. At this moment, Heavenly Cycle Master also attacked. The Heavenly Divination formation held the Underworld deity back, causing him to fly into a rage. "I'll stop this person. You guys attack with all your strength," Heavenly Cycle Master said telepathically. Wine Sword Immortal nodded. The next moment, he and Flame Immortal charged towards Song Imperial City again. This time, Ghost Immortal really couldn't resist. The two Earth Immortals tore through his defenses and charged into the Song Imperial City. With a sweep of the devouring sword, all the Nirvana Realm warriors in the Song Imperial City were reduced to ashes. A large amount of blood rained down, and miserable shrieks rang out. He drew his chasing sunbow again and shot a golden arrow at Ghost Immortal, sending him flying. Ghost Immortal's body fell to the ground. There were actually marks on it, and rubble fell down. Ghost Immortal was dumbfounded. To be honest, if he could move, he could cooperate with the Underworld God, and the two of them would definitely be able to hold their own. But now that he was petrified, he couldn't use any of his strength. "Earthvein Ghost, come out." With a roar of rage, the Ghost Immortal unleashed his final trump card. He refined a ghostly being from the Earthvein. The ghost was extremely ferocious. It had 4 claws and crawled like a lizard. However, its head was that of a ghost, which was incomparably ferocious. There was also a vertical eye between his eyebrows. It was completely white, and it was abnormally frightening. It flew out from the Earthvein and bit at the Flame Immortal. In an instant, the ghost swallowed the Flame Immortal whole. Then, its sharp teeth began to move rapidly. "Get lost," the Flame Immortal's angry roar resounded through heaven and earth. Then, he activated his chasing sun bow, and the terrifying power tore the ghost's head apart. The golden arrow flew out, and the ghost screamed. The Flame Immortal flew out. Lord Alcohol cast a black vortex and enveloped the Ghost Immortal. He said, "Stay here." The Ghost Immortal was stunned. Crack. He roared angrily, and the ghost tore apart. The Earthvein was torn apart, and a surge of energy shot into the sky. The entire Song Imperial City seemed to be destroyed. "Damn it." The Wine Sword Immortal's expression changed. He didn't expect the Ghost Immortal to be so crazy. He ignored the Ghost Immortal and quickly suppressed the Earthvein. At the same time, a black vortex appeared and swallowed the destructive energy. The Flame Immortal also quickly retreated. One of his arms was covered in cracks. However, it wasn't fatal. His eyes shone brightly. He activated his chasing sunbow again and flew into the distance. The Ghost Immortal was dumbfounded. This guy still wouldn't let him go. Was he really going to be caught by him? Why didn't he say it? The flame immortal roared. The ghost immortal froze and seemed to have remembered something. The next moment, he roared, Skyburial Valley. The thing you want is in Skyburial Valley. Underworld immortal, take me away. You can't leave me in the lurch. The underworld god snorted. The underworld god sword cut through heaven and earth. He reached out a hand from the black fog and grabbed the ghost immortal. He took him away. The flame immortal didn't chase after him. He had already gotten the information he wanted. Skyburial Valley, it was beyond his expectation. The wine sword immortal also flew up, frowning. Damn it. He destroyed the earth vein. Fortunately, I used the devouring sword to suppress most of the energy. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. The flame immortal said, I'll go back and ask him to repair the Emperor's seal. We'll take charge of the Song Imperial City together. No problem. The wine sword immortal nodded. This was something that had already been discussed beforehand. The flame immortal went back. The Earth Emperor seal came. The Heavenly Cycle Master also came. He once again created a spatial passageway. When the two of them looked at the Song Imperial City, they frowned. It would take some time to tidy up the earth vein. Fortunately, you have the devouring sword. Besides, we have a Heavenly Master here. We can repair it. Otherwise, the city would be in danger. When the news came back, the people of the God Realm exclaimed, Great! We took down another city. They had gained an absolute advantage. As expected, Xianyin and Xianming looked pale. The people of the Nirvana realm were in despair. Even the Song Imperial City was lost, they all wanted to retreat. The Death God retreated. Xianyin and Xianming also wanted to retreat. The Sword Immortal also wanted to leave. However, Lin Zhan wouldn't let him leave. This time, he had to kill him. In the distance, the battle was still going on. Lin Zhan's fighting spirit hadn't been extinguished. The Wine Sword Immortal stood in the ancient city and looked up. He said, It seems that I have to help him. Daoist friend, can we go together? The Flame Immortal didn't answer. He looked at the Emperor's seal. The Emperor's seal said, We can work together. However, I have a small request. When we go to the Sky Burial Valley in the future, I hope you and Lin Gongzi can go together and help us. No problem. Lord Alcohol nodded. He knew that the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty wanted to borrow the power of the Great Dragon Sword and the Devouring Sword. After all, the Sky Burial Valley was very strange. Okay, Flame Immortal, go and help the God Realm. The Flame Immortal took the chasing sunbow again. He and the Wine Sword Immortal flew into the sky. They didn't have to worry about the Song Imperial City. With the Emperor's seal here, no one could attack it. The appearance of Lord Alcohol and the Flame Immortal made the Sword Immortal's face turn ugly. The Xianyin and Xianming also roared, Let's go. If we don't go now, it will be too late. The Sword Immortal's soul and the sword art combined and turned into a shocking rainbow that shot into the distance. However, he was stopped by a vortex. Immediately after, a golden light appeared and turned into a fire dragon that tore the Sword Immortal's soul apart. The Sword Immortal was pierced by an arrow. He screamed, Ancient God Artifact. He was stunned. The change happened so suddenly that no one was able to react in time. Saber Immortal stopped, and his face looked terrible. His soul seemed to have been burned. That power almost tore him apart. Xianyin and Xianming also stopped and turned to look behind them. Then, they were shocked, Ancient God Artifact. Fighting God was also surprised. He stared at the weapon and said, It's the sun-chasing bow. Yes, it's an Ancient God Artifact. So, Saber Immortal, you can't leave. Lord Alcohol walked over and sneered. Saber Immortal's face looked terrible. Fight, he roared, and sword energy swept in all directions. Xianyin and Xianming also rushed over. This time even the virtual immortals came. Although he had half a soul, he had to fight at this moment. Boom, at this moment, in the distant eternal land, a thunderous palm stretched out, covering the sky and the earth. It crossed the void of the universe and came to the heavenly land. Its appearance made the people of the heavenly land overjoyed. Great, this was the power of heavenly punishment. The people of the godly realm frowned. The power of heavenly punishment had appeared again. Lin Zhan walked out and said, "You guys deal with the others. Leave the saber immortal to me. I can deal with him alone." "You?" Saber immortal sneered disdainfully. "You're no match for me." Lord Alcohol and the others were also worried. They said, "Let's work together and deal with Saber Immortal first." As soon as they said that, the second heavenly punishment hand appeared again. "Let's do it. We can't wait any longer." Fighting God's eyes burst with golden flames and killed a heavenly punishment hand. Lord Alcohol and the others also roared and charged quickly. Kill, the battle broke out instantly. Lin Zhan faced Saber Immortal alone, and Saber Immortal was no longer afraid. The arrival of the two heavenly punishment hands was enough to change the situation. He looked at Lin Zhan and said, "I killed you last time, and I can do it again this time. Also, I won't let you reincarnate. I'll let you see the real power of the immortal art." An extremely terrifying aura appeared on Saber Immortal's body. The huge saber light tore the sky and the earth. At this moment, all the worlds in the universe felt fear. A peerless saber. God slaying 7 tribulations, the blade slashed out, shattering the heavens and the earth. On the battlefield, the others retreated one after another, not daring to be enveloped by this power. Lin Zhan was sent flying by the slash. His body fell into the void. "Ha ha ha ha." The Saber Immortal sneered, "See that? You still can't block my saber. An ant will always be an ant. Whether it was in the previous life or now, you can't do it." Lord Alcohol and company began to worry. In the void, Lin Zhan flew back. His face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. However, he did not die. Only then did the people from God's domain heave a sigh of relief. The Saber Immortal frowned. It was beyond his expectations that the immortal art didn't kill the other party. But so what? He still had 6 slashes left. He promised that he would be able to kill his opponent within 3 strikes. However, he soon realized that Lin Zhan's condition wasn't right. A figure appeared on Lin Zhan's body. That figure was very blurry, as if it was a soul. The other party's soul was about to leave his body. "It doesn't look like this." What was it? The others also noticed this and asked about it one after another. Lin Zhan said, "This is my peerless fighting spirit. As long as my fighting spirit is not extinguished, I will exist forever." These words were too arrogant. Was there really anyone who could survive forever? How long has it been since you became a land immortal? Today, I will kill you. Let me see how you can survive forever. The Saber Immortal shouted angrily, and the 7 tribulations God-slaying saber slashed down again. This time, the 2 sabers struck out together. The 2 sabers carried the power of the heavenly tribulation. It was extremely vast and could destroy everything. It directly charged towards Lin Zhan. Everyone was worried about Lin Zhan again. Lin Zhan snorted coldly. "Then you will also receive my self-created peerless technique, 9 transformations fighting spirit." 3 transformations, the peerless fighting spirit in his body suddenly changed. It was as if it had gone through 3 reincarnations. Then, it punched out. Boom, the 2 forces collided, creating a shocking explosion. Everything around was blown away by this aura. The other land immortals who were fighting also exclaimed, "Retreat quickly." Their faces were filled with fear. So powerful. Lin Zhan could actually create such a peerless technique. Whether it was the Nirvana realm or the people from God's domain, they were all stunned. He was really a combat genius. Whoosh, amidst the shattered void, a figure was violently sent flying. Along the way, it smashed hundreds of mountains and finally landed on the ground. Who was it? Everyone held their breath. Soon, they realized that the figure who flew out was actually the Saber Immortal. The Saber Immortal was sent flying. How was this possible? The people from the Nirvana realm exclaimed. The virtual immortal roared, "The Saber Immortal used an immortal technique. How is this possible? He can't beat that guy." In the sky, Lin Zhan's figure appeared. At this moment, Lin Zhan's face was a little pale. There was even sweat dripping down his body. Something was wrong. After Xianming saw it, he frowned tightly. He said, "This guy's attack seems to be consuming his soul and life. He is using his life to fight. The saber immortal is exhausting his life and soul." Xianming said telepathically. "Impossible." The saber immortal stood up from the ruins in the distance and shook the surrounding dust. He said, "I am the peerless saber immortal. I only used one saber to kill him last time. Now, you want me to exhaust him to death? Are you slapping my face? I will use my strongest saber technique to kill him." The saber immortal had his own dignity. Terrifying thunder tribulation appeared on his body. This time, he released 5 bolts in a row. 5 shadows circled around him. He directly charged towards Lin Zhan. The 5 saber lights changed unpredictably and were much more powerful than before. The saber immortal admitted that he had underestimated his opponent. So this time, he went all out. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the two of them started fighting. Deafening sounds could be heard. Everyone looked up at the sky. However, they were dumbfounded. Their eyes couldn't catch the movements of the two at all. It seemed that only the land immortals could see them. 5th rank fighting soul, Lin Zhan roared. The peerless fighting soul on his body rotated 5 times. A vast and ancient aura spread out. His body shone brightly as he charged forward. Like a comet hitting the ground, he charged towards the saber immortal. There was a violent vibration. The saber immortal was sent flying again. He kept spitting out blood from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't imagine. He went all out but still couldn't kill his opponent. He couldn't even block his opponent. How was this possible? The others were also shocked. Lin Zhan's supernatural power is too powerful. Has it surpassed an immortal technique? Cough cough. Although Lin Zhan managed to push his opponent back, his body swayed a little. Then, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and even his hair turned white. Xianming laughed when he saw this. "That's right. My guess is right." His supernatural power was at the cost of his life. The stronger the power of the divine ability, the more life he would lose. The price for this was his life. Lin Zhan's self-created unique skill really shocked everyone. But soon, the people from the other side discovered that this unique skill had a fatal weakness. Therefore, they were confident that they could defeat Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan's current state was very bad. Lord Alcohol and the others said, "Don't use this unique skill again. Even if you are an earth immortal, you can't withstand this kind of consumption." No matter, the next punch would finish him off. Rank 7 fighting soul. Lin Zhan's unique fighting soul rotated 7 times, and an even more terrifying power erupted. This time, he was confident that he could kill his opponent. The saber immortal's expression was extremely ugly. His immortal art had not been completed, so he could only slash out 5 times. Feeling that his opponent's aura had become stronger again, his expression was extremely ugly. This time, he quickly retreated, wanting to dodge. However, Lin Zhan's speed was beyond his imagination. Once the rank 7 fighting soul was released, Lin Zhan's physique, strength, and speed had reached a new level. Even Lord Alcohol, the Flame Immortal, and the others were shocked. This time, he might really be able to kill the saber immortal. The land of heaven was illuminated, and everything in the endless heaven and earth disappeared. Only a fist seemed to fly from the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens and charging forward. The saber immortal was in despair. The others wanted to make a move, but they were firmly held back by the people from the deity plane. However, at this critical moment, a hand of heaven's punishment suddenly appeared in front of the saber immortal. It enveloped the saber immortal in the palm. Boom, it was earth-shattering, lightning filled the sky, and battle intent filled the sky. This fist swallowed the heaven and earth. At this moment, countless gazes were focused on the city of 1,000 blades. Lin Xian also raised his head. "Father." He was also extremely nervous. When the light disappeared, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was terrifying to the extreme. The heaven's punishment hand formed by the heaven's punishment sword, one of the 5 swords, was actually shattered. Countless fragments circled around him. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that in the face of this heaven's punishment hand, any earth immortal would be facing a formidable enemy. Perhaps only the fighting god could face it calmly. But now, Lin Zhan's fist directly shattered the heaven's punishment hand. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this fist was. However, Xianming and the others burst into loud laughter. The reason for that was because even though the heavenly punishment palm had been shattered, the heavenly punishment palm had been shattered. However, the saber immortal was still alive. The saber immortal was enveloped in the heavenly punishment palm. Therefore, he only suffered some minor injuries from the previous punch. The saber immortal also laughed ferociously. Ha 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 ha, can you still use that fist technique? You can't kill me. Next, I'll kill you one by one. He walked out of the shattered fragments, extremely pleased with himself. Puff, Lin Zhan vomited blood again. His body swayed, and more white hair appeared on his head. That punch just now had consumed too much of his life force and soul force. To be honest, it would be very difficult for him to throw that punch again. In fact, his body would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Only after a long period of secluded cultivation would he be able to return to his peak. He was fighting with his life on the line. Lin Zhan clenched his fists. He straightened his body and said loudly, I live for battle and die for battle. So what if he died in battle? This was the fate of martial artists. Last time, I was only a great emperor. You killed me with one slash across the endless void. Now, I've become a land immortal. I must take revenge. Your body is petrified, and only your soul is left. This is the best opportunity. If I kill you, I can severely injure the heavenly king. I can kill many birds with one stone. Therefore, no matter what, I won't let you go today. As Lin Zhan spoke, he looked into the distance at the fighting god, Lord Alcohol, and the others. He said, everyone. I'll kill a strong enemy for you first. Ninth transformation fighting soul. The peerless fighting soul on Lin Zhan's body suddenly roared into the sky. It turned 9 times, and an extremely terrifying power erupted. At this moment, even the fighting god was moved. Xianyin and Xianming's expressions changed drastically. What kind of power was this? Was this guy crazy? The peerless fighting soul merged with Lin Zhan. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a god of war. He was extremely powerful. Kill, 9th transformation divine fist. One punch shocked the sky. Wherever it passed, gods and ghosts retreated. No, Grand Elder, save me. The saber immortal no longer looked proud. He was terrified. The speed of this punch surpassed his, and he couldn't dodge it at all. He could only seek help from the second heavenly punishment hand. The heavenly punishment hand was indeed very fast. It instantly arrived in front of the saber immortal and enveloped him again. Boom, boom, it destroyed the world. At this moment, even the land immortals retreated. This power was already enough to threaten them. They retreated to a very far place. They weren't fighting, but were watching nervously. This battle was indeed very crucial. If the saber immortal died, they probably wouldn't be able to continue fighting. The saber immortal was too important. Not only was he a land immortal, but he was also a land immortal who had mastered the immortal art. His death was a heavy blow to the heavenly king. And if Lin Zhan died in battle, they would launch a large-scale counterattack. Everyone was waiting for the destructive aura in front of them to disappear. Finally, the destructive power slowly dissipated. Millions of black holes appeared between heaven and earth, and cracks were everywhere. How was it? Who won? The people from both sides looked carefully, but they were soon stunned. Because they realized that there was no one in the void at all. There were many broken thunderbolts around them. Those were formed after the heavenly punishment hand was shattered. The fragments scattered all over the sky. And among those fragments, there was no sign of the saber immortal. Was he dead? Xianyin and Xianming couldn't believe it. The virtual immortals and the others also exclaimed. They hurriedly searched everywhere. Soon, they found a broken saber. This was the saber of the saber immortal. This saber was actually broken into 2 halves. They had a bad premonition in their hearts. As a swordsman, if the saber existed, the person would exist. If the saber died, the person would die. Even the saber was broken. Could the saber immortal still live? Indeed, they couldn't find the saber immortal's figure anymore. The saber immortal's soul had been destroyed. They were all stunned. The saber immortal was so terrifying that they couldn't even defeat him in a one-on-one battle. If they joined forces, they could suppress the saber immortal. But could they kill the saber immortal? The answer was definitely impossible. But now, someone killed the saber immortal with a punch. This person was killed by the saber immortal in his previous life. Now, the situation was reversed. What kind of terrifying combat genius was Lin Zhan? Xian Yin and Xian Ming's expressions were also extremely ugly. The fighting god also said, "This punch is the strongest punch I have ever seen among the land immortals." This evaluation shocked countless people. The strongest punch of a land immortal? No one could surpass this punch. That's great. Lord Alcohol and the others laughed loudly. Lin Zhan won. But where was Lin Zhan? They quickly searched. Suddenly, the wine sword immortal's expression changed. He waved his hand, and a black vortex swallowed a large mountain in front of him. In the ruins, Lin Zhan's figure appeared. At this moment, Lin Zhan's hair was white. He fell to the ground, and his aura was weak. His qi, blood, and vitality had reached the freezing point. Lin Zhan's situation was beyond everyone's expectations because they realized that Lin Zhan was about to die. What was going on? At this moment, Lord Alcohol, the fighting god, and the others all teleported to Lin Zhan's side. They probed. The fighting god and Lord Alcohol attacked one after another to maintain Lin Zhan's vitality. But they realized that it didn't seem to be of much use. The war god said, "That punch just now, he exhausted all of his life force to deliver it. After that punch, he didn't plan to live anymore." Lord Alcohol was also anxious. What a lunatic. This is a suicidal attack. What's the difference between this and self-destruction? No. The fighting god shook his head and said, "This is much more terrifying than the power of self-destruction." In the distance, the Guanghan immortal also flew over. Her eyes were red. She rushed to Lin Zhan's side and said, "Are you okay?" She took out all kinds of heavenly treasures. Powerful vitality surrounded Lin Zhan. However, Lin Zhan's body seemed to be unable to absorb it. At this moment, a fighting soul world appeared in Lin Zhan's body. At this moment, the fighting soul world was full of cracks. Then, it shattered. The world created by the other party was also broken. And in this broken world, another figure landed. It was a middle-aged woman. She didn't have any powerful strength. As soon as she appeared, she looked at Lin Zhan and cried, "Husband, what's wrong?" This person was Lin Zhan's wife. "Father." Lin Xian finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He stopped collecting the city of 10,000 blades. Instead, he rushed over and turned into a sword light. "Xianer, how is your father?" The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Xian. "Mother, don't worry. Let me do it." Lin Xian took out the heavenly spring of life and poured it into Lin Zhan's body. The heavenly spring of life was very strange and had always been in the sword world. At this moment, it slowly merged into Lin Zhan's body. "Great, it's effective." "It's not enough. Hurry up and take it out." The Guanghan immortal beside him also said anxiously. Lin Xian had an idea. He directly put Lin Zhan away and sent him into the sword world. Instead of taking out the heavenly spring of life, he might as well put Lin Zhan on it. Use the water from the holy spring of life to slowly heal Lin Zhan's body. The next moment, Lin Xian said to the middle-aged woman, "Mother, go take care of my father." With that, he also sent the other party into the sword world. Where did he go? Guanghan immortal was extremely shocked. She couldn't sense any aura. It had completely disappeared. She stared at Lin Xian. Not only her, but the people from the otherworld Heavenly King also had strange expressions on their faces. Does this kid have any other treasures on him? Don't worry, it should be fine. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had the ancient land. If not, Lin Zhan would really be dead this time. That punch just now was really too terrifying. In the future, he would never allow his father to execute this punch again. It was really a suicidal move. Lord Alcohol also said, Fairy Guanghan, don't worry. Lin Zhan's life is no longer in danger. However, he had used up too much energy. It would take some time for him to recover. Let's work together to chase Higan away. With that, they turned around and looked at the remaining people. The few people from the Higan Heavenly King had extremely ugly expressions. Was Lin Zhan dead or not? They didn't know. However, the Saber Immortal was already dead. This was a huge blow to them. Xianming waved his hand and grabbed the broken saber in his hand. Then, he said, let's go. The Saber Immortal was dead, the city of 1,000 sabers was lost, and even the 2 heavenly punishment hands were destroyed. If they continued to fight, they wouldn't have any advantage at all. Who knew if these lunatics from the divine realm still had other ways to perish together, therefore, they didn't dare to fight anymore. The group of people quickly left. When the battle ended, the world was shocked. The Saber Immortal was dead, the Higan Heavenly King lost again, the divine realm actually suppressed the Higan Heavenly King. The news swept across the heavens and realms like a storm. At this moment, countless people went crazy. This was really a legendary battle. The people of the divine realm cheered. The Higan Heavenly King retreated. The fall of the Saber Immortal was indeed a huge blow to the Higan Heavenly King. In the Eternal Land, countless people felt fear and despair. That was the Saber Immortal, he had cultivated the immortal art, but now, he was dead, he was killed by a punch. The Grand Elder was also very angry. Lin Zhan, this was the first time he remembered this name. Previously, he only knew Xian Yuan, the fighting god, and a few others from the divine realm. As for Lin Zhan, in his opinion, so what if he was a land immortal? He was just an ant. He could turn into ashes with a flick of his finger. However, Lin Zhan's performance in this battle was really beyond his expectations. 9th Transformation War Soul. The other party could actually create such a terrifying unique skill. Even if he died, his name would go down in history. The Saber Immortal's defeat was not unjust. His 2 heavenly punishment hands were both shattered by the other party. However, this battle was indeed defeated too quickly. The Grand Elder's expression was extremely cold. He came to a forbidden land for life. There was a statue there. It was the statue of the Saber Immortal. At this moment, this statue had no aura at all. The other party was dead. The Grand Elder reached out and grabbed the statue. Then, he brought it to another place. This was also the Eternal Land. Moreover, it was deep in the Eternal Land. There was a vast land. There were no mountains or trees around it. There were only stone tablets. These stone tablets were all tombstones. This was the place where the powerhouses of the Nirvana realm were buried after they died. All these years, the Nirvana realm had always been the overlord of the universe and swept across the universe. However, the war was tragic. Countless powerhouses still died. Every person who died had a tombstone here. Of course, the corpses of the dead powerhouses might be used. The Grand Elder stood there and waited. He waited for the change between day and night. Yin and Yang split. When night came and day disappeared, a very magical and strange scene appeared in the entire cemetery. It was like a yin-yang diagram that was divided into 2 spaces, black and white. And at the intersection, there was an empty space. The Grand Elder walked there and used his hand to split open the ground. He placed the statue of the Saber Immortal inside. The Grand Elder did not say anything. The only thing he could do was not to waste the body of the Saber Immortal. Even if he died, he had to be used by him. After doing all this, the Grand Elder left. The entire cemetery fell silent again. There was no movement at all. There was not a trace of wind. It was as if it had turned into eternity. The Grand Elder appeared in front of everyone again. Countless people knelt down. Even the virtual immortal asked the Grand Elder to personally make a move. However, the Grand Elder said, "Come back. Retreat to the Eternal Land. Also, ask the Fox Immortal to come back. Give up all the ancient cities outside." Everyone was shocked. The virtual immortal and the others also suddenly raised their heads. Give up all the ancient cities. Are we really going to admit defeat? We have indeed lost this round, but so what? Don't be led by the divine realm. Let's start a new plan. A temporary victory or defeat is nothing. The person who laughs in the end is the winner. The Grand Elder's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. The otherworld heavenly king retreated to the eternal land. They gave up the ninth Serenity Land and some ancient cities in the heavenly land. This scene caused an uproar in all the worlds. They all guessed, is the otherworld heavenly king really injured? There was nothing they could do. Even the people from the deity realm were frowning. At first, they thought that this was a conspiracy. They arrived at the city guarded by Fox Immortal, which had already become an empty city. They sent some clones there. The people from the godly realm formed hand seals. The godly fire and immortal chi on them formed all kinds of clones and flew forward. Zhou Tianzhi opened the array himself. The array in the ancient city flashed. Their clones rushed in. However, they didn't get attacked. Did they really leave like this? That's impossible. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the ancient city. Then, a destructive aura filled the air. Several earth vein sword chi flew out from the earth vein under the ground. They split the clones in half. The people from the godly realm outside looked terrible, I knew it. There was a trap. Humph, the otherworld heavenly king was despicable. How could they fool us with an empty city? Luckily, they were cautious enough. However, according to the information from the clones, they were surprised that there was no one inside. Did the otherworld heavenly king destroy the earth vein? It wasn't just the earth vein. The empress frowned. She waved her snake tail. At the same time, a cold light appeared in her eyes. She checked and said, it's poisonous. There's a terrible poison in the ancient city. That's right. The otherworld heavenly king did set up many traps in the ancient cities. First, they destroyed the earth vein. Then, they poisoned the cities. Even if they couldn't use it, they wouldn't leave it to the godly realm. They could break the trap. The Wine Sword Immortal said, let's take these ancient cities slowly. At the same time, they were sure that the otherworld heavenly king was seriously injured this time. They withdrew all their people to the eternal land. After they took these ancient cities, they would cultivate a new force. Then, they would attack the eternal land. The eternal land formed all kinds of arrays to defend against everything. They didn't seem to be coming out anymore. Fox Immortal came back from the eternal land. She said coldly, it's enough to keep them busy for a while. However, without the ley lines, how are we going to cultivate? Lord Supreme, can you activate some of the ancient cities in the eternal land? On this day, the Grand Supreme summoned them back. Of the original 5 land immortals, only 3 were left. Master Rashi was suppressed and Blade Immortal was destroyed. Therefore, only the Fox Immortal, Ghost Immortal, and half of the Virtual Immortal's soul were left. In the state of a Virtual Immortal, even cultivation was a problem. If the other party wanted to cultivate, he could take 2 paths. One was to completely give up on his body. However, his strength would be greatly reduced. The second was to return to his body. In that case, all the effort he had put in before would have been in vain. As for Fox Immortal and Ghost Immortal, Grand Supreme had other plans. He was prepared to send one of them to Immortal City. Hearing this, the 2 land immortals frowned. Who's going? To be honest, no one wanted to go to Immortal City. The Grand Elder ignored him and began to contact Black Lotus secretly. In Immortal City, there was a Permetha Black Lotus. It had 4 strands of immortal chi and its strength was shocking. However, the other party did not appear in this battle because the other party was being watched by the mortal god. No matter where he went, the mortal god was watching him. This made Black Lotus almost go crazy. On this day, he received the Grand Supreme's voice transmission. Let a land immortal come over, that's good too. Now, several guardians of the 9 heavens have disappeared. It just so happened that there was a lack of land immortals. Let him come over to guard a heaven. He can absorb the source of power of that heaven. I can also give him some pointers. As for who to send? I've been very annoyed recently. Don't let that thing that's neither human nor ghost come. Let Fox Immortal come over. He was in a good mood after seeing a beauty. When the Grand Supreme heard this, he nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Fox Immortal and said, "Get ready. You will go to Immortal City. There is immortal power there. If you can grasp a little of it, you will definitely benefit greatly." Yes. Although Fox Immortal was unwilling to go, she couldn't refute the Grand Supreme's order. As for how to go? She wasn't worried that Black Lotus would take her over. The mortal god had been watching Black Lotus. Therefore, after receiving this information, he told Lin Xian. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned and told the news to Lord Alcohol and the others. To be honest, the fact that there was a Black Lotus in Immortal City was indeed out of their expectations. This was because this Black Lotus was very strong. Fortunately, it was restrained by someone. Now, the Permitha was going to send another land immortal over. If he really broke through and grew up, he would be the second person with 4 strands of immortal chi. No, they couldn't let the other party get what he wanted. Since the other party had left the broken ancient city for them, they had to use some methods to restrain the other party. In the end, Xianyuan took action again. The mysterious man in white walked in the air. He directly talked to the immortal hand. It had to be said that Xianyuan was really too powerful and too mysterious. He didn't know what he said to the immortal hand, but in the end, the immortal hand actually agreed. It began to seal Immortal City to prevent other forces from entering. Black Lotus was rejected and roared in horror, "Damn it, what's going on?" The immortal hand was actually targeting him. He was so angry that he flew into a rage. In the end, he had no choice but to return to Immortal City. He didn't want to leave for the time being. Therefore, he sent a voice transmission to the Grand Supreme, "I can't come here." After the Grand Supreme heard this, his face darkened. Xuanyuan's method? Very good, but do you think that's the only way I can think of? Just you wait. Just you wait. Just you wait for my wrath. The Grand Supreme was so angry that he sneered. He summoned Fox Immortal and said, "You don't have to go to Immortal City." Fox Immortal secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but still felt troubled. "Then do I have to cultivate in Immortal City?" The Grand Supreme said, "No, wait first. I've calculated that it won't be long before the power of Heaven's Jade Green City opens. At that time, I'll send you to Jade Green City." Yes. Fox Immortal left and began to wait. In the myriad worlds, there was another force, and that was the Supreme Palace. The Supreme Palace had also suffered heavy losses this time. Other than the 2 land immortals who returned, most of the other experts they sent out had died. However, this time, they received an extremely important piece of information. The Divine Realm actually had a Heavenly Master. Moreover, it was an unharmed Heavenly Master. The God of Death and the God of the Underworld passed this news to their supreme existence, the High Lord. Not long after, the High Lord gave the order to prepare a hunting plan. There weren't many Heavenly Masters, and only one appeared in several eras. However, after countless years, some powerful Heavenly Masters had indeed appeared in the world. Their methods were heaven-defying, and their strength was astonishing. However, these Heavenly Masters all ended up very miserably in the end. They either mysteriously disappeared or completely turned into lunatics. Everyone said that Heavenly Masters were not tolerated by heaven and earth. However, they didn't expect that the Supreme Palace was behind this. The Supreme Palace did not act rashly. Because this Heavenly Cycle Master was not an ordinary Heavenly Cycle Master, but an Earth Immortal. His strength was far more terrifying than the previous Heavenly Cycle Masters. They had to plan well. In the true spirit world, the Flame Immortal returned to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. He also brought a shocking news. It turned out that the thing they were looking for was in Sky Burial Valley. When this news came out, the sleeping powerhouses of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty were shocked. Sky Burial Valley was a terrifying place. Even Earth Immortals did not dare to enter. It was there, damn it, why was it there? Let's get ready. When the time is right, we will enter Sky Burial Valley. They sent some powerhouses to the Song Imperial City. They had previously agreed with the deity realm that half of the Song Imperial City's earth veins belonged to them. This time, the entire universe temporarily quieted down. There was no earth-shattering battle. They had entered an era of peace. However, everyone knew that the Heavenly Cycle Master would not let this matter rest. The other party had never suffered such a loss before. They would definitely fight back. The deity realm would not stop advancing. Once they started another war, it would be even more terrifying. The deity realm began to rest and recuperate. Although they had won this battle, they had paid a great price. Many powerhouses had fallen. On the Phoenix clan's side, the old Phoenix had died. The Yi clan's patriarch had died. On the Gu clan's side, several grand elders had also fallen. Morong Qingqing looked sad. The old Phoenix was once her master. She had buried her with her own hands. However, she knew that the old Phoenix would definitely appear in this world again. The Phoenix clan would undergo nirvana. The old Phoenix would not truly die. She would only be reincarnated. The Phoenix clan's people were sad, but they soon became excited. Morong Qingqing took over the Phoenix clan and became the new patriarch of the Phoenix clan. On the other side, Yi Wudao took over the position of patriarch of the Yi clan. He would lead the Yi clan forward. At the same time, Gu Santong took over the position of patriarch of the Gu clan. They were all from the younger generation, but they had already grown into unparalleled powerhouses. Heavenly Titan, Yen Ryu returned to the Demon Emperor Mountain and continued to cultivate. She had become the new Demon Emperor. The North Demon brought his sister to cultivate in Abyss Ancient City. Black Mountain stayed in the Heavenly Court. However, he had been collecting resources from various worlds and growing rapidly. It seemed that he really wanted to become the Witch of the Black Mountain. The monkey Sun Qitian left the City of 1,000 Blades. With the help of the battle god and Xian Yuan, he entered the Immortal City. Firstly, he wanted to continue training himself in preparation for the upcoming battle. Moreover, he also wanted to explore the secrets of immortality. After all, his father's petrification had yet to be completed. Only his hands could move. The parts below his hands were still in a petrified state. He wanted his father to break through as soon as possible. Zhong Lingxiu never came out. The other one was Shen Jingqiu. Lin Xian was also worried about Shen Jingqiu's disappearance. Lin Xian had sent people from the Divine Union to various parts of the universe to investigate. He was very busy at the moment. Lin Xian was currently taking over the City of 10,000 Blades. After removing the saber intent of the City of 10,000 Sabers, he began to plant his own sword chi. At this moment, surge after surge of sword chi floated beneath the ground, intending to fuse with the earth vein to form a massive sword. Once it was formed, this ancient city would be renamed as the City of 10,000 Swords. As for him, he was the guardian of the city. His sword world was also the ancient land. Under the heavenly tree, the sacred spring of life surged. There was a withered figure with a head of white hair. It was Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan was finally rescued. He was not dead, but slowly recovering. Beside Lin Zhan was Lin Xian's mother, who had been taking care of Lin Zhan. Lin Xian had also investigated his mother's condition. He realized that his mother's condition was very strange. His father must have made a move to change his mother's condition. This was because his mother did not have much fighting strength. However, her life was very long. That state was immortality. As for how it was done, Lin Xian did not know. However, Lin Xian was completely relieved. His parents were in the ancient land. They were extremely safe. Moreover, Little White Inside could also accompany his parents. During this period, Lord Alcohol came once. Guang Hanxian had been staying in the City of 10,000 Blades. Lin Xian wanted her to go in and take a look. However, Guang Hanxian shook his head in the end. No, it's fine as long as he's alive. Guang Hanxian left. Everyone had their own lives, and everyone was working hard to move forward. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He said, "It's done." With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of swords danced. The entire ancient city was enveloped by endless sword energy. Lin Xian roared to the sky. This city is called the City of 10,000 Swords. The terrifying sword energy pierced through heaven and earth, sweeping through the wind and clouds. Everyone in the universe was shocked. They could feel an incomparably sharp aura. Shangqing City, Song Imperial City, Jiuyou Ancient City, Divine Sect, Yi Family, Gu Family, Phoenix Race, Demon Emperor Mountain, etc. Those people were all looking into the distance. Then, figures rushed over. They were going to congratulate Lin Xian. In the city of 10,000 swords, everyone was extremely excited. Great, we finally succeeded. From now on, this ancient city truly belonged to them. Buzz. The dragon sword soul flew out from the earth vein and returned to Lin Xian's body. At the same time, Lin Xian felt that he seemed to have merged with the entire earth vein. A vast amount of energy rushed towards him. With a boom, Lin Xian felt the blood in his body churning. The powerful aura was about to tear his body apart. Was he going to break through? He roared to the sky, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. I'll be right back. He tore open the void and entered the sword world. Xian. His mother exclaimed when she saw this. Lin Xian said, Mother, don't worry. I'm going to break through. With that, he flew into the depths of the sword world. The ancient land was also one of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Breaking through here could avoid the attack of the heavenly punishment. Not long after, lightning fell from the sky. Lin Xian fought with the lightning, tempering his immortal power, 9 yang divine body, and dragon sword soul. Outside, the city of 10,000 swords had already welcomed many people. Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and others had all arrived. Where's brother Xian? Morong Qingqing was overjoyed. She hadn't seen Lin Xian for a long time. The toad said that the kid had broken through and gone to transcend the tribulation. He was going to break through, middle stage emperor realm, Yi Wudao exclaimed, this speed is really fast. Gu Santong also said, I just became a great emperor. It seems that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Indeed, Lin Xian's breakthrough speed was too fast. One had to know that it was difficult for an ordinary great emperor to break through without tens of thousands of years. Lin Xian only used a few hundred years to break through. This speed was heaven-defying. However, thinking about it, how many battles had Lin Xian experienced along the way? Any random battle in the past would have been a battle that would have shocked the ages. However, Lin Xian had experienced all of them. Now, it was reasonable for him to break through quickly. Yi Wudao said, after Lin Xian breaks through, I have to spar with him. Let's see how much he surpassed. Yan Ruyu said, you're also a battle maniac. I think we should prepare. Give him a surprise. On the other side, in the Eternal Land. In front of Taishang, there was a mysterious starry sky map that seemed to contain everything. Ordinary great emperors couldn't understand the changes on the starry sky map. However, the corner of the Grand Supreme's mouth curled up into a smile. It's open. It's time. He found Xianming. Emerald Jade City will open soon. When the time comes, go to the Sword God's palace and invite their most outstanding sword genius. Tell him about the dragon sword soul. I think they'll be very interested. What do you do next? You don't need me to teach you, do you? You must make the Sword God's palace hate the God realm. Yes. Xianming left. He set off for the heavenly land. He walked very carefully. He wore the biggest black robe and hid his aura. The people in the heavenly land didn't know about this yet. City of 10,000 swords. Lin Xian had already come out. Previously in the Eternal Land, he had finally broken through to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. His strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. Once again, Lin Xian came out of the Myriad Sword City, and his aura had grown several times stronger. A vast energy swept out, and everyone in the city sensed it. They all held their breaths. So powerful. Even Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others were forced back by the force of the attack. So powerful, Yi Wudao exclaimed. You've surpassed many super great emperors. Brother Lin, how strong are you now? Gu Santong was also surprised. They knew that Lin Xian had many trump cards and was very strong. He could kill super great emperors. However, super great emperors were divided into different realms. Lin Xian could kill early-stage super great emperors and fight mid-stage super great emperors. However, he might not be able to defeat late-stage super great emperors. But now, it seemed that he could fight late-stage super great emperors. Lin Xian smiled. I don't know the details, but I think there are few opponents below the Earth Immortal realm. This was arrogant. However, Lin Xian was qualified to say so. That's great. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others also came up to congratulate him. Lin Xian smiled. Why are you all here? We haven't gotten together in a long time. Let's get drunk today. The city of 10,000 swords was filled with jubilation and joy. The news of Lin Xian's breakthrough also spread to the other ancient cities. Immediately, the people of the sacred realm were overjoyed. Great! Lin Wudi was the descendant of the great dragon. The stronger his opponent was, the more he would be able to utilize the power of the great dragon sword soul. Lord Alcohol was extremely gratified. Great, that's great. The Golden Lion King said, with his strength, there aren't many people below Earth Immortal who can suppress him. However, the Empress said, however, it is still impossible to defeat an Earth Immortal. Indeed, although Lin Xian had fought against an Earth Immortal before, he was still able to defeat an Earth Immortal. However, that was only under special circumstances, all of them relying on the undying flame, this type of miraculous thing. However, the other party's strength was not enough to contend against him. Lord Alcohol said, it looks like it's time for him to find that thing. Senior, are you talking about the great dragon sword? The Golden Lion King asked. Lord Alcohol nodded. That's right. The 5 swords of the world are extremely powerful. Lin Xian had grasped the great dragon sword, but it was only the sword soul. If he could find the great dragon sword and fuse the two, he would be able to form the true 5 swords of the world. At that time, he would definitely be able to contend against an Earth Immortal and even kill one. However, wasn't the great dragon sword broken back then? They knew how powerful the great dragon sword was when it swept across the world. At that time, the 9 serenities opened, and countless experts wanted to rush into the universe. However, they were killed by the great dragon sword. Even an Earth Immortal was no match for it. However, after that, the great dragon sword seemed to have disappeared. When it reappeared, only the sword soul was left. Actually, there are some things that you don't know. When they fought in the 9 serenities, the great dragon sword was not complete. The great dragon sword had been broken a long time ago. However, if they could find a part of it, they could also increase the power of the great dragon sword. They had to discuss this matter with Shan Yuan. Lord Alcohol set off for the Oblique Moon Cave. After Shan Yuan heard this, he also said, indeed, it's time to go and collect the great dragon sword. However, we have to wait for the right time. The great dragon sword was extremely unusual when it was shattered back then. Now that the time isn't right, I'm afraid we can't take action yet. Boom. Boom, boom. Just as he finished speaking, the entire heavenly land trembled violently. The Oblique Moon Cave also shook violently. Under the Bodhi tree, the war god opened his eyes and looked through the world with his fiery golden eyes. Lord Alcohol's expression also changed. What's going on? Is the otherworld heavenly king attacking again? As if he was facing a great enemy, many black vortexes appeared around him. Shan Yuan even flew up. However, they were soon stunned. There were no powerhouses from the otherworld heavenly king in the heavenly land. If it wasn't from the otherworld heavenly king, who could it be? The Supreme Palace? No. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty? That wasn't it either. There wasn't a single powerhouse. And this aura came from the depths of the heavenly land. Could it be? Shan Yuan thought of a possibility. The war god said, it has appeared. It's Yuqing City. It actually appeared at this time. Shan Yuan was too surprised. Not only him, but Lord Alcohol was also extremely surprised. Has Yuqing City appeared? It was really unexpected. The ancient city they were in was Xianxia City. However, this wasn't the only ancient city in the heavenly land. Other than that, there was also Lin Xian's city of 10,000 swords. Of course, there were a few ancient cities that were exceptionally mysterious. Xianxia City was one of them. And the current Yuqing City was also more important. Yuqing City was different from Xianxia City. There was no one in Xianxia City, so it was very easy to attack it. But inside Yuqing City, it was equivalent to a world. An extremely ancient world that had been passed down for a long time, Now that Yuqing City had opened, it would probably cause another storm. Would the Otherworld Heavenly King make a move? Would they join forces with some ancient existences in Yuqing City? All of this was unknown. Moreover, there was something more important. It was very likely that Yuqing City had a fragment of the Great Dragon Sword. I didn't expect it to open. Then let Lin Xian go. I gave him a black ring before. With that black ring, he should be able to discover the aura of the Great Dragon Sword. I hope he can gain something in Yuqing City. Xianyuan said. Lord Alcohol nodded and said, then I'll go first and tell Kid Lin. Lord Alcohol left and headed to the city of 10,000 swords. At the same time, the people in the heavenly land were all stunned. The people of Xianxia City were shocked, as if they were facing a great enemy. The countless geniuses of 10,000 swords were also frowning. Yu Wudao said, could it be that the enemy is coming again? Prepare for battle. Lin Xian gave the order, and 10,000 swords in the city of 10,000 swords shot out, ready to launch a peerless attack at any time. However, after waiting for a long time, they didn't find the enemy. At this moment, Lord Alcohol came and said, things aren't what you think. It's Lord Alcohol, greetings, Senior. The others bowed respectfully. Lord Alcohol, what happened? What was that vibration just now? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian was not the only one who was curious. Everyone was curious as to what that terrifying power was. Were there any other secrets in the heavenly land? Lord Alcohol said, since you're all here, I'll tell you all at once. Jade Pure City opened. Jade Pure City? What was that? Was it also an ancient city? Why would it be so terrifying when it was activated? Yan Ryu asked. The others were also puzzled. Lord Alcohol said that Jade Pure City was an extremely mysterious and terrifying ancient city. It was different from other ancient cities. There were warriors and families in Jade Pure City. It was equivalent to a world. The earth veins in Jade Pure City were not weaker than those in our Xianxia City. In fact, they were even stronger. After everyone heard this, they gasped. Now, the Divine Realm had many ancient cities under their control. Therefore, the strength of each ancient city was compared. Among them, the most powerful was Xianxia City. No ancient city could surpass it. However, a city had appeared that was not weaker than Xianxia City. In fact, it was even more terrifying. Moreover, there were countless warriors and families in this ancient city. Lin Xian said, isn't that the same as a mortal city? Almost, but Jade Pure City did not have a mortal power. Yu Wudao asked, will its appearance bring any changes? Lord Alcohol said, I want to talk about this. The appearance of Jade Pure City will definitely bring about some changes. What is the other side doing? We don't know yet, but we have to take action. With that, he looked at Lin Xian and said, we discussed it before. Now, you are very strong. However, you can't threaten the Earth Immortal. If you want to threaten the Earth Immortal, you have to find the Great Dragon Sword. Great Dragon Sword. Do you have any clues? Lin Xian now had the Great Dragon Sword soul, but he did not have the Great Dragon Sword itself. Wasn't the Great Dragon Sword broken back then? However, even if it was a fragment, it would still be extremely terrifying if he could control it. Back then, the Great Dragon Sword fought everywhere. After it was broken, it fell in different places. However, as far as we know, Jade Pure City has the fragment of the Great Dragon Sword. Therefore, you have to enter Jade Pure City to find the fragment of the Great Dragon Sword. As for clues? The black ring that Master Xianyuan gave you back then is a clue. Lin Xian suddenly understood. So that's how it is. That black ring is used to find the Great Dragon Sword. Leaf Dowdenier asked, Senior, can we enter Clear Jade City? From the looks of it, Pristine Jade City was a new ancient city. It was filled with unknowns and challenges. Of course, he could. However, he had to be extremely careful. Alright, you guys should prepare yourselves. Once Clear Jade City has completely stabilized, you guys can set off. Lin Xian and the others nodded. Then, they became excited. A new ancient city? He wondered how powerful the people inside were. Are there any land immortals? Lin Xian, Leaf Dowdenier, and the others had all been to Immortal City. They knew how terrifying Immortal City was. There were even a few Earth immortals. Therefore, this time, he really had to prepare well. The appearance of Clear Jade City wasn't only seen by the deity realm. The Permitha realm, the Paragon Hall, and the Yuhua immortal dynasty all knew about it. In addition, the people of the universe were also shocked. They felt a mysterious and terrifying power. It wouldn't be long before these families and sects sent powerhouses to investigate. The people of the Paragon Hall were surprised. Has it opened? It's really unexpected. They decided to send people. Outside Clear Jade City, there were already people waiting. They were the people of the Permitha realm. On the other side, Xianming had been waiting silently. On this day, when he saw Clear Jade City appear, he was shocked. When he saw Clear Jade City, a cold light appeared in his eyes. Then, his figure flashed and rushed forward. In Clear Jade City, there were naturally countless families and sections. They also sensed this situation. However, they weren't very excited or surprised. Because one city was one world. In their opinion, their Clear Jade City was the strongest in the universe. The people outside were nothing to be afraid of. This kind of thinking was very normal. Didn't the people of Immortal City look invincible? They looked down on those intruders. Sword God Palace. In Clear Jade City, there was a supreme overlord. The strongest person in Sword God Palace, the Sword God, was a land immortal. No one dared to provoke him. At this moment, countless sword lights were flying in Sword God Palace. These were all swordsmen. Peerless swordsmen. The sword energy on their bodies was extremely terrifying. And one of them was even more powerful. The shocking sword light on his body was as dazzling as the stars. It instantly tore the world apart. The person fighting with him was forced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. This tall man wore a purple crown. He shook his head slightly and said, "You're no match for me in a one-on-one fight. Come together." 5 figures walked out. They roared and attacked quickly. Their piercing sword energy tore the world apart. They charged toward the man with the purple crown. The man sneered. He waved his long sword and slashed in all directions. The two sides fought. Not long after, the 5 people were forced back. The tall man seemed to be invincible with a sword in his hand. The 5 people cupped their fists and said, "We're no match for the Sword Emperor. Senior brother Sword Emperor. No one in Sword God Palace is your match. Except for land immortals, you're invincible." These people admired the man in front of him. He was called the Sword Emperor. The Emperor of Swords, he was indeed worthy of this title. Now in Sword God Palace, other than the Sword God, it was the most powerful one. Even the older generation powerhouses were no match for it. The tall man with the purple crown withdrew his long sword. He stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "It's really lonely to be invincible." At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura came from Sword God Palace. It made people's hair stand on end. Even the Sword Soul's pupils shrank. He was facing a great enemy. His sword energy soared into the sky. Such terrifying power. It was the power of a land immortal. Was someone attacking the Sword God's palace? Did they want to die? At the same time, an even more piercing sword energy came from the depths of Sword God Palace. This sword energy surpassed the previous Sword Soul. It was the power of the Sword God. The Sword God's sword shattered the world. The void cracked. A black-robed man appeared above the crowd. The black-robed man laughed, "Taoist friend, don't be angry. I'm here on the Grand Supreme's order." Hearing this, the Sword God's power disappeared. He was surprised, "You're from Permitha. Please." The Sword God quickly invited him in. The black-robed man flashed and disappeared. The people of Sword God Palace were in an uproar. Is he a land immortal? Who is the Grand Supreme? All kinds of confused voices sounded. The Sword Emperor didn't say anything. He just clenched his fists. Was he really invincible? Even if he was just below the land immortal. His goal was to become a land immortal. But how difficult was it to break through this step? Even he wasn't sure. 3 days later, the black-robed man walked out from the depths of the Sword God Palace. This person was Xianming. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. It was done. Next, he would go to find the Sword Emperor. At this moment, the Sword Emperor was still cultivating. He wanted to break through and become an Earth Immortal. At this moment, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He felt a black-robed man appear behind him. Who was it? With an angry shout, he slashed out with his sword, but his sword was easily blocked. It's you, greetings, Senior. He knew that the person in front of him was an Earth Immortal on the same level as the ancestor. Xianming looked at the Sword Emperor and kept nodding. Not bad, not bad. When I was talking to the Sword God, he kept mentioning you. He said that you are the future hope of the Sword God Palace. Now that I see you, you are indeed extraordinary. I am afraid that no one in the Sword God Palace is your match. But, what a pity. The Sword Emperor was originally proud. Was the ancestor praising him like this? He felt very happy. However, he soon frowned. Why is Senior pitiful? Are you mocking me, Fairy? You misunderstood. This old man is not mocking you. It's just a pity that the Great Dragon Sword Spirit isn't in your hands, ah. Great Dragon Sword Soul. Hearing this, the Sword Emperor's pupils shrank. The Great Dragon Sword, one of the 5 legendary swords. Its power is beyond imagination. However, this treasure is extremely mysterious. It is said that it has long been lost. I have naturally heard of the legend of the Great Dragon Sword. However, this treasure has disappeared with the previous battle. It has never appeared again. You are wrong. Xianming shook his head slightly. Your Jade Clear City is very mysterious. One city is one world. Nephew, you haven't gone out yet, right? I don't want to go out. I think it's better for you to go out and take a look. The world is very big, the universe is very vast, and there are many interesting people outside. I know one person. His name is Lin Wudi. He is a top expert of the younger generation and is now a young Great Emperor. A mere Great Emperor dares to call himself invincible. The Sword Emperor's eyes were filled with disdain. The people outside are really trash. Don't underestimate him. He is very powerful because he controls the Great Dragon Sword Soul. His sword technique is the sharpest and most terrifying sword technique I have ever seen. What? Lin Wudi has the Great Dragon Sword Soul? Is that true? When the Sword Emperor heard this, he almost jumped up. Xianming said, you can recognize the power of the Dragon Sword Soul at a glance. Was it true? You'll know when you see it. The Sword Emperor is very excited. If it really is the Great Dragon Sword Spirit, then he must snatch it. What qualifications did a young Great Emperor have to obtain the Great Dragon Sword Soul? Only an invincible expert like him deserved it. However, he soon frowned. Senior, you are an Earth Immortal. You should also need the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, right? Why did you tell me? The Great Dragon Sword was one of the 5 swords in the world, and there was no one who did not want to obtain it. The Sword Emperor was very smart. He quickly calmed down. Because I can't get it. I want to talk about Lin Wudi. He's from the domain of the gods. The enmity between the Otherworld Heavenly King and the Celestial Realm has been going on for countless years. When did we start fighting? He couldn't remember it clearly anymore. We are mortal enemies. If I make a move, the land immortals of the God Realm will not sit idly by. So it's an enemy. Senior, do you think I'm a fool and want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Xianming stopped smiling. He said, I really want to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Moreover, I've already talked to your divine sword ancestor. He agreed. Of course, the condition is that if you kill Lin Wudi, the Great Dragon Sword will be yours. We won't snatch it. Now I'm here to ask you, do you want to make a move? Do you dare to fight a young Great Emperor? Why not? I'll go kill him now. The Sword Emperor was very excited. Even the Divine Sword Ancestor agreed. Then he had nothing to worry about. He didn't have to worry about his danger. If an Earth Immortal dared to attack him, the Divine Sword Ancestor would definitely not sit idly by. Once he obtained the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he would have no problem becoming an Earth Immortal. Moreover, this speed would be unimaginably fast. Lin Wudi was in an ancient city in the Heavenly Land. Xianming took out a map and gave it to the Sword Emperor. Nephew, you should make some preparations. Xianming left. This was not a conspiracy at all, but an open one. He didn't hide anything. Should he jump into this pit? It all depended on the Sword Emperor. However, he guessed that the Sword Emperor would definitely go. Sure enough, the Sword Emperor took a deep breath and immediately set off. Xiao Dai, come with me. The Sword Emperor also brought a sword servant, a little maid. However, she was definitely a top swordsman. After hearing this, Xiao Dai nodded and quickly followed. A peerless sword light appeared under their feet. They cut through the sky and left the Sword God Palace. After they left, a figure appeared in the depths of the Sword God Palace. It was an old man. He bowed slightly and asked the godlike figure in front of him, Ancestor, is it okay to let him go? Higan obviously had bad intentions. The terrifying figure in front of him was the divine sword. He didn't have any sword energy on him. However, no one dared to be presumptuous in front of him. The divine sword still had his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance and said with a smile, so what? It's just an open scheme. With the Sword Emperor's current strength, no one below the Earth Immortal level was his opponent. Great Dragon Sword Soul? I'm looking forward to it. Don't worry, I already have a backup plan. I'm not afraid of the Earth Immortal's sneak attack. Ancestor is wise. The divine sword was well prepared. In a critical moment, he would immediately move. Lin Xian still didn't know that an invincible Sword Emperor was quickly heading towards him. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others were preparing to go to Yuqing City. At this time, the Crimson Dragon came back and said angrily, damn it, damn it. What's wrong? The toad jumped over and asked. That Long Xiao Tian has been thinking about the Dragon Clan. He wants to take the Dragon Clan back. He wants to be the Dragon Emperor. That guy is a super great emperor. I can't beat him. I'm so angry that I can only stay in the Dragon Valley. Damn it, that Dragon Emperor, is he coming back again? The toad also frowned. After Lin Xian heard this, he also walked out and said, he doesn't deserve the title of Dragon Emperor. Ruzalong, take the Dragon Clan powerhouse to the Heavenly Land. The Dragon Clan is ours. He can forget about it. As for this Long Xiao Tian, I will personally deal with him. Great, I'll take action now. The Crimson Dragon returned to the deity ground again. In the deity ground, Long Xiaotian's brows were tightly knitted. He naturally didn't care about a Crimson Dragon. But behind the Crimson Dragon was the Divine Realm. The other party couldn't beat him, so he called for help from the Divine Realm. He couldn't do anything at that time. Damn it, it's really too damn. Back in the day, he commanded the Dragon Clan, swept across the universe, and was invincible. He was the strongest person of his era. But now, the Divine Realm and the Nirvana Realm appeared one after another. The strongest people of countless eras gathered together. Long Xiaotian was somewhat powerless. In the era when Long Xiaotian became an emperor, the Divine Realm and the Permitha Realm did not appear. Although there were people from the Divine Realm who came out to invite him, he rejected them. Since then, he hadn't been threatened or pressured by anything. The only pressure was the matter of cultivation. However, he had made a lot of arrangements. But now, it seemed that many of his arrangements were useless. Although he had become a super great emperor from a great emperor, he was already able to shock the world. However, the terror of the Permitha Realm and the Divine Realm far exceeded his imagination. It turned out that there was such a thing as an Earth Immortal. Brother Tian, don't be discouraged. Those Earth Immortals are old monsters who have lived for tens of millions of years. We have only lived for tens of thousands of years. In the future, we will definitely become Earth Immortals. Long Yu advised from the side. Long Xiaotian remained silent because he knew that it was too difficult to become an Earth Immortal. With the resources he currently had, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, he made a decision, let's join the Permitha Realm. Long Yu was shocked. Brother Tian, didn't you say that you didn't want to be controlled by others? If we join the Permitha Realm, we won't have freedom. That's not necessarily true. We don't really want to join. We just want to find a big tree to rely on. This time, the Permitha Realm had suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Divine Realm. countless powerhouses had died. It was said that even Earth immortals had fallen. Therefore, he only needed new strength now. They shouldn't reject our joining. After joining, we will only target Lin Wudi and think of a way to seize the dragon sword soul from him. Once we get it, we will leave the Permitha realm. With the dragon sword soul, I can definitely become an Earth immortal. Alright, I'll listen to Brother Tian. Long Yu nodded. Next, Long Xiaotian and Long Yu no longer attacked the dragon race. Instead, they headed to the Eternal Land. At this moment, the Eternal Land was completely defended. He naturally couldn't enter. He was stopped at the edge of the Eternal Land. Long Xiaotian explained his purpose for coming. Soon, he was let in. That's great. A smile appeared on Long Xiaotian's face. Permitha, I'm coming. In the heavens. At this moment, countless people had gathered. These people were all here because of the mysterious and terrifying shock from before. They wanted to investigate whether or not a shocking treasure had appeared. These people came from the various clans and sects in the universe. Even the Supreme Palace and the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty had sent people over. They began to search all over the world. At this moment, two figures flew over from afar. It was a man in purple robes and a purple jade crown on his head. He was tall, mighty, and extraordinarily handsome. Beside him was an incomparably beautiful woman. She wore a purple dress and held a sword in her hand. The appearance of these two people attracted the attention of the crowd. Who were these two people? It was so unfamiliar. They came from afar, so perhaps they knew some information. Immediately, someone rushed up and said, "Stop, who are you? Do you know what kind of treasure will appear here?" The one who spoke was a man whose body was covered in lightning. He was from the Thunder clan. Up ahead, the Sword Emperor frowned. Foolish outsiders. Xiao Dai, go and take care of it. When the purple-clothed woman beside him heard this, she walked out. A hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. Those who block my path will die. At this moment, an extremely terrifying sword intent burst out from her body. Suddenly, the entire void shook violently. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This aura was too frightening. They were all stunned. This woman was incomparably beautiful, but the aura on her body was extremely terrifying. The Thunder Clan's powerhouse's expression changed. Little girl, with just you? You want to threaten me, stupid? Kill. The purple-clothed woman shouted coldly. The long sword in her hand flew out and was caught by her jade-like hand. She slashed out with the sword. Puff. Ah. Everyone only saw a flash of sword light. Then, a scream was heard. The Thunder Clan's powerhouse was cut in half and his body fell from the sky. What a fast sword. Everyone was frightened and their scalps went numb. They retreated one after another. They knew how terrifying this Thunder Clan's powerhouse was. He had a destructive aura. But now, he was killed by a sword. This mysterious woman was too terrifying. She had a peerless sword technique. Sorry to disturb you. Forgive us, we were wrong. A voice was heard. Then, these people fled one after another. In an instant, the place became extremely quiet. The purple-clothed girl, Xiao Dai, walked back to the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor snorted coldly. Outsiders are indeed ants. They are so weak and pitiful. He tapped his foot, and the sword chi under his feet flashed again. It turned into a flash of light and disappeared. He only had one purpose for this trip, and that was the great dragon sword soul. In the distance, the people of the Supreme Hall and the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty were also shocked. What a terrifying sword technique. I've never seen it before. Could it be that these two people are from Jade Pure City? Where are they going? They followed them to take a look. The people of the two forces followed secretly. Xiao Dai said, "Young master, there are ants following us. Should we kill them?" The Sword Emperor snorted coldly. Ignore them. Go to the city of 10,000 blades and kill that Lin Xian for me. I'll go somewhere else to take a look. Since I'm here, I'll see what's different about this universe. The Sword Emperor was very arrogant. In addition, he had seen these outsiders before. He felt that Lin Xian was just SOSO. Perhaps he couldn't even defeat Xiao Dai. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Yes. Xiao Dai replied respectfully. Then, she went to the city of 10,000 blades. She flew as fast as lightning and finally arrived at the city of 10,000 blades. However, at this moment, she frowned. To be honest, she was really shocked. Because at this moment, there was endless sword energy surrounding the ancient city. Tens of thousands of swords were flying and accumulating power. What a terrifying sword energy. Xiao Dai was surprised. To be honest, along the way, some people coveted her beauty and wanted to strike up a conversation with her, but she killed them with one sword strike. Some people also wanted to snatch the sword in her hand, but they couldn't even block one sword strike. Along the way, her evaluation of these outsiders was that they were weak. They were too weak. No one could block her sword. Therefore, she looked down on them. However, when she arrived at this ancient city, she was shocked. The sword energy here made her hair stand on end. Apart from the sword god's palace, he had never seen any other place with such piercingly cold sword chi. Where is this? Isn't this the city of 10,000 blades? Thinking of this, she shouted coldly, "This is the city of 10,000 blades." On the city wall, several powerhouses appeared. They said coldly, "The city of 10,000 blades is a thing of the past. This city is now called the city of 10,000 blades. Who are you? Why are you here?" The city changed its name. As for the reason, Xiao Dai didn't want to know. She was too lazy to care. She said loudly, "Then let me ask you. Is Lin Xian in this ancient city? You are looking for Lin Gongzi. Of course he is here. He is the guardian of the city of 10,000 blades. Is he here?" Xiao Dai smiled. "Well, let him come out. Why are you looking for him? Kill him." The powerhouses on the city wall were stunned. To be honest, they thought this was Lin Xian's friend. After all, Lin Xian's footprints were all over the world. Maybe he was a friend of other worlds. However, when the words "kill him" came out, the faces of the people on the city wall immediately darkened. Are you an enemy? Are you from the other side? Or are you from the Hall of Self-Esteem? No. A touch of arrogance appeared in Xiao Dai's eyes. I am from the Sword God Palace. Let him come out. He doesn't deserve to have the great dragon sword soul. Only the Sword God Palace can have it. Sword God Palace? Never heard of it. However, this little girl was too arrogant. On the city wall, two people attacked. They never showed mercy to their enemies. The two attacked aggressively, their terrifying big palms blotting out the sky and covering the earth. However, Little Butterfly just smiled contemptuously. With a flash of sword light, their arms were shattered. She was so powerful, the two guards were stunned. They wanted to retreat. However, Little Butterfly snorted coldly, "Go to hell." Another sword strike. The two guards were desperate. This little girl is so strong, she is a peerless swordsman. At this critical moment, the sword energy above the city of 10,000 swords suddenly erupted, saving the two guards' lives. The two guards retreated, their arms split open, and they vomited blood. Little Butterfly was surprised. It can block my sword technique. The sword energy above the ancient city is really extraordinary. Could it be that this was the sword energy condensed by the dragon sword soul? Little Butterfly was more and more sure. The dragon sword soul was indeed an offensive saint technique. However, in the hands of the opponent, it could only exert this much strength. What a waste. Lin Xian, come out and die. Little Butterfly shouted angrily, and her voice instantly spread. Countless people in the city looked up. Who is it? How dare he attack Lin Gongzi so rudely? Do he want to die? In their hearts, Lin Xian was a godlike existence. The toad jumped up and said, "Who is so arrogant? I'll go and meet him." Soon, he went out and saw a little girl. He said, "I'll drown you with my spit." The toad underestimated the enemy. Although Little Butterfly was a maid, she was not an ordinary maid. She had been cultivating in the Sword God Palace since she was young, and being able to follow the Sword Emperor was enough to show how terrifying her talent was. If it weren't for her humble background, she would definitely be a top genius now. Therefore, the toad was sent flying by the sword, and there was a bloody wound on his body. Ouch, it hurts, just you wait, the toad fled back. Boy. God damn it, there is a sword genius. And it's a little girl, go and take a look. After the toad came back, he rushed to Lin Xian's side and said, look, I was seriously injured by her. It hurts, give me some heavenly spring of life. After saying that, he looked eagerly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at him and said, the heavenly spring of life is so precious. You don't need it at all. He took out a stock of ancient medicine from his storage ring and tossed it to her, saying, take this to heal your wounds. The toad was also beaming with joy. Haha, my injury is actually not a problem anymore. However, that little girl is too despicable. She threatened to kill you. What was going on? Lin Xian frowned and asked, do the people of Permitha have no idea of life and death? At this moment, the guards in front also arrived. They said, Lin Gongzi, this woman claims to be from the Sword God's palace and wants to steal your dragon sword soul. Sword God Palace? Never heard of it. Let's go and take a look. There were quite a few people who had designs on his great dragon sword soul. However, he had never seen anyone so brazenly do it for the first time. He wanted to see what kind of divine being this was. Let her in. There were so many people in ancient city, why would they be afraid of a little girl like her? Let her in. Soon, the ancient city opened and little Dai walked in. She was still not afraid. This surprised everyone. A little girl actually had such great courage. When she entered the city, countless eyes looked at little Dai. Some people exclaimed, what a beautiful woman. Others said, the sword intent on this little girl is so cold. The emperor weapon in her hand was also extremely extraordinary. Little Dai looked around and said, which one is Lin Xian? I am. Lin Xian stood up and said loudly, I am Lin Xian. Little Dai stared at Lin Xian, and a cold sword intent appeared in her eyes as if it was going to pierce the sky. The void around Lin Xian shook violently. Beside Lin Xian, the people from the god realm were also surprised. They thought it was a little girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, they didn't expect her sword intent to be so cold. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He waved his sleeve and directly dissolved the sharp aura. He said, you said you came from the sword god's palace. Why have I never heard of it? Stupid outsider, how could you have heard of it? Our sword god's palace is a supreme sect in Jade Clear City. Jade Clear City? Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. The others also exclaimed. They had learned from the Wine Sword Immortal that a mysterious ancient city had appeared in the heavenly land. One city, one world. There were many ancient existences in it. They had planned to go in and explore. However, they didn't expect that the people in Jade Clear City would come out before they did. And it seemed to be a top sect in Jade Clear City. How do you know that I have the Great Dragon Sword soul? Do you have a fragment of the Great Dragon Sword? Lin Xian was very surprised. According to Lord Wine, Jade Clear City hadn't appeared for thousands of years. How could she know? How did we know? You don't need to know. You just need to hand over the Great Dragon Sword soul and I will spare your life. Ha 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 ha. As soon as she said this, the people from the deity realm all laughed. Little girl, you're too ignorant. Lin Gongzi's strength is not something you can imagine. Although you are strong, you are nothing in front of Lin Gongzi. Little girl, leave. You are no match for the young master. Voices rang out. They knew Lin Xian's strength very well. He was someone who could defeat a super great emperor. Now that he had broken through, his strength was even more unfathomable. They had never seen Lin Xian fight after breaking through. Stupid. I will show you my strength. Xiao Dai attacked. Sword light flashed as she unsheathed her long sword. This sword cut through the 9 heavens and illuminated the world. Countless people put away their smiles because that sword was simply too terrifying. What sword technique was this? Why was it so sharp? At this moment, even the great emperors felt their hair stand on end. Was she a peerless genius from the sword god's palace? Even Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others wore solemn expressions. This woman was definitely a genius swordsman. In the blink of an eye, the long sword was in front of Lin Xian. In the face of such a terrifying sword, Lin Xian merely smiled. With a flick of his finger, a beam of sword chi flew out. Like a sword dragon, it appeared between heaven and earth. With a boom, the sword was slapped away by the sword dragon. Then, the sword dragon flew forward and enveloped Xiao Dai in an instant. Xiao Dai's face changed. She did not expect Lin Xian's strength to be so terrifying. She roared and raised her sword to block. The sword dragon collided with the longsword. With a clang, Xiao Dai was sent flying. Half of her body was numb and she could not exert any strength. She could not even hold the longsword. With a clang, it fell to the ground. How could this be? Xiao Dai was stunned. Did she lose? She was defeated by a single finger. The toad, Yi Wudao, and the others were also surprised. Lin Xian's strength was much stronger than before. The toad jumped out and said coldly, "Little girl, did you see that? This is Lin Wudi's strength. Can the Sword God's palace compare? You are the most powerful genius in the Sword God's palace. But so what, you can't even block a single finger from Lin Wudi. You want the great dragon sword spirit? Dream on." The others were also discussing. They said, the Sword God's palace is just SOSO. What's so powerful about Jade Pure City? I thought it was terrifying. Yi Wudao also shook his head. If this is the strength of the Sword God's palace, then it is far inferior to the Immortal City. Stupid, what do you know? Who told you that I am the most powerful genius in the Sword God's palace? I am just a little maid. This time, I came with the Sword Emperor Prince. The Sword Emperor Prince looked down on you, so he only sent me, a little maid. You're just a sword attendant. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. They thought the other party was a top genius. But now, the other party was just a little maid. A sword attendant of the Sword God Palace was so terrifying. What kind of joke was this? Especially the toad, he couldn't accept it. If he was defeated by a top genius, he could accept it. But now, he was defeated by a little maid. He really couldn't stand it. He didn't believe it. Little Butterfly stood up, gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Xian, I admit that I underestimated you. You're very strong, much stronger than I thought. But I think you rely on the great dragon sword soul. Otherwise, you can't beat me at all. But, even if you have the great dragon sword soul, so what? You're no match for the Sword Emperor. This time, I came with the Sword Emperor. I lost, but the Sword Emperor hasn't lost yet, he will kill you in 3 moves. Little Butterfly said the Sword Emperor left and right, saying that the other party was invincible in the world. This made the people of the God Realm extremely angry. Then what was the Sword Emperor? Could he be compared with our Lin Gongzi? That's right, Lin Gongzi was invincible and had never been defeated. So what if the Sword Emperor was strong? Let him come, Lin Gongzi will kill him with 1 move. He didn't deserve to be invincible. The Sword Emperor deserved to be invincible. The Sword Emperor was the real invincible swordsman under the God Realm. Little Butterfly's words were so sharp that the people of the God Realm trembled with anger. They had never seen such an arrogant person. Who was the Sword Emperor? Let him come, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. A little maid, the strongest swordsman under the Sword God Realm, the Sword Emperor, interesting. I want to see how strong this peerless swordsman from Jade Pure City is. With that, he waved his hand and opened a passage in the void. He said, go back and tell your Sword Emperor that I accept his challenge. Humph, it's not a challenge. He's just passing by, and then he'll kill you and take the great dragon sword. Just wait, the Sword Emperor will come soon. At that time, it will be your doomsday. With that, Little Butterfly picked up the Emperor weapon on the ground and disappeared in a flash. Kid, he let her go just like that, damn it, I want to pull out her tendons and skin her alive. The toad gritted its teeth. Lin Xian said, don't worry, she'll come again. What I was more curious about was, how did they know? I have the great dragon sword soul. Could it be that someone had already entered Clear Jade City during this period of time, or did they already know about the great dragon sword? Lin Xian felt that the Sword God's palace might have something to do with the great dragon sword. The purpose of his trip was to find the great dragon sword fragment. Therefore, this clue must not be missed. On the other side, the Sword Emperor went to many places. This celestial land was originally one of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, incomparably mysterious. For example, Xianxia City was also a mysterious existence. Therefore, not long after the Sword Emperor came out, he felt the mysteriousness of Xianxia City. He felt that it was not any weaker than Jade Clear City. Let's go and take a look. He rushed over. However, he was stopped. Xianxia City was guarded by an Earth Immortal. The Sword Emperor could not break in, so he could only leave regretfully. At the same time, he was surprised. He didn't expect that there would be so many land immortals in the outside world. But, so what? Wait, after I obtain the Great Dragon Sword Soul, I will become an Earth Immortal. Then, I will kill my way in. The Sword Emperor glanced at Xianxia City, then turned around and left. After that, he went to some other places. Not bad, not bad. The outside world was indeed strange. It could indeed give people new insights. However, why hadn't Xiao Dai returned after such a long time? Could it be that Lin Wudi had some strength? Just as he was thinking, a sword light came from afar. Then, it turned into a woman in purple. Xiao Dai knelt on one knee on the ground. Her face was pale as she said, "Sword Emperor, please forgive me. I lost." Who did she lose to? Was it the Earth Immortal behind Lin Wudi? He now understood some of the situation. The Divine Realm was an extremely huge force. There was more than one Earth Immortal inside. No, I went to the City of 10,000 Blades, which has been renamed the City of 10,000 Swords. Inside, I saw Lin Wudi and attacked him. In the end, I was defeated by him with one finger. Xiao Dai did not dare to hide anything. She told him everything that had happened. The Sword Emperor was surprised. Defeated with one finger, this was indeed beyond his expectations. Although Xiao Dai was his sword attendant, Xiao Dai was at the Great Emperor level. Her sword skills were extremely terrifying even among the great emperors. However, she was easily defeated. Was it the power of the Great Dragon Sword Spirit? The Sword Emperor's eyes flickered. Xiao Dai said, it should be because his sword energy turned into a sword dragon. It was extremely sharp. So that's how it is. It's not shameful that you lost to the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. This time I will suppress him with my own hands. Yes. Xiao Dai stood up, extremely excited. This time, the Sword Emperor's speed was very fast. He directly charged towards the City of 10,000 Swords. In the City of 10,000 Swords, everyone was waiting. They all wanted to see how arrogant the Sword Emperor was. At this time, countless sword energy around the City of 10,000 Swords shook violently. Sword light shot into the sky. Then, the air around the City of 10,000 Swords became oppressive, as if black clouds were pressing down on the city. Everyone in the city felt a sense of fear. What's going on? Why do I feel so uneasy? I kept feeling that something was about to happen. It was like the suppression before a great battle. Yi Wudao, Morong Qingqing, and the others also frowned. Morong Qingqing said, Brother Xian, be careful. Lin Xian said, I feel a sword Dao competition. A peerless swordsman is coming. It should be the Sword Emperor of the Sword God's Palace. This was the aura of the Sword Emperor. He hadn't even arrived yet, but the other party's sword energy could already affect them. What kind of method was this? A peerless enemy? Only then did everyone believe that Xiao Dai wasn't lying. This Sword Emperor was really a peerless swordsman that had never appeared before. Finally, everyone saw a ray of light appear on the distant horizon. It was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was near the ancient city. In the next moment, the sword light disappeared and turned into two figures. One was a handsome man wearing purple clothes and a jade crown. Beside him was a beautiful woman in purple. This woman was none other than Xiao Dai. At this moment, the other party's face was still a little pale. There was no need to think about it. This man in purple must be the Sword Emperor. When the Sword Emperor saw the City of 10,000 Swords, he was also shocked. What a sharp sword energy. I didn't expect that there would be such a place besides my Sword God's Palace. This should be the power of the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. It's really sharp. No wonder it's one of the 5 swords of the world. I must have this good thing. Xiao Dai walked out and said coldly, the Sword Emperor is here. Lin Xian, come out and die. What was he so arrogant for? Toad and the others from the God's realm gritted their teeth. Lin Xian waved his hand and opened the city of 10,000 swords. Let's go and meet him. A group of people rose into the air and flew out of the city. Soon, they arrived outside. The Sword Emperor instantly stared at Lin Xian. Because he could feel that there was a super sharp power in Lin Xian's body. The Dragon Sword Soul is in your hands. The Sword Emperor stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, I'll give you a chance. Hand it over because you're not my opponent. The Sword Emperor's attitude was even more arrogant than Xiao Dai's. Moreover, he had an invincible aura around him. That sword energy seemed to be able to tear apart heaven and earth. Yi Wudao and the others looked solemn. What a powerful enemy, they admitted that they were no match for him. What were the chances of Lin Xian succeeding? Lin Xian smiled. You want me to hand over the Dragon Sword Soul with just a few words? You're too naive. I heard that you're from Jade Clear City. Originally, I wanted to go there to investigate, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come here. Since that's the case, I'll see how strong a genius from Jade Clear City like you is. Just you? The Sword Emperor's eyes were filled with disdain. In the next moment, his gaze turned into a peerless divine sword and slashed out. What a biting cold power! Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the Crimson Dragon were all pushed back by this power. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stood in front of Yi Futian. He laughed coldly as terrifying sword will burst from his eyes. Then, the two collided. Clang, an earth-shaking sound came, and the sword energy turned into waves, sweeping out in all directions. The surrounding void shattered, and everyone retreated. Xiao Dai also retreated far away. She looked shocked. How terrifying, he actually blocked the Sword Emperor's attack. The Sword Emperor was also stunned. You have some strength, but it's not enough. Just as he finished speaking, his expression changed because he found that Lin Xian had already arrived beside him. Then, he pointed out a finger. His finger turned into a golden dragon, surrounded by piercingly cold sword chi. This was the Sword Dao Golden Dragon. Boom, the Sword Emperor was forced to take a few steps back amidst the sword lights that filled the sky. His face turned pale, and cracks appeared on the sword veil covering his body. Great, he had the upper hand. The people from the God Realm in the distance saw this scene and laughed. As for Xiao Dai, she looked as if she had seen a ghost. The Sword Emperor was at a disadvantage. Was he going to be suppressed right from the start? That's impossible. The Sword Emperor must have been careless. Damned brat, you've completely infuriated me. The Sword Emperor roared as his black hair danced in the wind. The next moment, he roared. Boundless sword chi flew out from his body and flooded the entire area. Lin Xian was also enveloped by the sword light. Go to hell, the Sword Emperor's expression was ferocious. The sea of sword chi swallowed everything. However, there was a sword light that was even more resplendent and directly split the sword chi ocean apart. Lin Xian walked out of the crack, completely unharmed. You won't be able to defeat me with just this sword chi. Draw your sword and display your peerless divine ability. Lin Xian's appearance surprised Xiao Dai once again. How powerful was Lin Xian to be completely unscathed? For the first time, Xiao Dai doubted life. The Sword Emperor's face also darkened. Let's see if you have the qualifications to make me draw my sword. Not just anyone can make me draw my sword. The Sword Emperor took a step forward, and the sword aura on his body split the void again. Xiao Dai smiled. This was the sword aura. The Sword Emperor's sword aura could suppress his peers. Even the super great emperors were no match for him. Not to mention you. Sure enough, as soon as this sword aura appeared, the faces of the people from the divine realm turned extremely ugly. This Sword Emperor was too strong. No wonder he was so arrogant. Lin Xian laughed out loud. What can a mere sword aura do to me? If you don't draw your sword, you will regret it. Since the other party didn't draw his sword, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't draw his sword either. He formed a seal with his palms, and the power of the immortals condensed in his palm. He slapped out with his palm, and it seemed to have turned into a mountain, sweeping out. The seal of mountains and rivers. It caused the entire sky to shake. The power of the immortals on it kept erupting, attacking the sword aura. The monstrous sword aura collapsed under this power of the immortals. Boom, the seal of mountains and rivers tore through everything and charged towards the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor's face changed, and he dodged. Only then did he dodge the attack. Then, he furrowed his brows tightly. What was that power just now? It wasn't divine fire, nor was it immortal qi. This person was so strange. Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you don't draw your sword, then I will beat you until you do. After saying that, he attacked again, exerting the power of the immortals to the extreme. Great solar indestructible palm. Between heaven and earth, a fiery red color appeared. The terrifying fire of the sun appeared, as if it could burn for 9 days. This palm, the scorching aura, made the bodies of these great emperors feel like they were melting. Xiao Dai also roared angrily, and sword light covered her body to resist. One could imagine how much danger the Sword Emperor, who bore the brunt of the attack, was in. The Sword Emperor was indeed stunned. This person's strength was beyond his imagination. Previously, it was difficult for him to meet his match in a battle of the same level. He could defeat a super great emperor without drawing his sword. Once he drew his sword, no one in the world was his match. In his opinion, he was invincible below the earth immortal. But now, the young man in front of him gave him a crisis. Well, I admit that you are qualified to make me draw my sword. But if I draw my sword, you will definitely die. The Sword Emperor shouted coldly. Beside him, the void cracked, and a simple long sword appeared. This sword was different from the usual long sword. This sword was too wide. It was several times wider than a normal sword. And it was incomparably heavy. The body of the sword was white, and there were blue lines on it. They intertwined with each other, forming a mysterious pattern. This sword is called White Moon. It has been with me for tens of thousands of years. You should be proud to die under this sword. The Sword Emperor's voice rang out, and then, a white air ring slashed down from the sky. This sword caused the flames of the sun between heaven and earth to be quickly extinguished. A crack appeared in the endless sea of fire. The great solar indestructible palm was actually sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on the palm of his hand. Heavens, he actually blocked the great solar indestructible palm. The Sword Emperor's sword technique was actually so powerful. Lin Xian withdrew his palm and didn't attack again. His eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. He said, "Your sword is a divine weapon." "That's right, boy, are you afraid?" The Sword Emperor snorted coldly, "But it's too late to be afraid now. I gave you a chance to beg for mercy. But you didn't cherish it." Behind him, Yi Wudao, the Crimson Dragon, and the others also exclaimed. It turned out to be a divine weapon. No wonder it was so powerful. This was really a difficult opponent. Lin Xian smiled, "A divine weapon? In this way, I can also use my immortal slaying sword. At first, I thought that using a divine weapon was bullying you. But now, I don't have such concerns." Lin Xian waved his hand, and the immortal slaying sword appeared in front of him. He held the sword in his right hand, and boundless killing intent suddenly swept through the 9 heavens. A divine weapon. In the distance, Xiao Dai exclaimed, "I didn't expect that Lin Xian would also have a divine weapon." The Sword Emperor was also surprised, as expected of the owner of the great dragon sword soul. "Humph, so what if you have a divine weapon in your hand? You are still no match for me. I'll let you see my peerless sword technique." The Sword Emperor tore the void and charged forward. The Sword Emperor attacked with all his might. Moonlight slash. On the white moon sword, sword energy danced and cut through the sky. It turned into streaks of mysterious moonlight that slashed over. At this moment, no one could stop it. 9 Yang sword technique. Lin Xian, on the other hand, unleashed an incomparably vast power of the purest yang. His sword seemed to have turned into the sun. Like the divine beast Golden Crow, it kept falling. This was a battle between the sun and the moon. Every strike shattered heaven and earth. Any super great emperor would beg for mercy immediately after seeing this. Because no one could defeat him. Lin Xian slashed out 9 times in a row, but they were all blocked by his opponent. This surprised Lin Xian. This person was indeed strong. He shouted, 9 suns combine. The 9 sword lights all merged together, and one flew out, like the resurrection of the sun god. On the other side, the Sword Emperor laughed loudly. "I am the Emperor of the Sword Tao, whether it is sword technique or sword intent. I have completely surpassed you. You are not worthy of being my enemy, and you are not worthy of having the great dragon sword soul. So, you can die now. The Sword Emperor roared. White moonlight. The white moon divine sword in his hand suddenly burst out with a terrifying light. At this moment, it was as if a moon had descended. The pressure made everyone feel terrified. What is this? What a terrifying phenomenon. The Crimson Dragon and the others exclaimed. Even Morong Qingqing became nervous. On the other side, Xiao Dai cheered. That's great. It's a peerless divine ability. The Sword Emperor is using a peerless divine ability. The battle was over. The sword in the Sword Emperor's hand turned into a moon. Endless moonlight flew out, and each beam could pierce through a super great emperor. All Lin Xian's paths were blocked by the white moonlight. He couldn't retreat at all and could only resist it. But could he resist it? The Sword Emperor's voice sounded. Even if you have a divine artifact, you can't resist it. Lin Xian smiled. A peerless divine ability? Interesting. It seems that I have to use some of my unique skills. Heaven-defying sword technique. Lin Xian's sword technique changed. Previously, the Nine-Yang sword technique was extremely masculine and majestic. Every move and stance was wide open. However, at this moment, the swordsmanship had become extremely cold. The sword chi carried an unyielding will, heaven-defying sword art. The heavens can't stop me, the earth can't stop me, no one in this world can be my enemy. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into a sword god. High and mighty, looking down on the common people. A sword slashed out, confronting the moonlight in the sky. Boom, it was a devastating blow. Lin Xian's figure was enveloped by the moonlight sword chi. However, in the next moment, he appeared in the moonlight that filled the sky. This was because the moonlight sword chi could not reach him at all. The sword intent on his body was too powerful. It was like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, Lin Xian arrived in front of the Sword Emperor. You are the Sword Emperor, and I am the Sword God. Boom, the heaven-defying sword slashed down. The moon phantom began to shake violently, and a deafening sound rang out, causing the entire world to tremble. If this was not the high heavens, the world would have been shattered long ago. Crack, a crack appeared on the moon, and then the light on it quickly dimmed. Damn it, how could this be? The Sword Emperor was stupefied. Had his peerless divine ability been broken, in a hurry, he raised his sword to block. With a clang, he was forced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on the hand holding the sword, and even the bones were exposed. From this, one could imagine how terrifying that attack was. The Sword Emperor, Xiao Dai exclaimed, the Sword Emperor is injured? This is something that has never happened before. The Sword Emperor is being suppressed, and the opponent is only a great emperor. Is this all you have? I haven't even used my full strength, and you can't do it, again. Lin Xian roared angrily, and the heaven-defying sword technique attacked again. It was rare for him to find an opponent. He had not enjoyed this battle to the fullest. The long sword swept out like a dragon crossing the river. In the next moment, many dragon shadows appeared on the sword chi. One sword turned into 10,000 dragons. One dragon after another stood indomitable as if God's hand had been resurrected. They filled the sky. They roared at the sky, and their bodies carried an indestructible power. The powerful murderous aura made Xiao Dai almost kneel on the ground in fright. What kind of power was this? She was still unconvinced when she lost to Lin Xian. But now it seemed that she was too stupid and naive. Lin Xian didn't want to kill her at all. Otherwise, he could have killed her in one strike. Between heaven and earth, there was infinite killing intent. Lin Xian waved his hand, and 10,000 sword dragons rushed down. They all attacked the Sword Emperor. Damn it, how dare you underestimate me? The Sword Emperor's face was ferocious. In the face of these terrifying attacks, he didn't escape at all. Instead, he stood in the void. In the next moment, his broken arm quickly recovered. Then, he shouted in a low voice. White Moon Divine Dance, his figure suddenly jumped up and stood in the sky. Then, his long sword danced continuously and slashed out 13 times in a row. Each sword was peerless, the 13 swords were connected and overlapped with each other. It was as if the gods were dancing. The dragons in front were hit and quickly collapsed. They actually tore open a space. Not a single dragon could reach the Sword Emperor. He was so powerful, he actually blocked it. Gu Santong and the others were shocked beyond words. One had to know that the dragon's shadow that Lin Xian transformed into was so terrifying. But now, someone could actually block it. It was unbelievable. Lin Xian smiled, "That's right, show me your true ability." His cultivation technique was broken, but he didn't care. In the next moment, he held the immortal slaying sword and charged over to fight the Sword Emperor in close combat. The Sword Emperor swept his sword and used the White Moon Divine Dance again. This time, there were no dragons to block him. He wanted to kill Lin Xian directly. Lin Xian became one with his sword, and like a dragon in the sky, he cut through the 9 heavens. The two divine weapons collided in the air, and then, they shook violently. Lin Xian roared angrily, and the sword chi on his body became even more dazzling, directly knocking the White Moon Divine Sword away. Then, the sword pierced through the Sword Emperor's body. All of this happened in an instant. To be honest, no one saw it clearly. Whether it was Little Butterfly, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, or the others, they couldn't see it clearly. They could only hear a loud bang, and then, the sky fell and the earth cracked. That was because the speed of the two people was too fast, exceeding their perception. What happened? They hurriedly looked carefully. They saw that the two of them were already fighting with their backs facing each other. On Lin Xian's immortal slaying sword, the Emperor's blood was dripping non-stop. But behind him, the Sword Emperor's body was trembling. His internal organs were all shattered, and a huge bloody hole appeared in his body. He won. Morong Qingqing and the others cheered. Little Butterfly, on the other hand, couldn't believe it. Her vision turned black, and she almost fainted. Did the Sword Emperor lose? That was the Sword Emperor, the invincible existence of the younger generation of the Sword God's palace. He was the peerless swordsman who swept across the world, but now, he was defeated in his first battle outside the pristine Jade City. And he was defeated by a young great emperor. Ah, the Sword Emperor also roared to the sky, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He felt that his broken body couldn't heal. The invincible power above was too terrifying. This was the power of the great dragon sword soul. He said, "I don't accept this. You have the great dragon sword soul, otherwise, I would kill you with one strike." Lin Xian snorted coldly, turned around, and looked at his opponent. He said, "You don't accept this? Fine, then I'll beat you until you accept it." After that, he waved his hand, and the great dragon sword soul in his body flew out. It swung its dragon tail in the air, and then flew into the city of 10,000 swords. "I won't use the great dragon sword soul. You are still no match for me." Lin Xian's actions surprised everyone. Morong Qingqing and the others exclaimed, "Brother Xian, you actually let the dragon sword soul leave your body." The Crimson Dragon also said, "What is this kid thinking? He could just use his unstoppable power to kill the other party and it would be over." On the other side, Xiao Dai was also surprised. In her opinion, Lin Xian's cultivation was so much lower than the Sword Emperor's. To be able to win, he definitely relied on the dragon sword soul. But now, the other party had actually given up on the great dragon sword soul. Wasn't this courting death? The Sword Emperor also laughed, "Ignorant, do you really think you can beat me without the dragon sword soul? Soon, you will be desperate." He wanted to make a move. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, you are seriously injured and can't use your full strength. I will give you a chance to recover." The Sword Emperor couldn't believe his ears. How confident was the other party to let him recover? Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, his expression incomparably calm. "What's the point of defeating an injured you? Is 3 days enough? So arrogant, you underestimate me too much. 1 day is enough." The Sword Emperor directly sat down cross-legged. He took out the most precious heavenly treasure from his storage ring and swallowed it. To be honest, swallowing this thing made his heart bleed because he didn't want to waste it unless it was a matter of life and death. However, in order to defeat this kid in front of him, he couldn't care less. Sure enough, after swallowing it, his broken wounds were actually healing. It seemed that it would take less than a day to recover. Night fell, and the stars shone brightly. A strange scene appeared in the heavens. However, no one was in the mood to admire the night sky. They were all nervous. The Sword Emperor stood up. The Sword Emperor's injuries had already healed. Kid, you will regret this. I will let you know that without the Dragon Sword's soul, you are just a piece of trash. I can kill you with one move. The current Lin Xian was just an ordinary Great Emperor. Even if he had a divine weapon, so what? He couldn't withstand a single blow. In the Sword Emperor's opinion, he didn't even need to use the White Moon God dance. An ordinary moonlight slash could instantly kill his opponent. Sure enough, he had used the moonlight slash. The overlapping moonlight, combined with the magical night sky, was much more powerful than during the day. Although it was just a normal attack, it wasn't something a super great emperor could block. Stupid. Lin Xian shook his head and snorted coldly. In the next moment, his figure flashed, and his speed was extremely fast. Heaven-defying sword technique. It was still the same unyielding will. The sword in Lin Xian's hand destroyed everything. The moonlight that filled the sky was completely shattered. Then, with a flash of sword light, an arm flew up. Ah! The Sword Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream. Everyone was stunned once again. Lin Xian had cut off one of the Sword Emperor's arms with a single strike. Why was this battle record even more terrifying than before? Lin Xian said coldly. Underestimating the enemy was a taboo for martial artists. He did not attack again. The Sword Emperor was furious. Are you lecturing me? Although he was furious, he was also extremely shocked. Just now, what was up with this kid's sword? Why didn't he feel much weaker? His opponent's swordsmanship was still as cold as ever. That's not right. There was no longer the power of the dragon sword's soul in his body. How could he still use such a cold swordsmanship? The Sword Emperor's arm flew back and merged with his body. He said coldly, "Kid, what's wrong with you?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. My swordsmanship is called the heaven-defying swordsmanship. This swordsmanship has nothing to do with the dragon sword soul. What the dragon sword soul can provide is invincible power. The true essence of the heaven-defying swordsmanship is an unyielding will. The heavens can't stop me, the earth can't stop me, no one in the world can stop me. This is the heaven-defying swordsmanship. Hearing this, the Sword Emperor's pupils constricted. How arrogant. What had this guy experienced? At this moment, he put away his contempt. Because he found that the young man in front of him was really too unusual. He had never seen him like this before. Next, I will use all my strength to defeat you. Come on. The Sword Emperor shouted angrily and directly used the White Moon Divine Dance. Everyone became nervous again. This was the opponent's peerless magical power. Previously, Lin Xian had the dragon sword soul and could slash it. Now, if the opponent didn't use the power of the dragon sword soul, could he resist it? They didn't know. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably calm. Looking at this peerless magical power, he attacked again. Heaven-defying 3 consecutive slashes, sky slash, sky collapse. Earth slash, earth crack. Lin Xian's sword was extremely fast and terrifying. Between heaven and earth, a huge sword light flashed. Then, the sky broke open, and the earth cracked open. This destructive power directly swallowed the opponent's 13 sword lights. At this time, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of the Sword Emperor. Slash, the third slash. The Sword Emperor didn't have time to defend, and his body was cut in half. Blood stained the sky. The 2 halves of the body fell from the sky. Miserable shrieks rang out, like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. Was it thrown away? Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the others were all stunned. What a terrifying swordsmanship. They had never seen the heaven-defying triple slash before. Was this a newly created swordsmanship? In fact, Lin Xian had thought about this swordsmanship for a long time because he was prepared for the worst. He had thought about how he would deal with it if he didn't have the power of the dragon sword one day. Therefore, he prepared this heavenly triple slash. Now that he used it, its power was extremely powerful. The Sword Emperor. Xiao Dai was scared to tears. The Sword Emperor had lost again. This time, there was no excuse. If it was because of the dragon sword's soul before, but this time, why? The Sword Emperor was stronger than the opponent in terms of cultivation. Both of them had divine artifacts. The Sword Emperor had lost. It could only be said that his skill was inferior. You've lost. Do you want to continue? Lin Xian looked forward and said. Previously, the two of them were just exchanging pointers. If they continued, it might be a life-and-death battle. The Sword Emperor didn't hear anything because he was really stunned. His confidence was shattered. All along, he had been a sword genius. He was invincible in the Sword God Palace. Even in Jade Pure City, when he fought with the genius powerhouses of other sects, he could easily win. He had never suffered such a setback. As for the outside world, he was even more disdainful. They were just ants. However, the defeat of this battle was really unexpected. He couldn't accept it. Let me ask you, in your universe, how many people are stronger than you? At this moment, the Sword Emperor had a deep suspicion. This universe is too terrifying, Lin Xian said. In the younger generation, no one is my match. Below the land immortal, there aren't many who can compete with me. It's not shameful for you to lose to me. You know, I've tricked more than one land immortal. If you really fight me to the death, I'm afraid you will die miserably. Lin Xian's words stunned the Sword Emperor and Xiao Dai. They believed that the other party was the number one person in the younger generation. However, the other party had fought against a land immortal and even gained the upper hand. How was this possible, a land immortal? That was an existence that stood above everything else. The people in the outside world were really too terrifying. This was what the Sword Emperor and the others thought. They found that they were really frogs in a well. In fact, the Sword Emperor was just scared. He was already very strong. Even in the heavens, the realm of the gods, or the Nirvana realm. He was a super master below the earth immortal level. There were not many people who could suppress him. It was a pity that he challenged Lin Xian as soon as he came up. Lin Xian's strength was super terrifying. After the Sword Emperor was defeated, he was very shocked. The two halves of the Sword Emperor's body slowly healed. He said, "You're very strong. I'm no match for you. There's no need to fight. As for the Dragon Sword Soul, needless to say, I'm not qualified to take it." Behind him, Xiao Dai also walked over and bowed respectfully. "Lin Gongzi, I'm sorry for offending you. Please forgive me." Now, she didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Lin Xian anymore. Lin Xian was surprised. He thought that the Sword Emperor would fight with his life, but he didn't expect that. It seemed that the Sword Emperor was indeed an extraordinary person. He said, "It's okay. In fact, your sword Dao is really strong. We can learn from each other in the future." "Okay. Young master, aren't you going to Yuqing City? At that time, you can come to the Sword God's palace as a guest. I'll treat you well." The Sword Emperor was unruly and didn't take anything seriously. However, at this moment, after being defeated by Lin Xian, he somewhat admired Lin Xian. His attitude became a lot more humble. In the distance of the battlefield, there were two figures. These two people were hiding in the void. There were stone-like patterns on their bodies. They were Xianyin and Xianming of the Nirvana realm. Xianyin looked at this scene and snorted coldly. He lost. This Lin Wudi was really strong. Xianming said, "It's okay. We have two plans. If we win, we'll get the Dragon Sword Soul. But he lost? It didn't matter. Anyway, we'll let the God's realm and the Sword God's palace become enemies." It seemed that it was impossible for them to become enemies naturally. "In this case, we'll help him." Xianyin sneered. If such a sword expert died outside, the Sword God Palace would probably go crazy. That's right, he had to be prepared. He might have the power of the Sword God. Therefore, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Their eyes flickered. They actually wanted to attack the Sword Emperor. As for the Sword Emperor, he didn't know about this. He had made a promise with Lin Xian that they would spar again in the future. Then, he left. "Sword Emperor, where are we going?" Xiao Dai asked. The Sword Emperor said, "Let's go back to the Sword God Palace. The world is big, but there is always someone stronger. Only now did I realize that I am not an invincible existence. Cultivate well. Next time, I can't lose to him again." Thinking of this, he increased his speed. A day later, he left the city of 10,000 swords for good. The surroundings had already become desolate. There was not a single figure in the vast mountain range. The Sword Emperor was not worried. Although he had lost to Lin Xian, it was impossible for others to touch him. However, right at that moment, the sky split open, and an enormous hand suddenly slapped toward him. Who was it? Courting death, the Sword Emperor was furious. Someone dared to sneak an attack on him. He turned around and sent out a sword light. This sword cut through heaven and earth. However, in the face of this enormous hand, his sword light was useless. The sword light shattered in an instant, and the enormous hand fell mercilessly. The Sword Emperor's expression changed drastically. This was the power of an Earth Immortal. Dodge quickly. He roared angrily, and the divine fire on his body burned completely. He desperately dodged this palm. However, half of his body was still shattered. If it wasn't for the divine artifact blocking this attack, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago. But even so, his situation was very bad. Xiao Dai was sent flying by this power. She let out a miserable cry as she was severely injured. She fainted. Who was it? The Sword Emperor roared crazily. He swallowed a pill and swept his gaze in all directions. Get out here, could it be Lin Wudi? That was impossible. There was no enmity between him and Lin Wudi. He had even invited the other party. The other party had no reason to kill him. Could it be that the other party was a despicable person? In the void, a sneer came. We are from the divine realm. We won't allow you to live. What? Were they really sent by Lin Wudi? The Sword Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. However, he quickly said, impossible. I'm no longer a threat to him. He doesn't have to kill me. Who are you? Who are you? In the sky, the figure snorted coldly. It's not a good thing to be too smart. Who am I? You don't need to know. You only need to know that your death is very valuable to us. After saying those words, the enormous palm once again came crashing down from the sky. The sword god was desperate. Although he was extremely powerful, he was no match for an Earth Immortal. At this moment of crisis, the space between his eyebrows split open, and an even more terrifying sword intent swept over. This was the power that the sword god had left in him to resist the Earth Immortal. As expected, there was the power left by the sword god. But so what? This time, we are well prepared. The power of the second Earth Immortal erupted. It began to seal the power of the sword god. Two Earth Immortals, the Sword Emperor was really desperate. How could he resist two immortal-level figures to kill him? He would definitely die. Kid, you should be proud to die in our hands. Boom, the Sword Emperor's body shattered, and his heart and soul were destroyed. In the hands of the Earth Immortals, he had no chance of escaping. The divine artifact in his hand fell to the ground, making a sorrowful sound. This divine artifact wanted to risk its life, but it was caught by the Earth Immortal and then sealed. On the other side, the aura of the third Earth Immortal erupted, and together, they destroyed the power of the sword god. Then, three figures stood in the void. Two of them were wearing black robes, and one was a translucent soul. The three of them sneered and said, "Things are going well. Let's go, throw this divine artifact into the city of 10,000 swords, and our mission will be completed." The three of them cut through the void and left. These three people were naturally Xianyin, Xianming, and Virtual Immortal. The three Earth Immortals made a move to frame the Divine Realm and Lin Xian. The three of them quickly flew into the distance, towards the city of 10,000 swords. When they were hundreds of thousands of miles away from the city of 10,000 swords, they threw out this divine artifact. The White Moon Divine Sword turned into a ray of moonlight, directly piercing through heaven and earth, and fiercely smashing towards the city of 10,000 swords. With a boom, the defenses of the city of 10,000 swords were torn apart. This divine sword directly killed its way into the ancient city. Along the way, it tore apart the endless defenses. Finally, it was nailed to the ground. Everyone in the city of 10,000 swords was stunned. Some people were even torn apart by this force. What was going on? An enemy was attacking. What a powerful attack. Quickly defend. Angry roars came one after another. Lin Xian and the others were also alarmed. When they saw the White Moon Divine sword nailed to the ground, they frowned. The Crimson Dragon roared, "Is it that sword, Emperor?" "I knew it." "How could he bow his head and admit defeat? Could it be that he has come back? And with the masters of the Sword God Palace?" Lin Xian also didn't quite believe it. His Rinnegan looked outside. Then he said, "No one." "Impossible, right?" The Crimson Dragon and the others searched everywhere, but they found that there was really no one. There was only a sword. In the vast mountains, Xiao Dai opened her eyes. "What's wrong with me? My head hurts so much. I've already died once. My cultivation base has already become a quasi-emperor. What happened before? Why don't I remember? Damn it, who can help me break the seal from before?" Xiao Dai was in great pain. Xiao Dai being alive was definitely out of everyone's expectations. Even the Earth Immortals probably didn't expect it. Because Xiao Dai's body wasn't human, but of the divine silkworm race. The divine silkworm race broke through the cocoon and became a butterfly. Moreover, when they died, they didn't really die. They would pay the price of losing their cultivation base to turn into a cocoon and revive again. However, their memories would be sealed and needed someone to break it. Xiao Dai couldn't remember anything at this moment, and her body began to form a cocoon of light. It recovered again. She was seriously injured. Although she was alive, she couldn't move yet. At the same time, in the Sword God Palace, the Sword God's expression changed. Not good, something happened to the Sword Emperor. The sword energy he left in the Sword Emperor's body was destroyed, and it was destroyed in an instant. An Earth Immortal made a move, more than one. Damn it, did the Divine Realm make a move? They're going too far. On this day, the Sword God Palace was incomparably furious. The sword energy tore through the 9 heavens. The Sword God didn't attack immediately. After all, he didn't know how many enemies were waiting for him outside. However, he wouldn't let this matter rest. He condensed a Sword Dao clone and left Jade Green City. He wanted to thoroughly investigate this matter and find out who did it. He couldn't find any other clues, but he found that the White Moon Divine Sword's aura was still there. He had to find this divine weapon first. This was also a divine weapon of his Sword God Palace. He definitely couldn't allow it to be left outside. Moreover, the person who possessed the divine weapon was most likely the person who killed the Sword Emperor. Was it that Lin Xian? The owner of the Great Dragon Sword? The Sword Dao clone was very fast. This clone was extremely terrifying. It had the strength of an Earth Immortal. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to arrive at the city of 10,000 swords. "Get out here!" With an angry roar, the sword slashed down, and the city of 10,000 swords shook violently again. The people in the city of 10,000 swords were also stunned. Previously, their defenses were broken by the divine sword, and they were facing a great enemy. Later, they realized that there was no sign of the Sword Emperor. Who would have thought that the situation would change again? Someone else was coming, who was the reckless one. The Crimson Dragon and the others rushed over. They saw a figure surrounded by sword light standing between heaven and earth. The other party's aura was much more terrifying than the Sword Emperor's, causing their scalps to go numb. This was the power of a land immortal. "Who is this senior?" Leaf Dao Denier asked. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. Jian Dao Clone said coldly. "I can sense that the White Moon Divine Sword is here." Had the Sword Emperor been here? That's right. Leaf Dao Denier and the others nodded. So, it really was you who killed the Sword Emperor. What? The Sword Emperor was dead. Leaf Dao Denier and the others were stunned. What kind of joke was this? Although Lin Xian defeated the Sword Emperor, he did not kill him. They even appreciated each other, so how could they have died? What a bunch of nonsense. The Crimson Dragon jumped out and said. "Do you think you can distort the truth just because you are an Earth Immortal? We were the ones who were magnanimous and let that guy go. In the end, that guy attacked us with his divine sword and even injured our subordinates. We didn't look for trouble with you, but you still dare to slander us. Stupid ant, what kind of tone is that?" The Sword Dao clone was furious and punched out. 10,000 sword fist. It directly charged towards the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. He quickly activated the array. The sword light above the city wall turned into a giant dragon and crazily resisted. This time even Wang Jianqing trembled. Countless people inside were shocked. Even Lin Xian opened his eyes. He asked, "What's going on?" Beside him, Morong Qingqing said, "Brother Xian, it seems that a land immortal has arrived." Land immortal? Let's go take a look. Lin Xian and the others walked out. What's going on? Lin Xian asked. Leaf Dao Denier told him what had happened, and Lin Xian's expression changed. The Sword Emperor was dead. He felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be something fishy about this. Senior is from the Sword God Palace? Could it be the Sword God? That's right, it's me. Let me ask you, is the White Moon Divine Sword in this ancient city? Lin Xian waved his hand and directly took the White Moon Divine Sword from afar. He threw it to the Sword Dao clone in front of him. After the Sword Dao clone received it, he coldly shouted, "You are the successor of the great dragon Sword Soul, right? You are so ruthless. It was just a spar. Why did you kill the Sword Emperor? Do you know that the Sword Emperor is my successor? He will be in charge of the Sword God Palace in the future. I didn't kill the Sword Emperor." There must be a misunderstanding. Senior, why don't you investigate clearly first? Is there a misunderstanding? It's very simple. Come back to the Sword God Palace with me. When I investigate clearly, I will let you go. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Senior didn't investigate the cause of the Sword Emperor's death, but had designs on me. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a land immortal? He could feel a trace of greed in the other party's eyes. Since you are unwilling, then don't blame me for making a move. This Sword Dao clone was extremely powerful. In the next moment, he grabbed the White Moon Divine Sword and slashed over. Lin Xian roared angrily. The great dragon Sword Soul fused with the earth vein, forming an azure dragon. It rushed out from the ground and collided with the opponent's divine artifact. With a clang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Great, he blocked it. The Sword Dao clone in front of him had a gloomy expression. I didn't expect you to be able to control the earth vein here. I'm really surprised that a mere great emperor can do this. However, you underestimate my power too much. The power of a land immortal is not something you can imagine. White Moon Divine Dance. At this moment, the Sword Dao clone soared into the sky. He used a peerless divine ability. Previously, the Sword Emperor had used this move. However, at this moment, the Sword Dao clone was 100 times stronger than the Sword Emperor. Lin Xian and the others didn't attack again. Instead, they used the power of the earth vein to the extreme. They defended stubbornly. Wang Jianqing shook violently from the attack. Everyone was terrified. What should we do? Lin Xian said. From the looks of it, it's just a clone. I've experienced the power of a real land immortal, and he can't reach it at all. Furthermore, this matter is too strange. I keep feeling that someone has tampered with it. Furthermore, this clone is up to no good. I'll send a voice transmission to Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian decided to end the battle quickly. Upper Azure City. After Lord Alcohol received the news, he immediately took action. Across the endless void, he slashed out the devouring sword. In an instant, he appeared outside the ancient city. Then, he swallowed all the aqua moon sword beams that filled the sky. In the next moment, the devouring vortex once again shot out countless sword beams towards the Sword Dao clone. The Sword Dao clone jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. Then, his expression turned extremely ugly. He stared intently at the vortex. What a strange power. The vortex of sword beams was extremely terrifying. As a clone, he was no match for it. At this moment, Lord Alcohol's voice sounded from the vortex. Scram, or I'll destroy you. End of chapter 63-66. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.